Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Liberty Beacon Country, Ping Annie City, Midtown High School. Suyi sat in the classroom, lost in thought. How did I travel to this world? Suyi sighed with emotion, recalling that he just crossed over this morning. There is a car and a house, and both parents are dead. Suyi is very happy, from an orphan to a wealthy orphan. At least, you can enjoy life in this world. It wasn't until Suyi swiped his phone that he found a message. Hammer Industries announced the successful development of new weapons, and Tony Stark has become a thing of the past. Suyi was shocked when she saw the news. I can't wait to look through the specific content, only to find that this Tony Stark is the one I thought, and it has disappeared for more than 2 months. Afterwards, Suyi used her mobile phone to look up many keywords and got the answer she wanted. The captain hasn't appeared in this era yet, so he should still be frozen. Tony has been kidnapped for more than 2 months and has not come back. It is estimated that he will not be far from becoming Iron Man. Bruce Banner is just a scientist, and there is no news about Hulk, probably blocked by General Ross. Mutant is just a rumor, and has not yet appeared in the public sight. There is no news about other superheroes. So, I traveled to this Marvel universe. Suyi felt a little headache. He was just an ordinary person. How should he stand in this world? The best way, that must be quietly clinging. Suyi really had a headache when he heard the voice of greeting coming from the front. Hi Gwen. Hi. Suyi looked up and saw a tall, beautiful blonde beauty walking into the classroom. Gwen? She's so beautiful, even prettier than Sister Stone. Ding, an important character has been detected, and the fate evolution system has been bound. Suyi was slightly shocked, more joyful, even ecstatic. Suyi quickly understood the function and usage of the system. In just 2 minutes, he understood the system. This system is really simple and clear, and it is easier to use than a mobile phone. Changing the fate of a character will earn fate points. Fate points can be used in many ways, but there are 2 main ways to use them. The first is to directly consume fate points to improve one's own 6-dimensional attributes. 6-dimensional attributes include intelligence, strength, speed, stamina, spirit, and energy. The second is to consume in the mall. There are countless unexpected good things in the mall, which can be used to improve strength, ability, flight, telepathy, immortality, etc. Items, fairy beans, shocking fruits, mantra lashes, etc. Props, copy cards, task cards, character templates, etc. Damn, there are so many good things, even the silver big super template. The system is too good. The novice gift pack has been distributed, please check with the host. Is there a novice gift package? Use it directly. All 6-dimensional attributes of the host have been raised to LV3. Acquire special ability, teleportation. Acquire special item, symbiont battlesuit. Get special props, Batman Bruce template. Suyi felt a change in his body, as if his whole body was extremely comfortable and full of strength. Suyi clenched his fist slightly, feeling that this fist could smash everything. But this is just a feeling. Suyi is still not sure how strong her own strength is. In addition to physical changes, Suyi felt a slight change in her thinking. The knowledge I learned in the previous life, I can't remember it clearly, but now it comes to my mind again. Among them, some courses that I didn't understand at the time seem to be understandable now. If you take the time to relearn it, you will definitely become a top student instead of passing away with low scores. Is this the effect of raising the 6-dimensional attribute to LV3? It feels a bit powerful. There is also the ability to teleport, the symbiote battlesuit, and the Batman template. They are all good things. System, integrate Batman template. Batman Bruce template is integrating, the estimated time is 1 day. So long. Character templates mainly include 3 aspects: knowledge, special abilities, and combat experience, and the knowledge and combat experience of the host. The foundation is poor, so it takes more time to integrate. It seems to be the same. My knowledge is the level of successfully graduating from university. Batman is a person who has studied in many aspects. Besides combat experience, I haven't even fought. Batman has learned hundreds of fighting techniques and fought many villains. He has rich combat experience, which is definitely not comparable to me. It's not bad to be able to integrate within 1 day. System, check the personal panel. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate point, 0. The Batman Bruce template is being integrated. Intelligence, LV3. Power, LV3, 10 tons. Speed, LV3, 100/s. Endurance, LV3. Spirit, LV3. Energy, LV3. Battle skill, LV0. Special ability, teleportation. Special item, symbiosis battlesuit. Special props, none. The six-dimensional attributes mentioned by the system turned out to be intelligence, strength, speed, endurance, spirit, and energy. These are all attributes of the body originally. With a power of 10 tons, the maximum speed can reach 100/s, and the attributes in all aspects are very good. With the symbiote battlesuit, it also has a certain self-protection ability. Change the character's fate. While thinking, Suyi watched the students enter the classroom one after another. I can't find the captain right now, and I can't save Tony. If I intercept Huguen, avoiding Huguen and Little Spider-Man, will I also get fate points? Gwen has already sat down, sitting in front of Suyi on the right. After a while, a hot red-haired girl walked into the classroom and greeted Gwen as she passed by. Suyi listened to the conversation between the two, and was extremely happy in her heart. Is Mary Jane here? Suyi quietly observed everything nearby, and saw many familiar characters. Gwen Stacy. Betty Brant. Mary Jane. Liz Allen. Looking at these beauties, Suyi couldn't help sighing, are all of them so beautiful? Even, they feel more beautiful than the actors in the movie. Soon, Suyi thought of a factor, age. Now Gwen and others are not very old, not even 20 years old. They are young at the moment, at the peak of their looks, and one is prettier than the other. Gwen has beautiful blonde hair and is a goddess. It would be even more perfect if she could wear Spider-Man clothes. Liz is a proper hot girl, with a good figure and good looks. Betty's words are a bit like a sugar baby. The three beauties are all blonde, but there seems to be a gap between the blonde and blonde. The last Mary Jane, a red-haired hottie, has nothing to say about her appearance and figure. System, if I cut off Gwen and the others, it should also be a change of fate, right? Yes. Suyi couldn't help showing a smile, and looked at Peter on her left. Peter's image is not bad, a bit handsome, but also a little melancholy, and the image is closer to Garfield. Little Spider-Man, don't blame me for being quick, I just want to give them a happy home. Chapter 2. Finally, the class is over, and the teacher is in front of me, talking about math. Suyi integrated Batman's template, and continues to increase knowledge and improve intelligence. This kind of class is too boring for Suyi. So, Suyi began to appreciate beautiful women. But when he was looking at Mary Jane, he was spotted by a strong man sitting behind Mary Jane. This person looks tall, 5 big and 3 thick. After discovering Suyi, he gave Suyi a vicious look and made a provocative gesture. Suyi's current physical fitness has surpassed the captain's, how can he be afraid of him? This person should be the Thompson Flash who often bullies Peter. As a school bully, Flash often bullies thin people. One of them was Peter Parker, who was nicknamed Petty Parker by Flash. As an Oriental, Suyi is already easily squeezed out. Now, Flash even caught Suyi peeking at Mary Jane, how could he miss this opportunity? Sure enough, after class, Flash found Suyi immediately. Hey, skinny monkey. Suyi was a little impatient at first, but suddenly had an idea. If I come forward to teach Flash a lesson, I should also get fate points, right? While Suyi was in a daze, Flash blocked his way. Didn't you hear, I'm calling you, skinny monkey. Suyi didn't take Flash seriously at all, and asked with a stern face, you call me a skinny monkey? Isn't it? A monkey from the east. Flash stopped Suyi, and many students in the class noticed the situation here. Many people have already begun to mourn for Suyi. Being targeted by the school bully Flash is not a good thing. This time, he must be bullied. Not only that, but in the days to come, I am afraid that Flash will often find trouble. This new classmate is going to be bullied by Flash, what a pity. He still looks handsome, God bless him. He's an Oriental. They don't believe in God. That's even worse. God won't bless him, so no one can bless him. Peter felt a little sympathetic to Suyi, because Flash often bullied himself. Today, Flash found a new target, Suyi. Peter was about to speak to stop Flash, but Gwen's sense of justice was overwhelming, and he spoke in time to stop Flash. Enough, Flash. Suyi looked soft and said to Gwen, thank you, but the matter is not over yet. Suyi turned her head, regained her sternness, and said very seriously, maybe I should introduce myself again. My name is Suyi, and I am indeed from the ancient country of the East. You can call me Su, call me Yi, call me Suyi, call me Shui, you can call me, not a monkey from the East, understand? Now, apologize to me, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, God can't keep you, I said. After hearing this, Flash couldn't help laughing wildly, ha ha ha. Walter. Apologize to you. To you monkey. Listen, you are inferior, Don't use your dirty eyes to spy on Mary Jane, she is my girlfriend. Some people are inherently prejudiced and full of superiority. Immediately believed in Flash, all cast strange glances at Suyi. When Peter heard that Suyi was peeping at Mary Jane, the goddess of his dreams, he felt a little more angry. Mary Jane didn't expect to be involved, and felt very helpless. Flash, this is your business, don't involve me. Also, I'm not your girlfriend, I never promised to be your girlfriend. Suyi felt a little ridiculous and immediately refuted. Dirty eyes, peeping. Flash, are you kidding me? I admit I watched Mary Jane, but what's the point? However, it's not peeping, I'm just admiring. I appreciate Mary Jane's beauty and think she's as beautiful as an actress, that's all. Now, I am also admiring Gwen. I think Gwen shines like a star and is as beautiful as a goddess. So Gwen, Mary, do you feel offended? Gwen originally thought that Flash's reason was ridiculous, but after listening to Suyi's defense and praising herself, she supported Suyi even more. I don't feel offended. Mary Jane's original wish was to be an actress, and she wouldn't care if someone noticed her. What's more, Suyi's compliment perfectly hit Mary Jane's heart. To be honest, I don't mind either. Flash's excuse was directly broken, and he was extremely annoyed. And Suyi's stalking session is not over yet. So, Flash, don't you usually watch girls? There are so many beautiful girls in the class. When you meet them, will you close your eyes and not look at them? Mary Jane is sitting right in front of you, haven't you ever admired it? No, using your vocabulary, it should be peeping. I can't believe that you can ignore their beauty so much. I suggest you go to the hospital. I can guarantee that there must be something wrong with your eyes. Suyi's words completely broke Flash's mind. Originally, I came here to ask for trouble, but I was speechless by Suyi. Suyi sneered inwardly, do you think my SLG games are for nothing? Flash was completely annoyed, and he didn't intend to find any reason. You're pretty good at it, aren't you? That also changes you as an Oriental, and Orientals are mean and dirty. Lady Gwen didn't expect Flash to say such a thing, and immediately felt extremely disgusted with Flash. Immediately interrupted Flash, shut up, Flash, you are so disrespectful. Hearing Flash's words, Suyi's eyes were cold. Very well, Flash, you managed to piss me off. I promise, you will understand through the pain that as a human being, you must learn to respect others. After Gwen persuaded Flash, she had to persuade Suyi, Su, I know he hurt you, but not everyone thinks so. Just Flash, he's a well-built, simple-minded BD. If you clash with him, that's exactly what he wants. Su, you should calm down, you are not his opponent. However, Gwen's persuasion was useless at all, Suyi had made up her mind. Flash didn't intend to let Suyi go, and continued to provoke Suyi, oh, are men in the East so weak? Do they only hide behind women? Suyi said confidently, definitely not, if you insist on not apologizing, I will beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. I will tell you that there is a price to be paid for insulting the Orientals. Tell me, where do you want to start? Flash smiled ferociously, you are very brave, but it will only make me feel more excited. Eon. I will torture you. Suyi followed Flash and decided to fight Flash. Such a move shocked and excited the whole class. Few people dare to fight against Flash, and today, Suyi decided to fight against Flash, which is big news. Gwen was also helpless and could only follow, hoping to stop Flash at the critical moment and save Suyi. Chapter 3. Soon, Suyi followed Flash to the lawn of the playground, and many people in the class followed to watch the excitement. Although not particularly many, it is still a large circle. Su, I think you'd better give up. Suyi shook her head, no, it's not my habit to give up. Thank you very much, Gwen. Gwen replied very naturally, you're welcome, it's just that Flash is too unfriendly. I'll beat him and teach him to respect others. If I beat Flash, can I invite you for a cup of coffee? Gwen was a little shocked, are you inviting me? Right. After getting an affirmative answer, Gwen also smiled confidently, yes, the premise is that you can defeat him, instead of lying in the hospital. If you can encourage me more, maybe I will be more powerful. Seeing that Suyi and Gwen were chatting happily, Flash felt that he was being neglected, and suddenly became angry. Hey, skinny monkey, your opponent is here. You still have time to chat up girls, why don't you call ahead and call an ambulance? Suyi replied with a smile, call you an ambulance? Sorry, I haven't heard your apology yet. Suyi and Flash are about to fight, surrounded by a circle of people. Flash is about 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Suyi. In terms of body shape, Flash is as strong as a bull. Although Suyi is not thin, there is still a gap in comparison. With such a gap, No one thinks that Suyi can beat Flash. Several younger brothers who usually follow Flash have already started to cheer for Flash. Down with him, Flash. Oh, look, this skinny monkey from the east, how ridiculous he dares to challenge Flash. Yes. I bet he can't last 3 minutes. 3 minutes? No, I think Flash only needs one fist to knock him down. I'm only worried about Flash killing a man with a fist. Suyi also heard the discussions of the onlookers, many of whom were rather barbaric and believed in the saying that the strong wins. The people around cheered and roared, and Flash enjoyed the feeling. Skinny monkey, are you ready? I'm going to punch you down. Suyi has now integrated Batman's template, and his intelligence is still at LV3, but his combat experience has been raised to LV2. Suyi can completely rely on strength to knock down Flash with a single punch. But in fact, Suyi was still worried that his punch would cause death. Therefore, it is still necessary to control one's own strength. Suyi looked at Flash, and said directly, let's start, Flash. I'll let you know what a power gap is. Eon. Flash waved his fist and threw it at Suyi. It can only be said that fighting is all about strength, without a trace of skill. This kind of attack, Suyi has hundreds of methods to counterattack. After a brief hesitation, Suyi chose the least skillful way. That is to use pure strength to block this punch. The people around saw that Suyi was motionless, and thought that Suyi was frightened. In some people's minds, the image of Suyi's nose bleeding and even his teeth being knocked out has appeared. Oh, I bought it? Is he scared stupid? Fresh, you are the strongest. It's so cruel. As I said, he couldn't take a punch at all. Flash also seemed to see himself knocking down Suyi with a punch, and saw himself enjoying the cheers of victory. Stop. Gwen wanted to stop, but it was too late. Gwen never expected that Suyi would be so stupid that she would not avoid it. The fist was close, almost to Suyi's face. Suyi finally made a move, and turned his head slightly. At some point, the left hand stretched out and grabbed the fist. Shock. Silence. The person who was screaming just now, seeing the scene in front of him, even forgot to breathe. How can that be? Flash's punch, was he caught? Impossible, I'm sure. Flash's punch is very powerful, and it seems to be very fast. What happened? It's amazing. Oh, I bought it. Flash also fell into self-doubt, because he was afraid of killing people. Flash didn't use all his strength, but he used 80% of his strength. A powerful and fast punch, but he was caught just like that. Flash felt as if his fist had been grabbed by a machine, and he couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to. What shocked Flash the most was that under his own strength, Suyi didn't even move a step. In terms of strength, you are inferior to me. When Flash was shocked, Suyi suddenly pulled Flash over with force. Facing huge amounts of strength, Flash staggered over. Suyi started his own performance show, and his fists turned into afterimages, falling everywhere on Flash's body. The front of the body, the elbow joints, and the underarms are all taken care of by Suyi. In the end, he grabbed Flash's arm and fell over his shoulder, throwing Flash to the ground. A series of movements, smooth and flowing, very chic. The audience around were even more dumbfounded. The mighty school bully Flash was defeated just like that. Although Flash is half a head taller than Suyi, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. In this contest, the two are not on the same level at all. In front of Suyi, Flash is like a toy, a huge toy, totally vulnerable. Cool, it's really cool. This amazing man from the east, he actually defeated Flash. Amazing Sue, it's incredible. A look of disbelief flashed in Gwen's beautiful eyes. He really did it and defeated Flash. In addition to being shocked, Peter Parker also showed some envy. If only I could be as strong as Sue. Then Flash can't bully me. I can also go to Mary Jane and take the initiative to talk. Fatty Ned saw the scene and couldn't help feeling, cool, this must be Kung Fu from the East. Betty was even more excited, like a little fangirl, guilty of nympho. Sue is so handsome, he is like an action star in a movie, he is my idol. Liz on the side was very speechless. Betty, calm down, calm down. Oh, Liz, don't you think Sue is handsome? It's pretty handsome, but it's not my style. Mary Jane also saw the results, and Flash was knocked out. Maybe, he can help me get rid of Flash. The matter was not over yet. Suyi stood beside Flash, condescending. Flash, tell me, now, who's on the floor? Remember, Orientals are not weak or humble. You still owe me an apology to all Orientals. Flash felt humiliated, extremely angry, but helpless. Flash felt his arms and could still move, but he didn't have the strength to clench his fists and punch again. He lost completely. What? Can't even admit defeat, can't even apologize. You can only bully people by relying on your strength. What kind of man are you? You're just ABD. Chapter 4. Flash failed, but was clearly still unconvinced. It seems that you are still not convinced, so I have no choice but to continue. Before Flash could react, Suyi made a sudden move and grabbed Flash's arm. With only 2 movements and a little force, Flash's arm was dislocated. What? The pain spread all over his body, and Flash couldn't help but yelled out. Flash could feel the condition of the arm, which must have been dislocated. XXX, what did you do? Hospital, I need to go to the hospital. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but gasp. Suyi is not easy to mess with, she really dares to be cruel. It was unbelievable that Flash's arm could be removed so easily. Oh, Karma, please, no. We must never provoke this Oriental man in the future. Flash's arm, is it broken? He's just a monster. It's really scary. Flash felt the pain and knew that Suyi was not easy to provoke. Although he hated Suyi in his heart, he also knew that the most important thing at this moment was to heal his arm well. Otherwise, your life will be ruined. I lost. So, what about an apology? Flash apologized humbly, I'm sorry. Such a low voice, I remember when you yelled at me just now, the voice was still very loud. Forced to be helpless, Flash could only say loudly, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Suyi shot suddenly and grabbed Flash's dislocated arm. Just when Flash thought Suyi was going to deal with him, Suyi took Flash's arm back. It's like installing a toy, and it's easy to pick it up. Walter. Looking at the restored arm, Flash felt incredible. All this is as magical as magic. Not only Flash, the onlookers also began to doubt life. What did I see? He just like that, healed Flash's arm. Is this magic? Magic? No, I think it should be Eastern Kung Fu. Yes, miraculous miraculous Oriental Kung Fu. Oh, I'd love to learn that. I wonder if he can teach me. Some people marveled at Suyi's magical skills, while others focused on Suyi. Oh, this Oriental man is so hot, I really want to have a relationship with him. Me too, he looks too manly. Suyi heard some discussions and couldn't help but spit out a few words. Tui, you're actually greedy for my body, you're so low. Forget it, it's far worse than Gwen. After complaining, Suyi continued what he had just done and gave Flash a warning. Flash, I dislocated your arm just now, just to punish you. Now, I've connected your arm, and your arm will be fine. If you're worried, go see a doctor. Remember, don't bother me in the future, and don't bully other people. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful Kung Fu is. Not only can it dislocate your arm, it can even make you never be a man without realizing it. Clear. Flash was shocked that Suyi had even more powerful and cruel methods. Flash felt the fear and was overwhelmed by Suyi's demeanor. I promise, I won't trouble you again. That's good. Ding, you defeated Flash. Flash's fate has been changed, get 500 fate points. Spider-Man Peter Parker's fate has been changed and he has received 1000 fate points. Change your fate for the first time, get double fate points. An extra $100,000 and a lucky draw chance. Double, that's 3000 fate points. Now, the 6-dimensional attributes are all LV3, and it takes exactly 1000 fate points to upgrade to LV4. Then improve, increase strength, speed and endurance. Suyi felt the changes in her body, an extremely comfortable feeling, as if her life had been sublimated. The power of LV4 is 100 tons. The speed of LV4 has reached Mach 1, speed of sound, which is 340/s. The stamina of LV4 has a certain self-healing ability, and the defense power has been greatly improved. Next, to upgrade to LV5, you need to consume 10,000 destiny points. Fate points are still not enough. I don't know how many fate points you will have if you cut Huguan. There is one more chance to draw a lottery, use it directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a special item, a one-time target locator. Select the target and locate it. This can be used in conjunction with my teleportation. Tony, or Captain. Doesn't that mean that you can make another fortune? The movement here was not small, and it also attracted the attention of the school teacher. A teacher saw a circle of people around here, worried about accidents, and shouted in this direction, "Hey, what are you doing?" The teacher appeared, and the students fled in all directions. The teacher saw that nothing major happened, so he didn't care too much. Suyi found Gwen who had left, and ran after her. "Hey, Gwen, I did it. So, do you have time for a cup of coffee after school today?" After this incident, Gwen's affection for Suyi doubled. Suyi is brave but not cowardly. She has her own strength, but she doesn't bully others like Flash. In the end, although he taught Flash a lesson, he took the initiative to heal Flash's arm. In Gwen's view, Suyi's actions are all bonus points. Facing Suyi's invitation, Gwen also generously agreed, definitely yes. When the two were about to go back to the classroom, Betty also came over. Hi Gwen. Betty. Betty seemed very excited, and she greeted Gwen, but her purpose was actually Suyi. Hi Sue, I'm Betty Brandt, a friend of Gwen's. Hi Betty. Sue, do you know? You were so handsome just now, even more handsome than a movie star. Thank you for the compliment, Betty. You're beautiful and lovely, too. Really? Definitely, that's an obvious fact. I heard that you are going to drink coffee after school, can you add me? Suyi immediately replied, it's my honor to invite two beauties to drink coffee at the same time. Gwen, you don't mind. Gwen and Betty were on good terms, and the two were in a band with Mary Jane. At present, due to academic matters, the band has not performed for a while, but the relationship between the three is still very good. It's just drinking coffee together. What's the point of having one more friend? Besides Suyi, two beauties attracted many people's attention. Sue, is what you used just now really kung fu? Well, it's just some simple skills. It's really cool. Sue, do all of you Orientals know kung fu? Sure enough, this kind of misunderstanding exists in any world. Gwen is actually very interested in these things, but with Betty around, Gwen has never found a chance to ask questions. Definitely not, you have to spend a lot of time practicing to practice kung fu well. After chatting, several people returned to the classroom. Chapter 5. Finally waiting to put it down, Suyi packed her school bag and waited to have coffee with Gwen. It can only be said that the studies here are really easy. Suyi, Gwen, and Betty walked side by side on the campus and set off for the school gate together. Several people chatted all the way and came to the coffee shop. Suyi was not used to coffee, so she chose to drink. The three found a table and sat down, continuing to chat. Sue, when you were in the East, you must have been very popular, right? Suyi drank the juice. It's okay, I do have a lot of friends. If it is said that I am popular with the opposite s*x, no girl confessed to me, and I have never been in a relationship. I don't believe that no one is pursuing someone as outstanding as Sue. Gwen, do you believe it? I believe Sue. I heard that the parents of the Orientals are very strict about this. Suyi agrees with Gwen, this is just one of the reasons, and there are too many study tasks, and there is no time to fall in love. Another reason is that in the East, in most cases, boys are the ones who take the initiative to pursue. The two also felt some cultural differences, so they found a topic. Following this topic, the three of them continued to chat. The door of the coffee shop was opened, and a red-haired hot girl walked into the coffee shop, which caught Betty's attention. Betty immediately said hello, hi, Mary Jane. Mary Jane was attracted by Betty's voice. Betty, Gwen, and new classmate Sue, do you mind if I sit here? Mary Jane is the official partner of Little Spider-Man, with first-class looks and a hot figure. Such a hot girl cannot be grasped with one hand. Definitely don't mind. Mary Jane sat next to Suyi very generously, showing her perfect figure beside Suyi. The only annoyance is that with three beautiful women sitting next to me, my eyes will be busy. Suyi inadvertently praised the three of them, making them very satisfied. Mary Jane asked even more generously, Sue, then who do you think is more beautiful? The question is meaningless, there is no standard for beauty, so there is no comparison at all. You are all beautiful, very beautiful. Mary Jane shines like a female star, Betty is sweet and lovely, and Gwen is like a goddess. The expressions of the three people are quite normal, and they seem to be quite satisfied with Suyi's answer. Suyi heaved a sigh of relief, it seems that this proposition is over. The atmosphere returned to normal, and Mary Jane also took the opportunity to express her request. Actually, I came here specifically to find you, Sue, and I want to ask you to do me a favor. Suyi was a little surprised, wondering why Mary Jane was looking for her. If it's something I can do, I'd be happy to help the beauty. Gwen and Betty also looked at Mary Jane curiously, not knowing what difficulties Mary Jane had encountered. Mary Jane has a straightforward personality without much hesitation, it's because of Flash, he is pursuing me, but I don't like him, so I have rejected him many times. It's just that he didn't give up and kept harassing me. If you can pretend to be my boyfriend, he will definitely give up. Both Gwen and Betty were friends with Mary Jane and knew about it. It's just that there was no way to deal with Flash before. Now there is Suyi who can defeat Flash and give Mary Jane hope. One is my good friend Mary Jane, and the other is Suyi. Betty seemed to be optimistic about the two of them, and immediately supported Mary Jane. That's right, if Sue becomes Mary Jane's boyfriend, Flash is no match for Sue. Gwen didn't resist either, this is a good way to get rid of Flash, but it still depends on Sue's thinking. The crux of the problem lies in Suyi. Pretend to be a boyfriend? Suyi is even sure that the fake will come true. Before Little Spider-Man, successfully intercept Mary Jane and get a lot of fate points. It's just that Suyi's first goal is Gwen, so he still wants to test Gwen. Mary Jane, I don't think anyone would refuse a beauty like you unless he's a fool. I'm also very confident that I will be able to attract you in the future. It's just that the person I like is Gwen, and I plan to pursue Gwen. If you pretend to be your boyfriend, I'm afraid Gwen will misunderstand. Suyi's words shocked the three beauties present. Both Betty and Mary Jane turned their attention to Gwen, who seemed a little embarrassed. Although Gwen has a slight liking for Suyi, but not to the extent that she likes it. At this moment, being suddenly confessed by Suyi, I was a little surprised and flustered. Well, I guess, I'm not mistaken. Mary Jane is my friend too, and if you can help her, I'll be happy for her too. That being the case, Suyi has nothing to say. I have no objection, as long as Gwen doesn't misunderstand and doesn't affect my pursuit of her, that's fine. Although Mary Jane was a little jealous, she recovered quickly. The three had a good relationship and even formed a band together. Mary Jane also figured it out, she just wanted a fake boyfriend to get rid of Flash. Thank you, Sue. Actually, it doesn't take too long. Just wait until graduation, and Flash won't have another chance. If you want to pursue Gwen, maybe I can think of some suggestions for you. Gwen feigned surprise. Mary Jane, are you serious? We're friends. Sue is excellent, isn't he? If you don't like it, I will definitely not miss Sue. After chatting, Mary Jane felt a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom. Only the three of them continued to chat, and Mary Jane came back from the bathroom after a while. Walking on the road, when I was about to get to my seat, suddenly the sole of my foot slipped, and I was about to fall backwards. If it falls, it is very likely that it will hit the corner of the table, which can be said to be relatively dangerous. Song Chuan's speed is fast, and his reaction ability is also very sensitive. See the moment Mary Jane falls, and act immediately. He got up, stepped towards Mary Jane, then reached out to copy Mary Jane's back, and hugged Mary Jane who was about to fall. Suyi's speed was so fast that Gwen and Betty couldn't even react. Mary Jane thought she was going to fall, but Suyi saved her. Are you okay? Mary Jane's heart was beating wildly just now, and she still hasn't calmed down yet. I found myself hugged by Suyi in a relatively intimate position, and I didn't feel anything. Thank you, Sue. You are welcome. Suyi helped Mary Jane up, and Mary Jane recovered quickly. It was really exciting just now, thank you, my boyfriend. I think I should give you a reward. Suyi was wondering what reward the other party would give, when Mary Jane played a game suddenly and gave her an affectionate kiss. After Mary Jane left, Suyi still had some aftertaste. Turning around to leave, he noticed the dull little Spider-Man Peter at the door of the coffee shop. Suyi didn't know when Peter came, but judging by his expression, it shouldn't be too late, and he probably saw it. Seeing Peter's expression, Suyi's mind has automatically matched BG for Peter. Snowflakes are fluttering, and the north wind is blowing. Chapter 6. After school, Peter accidentally noticed Mary Jane's movements. I thought Mary would go home briefly, so I dropped by and went back together. After seeing Mary Jane entering the coffee shop, Peter hesitated at the door for a while, and finally decided to go in and buy a cup of coffee, and then pretend to meet by chance, maybe he can say hello and have a chat. However, when Peter pushed the door and entered, he did not see Mary Jane. I only saw Suyi talking with Gwen and Betty. After going to the counter to order a cup of coffee, Mary Jane finally appeared. Seeing Mary Jane, Peter has already started to think about how to greet him later. However, he saw the previous scene before he went to say hello. Mary Jane nearly fell and was saved by Suyi. If it's just like this, Peter doesn't feel anything. However, Mary Jane's kiss obviously went beyond gratitude, beyond the scope of friendship. How so? Mary Jane and Sue are so close. Should I be outside the store and not come in? Peter was in a bitter mood. This relationship was about to end before it even started. It's just that Peter still doesn't believe it, and still retains the last glimmer of hope. Sir, your coffee. Gentlemen. Under the clerk's call, Peter came back to his senses, looked at the coffee in front of him, picked it up, and sat in the corner. Bitter coffee, Peter has long been used to it. However, in today's coffee, there is a bit more heartbreak, which feels extra bitter. Looking at Suyi and Mary Jane, Peter just felt that this place didn't seem to suit him. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same, I just think they are noisy. Peter also hesitated to leave, but finally stayed. Before I knew it, half an hour passed. Betty looked at the time. I'm sorry, I still have something to do, I have to go home first. Suyi also echoed, it's really getting late, so let's go. I'm so happy to invite 3 beauties to have coffee together today. Mary Jane said naturally, Sue, you seem to have forgotten one more thing. Yes, I also have an extra girlfriend, which is more gratifying. Suyi took the initiative to embrace Mary Jane, and the two acted very intimately, just like a real couple. The 4 of them left the coffee shop one after another. Because they lived in different places, they naturally had to go in different directions. After the 4 of them left the shop, they were about to go home. After Betty took the lead in saying goodbye, she left. Gwen followed, leaving only Suyi and Mary Jane. See you tomorrow, my boyfriend. See you tomorrow. After Mary Jane and Suyi kissed goodbye, they turned and left gracefully. Suyi was also about to leave, and happened to see Peter Parker, who had just walked out of the door. In fact, Peter has already seen the intimate scene of the two. Suyi couldn't help adding BG to Peter again, snowflakes are fluttering, and the north wind is blowing. Suyi was a little surprised, the system prompt didn't appear, is it because Mary Jane and I just pretended to be a couple and haven't completely changed our destiny? Or, hi, if I remember correctly, we should be classmates, and you are sitting on my left. My name is Suyi, you can call me Sue, that's what Gwen and the others call me. Peter panicked, hi, my name is Peter Parker, just call me Peter. Student Peter, see you tomorrow. Suyi just formally met little Spider-Man and made friends. In fact, Suyi also thought about it, making Peter unable to become a Spider-Man. If you really do this, you can definitely add a lot of fate points. However, Suyi does not intend to do so. Although Suyi really wants to earn more fate points, Suyi will not mess around with things for the sake of fate points, unless it is a beautiful woman. Suyi was about to leave, Peter finally summoned up the courage to stop Suyi. Sue. Suyi was a little puzzled, and turned to look at Peter, is there something wrong, classmate Peter? Peter became flustered instantly, hesitated for a while, and finally said a complete sentence, I saw you and Mary Jane just now, you, it seems. Suyi already knew what Peter was going to ask, and immediately admitted, you read that right, Mary Jane is my girlfriend now. Oh, congratulations. After getting a definite answer, Peter felt that he was broken in love, and he left in a daze. I came here first, so Sue has known Mary Jane for less than a day. Oh shit, if only I'd been brave and offered to say hello, offered to invite her for coffee. I miss Mary Jane. Sue looks very good, at least better than me. Peter sat at the station and missed the bus. Peter didn't notice until the bus left. Walter. Hey, I'm not in the car yet. Wait for me, I'm not in the car yet. Peter ran wildly on the sidewalk, trying to catch up to the bus, but his legs couldn't run the bus after all. I can only watch the bus go away and walk silently on the way home. As night fell, Peter returned home, nearly an hour later than usual. Aunt May opened the door and saw Peter in a daze. The Aunt May in front of her still has her charm and beauty. It's just that after the peak period of appearance, the appearance has indeed declined a bit. Seeing Peter coming back, a bit of anger grew on his haggard face. Just when he was about to teach Peter a lesson, he noticed Peter's distraught appearance, so he knew that something must have happened to Peter. Peter, you should know that you arrived home an hour later than usual, right? I called you, but you didn't answer. Even if you have something to do, you should answer the phone instead of making me worry about you. Only then did Peter come to his senses. I'm sorry, Aunt May, I didn't notice the phone. Tell me what happened, Peter. Don't try to lie to me. Your expression says it all. Something big must have happened. Peter hesitated for a while, and expressed his inner problems. About Mary Jane. Aunt May naturally knew who Mary Jane was, the niece of Anna next door. When Mary Jane moved here with her mother and sister, Aunt May knew the family, even a little earlier than Peter. Oh, that lovely red-haired girl, you confessed your love to her, but she rejected you. Peter was even more disappointed. Actually, I don't have the courage to confess. She fell in love with a new classmate in her class. They had known each other for less than a day. Aunt May had no choice but to comfort Peter. Peter, feelings are not measured by the length of time we have known each other. When I first met your Ben uncle, I fell in love with him. Peter also explained, I know, I also fell in love with Mary Jane after the first sight. Sue is very good, and it is normal for Mary Jane to fall in love with Sue within a day. I was just thinking, if I could have worked up the courage earlier, to meet Mary Jane. Aunt May touched Peter's head, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Peter, you are smart and kind, you are an excellent person, you are no worse than anyone else. I believe that you will meet a girl who makes your heart beat. Remember, take the initiative, be brave, you just need to show who you really are. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Peter's mood improved a lot, Thank you, Aunt May, it may take a little time. I know, but for now, let's have dinner first. Chapter 7. After the battle with Flash, Suyi has become the focus of the class. Someone spread the video, and Suyi has become a celebrity in the whole school. Flash scowled, but didn't attack either. After seeing Suyi's methods, Flash didn't dare to offend Suyi anymore. Now that he is about to graduate, Flash can only rely on his basketball expertise to enter college. If it is dislocated again, it may affect the place of admission to the university. Most importantly, Suyi knows Kung Fu. In Flash's view, Kung Fu is even more miraculous than magic, with many mysterious means, and he doesn't want to be a eunuch. After Mary Jane came to the classroom, she announced her love affair with Suyi with a good morning kiss. Flash would know what it meant if he wasn't stupid. Finally, school is over, tomorrow is the weekend. Suyi plans to launch an operation tomorrow to rescue Tony Stark. With my attributes and the symbiote battlesuit, I should be able to rescue Tony Stark, right? As long as the opponent doesn't use large weapons, it should be fine. Suyi was lost in thought. Mary Jane had already arrived in front of Suyi. Hey Sue, what were you thinking? Suyi looked at Mary Jane in front of her and fell into deep thought. Over the past 2 days, Mary Jane has been very bold and proactive. If Suyi hadn't kept her distance, Mary Jane would have given it up for nothing. Well, I was just thinking, what should I do this weekend? Mary Jane looked forward to looking at Suyi. So, your weekend plans, do you have me? There must be. Didn't you form a band with Betty and Gwen? I don't know. Will I have a chance to see you perform? Mary Jane was a little disappointed. She thought it was a date between 2 people. Unexpectedly, Song Chuan's goal was still Gwen. However, Mary Jane was not discouraged and did not intend to give up. It's true that we haven't been to a show for a long time. I have time this weekend, but I don't know if Betty and Gwen have time. Let's go and ask together. Together, Suyi and Mary Jane found Gwen, who had packed her school bag and was about to go to the library. Going to a bar for the weekend. Sorry, I may have other things to do. I also know that we haven't gotten together to perform for a long time. Maybe we will have time during the holiday after graduation. Gwen declined, and Betty also had an affair and also declined Suyi's invitation. Suyi's original intention was to invite Gwen, but unexpectedly the plan fell through. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to attack Gwen. If it doesn't work, cut off Mary Jane first. As for Gwen, let's slowly accumulate goodwill first, and then look for opportunities. Only Mary Jane has time left, and it would be a good choice to meet Mary Jane. According to Mary Jane's current situation, if this date is successful, it is very likely that some romantic stories will happen. So, it's just the 2 of us. Mary Jane, would you like to try Huxia food? Huxia food? Yes, if you want, I can cook myself and show off my cooking skills. Mary Jane didn't have the slightest hesitation, and readily agreed, I'm very happy. Because Mary Jane knows that if she wants to be with Suyi, she must adapt to cultural differences. Then make an appointment like this. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to my first date with you. Suyi and Mary Jane wandered around the campus for a while before they separated and went back to their respective homes. After returning home, Suyi made dinner, after eating, took a comfortable bath, and was ready to go to bed early, recharge her energy, and then teleport there tomorrow to save Tony Stark. System, use the disposable locator, locate Tony Stark. Successful positioning of Tony Stark, target location. The target's environment is being displayed. A virtual screen appeared in front of Suyi, and the picture on the screen was the cave where Tony Stark was. Suyi not only saw the environment in the cave, but also saw Tony Stark himself. Being kidnapped for more than 2 months and living in a dirty cave, Stark has almost become a wild man. However, Stark hasn't given up yet, pretending to be building a Jericho missile, but actually building a tin can armor, ready to escape. It's just that more than 2 months have passed, almost 3 months. The gangsters of the 10 Rings gang had run out of patience. Led by the bald man, they rushed into the cave from the chrysalis. Suyi looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Oh, this timing is really a coincidence. The bald man questioned the 2, you have let me down. Ethan replied hastily, we are working very hard. I spared your life, will you repay me like this? Ethan continued to argue, the work is complicated. He has tried his best, but it still takes time. It's just that the bald man didn't believe it, so someone directly held Ethan down and made Ethan kneel on the ground. He himself came to the side of the stove and picked up a piece of coal. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll ask the truth. Ethan's life was hanging by a thread, but Ethan was powerless to resist. From the moment he was caught, Ethan knew his fate, death. These terrorists are not human at all. At this moment, Ethan is mentally prepared to die calmly and meet his dead family members. Tony Stark could also see that the bald man was threatening and forcing himself. Under the critical situation, Tony still chose to stand up and stop the opponent. What do you need? A deadline? I'll get it done as soon as possible. It's just that, just as Stark made some movements, he was controlled by others, and even blocked his head by the muzzle of a gun. The bald man looked at Stark, and Stark could only bite the bullet and continue, I need him. He's a good assistant. The bald man put down the charcoal, and warned Stark viciously, you better not play tricks, tomorrow, I want to see the missile you made. After speaking, the bald man led the people away one after another, and Stark was also relieved to see these people leave. At the same time, Stark also knows that tomorrow is the deadline. Before that, he had to complete the Ironkin armor, otherwise, he would have to die in this cave. Thinking of this, Stark strengthened his belief in living, came to the stove, and continued to knock. Boom, boom, the sound of Stark striking iron came from the cave. Suyi also saw enough of the content in the cave. System, turn off the real-time video in the cave. It's time for me to rest and recharge my batteries. Early the next morning, Suyi finished washing, had breakfast, and was fully prepared. Symbiote battlesuit. With just one thought from Suyi, the symbiote battlesuit covers Suyi's whole body. This symbiote battlesuit can change color and shape by itself. Usually, it looks like a bracelet and is worn on the wrist. As long as one thought of Suyi can quickly cover the whole body. As for the appearance of the battlesuit, after deliberation, Suyi adopted the appearance of the Bully Maguire's version of the symbiote battlesuit. This battlesuit is not bad, it has a bit of a bully temperament. Taking a deep breath, Suyi closed his eyes, concentrated, and the image of the cave appeared in his mind. Teleport. Chapter 8. In the cave, Ethan and Stark are actively preparing. The Iron Tank battle armor has been built, and the next step is to wear and activate it. Stark has started to put on the armor, but still needs Ethan's help. The two were extremely nervous, for fear of being discovered. At this moment, Suyi suddenly appeared in the cave. Ethan was helping Stark put on his armor and didn't notice. But Stark, seeing a person suddenly appeared in front of him, was very surprised. Watch out, Ethan. Ethan was also taken aback, and turned around to find a man in a strange uniform suddenly appeared in the cave. Suyi didn't take off his mask, and directly shot out the symbiote cobweb, first destroying the monitoring in the cave, and then revealing his true colors. Relax, I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to help you escape. You should put on your battle armor quickly, my strength alone is not enough. After hearing this, Ethan was also relieved, and continued to help put on the armor. The idle Stark began to test Suyi, who are you? Who sent you here? You just appeared suddenly, how did you do it? Suyi was also idle and bored, my name is Suyi, you can also call me Spider Bully, the super bully among spiders. I came here just to take you away and make some money from you. I appear here because of my super ability, teleportation. Suyi is also not worried about Stark leaking the news, because Suyi believes that Stark is a smart person and will not do so. Suyi, the Spider Bully. What a funny nickname. Stark suddenly thought of a possibility, are you a mutant? There is not much news about mutant, mostly rumors. But Stark is a super genius, and from a scientific point of view, he also knows that mutants may exist. What's more, with the artificial intelligence assistant J.A.R.V.I.S, Stark can still know some rumors about mutant. Mutant? It barely counts, I just got evolution. Stark suddenly thought of another method, since you can teleport instantly, can you just take us away? I'm afraid I can't. My ability is still too weak to take others to teleport. Also, this is an important step for you to become Iron Man, and you can't get cold feet. Iron Man. Outside the door, the terrorists found that the monitoring had been breached and acted immediately. Two armed terrorists opened a small window and looked into the cave. The moment they saw Suyi, the two immediately wanted to open the door and kill Suyi. However, the moment the door was opened, a homemade bomb exploded. The two gangsters outside the door were directly killed, and the door also lost the ability to block the gangsters. Ethan was extremely worried when he saw the door was wide open. Suyi said directly, go on, I'll kill some people to buy you time. Oh, yes, this is the food I made myself. Ethan, remember to bring it later, you may need it. After speaking, the symbiote covered his whole body, and Suyi quickly rushed out of the cave. Stark was shocked when he saw Suyi's speed. Is this speed really what humans can do? Now is not the time to think about this, the battle armor has been put on, and it is only the final activation link, which will take a few minutes. Suyi shuttled through the cave, but didn't run at full speed. After all, at the speed of sound, it cannot be used in caves. Moreover, Suyi didn't intend to directly smash people into blood like the locomotive in the black robe. Soon, a group of gangsters found Suyi, the unexpected guest. Fire! Fire! These gangsters didn't have the slightest hesitation, and quickly turned on the beeping mode. Suyi's speed limit is the speed of sound, but the speed of ordinary rifles exceeds the speed of sound. Suyi was able to perceive the bullets and react to them, but in such a dense rain of bullets, he still couldn't completely dodge them. However, Suyi has a symbiont battlesuit, and the bullets hit the symbiont battlesuit and cannot penetrate at all. In the dark cave, a black spider, like a death god, started harvesting. A punch, a kick, or even a symbiote can instantly kill an ordinary person. To these people, Suyi showed no mercy. Letting them go means that more ordinary people will suffer. Moreover, these are all made by symbionts. What does it have to do with me, Suyi? Therefore, Suyi doesn't feel guilty at all. In just one breath, Suyi solved this group of bandits and moved on. In the cave, Stark was extremely anxious, and they also heard gunshots. Ethan asked anxiously, with such dense gunfire, is he really all right? However, just after Ethan finished speaking, he heard gunshots lessened, or even disappeared completely. Stark was also extremely shocked. It was not so easy to dodge such dense gunshots in the cave. In other words, Suyi has a way of stopping bullets. Stark immediately thought of the black battlesuit Suyi was wearing. Could it be nanotechnology? Stark couldn't figure it out at all, and didn't have so much time to think about it. The iron tank armor was about to start. After starting, you can go to kill the quartet. Suyi went from the cave alone to the entrance of the cave. Outside the entrance of the cave, dozens of gangsters pointed their guns at Suyi. Suyi just showed his head and was shot. Damn, isn't this firepower too fierce? The symbiont battlesuit can block bullets, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Suyi slowed down, ready to wait for Stark. Suyi looked at the bazooka carried on the shoulders of the bald man and several people around him, and panicked instantly. My own physical fitness, plus the symbiote battlesuit, can't withstand the power of the rocket. FK, there are still rockets. No, you have to go out, you have to fight back. When the bald man and the others fired rockets, Suyi rushed out quickly. The symbiont battlesuit condenses a shield to block the front and resist part of the bullets. In less than 2 seconds, Suyi appeared in the crowd. There was the sound of a rocket exploding from behind, but Suyi was already among the sheep, and no one could stop her. Suyi's movements are clean and neat, and with the symbiote battlesuit, it is even more lethal. In just one face-to-face time, Suyi quickly wiped out several gangsters. Suyi attacked quickly, ready to kill the grass and root out the grass, leaving no one behind. Especially that bald guy, he must die. Suyi possesses terrifying strength and superhuman speed, even the symbiote battlesuit he wears is not afraid of bullets. The bald man and the gangsters were all terrified, extremely terrified. In their eyes, Suyi is no longer human. When Suyi's eyes fell on the bald man panicked completely. The footsteps involuntarily took half a step back. Shoot, fire all. Use all weapons, be sure to kill this spider demon. Suyi sneered, and even the symbiote battlesuit showed a frightening smile. Devil? No. You are the devil who should go to hell, and I'm just a bully, a spider bully who specially sends you to hell. Chapter 9. In the cave, Stark finally put on the ironkin armor. Ethan, wait for me here, I'll help him. Stark is extremely confident in his armor. Although the material of this armor is average, it cannot be the best. But the concept of this set of battle armor is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small pinnacle of the wisdom and technology that broke out in the desperate situation. At this moment, Stark, who was wearing the battle armor, was full of anger, and couldn't wait to take these gangsters to the knife and experience the power of the ironkin battle armor. I didn't go far, I felt the ground shaking and I almost fell down. What happened? Near the entrance of the cave, Stark saw traces of the explosion. The accumulation of rubble falling from the ground almost blocked the way out of the cave. Stark couldn't help complaining, damn, are these people trying to bury us alive in there? After finally stepping over the gravel, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. 86 days, do you know how I got here in these 86 days? Now, it's finally my turn. Stark shouted and appeared at the entrance of the cave. The scene in front of him made Stark explode a little bit. Where are people? Stark remembered that there must have been hundreds of gangsters here. However, there was no living person in sight at the entrance of the cave, and dead man was lying on the ground. Will that person kill them all? I worked so hard to build the armor for 2 months, but it turned out to be useless. What do I need this tinkin for? So what if I have this armor? Stark decided to search again, to see if there was any chance to make a big difference. Suyi hunted down the gangsters all the way, and there were fewer and fewer people around the bald man. Seeing Suyi staring at the bullet coming in front of him, he felt very oppressive. The bald man also knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. Suyi in front of him is not afraid of bullets at all, so he has no solution. Aren't you afraid of bullets? Aren't you afraid of grenades? Aren't you afraid of missiles? The bald man's heart fluttered. He quietly opened a grenade and threw it out. Suyi is naturally not afraid of a grenade. The throwing speed of a grenade is much slower than a bullet. Suyi dodged easily, but the grenade landed on the weapon pile. Wang Defa. Suyi watched the grenade explode, knowing that this place is dangerous and it is not suitable to stay for a long time. If all the weapons here are detonated, I am afraid that the surrounding area will be razed to the ground. Bald head, go to hell. Suyi dodged the explosion, grabbed the bald man and threw him into the flames of the explosion. The bald man has solved it? This explosion may trigger a series of explosions and destroy all these weapons. Now, it's time to leave. Suyi quickly ran back to the cave and saw Stark, who had just come out of the cave. Stark just noticed the explosion in the distance, and Suyi appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Where are those nasty guys? I want them to know how powerful my steel armor is. Suyi said anxiously, leave them alone, they are basically dying. FK, that bald head detonated the bomb, and all the weapons here might explode. Fly away quickly, I'll go in and bring Ethan out. Stark also doesn't know why Suyi knows that his armor can fly. The most important thing at the moment is to get out of here. Otherwise, if he is affected by the power of the explosion, his steel armor will not be able to protect him. Stark saw that Suyi had already entered the cave, ready to take off directly. Okay, my battle armor is still useful, at least, it can take me away. Just about to take off, Stark saw that the weapon stack in front of him did not explode. Thinking of what happened to him these days, Stark was extremely angry. This is a weapon I made, but it was used by you against me. These weapons must all be destroyed, otherwise, other ordinary people will be harmed. Perhaps, not only the weapons here, but also the company's weapons department should be completely closed. Thinking of this, Stark activated the flamethrower. The hand sprayed out tens of meters of flames, and the flames swallowed the pile of weapons in an instant like a mad snake. Suyi drilled into the cave and found Ethan after a while. With Suyi and Ethan clearing the way, Ethan tentatively ran out of the cave. Ethan. Oh, is that you? Where's Tony? Now is not the time to chat, it's time to retreat. Don't resist, I will take you away. Walter. Before Ethan could react, he was restrained by the split part of the symbiote battlesuit. When he came to the entrance of the cave, Suyi saw that Stark hadn't left yet, but was setting fire to destroy the weapon. Hey Tony, time to go. Stark looked at the pile of weapons, and a weapon had already been detonated, triggering a series of explosions. What about you? You fly out first, and I will estimate your landing position based on your flight trajectory. Stark said no nonsense, okay, you'd better run fast. Stark immediately controlled the armor, and under the action of the thief thruster, the huge armor gradually lifted into the air. Suyi and Ethan have already run out of this area, watching Stark's trajectory in the sky, and waiting in the landing area in advance. After all, this set of battle armor is still too rough, and it may have been affected by the impact of the explosion. After flying for a short distance, the armor finally gave up. Seeing that he was about to fall, Stark was also extremely flustered. Damn it, this armor is too rough for flight. Sue, save me. Ethan was also extremely nervous, watching Stark's trajectory sliding down in the sky, extremely nervous. At this height, something might happen. Sue, is there any way you can save him? Definitely. Suyi quickly ran near the landing, and the symbiote battlesuit turned into conscious ropes. Catch the falling Stark firmly. Stark eventually hit the ground, but the impact was almost completely absorbed. Stark, who escaped from death, was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, I survived. Thank you, Sue. You are welcome. Stark finally couldn't hold back. Could it be that this battlesuit of yours is nanotechnology? It's impossible. At this stage, nanotechnology is definitely not able to achieve this level. Definitely not nanotechnology, this is a symbiont from an alien. Alien? Oh, it's really unexpected. Are you really sure that this thing won't do any harm? I promise, its hazards are even safer than the missiles you make. At least, it won't appear where it shouldn't be, and it won't be obtained by others. Suyi has completed the task, and doesn't plan to accompany Stark in this desert anymore. If you wait a little longer, you should be able to wait until your good friend comes to rescue you. There are still some food and water resources in Ethan, which should be enough for you to last for a long time. Don't disclose my news. Ethan also offered food and water, and Stark took it. Hey, Sue, It's just how do you want us to explain these things? Don't you just throw these away before people come? They pay more attention to you than these. I think with your ingenuity, it's easy to fool you. If you find it difficult to explain, I can take the food and water back now. Stark doesn't know when Rhodes and others will find him, these resources are very critical. Stark refused without hesitation, no, don't even think about it. We will never reveal anything about you, I promise. Suyi has also completed the task and can already settle the rewards. Suyi still plans to wait to go back to see the harvest, so she doesn't plan to stay any longer. I still know a lot of secrets that you are interested in. If you don't want to miss it, remember to contact me on the first night after you go back. After leaving the contact information, Suyi chose to leave. The two who were eating buns in the desert were left behind. Stark couldn't help but admire, this is the food that people should eat, it's so damn delicious, I finally feel like I'm still alive. Chapter 10. Suyi returned to the villa and was about to count the harvest. In front of the eyes, sparks suddenly appeared in the air, and then formed a circle. A circular portal with a radius of more than 1 meter appeared in front of Suyi. The moment Suyi saw the portal, he knew it must be the Ancient One Magician. Rescuing Tony Stark by himself must have attracted the attention of Ancient One Magician. Sure enough, a bald magician with an extraordinary bearing came out from the portal. One of the Asgardians of the world, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, is late but here. Suyi, I need you to come with me. Definitely, Ancient One Magician. Suyi called out her name directly, and Ancient One Magician didn't find it strange at all. Just let Suyi go ahead and step through the portal. Suyi stepped through the portal and looked at everything in front of him curiously. This should be the magician's holy place, Kamartaj. It seems that it is quite ordinary, nothing special. Ancient One Magician seemed to see through Suyi's mind, this place originally has nothing special. Would you like some tea? Although I don't have the habit of drinking tea, I can't miss the tea from Ancient One Magician. Suyi sat down naturally, and took the cup of tea pushed by Ancient One Magician. Thanks. You're welcome. The Ancient One Magician also sat down and cut straight to the topic without talking nonsense. I have been guarding this world, and I am always observing the future. A few days ago, I discovered that the timeline has changed, and the future has become unobservable and no longer certain. I realized that something incredible had happened. It wasn't until today that you appeared in the desert and rescued Tony Stark that I realized that the root of all this is you. You shouldn't be from this universe, right? Suyi couldn't help sighing, Sorcerer Supreme is Sorcerer Supreme, it's amazing. In front of Sorcerer Supreme, Suyi also has nothing to hide. That's right, I don't know why, but it just appeared in this universe. Anyway, I have no ill will toward this world. This will also be the place where I will live in the future, so when the world is in danger, I will also take action to protect the world. Ancient One Magician can see into Suyi's mind, so he can be sure that what Suyi said is not a lie. It's just the appearance of Suyi that makes the future uncertain. It may be developing in a good direction, but there is also a chance that some worse things will happen, which also makes Ancient One Magician have to think more. Your physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people in all aspects, and your ability is also very good. With your joining, it will definitely add a little more power to this world. It's just that your appearance is bound to bring about more changes and stronger enemies. In contrast, Suyi was much calmer, drinking tea quietly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Ancient One Magician, you have seen the world. A person who dares to borrow power from Dormammu, and even dare not to pay it back, is he still afraid of these things? No matter how bad the future is, there is always a way to deal with it. Wait a year, and I'll definitely be able to fight Thanos with my bare hands and Dormammu with my own hands. Ancient One couldn't help seeing Song Chuan's strength, and his physical fitness was far beyond ordinary people. Even, there are symbiote battle suits, and teleportation abilities. With such strength, it is definitely not the opponent of Thanos and Dormammu. However, Suyi is very confident, and even thinks that she will become as strong as a god. Ancient One Magician can't see through Suyi's cheats, and doesn't plan to continue asking. Suyi's words made her no longer worried. The appearance of Suyi will only strengthen the guardian power of this world. Whether it's Thanos, or Dormammu, or other villains descending, the Ancient One Magician believes in Strange and the Avengers Alliance. You're right, there's really nothing to worry about. With Strange, the members of the Avengers Alliance, and other heroes, and you, the world is not so fragile. Even if the future changes, I believe you can definitely handle it. Suyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, afraid of offending the great god. Although Suyi's strength is already very strong, he is absolutely inferior to the person in front of him. Fortunately, Ancient One Magician is more friendly. Suyi also intends to take this opportunity to learn more inside information. Ancient One Magician, Do you know the Time Variation Authority founded by Kong the Conqueror? They transcend time, guard the so-called sacred timeline, and avoid time branches. Kong the Conqueror? Time Variation Authority. The Ancient One magician waved his hand, a long stream of time appeared, and began to introduce. Kong the Conqueror you mentioned, I know something about him, he is from the future. After developing the time machine, Kong was keen on traveling the timeline. Because of your appearance, the future becomes unpredictable. Even he can't understand the whole picture of this era, and there will be big deviations. What's more, with the protection of infinite gems, he can't easily conquer this world. And he, after all, is just an ordinary person. If he affects time, or even plays with time, he will pay an immeasurable price. With the explanation from Ancient One Magician, Suyi felt at ease. Without the existence of the Time Variation Administration, I don't have to worry too much. Does this world really have mutants, inhumans, and eternals? In the future, what superheroes will appear? These may need you to explore by yourself. Not getting an answer, Suyi was a little disappointed. In any case, let's take a step at a time, and we will definitely be able to learn more by then. Well, actually, I have no interest in exploring. I figured when the big moment came, they'd come out of their own accord. I just need to wait for the opportunity and get stronger. If Ancient One Magician has nothing else to do, I think I should go back. I have a date with Mary Jane, and I have to go back and get ready. The Ancient One Magician suddenly said, your ability is pretty good, have you ever thought about learning magic? Learning magic? Suyi suddenly remembered what the Ancient One Magician said to Strange, he is the best among us. Then in the movie, Wong is more of a sorcerer supreme than Strange. In terms of ability, Ned has easily mastered the portal. I'm not someone who can calm down and learn magic. Strange is very capable, and he is your successor. The Ancient One Magician didn't force it, since you don't want to learn magic, I won't force it either. Suyi was about to leave, then Ancient One Magician, see you next time. If you need help, just come to me. I think so. Without further ado, Suyi chose to teleport back to his room. After returning, Suyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, is this the Ancient One Magician? It feels really unfathomable, and it makes people feel huge amounts of pressure. But fortunately, it seems that he is still kind to himself. Next, let's see what rewards we can get for saving Tony this time. Chapter 11. System, Settlement Reward. Ding, you saved Iron Man. Ethan's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 1000 fate points. The fate of many gangsters in the 10-ring gang has been changed, and 1000 fate points have been obtained. Iron Man Tony Stark's fate has been changed and he has received 2000 fate points. An extra $1 million and 2 lucky draw chances. A total of 3,500. There is no double reward. It feels a bit small. Fortunately, there are 2 chances to draw a lottery. I wonder what good things I can get. System, draw it directly. Friendly reminder, 10 consecutive draws have a higher probability of getting good things. Waiting for 10 consecutive draws? At this stage, let's use it directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, select a reminder card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Windblade. Choose the prompt card. When the host is faced with a choice, use the prompt card to see the prompt. Windblade, a way to use energy. After Suyi got the novice gift package, she had energy. Suyi can feel the energy in her body, but she has been unable to use it. Now, Suyi has obtained this special ability, and Suyi feels that he can mobilize the energy in his body. This force is extremely powerful, as if it can destroy everything. Suyi didn't dare to try it in the room, if she tried it, it would definitely destroy the house. FK, I regret not learning spells from Ancient One Magician. If you learn the mirror space, you can use your skills casually in the mirror space. Suyi was a bit regretful, but not particularly regretful. If it doesn't work, go to Ancient One Magician for help. I believe Ancient One Magician is still happy to help you. The strength, speed, and endurance have been improved before, and because of the Integrate Batman template, the intelligence has also been improved. This time, let's raise the remaining spirit and energy first. Successful promotion. System, check the personal panel. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate point, 2000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV4, 100 tons. Speed, LV4, Mach 1. Endurance, LV4. Spirit, LV4. Energy, LV4. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, Windblade. Special item, Symbiosis Battlesuit. Special props, select a prompt card. It looks pretty good, but it needs to consume 10,000 fate points to upgrade each attribute to LV5. Suyi looked at the consumption list given by the system, and couldn't bear to read it anymore. It actually costs 1 billion to upgrade an attribute from LV9 to LV10, that is to say, it needs more than 1.1 billion destiny points to fully power. Seeing how little destiny he has now, Suyi suddenly felt that there was a long way to go. It seems that we have to make some big moves to get more fate points. Suyi is looking forward to the date with Mary Jane tonight. If she can win Mary Jane, she doesn't know how many fate points she can get. Suyi only knows one thing: Mary Jane is the official partner of little Spider-Man Peter Parker. If you are cut off by yourself, it is definitely not a few thousand, or even tens of thousands, it will definitely be a lot, which is very exaggerated. Suyi prepared the ingredients and arranged other plans. A date can never be just a simple meal. When it was evening, Suyi was fully dressed. He was already very handsome, but now he looks even more attractive. Looks great, let's go. Suyi drove the car, left the villa, and set off towards Mary Jane. After about 20 minutes of driving, Suyi came to Mary Jane's house. With flowers in hand, Suyi rang the doorbell. Wait a minute, I'll be here soon. Suyi waited quietly, the door was opened, also a young hot girl. Seeing this handsome guy Suyi appearing in front of her, the woman even held flowers. Gale almost thought that Suyi was looking for him, but after a brief thought, he was sure that he didn't know Suyi. Hi, hello, who are you looking for? Hi, my name is Suyi, and I'm Mary Jane's boyfriend. We had an appointment to go on a date, and I'm here to pick her up. Only then did Gale come to his senses. Oh, Mary Jane's boyfriend, you are welcome. I'm Mary Jane's sister, Gale Watson, you can call me Gale. Mary Jane is looking forward to this date, so she is still preparing, and it may take some time. You can come in and have a cup of coffee first, and wait. Oh, thank you, Gale. You're welcome. Suyi entered the room and sat down, then made a cup of coffee for Suyi. I'll inform Mary Jane, I'll be back soon. Thanks. Gale hurried upstairs to find Mary Jane just out of the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe. Mary Jane, you never told me that your boyfriend is so handsome. Mary Jane was very excited. Sue has come. Yes, he just arrived. You should change your clothes quickly, don't make your boyfriend wait too long. Only then did Mary Jane notice her situation. Yes, I'll change my clothes right now. Gale, entertain Sue for me, I'll be fine soon. Don't worry too much, dress yourself up beautifully. After Gale finished explaining, he went back to the living room and continued to entertain Suyi. Suyi doesn't know much about Gale, except that because of domestic violence, Mary Jane's mother Madeline brought her two daughters Gale and Mary Jane here. Gale was very interested in Suyi, and when drinking coffee with Suyi, he kept asking questions. Suyi also answered very naturally, coping with Gale's question. After a while, Mary Jane came downstairs. The cropped outfit and jeans look a bit like a cowboy girl. Gale couldn't help holding his forehead when he saw Mary Jane dressed like this. Mary Jane, this is your first date, and you dress like this. I have two nice dresses, I can help you match them. Mary Jane looked at Suyi. Sue, what do you think? As beautiful as you are, you will look good in anything. This suit is also very nice, it fits you very well. It's almost as hot as you, I like it. Gale couldn't help but praise. Oh, Sue, you're so sweet. Mary Jane naturally came to Suyi to express her gratitude. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Not too long, just in time for a cup of coffee. So, shall we go now? Mary Jane took Suyi's arm. Okay. Thanks for the treat, Gale, the coffee was delicious. Gale sent Suyi and Mary Jane out of the house and stood at the door, not forgetting to tell Mary Jane, if you come back too late, you don't have to come back, I will explain to you. Sure enough, it is a free beacon country, that is, open. This is no longer a hint, but a crazy statement. I see. Goodbye, Gale. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful date. Chapter 12. Suyi drove Mary Jane away, and Mary Jane could tell that the car was not cheap. Mary Jane also had some guesses in her mind. This car doesn't look cheap, so is Sue still a rich second generation? No matter what Sue's status is, what attracts me the most is him himself, not money. Mary Jane sat in the co-pilot seat, and the two left Mary Jane's house and came to the villa. Looking at the huge villa in front of her, Mary Jane finally confirmed that Suyi's family conditions are absolutely excellent. Sue, is this your home? Yes, let's go. Suyi took Mary Jane's hand and entered the villa naturally. Mary Jane was a little emotional, but Mary Jane, who was confident and generous by nature, did not feel that there was a big gap between the two. It's good to have some casually, as if you are in your own home. Okay. Mary Jane looked around and followed Suyi to the restaurant. Su, where is your family? Will my presence affect your family? I should say hello to your family first. Actually, all my family members have passed away. When I was in the East, my parents passed away, so my grandfather took me here. However, not long after I came here, he also passed away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention your sadness. Mary Jane hugged Suyi, warming Suyi with a big heart. Everything will be fine, I will always be by your side. Suyi naturally enjoyed such a time. Thank you, Mary Jane, I have already come out of the sadness. Also, I feel like I've embraced a better life. Mary Jane was instantly moved by Suyi's love words. Su. After a while, Mary Jane pushed Suyi away. Suyi is not in a hurry to go further, the night is still long, and the time to come will be even longer. I think I should go get dinner ready. Mary Jane was still a little excited after thinking about it. Su, do you need my help? No need, I'm enough alone. Suyi is showing her strengths in the kitchen. Although her cooking skills are not advanced, it is still possible to prepare a few delicious home-cooked dishes. Mary Jane didn't leave either, but watched from the sidelines. Seeing Suyi prepare the food, he felt extremely happy. Su, is this Oriental food? It smells so good. It will take a while, but it will be ready soon. Soon, Suyi prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, which was standard. Although there was no candlelight dinner, Suyi still made a lot of preparations to enhance the romantic atmosphere. The two started dating in a restaurant. Oh, Su, you have to teach me how to use chopsticks. No problem. Mary Jane used chopsticks for the first time. Although she was a little rusty, she could barely use them. Under Suyi's care, a dinner brought the two of them closer. Mary Jane ate a lot and felt a little full. Su, these foods are really delicious, Oriental food is amazing. You can come and eat as often as you like. Then it settled. However, Mary Jane's joy quickly faded away, revealing a worried expression. I feel like I'm going to gain weight, and it's all your fault, Su. I don't think it's a big problem. You just need to increase the amount of exercise to solve this problem. Mary Jane also agreed, it seems that more exercise is indeed needed. Suyi knows that many Westerners like to bask in the sun, and Mary Jane is probably no exception. Actually, there is a swimming pool in the backyard of my house. If you have time, you can also swim here, bask in the sun, etc. I absolutely welcome you at any time. Swimming pool? I haven't been in the sun for a while, maybe I have time next week, so I can come over and get some sundae. As you can imagine, the scene of Mary Jane wearing a bathing suit will definitely be exciting. It would be even better if Betty and Gwen were added. Suyi was also planning in her heart, it seems that we have to continue to invite them. This seems to be a very good reason. The two chatted for a while, and Suyi took the initiative to mention the next arrangement. Suyi took the initiative to approach and hugged Mary Jane. Mary Jane, actually, I have another arrangement. Mary Jane's heartbeat accelerated crazily at this moment, and she had already expected this. Recalling what her sister Gail had said, Mary Jane suddenly became a little nervous. Could it be that something wonderful will happen tonight? Mary Jane didn't resist, but looked forward to it. What arrangement? I want to invite you to the musical. Musical? Mary Jane was a little disappointed, so she could only comfort herself in her heart. Maybe it's because Sue is from the East, so her thoughts on this aspect are different from ours. I shouldn't be in a hurry, it's better to take my time. Suyi didn't notice this, but continued to explain, I know, you want to be an actor, what do you think about being a musical actor? In the comics, Mary Jane is an actress. It can be said that her qualifications and ability are very good. He has acted in TV series and musicals, and is still famous on Broadway. If Mary Jane were to act in a TV series or a movie, she would definitely have an intimate scene, which Suyi naturally found it hard to accept. Therefore, Suyi wanted to suggest Mary Jane to act in a musical, so that she could fulfill Mary Jane's dream and accept it herself. A musical actor. Yeah, I know your dream is to be an actor. However, if you show me your intimate scenes with other actors, I will definitely go crazy with jealousy. So, I think the career of a musical actor is very suitable for you. You can live out your dreams, you can play your musical talents, and there's no intimacy involved. Mary Jane understood what Suyi was thinking, and knew that Suyi still liked her. I think it's a good idea. Come on, let's go to the musical together. Although Suyi has never watched a musical before, she doesn't think musicals are very interesting. But accompanying Mary Jane, Suyi showed enough patience. By the time the show was over, it was getting late. The two returned to the car. Mary Jane was very happy, and still discussed the musical with Suyi. This musical is really good, Su, what do you think? Actually, I don't have much feeling for musicals. I look forward to the day when you stand on the stage. I think, you will definitely attract everyone's attention and become a star that everyone pays attention to. Mary Jane looked very happy when she heard Suyi's praise, and wrapped her arms around Suyi's neck. Thank you, Su, I found out that I have really fallen in love with you. Suyi was startled, originally wanted to intercept Gwen first, but now it seems that Mary Jane is going to succeed. I love you too. Mary Jane rewarded Suyi and then asked, so, Su, do you like me now, or Gwen? When the choice came, Suyi had a hard time making a choice. System, use the selection cue card. The prompt results are as follows. Choose to deceive Mary Jane, and there is a high probability of winning Mary Jane's heart. However, if Mary Jane finds out that the host is intimate with other girls, Mary Jane will choose to leave. Choose to drop Mary Jane. Mary Jane will be disappointed and choose to leave. Choose to be honest and frank, I want it all. Mary Jane will be vacillating. If Mary Jane can be saved, the harem is hopeful. Looking at the prompt given by the system, there is no need to think about it at all. Gwen, Mary Jane, I want them all. Chapter 13. Hearing Suyi's answer at this moment, Mary Jane fell silent. If Suyi chooses her, then tonight, she doesn't plan to go back. However, Suyi chose to have them all. Such an answer made it difficult for Mary to accept it in a short period of time. Su, thank you for your candor. It's just that it's a little hard for me to accept. Suyi continued to explain, Mary Jane, I do like you very much. If I cheat you, maybe I can get a lot, but I believe this is not what you want. I'm not like a dude like Tony Stark, who's just swanky and happy and doesn't care about anything else. I really like you, and I hope to spend my life with you. Mary Jane was distraught, and the joy she had just lost was gone. I need a little time to think about this, and now, I want to go home. I'll take you back. Mary Jane didn't refuse and sat in the co-pilot. The originally joyful atmosphere disappeared, leaving only the silent Mary Jane. Mary Jane was very uncomfortable, and she was constantly thinking about this problem in her heart. Perhaps it would have been better if I knew I shouldn't have asked this question. What should I do now? Abandon Su and fulfill him and Gwen? Or, accept Su's suggestion? Mary Jane's mood was extremely complicated. After a few days of getting along with her, she found that she had already fallen in love with Suyi. If she hadn't already been tempted, with Mary Jane's independent, strong, and hearty personality, she wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable, just dumped Suyi and it was over. Suyi knew that Mary Jane just needed a little time and didn't bother Mary Jane too much. On the way, Suyi was playing music, and Mary Jane was fascinated by the scenery outside the car window. It didn't take long to arrive at the door of Mary Jane's house, but Mary Jane didn't react. Suyi didn't bother Mary Jane until Mary Jane noticed that her home was in front of her. I'm home, thank you, Su, it was a good evening, if not for that last paragraph. Seeing that Mary Jane was about to get out of the car, Suyi got off first and waited for Mary Jane. Mary Jane, I have something to say to you. Mary Jane froze, I'm tired, maybe next time. Suyi took the initiative to grab Mary Jane's arm and held Mary Jane in her arms. Mary Jane didn't resist much, she just let Suyi hold her like that. I know you need a little time, and I will respect you. Thank you for appearing in my world and comforting me. I just want to say, I love you and always will love you. Suyi ended the date tonight with a tough attitude and a gentle way to leave a mark. Good night. Good night. Mary Jane returned to the room and saw her sister Gail looking at Mary Jane with interest. Oh, Mary Jane, I told O that you're not coming back tonight. As a result, you didn't seize this opportunity. Mary Jane hesitated for a moment without saying anything about it. I just think it shouldn't be too soon. I'm a little tired, I'm going back to my room first. Gail wanted to say something, but Mary Jane ran back to the room first and closed the door tightly. Looking at Mary Jane's abnormal behavior, Gail felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Obviously when the two came back, they looked very close. He even stopped at the door for a while, maybe doing something in the car. Why did Mary Jane come home with such an attitude? Could it be that they are in the car? No, this time is a bit short. Perhaps this is the reason, Su is not very good, so Mary Jane is like this. Akiu. What's the matter? Mary Jane misses me. Suyi rubbed her nose and recovered. The first date with Mary Jane was a success, but it was also a failure. But Suyi is not worried, as long as Mary Jane can accept this matter, she can open the harem smoothly. Back home, Suyi took a bath and fell asleep comfortably. The next morning saw Tony Stark dominating the news and headlines. According to official news, Tony Stark has been rescued and is on his way back. Missing for nearly 3 months, Stark finally returns. Shocked, that man is coming back. Suyi looked at these messages and was speechless. It's you, Tony. It's almost top-notch, and the popularity is high. After you announce the closure of the weapons department, the heat will definitely be even higher. Suyi is also thinking, next, he must find a way to invest in Stark Industries. I have $1.1 million now, even if the stock drops by 50, I don't think I can buy many shares. So, the best way is to make money from Tony. Earn Tony's money, and then buy his company's stock. At that time, I will become a shareholder of the company. After all, Tony will work for me to make money. Tisk tisk tisk, this method, the capitalists call it an expert after hearing it. Suyi is now waiting for Stark's return, waiting for Stark's press conference. On the other side, after a long journey, Stark finally returned to this land. The driver, Happy, and his assistant, Pepper Potts, were already waiting at the airport. Seeing Stark appear in front of them, both of them were very excited. Because Ethan had nowhere to go and was brought back by Stark. Hi, boss. Stark looked at Pepper, who was so excited that he was about to cry, and his mood improved a lot. Your eyes are red? Are you happy for the safe return of the long-lost boss? Pepper was amused. No, I just hate looking for a job again. Yeah, your vacation is over. Stark got into his luxury car smoothly, and the driver Happy immediately asked, Where are you going, sir? Little Pepper immediately commanded, Drive to the hospital, I've already made an appointment with the doctor. Okay. Happy was about to drive, but was stopped by Stark. No need to go to the hospital, I feel fine now. Pepper still wants to continue to argue. No, your situation looks very bad, you have to. Stark interrupted Pepper, I was imprisoned for 3 months, and now I'm back. There are only 2 things I want to do right away. First thing, I want some burgers. Second thing, I'm going to hold a press conference at the Stark building. Pepper is very worried about Stark's situation. Boss, I think the press conference can be postponed. It would be better to hold the press conference after you are sure that you are healthy. Stark was a little emotional. I know my situation is not good, but I won't be down yet. The development conference is more important now. Pepper didn't continue to argue, and could only agree with Stark's decision. Happy, drive. Yes, boss. Pepper didn't object anymore, but called Obadiah. Because the official news of Stark's return was released, media reporters wanted to get first-hand information, so they gathered in Stark Great Summer and surrounded it. The media reporters on the inner and outer floors waited patiently until the car appeared in their sight. Chapter 14. Stark returns, holds a press conference. There were a lot of media reporters in the audience, and Stark also announced a big event while eating a hamburger. I have decided, starting today, to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Department. The media reporters were excited, and a sternness flashed in Obadiah's eyes. However, at this moment, Obadiah can't turn his face, he can only continue to please Tony. What we should pay more attention to is that Tony is back. Tony Stark was about to close the arms department, which immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Shocked, after Stark's return, he actually announced the closure of the weapons department in public. Stark Industries actually wants to close the weapons department? What else can Stark Industries do without the arms department? Stark disappeared in March and returned again, suspected of being insane. In terms of the stock market, Stark's stock plummeted even more. Suyi watched the stock market and didn't pay much attention to it. Stark Industries is worth tens of billions, and Suyi's 1.1 million can't buy many stocks at all. Instead of buying stocks in this way, it is better to go directly to Stark and ask for shares. Suyi waited quietly, waiting for Stark to contact her, and then went to negotiate a deal. After Stark returned to his villa, he had already forgotten about Suyi. Drilled into the laboratory and started to make a brand new arc reactor. With previous experience and complete materials. In half a day, Stark finished making the new arc reactor. Pepper. After calling on Pepper to help him install a new reactor, Stark felt very comfortable. Your body has not fully recovered, you should pay attention to rest. It's getting late now, you should rest. Only then did Stark notice that it was so late. While little Chili went up to serve himself a drink, Stark decided to contact Suyi. By the way, I actually forgot about it. J.A.R.V.I.S. Investigate Suyi's profile. Information search. After a while, J.A.R.V.I.S. found several people named Suyi, checked them one by one, and immediately confirmed Suyi's identity. It's him. Is there so little information? Because both parents died, I came here to live with my grandfather. Then my grandfather also died of illness, so I inherited the family property. Currently attending Midtown High School. Stark looked at the documents in front of him, lost in thought. Just looking at the information, he looks like an ordinary person, or an ordinary person who has lost all his relatives. Stark recalled Suyi's miraculous ability, and the so-called symbiote battlesuit, which are not like ordinary people can get. Stark remembered Suyi's words. He said he knew the secret of my interest, even I didn't know what I was interested in. Forget it, let's contact him directly. Stark chose to contact Suyi and waited for a while before Suyi answered the phone. Hi Sue, I'm Tony Stark. Suyi was a little speechless, and couldn't help complaining, couldn't you have called earlier? I have to go to school tomorrow. It was only then that Stark remembered that Suyi was still a student and had to go to class. Okay, do you still have time now? Or, let's talk about it another day. There is still time, show me the environment you are in now, and I will teleport there. Stark was a little surprised. Does it still need to be so troublesome? Obviously when he was in the cave, he teleported over directly. Anyway, this is a feature, Stark silently recorded it, maybe it will be useful in the future. Scanning the nearby environment with the mobile phone, Suyi has also confirmed that he can teleport through the shuttle. Okay, I'll be right there. In an instant, Suyi appeared out of nowhere in the underground studio of Stark's villa. Tony, I'm here to trade with you. Even after experiencing it once, Stark was still taken aback when he saw Suyi suddenly appear this time. Oh, damn, your ability is really terrifying. In front of your ability, my villa has no defense at all. It's normal for Stark to have such worries, after all, this ability is indeed a bit powerful. Don't worry, I don't have the heart to go to other people's houses like this. Under normal circumstances, I will drive. If I have to be in a hurry, I will try my best to ask the owner of the house for permission. The two were chatting, and Pepper came to the studio wearing work clothes and holding coffee. Seeing Suyi who suddenly appeared, he was very surprised. She clearly remembered that she had just left to make a cup of coffee, and within a few minutes, a person suddenly appeared. Oh, Tony, who is he? Why is he here? Stark hesitated for a while, and made an excuse, it's just a friend of mine. Pepper has been with Stark for several years and knows what kind of person Stark is. There are many beautiful women around Stark, but there are only a handful of male friends. Obadiah is the uncle, Happy is the driver, and Rhodes is the only friend. If Stark had a handsome oriental friend like Suyi by his side, she would definitely be impressed. Friends? Tony, how many friends do you have, may I not know? Suyi looked at Xiaojiali, she was also a beautiful woman. It's a pity that Stark was so busy dating other beauties that he ignored the grass beside him. Suyi greeted Pepper with a smile. Hello, Pepper. You are right, I am not this guy's friend now, we can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship. I helped him out of danger, and now I'm here to ask him for money. Pepper instantly understood, you saved Tony. It can only be said that I did put in a lot of effort. Thank you. Stark was ignored, a little unhappy. I know you saved me, so, what do you want? Suyi replied with a smile, it's simple, I want money. How many? It's not how much money, but I want the stock of Stark Industries, around 20, at least let me be the second largest shareholder. Stark looked at Suyi in disbelief, 20 shares, do you know how much it is? I don't know, but it's definitely a lot. I also know it's expensive, so I'll give you 3 secrets that you want to know. Stark shook his head, the secret I want to know? For example, how should you defend this ability? Suyi took the coffee prepared by Pepper for Stark, definitely not. The first secret, I'll tell you, is who planned this attack. Second secret, your arc now uses palladium element, which will cause palladium element poisoning, I know how to solve it. The third secret, about the death of your parents, I know who the murderer is. Stark can still hold on to the first 2 secrets. However, when Suyi mentioned the third secret, Stark trembled and almost fell down. This secret shocked Stark immensely. When his parents died unexpectedly, Stark fell into self-blame and loneliness. Now, knowing that his parents were killed by someone instead of an accident, how can Stark be calm? What did you say? My parents were murdered. Who did it? Tell me, you want 20 shares, no problem, I will give you all. Suyi comforted, don't get excited, I can give you all the answers you want to know. But you'd better calm down first. How do you tell me to calm down? Tell me, I need to know the answer, no matter what the cost. Chapter 15. Stark didn't have much hesitation, and gave an affirmative answer again. 20 shares, I agree, I need to know the answers to these 3 secrets, especially the third one. Suyi saw the anger and determination in Stark's eyes, and if she didn't tell Stark the answer, she might be pestered by Stark endlessly in the future, and there would be no peace. Okay, no problem. The first secret, this incident, the person who really wanted to kidnap you was actually Obadiah. To be precise, he wants to get rid of you. Stark doesn't want to believe the answer, It's just that Suyi saved him, and besides, there's no reason to lie to him. It's just that, as smart as Stark, he can't figure out why Obadiah wants to get rid of himself. Obviously the relationship between the two is very good, and even, because Stark's parents died young, Stark has always regarded Obadiah as his father. Why? He wants to get rid of you and take over the company. So he contacted the Ten Rings gang and planned to get rid of you. It's just that the Ten Rings gang took a fancy to your ability and wanted you to help build missiles. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Obadiah contacted the Ten Ring gang. With your ability, you should be able to find some cobweb traces to verify this answer. Stark didn't want to believe it, but there was already some doubt in his heart. The weapons they made themselves appeared in the hands of the Ten Rings gang. There must be something wrong with it. I will find a way to find clues, so what about the other two secrets? I remember the second one is about arc reactor. I don't think anyone can surpass me in this field, and no one knows arc reactor better than me. In this regard, Stark doesn't think anyone is better than himself. Before making a new arc reactor, Stark also simulated it with JARVIS. At present, other elements do not seem to be able to replace palladium. In his own field, Stark is still very egotistical. No, there is one more person, your father Howard. At that time, he studied the cosmic cube and developed the arc reactor, but due to the limitations of the times, his research progress was very slow. However, he still left some research materials, which are kept in SHIELD. The clues about the new elements are hidden in the model of the future city made by your father. This model should still be in your company. Stark seemed vaguely impressed. What do you mean by S.H.I.E.L.D? Your father, Howard, and Peggy Carter formed a mysterious organization. Like the Phil Coulson agent that Pepper saw, it is SHIELD. Little Pepper remembered that there was such an agent looking for him. He's from S.H.I.E.L.D? He told me that his name is the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Stark also remembered, okay, Pepper, put me in touch with that Phil Coulson agent tomorrow, I need to see him. So now, the most critical question, tell me, who killed my parents? Suyi sighed, Hydra. Stark couldn't believe it. J.A.R.V.I.S, pull up the Hydra file. Looking at the information in front of him, Stark quickly learned about this organization. It's just that this evil organization has been destroyed many years ago, and now, there is no news at all. So, this organization has been destroyed, are you kidding me? Destruction? Are you sure? Are you sure all Hydra members are dead? Even if they were all dead, wouldn't someone re-establish Hydra? Stark made up his mind, tell me where their base is, I'm going to destroy them. Seeing that Stark was so impulsive, Suyi stopped Stark, Tony, they are hiding, and they are very powerful. Even if you have a steel armor, can you eradicate such a huge organization by yourself? They are hiding very deeply now, and they will take action from time to time. If you act rashly and cannot wipe them all out, they will hide even deeper. Stark was persuaded by Suyi, you're right, I can't eradicate this organization alone, I want to build an Iron Legion. I want my Iron Legion to spread all over the world, no matter where they are, I will catch them come out. Suyi gasped, the joke was a little too big. Stark is not the kind of person who just talks, if he said that, he would definitely do it. At that time, the Steel Army will monitor the whole world, and the problem will not be the slightest. What I mean is not to let you create the Iron Legion, but to calm you down. You just have to wait for someone, until Hydra reveals itself. By then, you will be able to eradicate most of Hydra. Although Stark was extremely angry, he was still somewhat rational. Who am I waiting for? How long will I be waiting? It shouldn't take long, maybe half a year, maybe a year. However, you'd better not leak the news about Hydra. When the time is right, I will tell you more clues. Stark fell silent, he could afford to wait a year. Stark also decided that no matter what, the Iron Legion must be indispensable. During this period, we must create an Iron Legion to prepare for the eradication of Hydra. I'll be patient. Tony, I know that you have always regretted it, and you want to make up for the regret between you and your parents. It's just that you have to believe that your parents love you. After you have experienced this incident, you should understand that you should cherish the present life. Stark didn't listen at all, I will. I can ask someone to give you 10 shares first, and for the remaining 10, I will give you 4 for each secret determined. It's just that if I transfer the shares to you, it is bound to be discovered by others. Suyi thought for a while, then exchanged 10 shares for Pepper. If Pepper wants to, I want her to work for me. Stark refused without thinking, no, I can't give you Pepper. Pepper also rejected Suyi, I'm not your cargo. Stark continued, I remember you were just a student. Although you inherited some family wealth, you didn't have your own company to manage. I don't have it now, but it doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. After graduation, maybe I will start a business. I need someone with ability to help me manage the company. It would be even better if someone like Pepper has both ability and beauty. Stark said immediately, I'll ask Pepper to help you find a qualified assistant. As long as the hoe is swung well, the corner can be dug away sooner or later. Suyi is not in a hurry to poach Pepper, there is still a lot of time in the future. In this case, then give me 10 shares. From today, I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries. So, Pepper, if there is any shareholder meeting or other important matters in the future, don't forget to contact me. Pepper was called by Suyi, but he still didn't react. Okay. So, goodbye, Tony. Good night, Miss Pepper. Chapter 16. Suyi originally had two purposes, the first was Pepper, and the second was to become a shareholder of Stark Industries. I haven't been able to win the little Pepper so far, but fortunately, the second task is completed. Become a shareholder of Stark Industries, and wait for the dividends to be paid, just lie down and count the money. Sure enough, making money is not suitable for me. I still think of a way to catch up with Gwen and the others as soon as possible. Ding, the host spoils the future information, changing the fate of Stark. Suyi had just returned to her home, was about to take a bath and then go to bed, when she heard a message from the system. Spoilers will indeed have an impact on Stark's fate. System, let's count the harvest. The fate of Iron Man Stark has been changed, and he has obtained 2,000 fate points. An extra chance to win a lottery. Seeing this lucky draw chance, Suyi was very happy. In the system's shopping mall, a common lucky draw opportunity is worth 10,000 fate points. A god-level lottery chance worth 100 million destiny points. Lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Danger Warning. Danger Warning, isn't this just spider telepathy, just a different name? After counting the harvest, Suyi washed up and fell asleep comfortably. A new day, go to school as usual. You can still enjoy peace now, Stark has not yet made an official announcement, and all kinds of ghosts and snakes can hide. After Stark is officially announced as Iron Man, it is estimated that it will not be so peaceful. Suyi is still at school, still working hard to pursue Gwen and get Mary Jane back. Stark has also let Pepper contact Phil Coulson, and Phil Coulson naturally agreed. Director, Stark took the initiative to contact me and ask me to go to his villa. Go ahead, go find out and see how he came back. Phil Coulson continued, Director, Stark also said that his father kept something in S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked us to bring it to him. Nick Fury looked up slightly, looked at Phil Coulson, and realized something wasn't quite right. Howard is one of the founders of SHIELD. He has made great contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. and has developed and manufactured many high-tech equipment and weapons. Logically speaking, Howard's identity is kept very secret, and it is impossible for Tony to know. But judging from today's call, Phil Coulson sensed that Tony seemed to know something. How did he know this? I do not know either. Nick Fury doesn't know why this change happened, however, the matter cannot be ignored. Phil Coulson, take the things over there and try it out. If there is no gain, I will send others to investigate. Yes, boss. Phil Coulson came to Tony Stark's villa with a box of documents, but Stark is a bit busy now. I just came back, and I have to study new elements and develop new armor. There is another Obadiah hiding in the dark, and Tony also wants to prove Obadiah's innocence, but he has to be careful. Tony didn't dare to delay at all, he got up early and got busy. I brought back the model of the city of the future, and let Pepper contact Phil Coulson. Finally, Curson shows up at Tony Stark's villa. Under Pepper's call, Stark suspended the tasks in hand, appeared in the living room, and received Phil Coulson. Hi, I'm Phil Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Defense Offensive and Logistics Agency. Stark sat down on his own, picked up the wine prepared by Pepper and drank it directly. This name is too long, why not call it SHIELD? The name is indeed much shorter, but I don't have the right to change it. Stark said straight to the point, did you bring what I asked you to bring? These are the research materials Howard left at SHIELD. Stark was very satisfied, and continued to ask, my parents died that year, and I concluded that it was a car accident. Did they really die because of a car accident? S.H.I.E.L.D. has a strict hierarchy, and even divides management. Although Coulson is also a high-level agent, he has not had access to these materials. I haven't had access to these materials, so I can't give you an answer. So, you should have investigated it. Phil Coulson hesitated for a moment, then nodded, there should be an investigation. I need to know the truth of the matter. Phil Coulson was very helpless, he was an agent, but during the conversation, Stark took the initiative throughout the conversation. "Okay, I can ask my superiors for instructions. If you can cooperate with us and tell us how you and Ethan escaped from the Ten Ring Gang, I think we can reach a cooperation soon." Stark hesitated for a moment and thought of Suyi. However, Stark also had an idea, concealing Suyi's part, and only said that the armor he made defeated the Ten Rings Gang. "We can cooperate, provided that you tell me the truth about that matter." Stark turned away and went back to work in the underground workshop. Pepper was also very embarrassed, because Suyi showed up last night and brought big news. In fact, she also doubted Suyi's purpose, but there was no evidence. At this moment, little Pepper felt hesitation in his heart, and chose to help Stark hide it. "I'm so sorry, Phil Coulson." Tony, he's used to being self-centered. Phil Coulson knew a little about Stark, so of course he knew, "Oh, it's fine." On the way back, Phil Coulson reported the news to Nick Fury. Director Ludan immediately realized that something was wrong. "I will consider this matter." After hanging up the phone, Director Braised Egg immediately called up the investigation report on the death of the Howards and saw the information in it. The Howards were attacked and killed by the Winter Soldier. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been investigating the Winter Soldier for a long time. All they know is that this man is very powerful and elusive. Other than that, there is no clue at all. I don't know which country this Winter Soldier is from, and I don't know which force he was trained by. Tony's side of the problem can't be ignored either. He escaped from the heavily guarded kidnappers. Now, he still knows that Howard is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even doubts the truth of his parents' death. It seems that he knows something. With years of experience, Nick Fury feels that these things are not simple. Tony was rescued and even knew these secrets. There must be someone behind all of this. Phil Coulson's ability is really good, but for this matter, Natasha Romanoff is more suitable. Putting Natasha Romanoff next to Tony will surely make it easier to figure out who's behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Nick Fury could only send a message to ask his trump card agent Natasha Romanoff to complete the task and come back as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Nick Fury is not in a hurry to hand over the information to Stark, but is going to wait for Natasha Romanoff to come back, and then conduct a test. Tony Stark is very busy and has been retreating to build armor. Stark was in no rush about Obadiah. Stark is not in a hurry, some people are in a hurry, and the board of directors of Stark Industries is in a mess. Closing the weapons department would cut down their cash cow and kill their golden chicken, so they were naturally not happy about it. It's just that Stark has been hiding and has been invisible, and Obadiah came forward to calm the complaints of the board of directors. It's better to say it's a fire than to calm down. Obadiah can't wait for the board to step in and oust Stark as CEO. At that time, I will be able to reap the benefits of being a fisherman and become the person in charge of Stark Industries. Not only that, but the Ten Ring Gang made a major discovery. The wreckage of the battle armor had been discovered by the remaining members of the Ten Rings Gang. After hearing the news, Obadiah set off immediately and took the wreckage of the battle armor and the design drawings into his hands. Looking at these things, Obadiah was very excited. Originally wanted to kill Stark, unexpectedly, now there is a new harvest. After Obadiah came back, he immediately summoned a large number of scientists to start researching and manufacturing armor. Definitely, Obadiah also wanted to find Stark to try it out, but Stark didn't like this at all, and just built a battle armor behind closed doors. Obadiah, who had been rejected, was naturally planning to create a battle armor, and then took advantage of the situation to drive Stark out of power and take control of the Stark Company himself. 10 days passed, and Natasha Romanoff finally came back. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., sits in his office, waiting for his right-hand man to arrive. Natasha Romanoff, wearing a battle suit, hurried outside the office. Boom boom boom. With Nick Fury's permission, Natasha Romanoff entered the office. "Boss, what's the matter, so anxious? Call me back. This mission belongs to you." Nick Fury took out the information and put it in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff poured over, "Tony Stark, the dude. I do have a knack for dandies." Nick Fury continued, "He is not the key, the important thing is that someone influenced him behind the scenes." Natasha Romanoff listened quietly, and Nick Fury told Natasha Romanoff everything he knew and clues. More often than not, Natasha Romanoff is not a combatant, but an intelligence officer. Has a very strong insight ability, and has a very high intelligence acquisition skill. Sometimes through conversation, you can get the information you want. For example, the third Princess Loki came to this planet and was deliberately captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff learned Loki's true purpose through the dialogue. Winter Soldier, the death of the Howards, did he do it too? Natasha Romanoff recalls fighting the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier is stronger, more ruthless, like a machine. In the end, Natasha Romanoff was injured and narrowly escaped death. Although he survived, he also left a scar. Holding this information, Natasha Romanoff fell into thought, I'll go to Stark tomorrow and find a way to find out the news. Natasha Romanoff took this information, imitated Stark's character, and then thought about the words, trying to find a way to get the words out of Stark. In addition to Stark, his assistant Pepper is also a good entry point. After getting ready, Natasha Romanoff contacted Pepper, voluntarily identified herself, and said that she would go to Stark's villa the next day. Stark was busy, but luckily it worked. The new arc reactor has been made, and the battle armor has also been built in 7s and 80s. The Mark II armor is about to be successfully completed. Knowing that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. personally came to the door and delivered the information, Stark had to find time to meet him no matter what. Natasha Romanoff doesn't wear formal clothes like Phil Coulson, but dresses very casually and attractively. Looking at the past, who would dare to believe that this could be an agent? Pepper greeted Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson, looking at Natasha Romanoff was very surprised, did not expect such a beautiful woman to be an agent. Hi Pepper, my name is Natasha Romanoff and I'm an agent for SHIELD. Hello, Stark is still in the underground studio, please wait a moment, I will ask him to come out. Thanks. When Stark came to the living room and saw Natasha Romanoff, his eyes lit up and he automatically ignored Phil Coulson. Beauty of this level is really rare. If Suyi had met Natasha Romanoff, she would have sighed that real people are prettier than actors. 170 height, perfect body proportions. Mature and charming face, captivating. Even Tony Stark, who has been in love for a long time and has countless women around him, is somewhat seduced. So, you are also an agent? You are so beautiful, why would you choose to be an agent? Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly, some people have many choices, while others have no choice. Tony, here is the information you want. We have shown enough sincerity, so please tell me, how did you know the secret? Stark was about to continue fooling around, I'm a genius, is it difficult to know this? You are a genius, so you shouldn't trust the person who told you the secret so much. He must have some other purpose in doing this. He hopes to achieve a certain purpose through you. You should trust us even more. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your father, and your father has a high status in SHIELD. When they had an accident, we investigated for a long time. Finally, in order to protect your safety, we concealed the truth from you. Stark was furious, protect me, so hide the truth? This is not my protection. You never thought to tell me the truth, and that's the truth. Natasha Romanoff saw that Stark's mood fluctuated greatly, and knew that this kind of time was the best time to investigate intelligence. Exactly. It's just that you know this, so what can you do? Do you know who the real murderer is? Our S.H.I.E.L.D. has been investigating for so many years, but there is no clue. Do you think you can catch him by yourself? Tony Stark looked at the file in front of him, the Winter Soldier, and went mad. You can't catch him, because you are incompetent. I'll catch him because, well, I'm Tony Stark. Stark drilled into the underground research room with the materials, and Pepper's eyes were full of worry. All of this was seen by Natasha Romanoff, who packed up and prepared to leave. It seems that I should leave too. I'm sorry, this incident hit Tony hard. I know, but if he continues like this, he will inevitably fall into madness and bring himself into danger and desperation. Natasha Romanoff had an insight into Pepper's thoughts. Miss Pepper, you've been with Tony for so long, you don't want to see him in danger, do you? Pepper was caught in a hesitation between Tony Stark and Suyi demanding secrecy and Natasha Romanoff representing SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff came to the door and was about to leave. Miss Pepper, there is still time, we can figure out the purpose of that person and save Tony. If it goes on, I'm afraid Tony will be in danger. You are his last resort. If you don't help him, no one can help him. Pepper was moved by Natasha Romanoff, and finally made up his mind. His name is Suyi, and here is his information. Chapter 18. Suyi finished school and returned home happily. The efforts of these days were finally not in vain. Mary Jane's attitude towards herself has improved a lot, and she is not far away from returning to her embrace. Suyi had just returned to the entrance of the villa, and when she was about to enter the yard, she saw a car with a flat tire in front of her eyes. The vehicle was forced to stop and almost hit Suyi. Su dodged subconsciously, so he didn't get hit. An extremely beautiful woman got out of the car, and this woman was Natasha Romanoff. Oh, God. How are you? Seeing that Suyi was safe and sound, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, I'm glad you're okay. I don't know what happened, the car suddenly blew out. I did not do it on purpose. If you need compensation, you can also discuss it. Suyi always felt that something was wrong, maybe because this woman was so beautiful. But overall, there seems to be nothing unusual. I'm fine, you didn't hit me at all. It seems that you need help. Natasha Romanoff looked at her car. I don't think you can help me, I have to make a call and have the car towed for repairs. Suyi shrugged, originally wanted to strike up a conversation with this beauty who appeared suddenly. I think you may have to wait a while. My home is here, why don't we go have a cup of coffee together? Natasha Romanoff didn't have the slightest hesitation. Oh, thank you so much. I almost bumped into you just now, and you are willing to buy me coffee, you are a gentleman. I don't think any gentleman would reject a beauty like you. My name is Suyi, you can call me Su. Natasha Romanoff also introduced herself naturally. My name is Shauna. You're welcome, Shauna. Suyi brought Natasha Romanoff, who goes by the pseudonym Lena, into the room and made coffee. Although Suyi doesn't like drinking coffee very much, she still has some skills in making coffee in this country. While Suyi was making coffee, Natasha Romanoff suddenly said, "Excuse me, can I use the bathroom?" "Definitely can." Seeing the back of Natasha Romanoff leaving, Suyi felt disturbed. It's been so long since I came to this world. There are many beauties around me, but I didn't win any of them. Mary Jane was the closest step to success that time, but because of my choice, I left temporarily. The beauty in front of me is really good, no worse than beauties like Gwen. When she comes back, you can have a good chat with her. After a while, Natasha Romanoff appeared in front of Suyi. Putting his hands on the bar, watching Suyi's movements, he posed in a coquettish pose, showing off his beautiful figure. Suyi was a little dumbfounded, this woman is too good at flirting. Looking into Suyi's eyes, Natasha Romanoff knew that her plan was half successful. Definitely, Natasha Romanoff is also a little puzzled, is this person really the target he is looking for? Su, the way you make coffee is really handsome. Thank you for the compliment. Su, from your appearance, you seem to be from the ancient country of the East. I have always been interested in the ancient country of the East. I heard that you people from the East know martial arts. Is it true? Definitely not true, how can everyone know martial arts? However, I did learn a little martial arts. Oh, cool, do you really know martial arts? Definitely, I can show it to you when I have a chance. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, I must see it when I have a chance. Suyi made the coffee and pushed it in front of Natasha Romanoff. Your coffee. Natasha Romanoff took the coffee and drank it without rushing. Why is there only one cup? Su, don't you drink coffee? Personally, I prefer to drink juice or milk, and coffee is for entertaining guests. Natasha Romanoff half-jokingly said, then you didn't add something to the coffee while I was away, did you? For example, let me fall into a coma after drinking it, and you can only do whatever you want. It's normal for girls to be a little wary, there's no need for that. I prefer to rely on my personal charm to attract women instead of using this method. If you don't believe me, I can try it first, or you can choose to drink other drinks. Natasha Romanoff stood up suddenly and said, don't bother, I have a way. Natasha Romanoff took a sip of coffee, and then rushed towards Suyi. Suyi felt Natasha Romanoff's movements. Can you still play like this? Suddenly, Suyi's mind was shaken, as if he had a perception of danger coming. Feeling the movements of the beauty in her arms, Suyi knew that something was wrong. Without saying a word, he immediately cast a teleport and disappeared into the room with the two of them. Report, the target disappeared, and Natasha Romanoff agent also disappeared. Disappear? What do you mean? It just disappeared all of a sudden. Mazefak, send someone in and look for signs of the target. Locate Natasha Romanoff agent, we need to find them. Yes. In an instant, several people appeared at the door of Suyi's villa, rushed into Suyi's villa, and started searching. At this time, Suyi and Natasha Romanoff had appeared in Stark's underground studio. Stark, who was working on Mark II, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Suyi and Natasha Romanoff. Wang Defa. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Stark couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Su, I remember you said that your teleportation cannot take people. Also, you also said that you will not enter my room without permission unless you have consent. Even if you want to play some sports with beautiful women, you shouldn't come to me. I remember you have a villa. When Natasha Romanoff heard Stark's voice, she immediately knew that Suyi was behind it. Definitely, what made Natasha Romanoff most curious was that she was clearly in Suyi's villa, but suddenly appeared here. Natasha Romanoff brushed her hair back, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Suyi. Stark also finally saw Natasha Romanoff's face clearly, that female agent? Su, do you like female agents too? Suyi finally realized that this should be the female agent of SHIELD. Judging from this appearance, 9 out of 10 are Natasha Romanoff. Suyi didn't answer. What did you eat for me? Sleeping pills, enough to bring down an elephant, can give you a good night's sleep. Suyi spat out the coffee, not worried. I don't drink much, and my physical fitness is still very strong, so I should still be able to hold on. Suyi felt that she didn't feel drowsy, but was very energetic, and it was no problem to drive a warship. Since he was still awake, there must be something to do. Now that the situation in front of us is already chaotic, let's make it even more chaotic. Stark, can you shield her electronics? There are some contents that cannot be leaked for the time being. Stark chose to believe Suyi. J.A.R.V.I.S, blocked the signal. Yes, sir. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff was still pointing a gun at herself, Suyi was extremely relaxed. Relax, Natasha Romanoff, I mean no harm. I don't believe it. Tell me, what is your purpose? Suyi said with a smile, definitely yes, but you'd better put your weapons away first. Stark also reminded, put down your weapon, beautiful agent, your weapon can't hurt him. Hundreds of bandits from the 10 rings, armed with a variety of Stark weapons, couldn't kill him. If you don't believe me, you can shoot and try. Stark's words really stimulated Natasha Romanoff. Suyi didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff really dared to shoot, and he emptied a whole load of bullets. I believe it now. Chapter 19. Suyi came back to his senses. Tony, is this interesting? And you, Natasha Romanoff, how dare you shoot? You just emptied the magazine. Natasha Romanoff explained, before you turned into this, I only fired one shot, and I aimed well, so I promise I won't kill you. Suyi thinks back, it seems to be the same. It seems that Natasha Romanoff started to shoot recklessly after confirming that her symbiote battle suit could block bullets. I'm a grudge, Natasha Romanoff, and you'd better figure out how to make it up to me. After Natasha Romanoff determined that she couldn't control Suyi alone, she didn't plan to fight recklessly, but decided to outwit her. What compensation do you want? I haven't thought about it yet, I'll talk about it later. When Suyi was about to tease Natasha Romanoff, he suddenly realized a question. Natasha Romanoff, did you go alone, or did someone else cooperate with you to complete the task? Definitely won't be alone. Suyi couldn't help it either, and turned into Mazefak. Damn it. Tony, put me in touch with Phil Coulson. Stark didn't understand Suyi's intention, but still chose to help Suyi contact Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was at Suyi's house when he received a call from Stark. Hi, I'm Phil Coulson. Stark, what do you do? Suyi said, I'm Suyi, and I'm at Tony's villa with Natasha Romanoff. Tell you Commissioner Nick Fury, we have something to talk about, and Natasha Romanoff will tell him when he goes back. One more thing, tell your people to get out of my villa without leaving any bugs or cameras. Otherwise, I don't mind going to your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and leaving something interesting, understand? After Phil Coulson heard about it, he immediately replied, understood, I will pass it on to the director. Everyone stop. After Phil Coulson stopped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent, he went outside and called Nick Fury. Mazefak, this person can actually bring people from here to Stark's villa in an instant. Bring someone back first, trust Natasha Romanoff agent. Phil Coulson agreed without any hesitation, yes, director, so should we continue to monitor him? There is no need for bugs and cameras, just keep a few agents nearby and monitor normally. Clear. After getting a response from Phil Coulson, Suyi relaxed. Tony, I need your help to make sure these bastards don't leave anything in my house. No problem, but let me declare in advance that I am not your employee. Suyi nodded, definitely, this is please do me a favor, I will tell you more information. Stark has no hesitation, deal. Suyi looked at Stark, Tony, are you sure the news won't get out? I am sure. That's good, then I will say something important. This matter concerns Tony and you, Natasha Romanoff. Tony's parents were assassinated by the Winter Soldier, and you were attacked by the Winter Soldier, right? Natasha Romanoff nodded, yes. Before you gave Tony the information, I told Tony an answer. Tony said, I think you said Hydra, so, the Winter Soldier, it's Hydra. That's right, Hydra is not completely dead. This Winter Soldier is actually Captain America's friend, Bucky Barnes. After being captured by Hydra, he was brainwashed and transformed into a frozen state. Only when needed, he will be released to complete task. Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it. Hydra? Bucky Barnes. This story, it's wonderful. Tony Stark didn't believe it either. How is it possible? Even if he was still alive, he would be in his 80s or 90s then, right? It seems that you don't believe it. There are even more shocking things. For example, you thought Hydra was wiped out long ago. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated by Hydra. Natasha Romanoff felt even more unbelievable. How is this possible? How is it impossible? S.H.I.E.L.D recruited many Hydra scientists after the war, so S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated from the very beginning. Tony, you want to avenge your parents and eradicate Hydra completely. It will be very difficult. Tony Stark was firm, so she's from Hydra too. Definitely not, there are not many people who can be trusted at present. Director Nick Fury, Phil Coulson agent, Hawkeye Barton agent, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff guessed Suyi's purpose in his heart. After analysis, Natasha Romanoff suspected that Suyi's actions were most likely to destroy SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D is so powerful that ordinary people cannot handle it. If you can win over Stark, it will be a big boost. Do you think that if you say that, I will trust you and become your pawn in S.H.I.E.L.D? Suyi smiled confidently, I don't need chess pieces, and I don't need you to believe, because this is the truth. Like you and Barton in Budapest and you thought you killed Dreykov. Actually, Dreykov is not dead, and still controls many Black Widows, including your sister Yelena. Natasha Romanoff was shocked, but as an agent, Natasha Romanoff calmed down quickly. Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. I waited a long time for this opportunity. You didn't do it until his daughter appeared, did you? Natasha Romanoff's mentality was already unsteady. How did you know? Only Barton and I knew about this news, and neither of us reported it. Just listen to Suyi continue to say, it's strange that no one else knows, this world is far more dangerous and complicated than you imagined. Let's just say that what you're seeing now is only a small part of it. Your director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, has already fought aliens. There is a magician organization in the world that has silently protected the world for many years. The characters in the myth will come to this world sooner or later. Both Natasha Romanoff and Stark couldn't believe it, it's challenging their perceptions. Are you kidding me? Magic, mythology, I only believe in science. I don't believe it either. Suyi is not in a hurry to persuade them to believe it or not, the choice is up to you. Anyway, all of this will happen sooner or later. The world is at stake. It needs Avengers and more superheroes. You can slowly verify the authenticity of these contents, there is still some time anyway. The two fell into silence, and Natasha Romanoff recovered first, so, Yelena is still controlled by the Red House, right? Do you know where the Red House is? I don't know the exact location. I only know that the Red House is in the air. If you can find Melina, she knows where the Red House is. If you want to completely wipe out the Red House, you can ask me for help. The premise is that you have prepared the compensation for this time and the reward for asking me to do it. Natasha Romanoff is still not sure whether the news is true or not, but these news are indeed extremely important to her. I think this kiss may be regarded as compensation. Chapter 20. Natasha Romanoff is about to leave, and Suyi is waiting for the detection device made by Stark. Suyi doesn't want her life to become a live broadcast, and all these bugs and cameras must be removed. Especially now, my relationship with Gwen, Mary Jane, and others is getting better and better, maybe one day I will reach that point. At this time, if there is a camera at home, it would be scary to think about it. While Tillman Stark was busy, Suyi and Natasha Romanoff left the studio together. Pepper was busy, and was very surprised to see Suyi and Natasha Romanoff appearing suddenly. Sue, Natasha Romanoff, what are you doing here? Suyi teleported suddenly and appeared beside Zyajali, that's it? Pepper watched Suyi disappear suddenly, and the voice reappeared beside her, and was startled. Luckily, Suyi had quick eyesight and quick hands, he held onto Zyajali, and took advantage of the opportunity to catch the computer that almost fell. Little Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, oh, Sue, you must never show up like this in the future, it's really scary. Suyi leaned closer, it won't happen again, this time, it's your punishment for revealing the secret. Pepper was very nervous, looking at the young and handsome Suyi in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little moved. Suyi also just teased Pepper, and left quickly without further action. Natasha Romanoff wasn't in the mood to watch Suyi tease Pepper, I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Pepper also got rid of Suyi in a panic, goodbye, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff had to go back quickly, there was a lot to do. To report information, but also to find a way to investigate the clues of the Red House. Bye, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff left, and only Chili and Suyi were left in the living room. Xiaojia recalled that the two had been in close contact just now, and couldn't help being a little nervous. Sue, why haven't you left yet? Stark is making something for me, I need to wait a while. Miss Pepper, can I have a glass of juice? Okay. Pepper got up and went to the bar. Suyi looked at Pepper's figure. Pepper in work clothes still had a certain flavor. There was such a beautiful and capable secretary, but Stark didn't pay attention at all. Your juice. Thank you, Pepper. After receiving the juice, Suyi was satisfied. Pepper, is there any activity in the company recently? There is an event, the company has prepared a charity party, do you want to attend? Suyi saw that Stark's Mark II armor was almost completed, so he knew that this game would come soon. Definitely, it's just that I don't have a girlfriend, can you be my girlfriend? With Suyi's invitation, it's hard not to make Chili think, me? What? Is it because I'm not handsome enough to attend a party with you? No, you're handsome, I'm just an assistant. You are a unique beauty assistant. Little Pepper's heart started to burn after being teased by Suyi, and she was a little at a loss. I agree. Then it's settled, I'll pick you up then. Okay. Suyi felt that he was very close to successfully poaching the wall. Just wait for the charity gala, seize this opportunity, it will definitely be a success. The two chatted in the living room, and Stark was finally done. Su, what you want is finished, come down and get it. Suyi felt slightly regretful, it seems that I have to go first. Goodbye, Pepper. Goodbye, Su. Suyi got up and quickly entered the underground studio. Tony, you are such a genius. Although Stark is very narcissistic, he also likes others to praise himself. However, Stark always has a feeling that Suyi seems to use him as a tool. I know I'm a genius, and that's what you want. Also, I'm not your employee. Suyi put his shoulders together, we are friends, I think you won't mind. Stark looked disgusted, oh, no, I don't like men, I only like beautiful women, you'd better stay away from me. I like pretty girls too. Thank you, Tony, I'll go back first. Something suddenly occurred to Stark, wait. Anything else? Can you stop teleporting into my villa next time, okay? Suyi also looked embarrassed, you know, it's very troublesome to teleport to the door and then come in. Stark had no choice but to complain, damn super ability, I must find a way to stop him. Tony, let's face it, it's impossible. Stark was very helpless, damn, can you do whatever you want with a super ability? Obviously, people with super abilities can't do whatever they want, but they can come to you for help at any time. After Suyi finished speaking, he turned and teleported away. Tony heard that Suyi was joking, J.A.R.V.I.S, tell me, can I stop this BD from teleporting into my studio? J.A.R.V.I.S quickly gave his answer, according to the current level of technology, there is no technology that can stop him. Stark was not discouraged. According to the current level of technology, the arc reactor could not be built, but he did it. When I figure out the principle of his super ability, I can think of a way to stop him. Stark decided to make the battle armor right away, and put aside Suyi's matter first. There is still time in the future, you can slowly collect data, analyze Suyi's ability, and then make a special armor for Suyi based on these data. The premise of these is to make the Mark II armor first. Suyi teleported back home, took out Stark's instrument, and started scanning at home. After busying for a while, it was confirmed that there were really no bugs or cameras at home. However, Suyi found that outside the villa, someone seemed to be spying on him. FK, it should be someone from SHIELD. I told them not to leave bugs and cameras, and they sent someone to watch me nearby. Boiled egg, spiced egg, your conscience is greatly broken. Suyukion could only close the curtains to avoid the prying eyes of these people. Contact Pepper first, and ask for Phil Coulson's contact information. Suyi couldn't take it anymore, so she asked Pepper for Phil Coulson's contact information, and then asked Phil Coulson to send a message to Nick Fury. Forget it, wait a little longer. After a while, the people should be removed. Suyi came to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of happy water. System, today's spoiler is supposed to have changed the character's fate, why is there no benefit? The impact is ongoing, check it later. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff is back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for a solo report to Nick Fury. Nick Fury listened to the recording, lost in thought. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, it did absorb many Hydra scientists, and it is possible to be infiltrated by Hydra. There is also the matter of aliens, which should be the Carol incident. There are magicians and gods in this world, I don't even know. There is also the Avengers plan, and he actually knows about it? Nick Fury couldn't believe it, Suyi knew too much. Now it seems that most of what he said is true. The Avengers plan must begin. Natasha Romanoff, go approach him and find a way to win him over to join the Avengers. By obtaining more information, see if you can find more powerful people to join the Avengers. Natasha Romanoff immediately agreed, yes. However, I hope that S.H.I.E.L.D can help me investigate the current location information of the Red House. Chapter 21. Suyi finally got the settlement information, looking forward to the harvest this time. Ding, the host spoils the future information, changing the fate of many characters. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Yelena's fate has been changed, get 5,000 fate points. The fate of Iron Man Tony, Winter Soldier Bucky and Captain America Stephen has been changed, get 8,000 fate points. The fate of the Avengers, Red House, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D and other organizations has been changed, and 20,000 fate points have been obtained. An extra chance to get a god-level lucky draw. Suyi looked at the reward, and tears flowed from the corner of his mouth. System, are you kidding me? There are more than 30,000 fate points, and there are still 100 million fate points to get the god-level lottery chance. Isn't the reward too generous this time? Suyi had been complaining about how little rewards the system had given before, but she never expected that this time, she would get so many fate points just because of the spoiler. It seems quite reasonable. Too much important information has been spoiled this time, which will definitely affect the follow-up plot direction. Natasha Romanoff should think of a way to rescue Yelena as soon as possible, and then the two will be reunited. It has indeed changed the fate of the two. As for the grievances between the three Shield Iron soldiers, it is estimated that there will be a different direction at that time, and it should be difficult to develop into a civil war. Without the Avengers Alliance civil war, the Red House will be destroyed in advance, and the ending of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D is estimated to be quite different. It's also reasonable. Now, the most important thing is how to consume so many destiny points. More than 30,000 fate points can improve 3 basic attributes. If you go to the lottery, you can also draw 3 times. If you buy things in the mall, it seems that you can't buy any good things. Ding, it is detected that the host's fate point exceeds 10,000, and the discount mall is opened. Discount mall. Before, there were only 2 consumption methods, one was to buy goods in the mall, and the other was to draw prizes. However, buying items in the mall is really too expensive, so expensive that Suyi has no interest in consumption at all. Discount mall, randomly refresh 10 items every month, with random discount strength. Great, let me see what's good. Item, Batmobile. Item, temporary compound number 5. Item, ability suppression handcuffs. Item, 10 kg Zulu metal. Ability, invisibility. Ability, Kylan arm. Ability, mind reading. Props, select a reminder card. Item, discount mall refresh coupon. Props, character template Deadshot. Suyi looked at the 10 products in the discount mall, including items, abilities, and props. At a glance, they are all good things, and I want them all. It's just that the price, even with a discount, is still very expensive. The cheapest one is the Batmobile. After all, it is just a car, but the original price is 10,000 destiny points. Hit a 30% off, but also 7,000. Others cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Kylan arm, strengthening an arm. Under normal circumstances, the arm can exert 5 times the strength. If you use ability, it can exert 20 times the strength. Suyi was just greedy and didn't buy it. Compared with these bells and whistles, Suyi still prefers to improve her own attributes. As long as the attribute is strong enough, then he is a Superman. These 30,000 fate points should be used to improve strength, speed, and endurance. Another big boost, a wave of power injected into Suyi's body. This sense of power made Suyi's self-confidence skyrocket, and even began to swell. What about Thanos? If you have the guts, come now, and see if I can do it or not, and you're done. Suyi also just swelled up a little bit, not to the point of conceit, and quickly calmed down. The Hulk in the movie has been weakened too badly, and the strength is estimated to be around a few hundred tons to 1,000 tons, which should be comparable to the current self. Hulk in the comics, that's just come here, as good as you want him to be. It's not yet clear how powerful Thanos is in this world, anyway. It's still early, wait 2 years, and then deal with him. At that time, it won't be a matter of a set of military boxing. Suyi put away his thoughts and set his sights on the God-level lottery draw. God-level lottery chance, worth 100 million destiny points. 100 million destiny points are enough to make your 6-dimensional attribute reach LV8. LV8, you can't be considered a god in the world, but can you be considered a small god in the world? System, can I exchange this lucky draw opportunity for 100 million destiny points? Cannot. The systematic answer made Suyi a little depressed. Then it depends on luck. I hope luck can be better. Don't get a god-level lottery chance worth 100 million at that time, and draw a spicy chicken thing worth tens of thousands. Just as Suyi was about to draw a lottery, the BG of Lucky Come automatically appeared in his mind. Song of the African Chief. Suyi shook her head, trying to forget the song. It's just that the experience of drawing cards in the previous life was too painful, and this song can't be lingered at all. FK, I still can't forget it. Forget it, life and death are destiny, wealth and honor are in the sky. System, extract. Suyi watched a treasure chest appear in front of him, and it burst into golden light instantly. Suyi stared at the golden light in a daze, waiting patiently for the result. Congratulations on getting the item, 1 bottle of water of life. The water of life can prolong life by 20 years and greatly delay the aging time. It can save lives and heal the wounded. As long as you don't die, you can recover quickly. The most important thing is this is 1 bottle, 10 drops of Ostavi. A drop of Otavi is worth 100 million, and a bottle is worth 1 billion. Suyi couldn't bear it anymore, and laughed wantonly. I knew it, I'm not an African chief. Old Maliating, you have committed such a heinous crime that you are simply not human. Suyi has already started to think about the use of the water of life, and the beauties around her must give it to her. Western beauties age quickly, and once they start to age, their appearance will plummet. Just like the small peppers, there are 25 or 6 small peppers. It is almost past the peak of appearance, and in 2 or 3 years, the skin condition will seriously decline. Hey, who told me not to see a beauty in her old age? System, check personal information. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate point, 7000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV5, 1000 tons. Speed, LV5, Mach 3. Endurance, LV5. Spirit, LV4. Energy, LV4. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, windblade, danger warning. Special items, symbiosis battlesuit, 1 bottle of water of life. Special props, none. Strong, powerful, but not invincible. The speed is fast enough, but it can't fly, which is a bit embarrassing. The stamina reaches LV5, and the defense and recovery ability are greatly improved. However, it is still dangerous to be shot at a vulnerable part. Chapter 22. The strength improved again, and Suyi became more confident. I don't have a superhero or supervillain standing on the surface, and I'm almost invincible. This feeling is really good. After Suyi counted the harvest, she immediately prepared dinner. Because of the sudden appearance of Natasha Romanoff, there was a lot of delay. In a blink of an eye, on the night of the charity gala, Suyi wore a newly bought suit and drove to pick up Pepper. Pepper also wore a long purple dress, waiting for Suyi by the side of the road, looking very beautiful. It's a pity that I can't do cupping. Suyi stopped by the side of the road. Hey, beauty, do you need a ride? When Pepper saw Suyi, he smiled. I think I need it, can you take me to the hotel? Definitely okay, please get in the car. Pepper sat in the co-pilot seat and fastened his seat belt. Pepper, I can't believe it. Usually, you always wear formal clothes, and you already look very beautiful. Unexpectedly, you are even more beautiful now in a formal dress. Pepper was praised by Suyi, but she was still a little shy. Really? I've never worn such a dress. Before, I was worried that the back would open too much. I think it's so beautiful. You think it will attract everyone's attention? If you were my girlfriend, I would definitely try to prevent other men from looking at you. Pepper has gradually fallen, and he doesn't know how to deal with Suyi's offensive, so he has to change the subject. Su, I think you should go. No problem. Suyi set off with Pepper, all the way to the outside of the hotel. This place has been booked out and many people have been invited. The charity gala is said to be for charity, but in fact these celebrities are socializing and discussing business. With the help of Suyi, Pepper got out of the car, took Suyi's arm, and entered the hotel. At this moment, the charity gala was quite lively, and Suyi also saw Obadiah. Obadiah looks not too different from the movie, very scheming and ability. Obadiah was also talking to other people, but suddenly noticed Suyi and Pepper. Pepper is Tony's assistant, Suyi has an oriental face, and Obadiah has never seen it. When Suyi and Pepper came to the bar to order 2 glasses of wine, Obadiah appeared. Pepper. Sir, what's the matter? Is Tony coming tonight? I'm not sure either. When I left, he was still busy in the underground studio and asked me not to disturb him. According to the normal situation, he should not appear. Okay then, who is this? Pepper immediately introduced, he is Suyi, Mr. Su. Mr. Su bought a lot of shares when the company's stock plummeted, and now he owns 14 shares. Suyi stretched out his right hand, neither humble nor overbearing. Hi, Mr. Obadiah, nice to meet you. I have been looking for an opportunity to invest in Stark Industries, but the stock price is too high. This time, I finally seized this opportunity. I think Stark Industries will definitely rise again, right? Obadiah is also extremely confident. Definitely, if you believe in Stark Industries, we will work hard to repay it. It's just that Tony announced the closure of the weapons department, and it will take some time to rise. I know, I trust Tony, he's a genius, he's sure to figure out a way out of trouble. Obadiah was very upset, but he had nothing to do with Suyi. Suyi now holds 14 shares, and is no longer a minority shareholder. Obadiah looked at the close relationship between Suyi and Pepper, and even suspected that Suyi was supported by Tony. Originally, he could still influence the board of directors, and he could remove Tony as the executive president at that time. But now, the appearance of Suyi made his plan uncontrollable. If Suyi favors Tony, his plan to oust Tony may be difficult to realize. Yes, we'll take care of the trouble. After a few brief chats, Obadiah turned and left with an ugly expression on his face. Now, normal means can no longer solve the problem, only some unconventional means can be used. Tony, let you die by your own design. This company has poured all my heart and soul into it, it is my company. After seeing off Obadiah, Suyi also took a break. Pepper, let's go to the dance floor. Pepper hesitated slightly, and agreed, okay. The two came to the center of the dance floor and became dancing partners very naturally, shaking slowly here while chatting. Pepper, are you Tony's woman? Pepper was shocked, and immediately denied it. No, I'm just his assistant. Tony is a playboy, how could he miss you, a beauty? I don't know, the beauties around him are obviously prettier than me. Maybe, I'm not his type, and he's not my type. Is he not your type? Yeah, he's my boss. I don't want to be thought that I got to the top by shady means. And, in my opinion, Tony is totally immature. He's a genius with a tragic past. Lots of quirks and can't take care of himself. In these years, I have taken care of him like a younger brother, or rather, I am just his nanny. Suyi defended Tony. Maybe it will feel like this, but I believe that he has begun to change himself now. He will mature and begin to take on his own responsibilities. Perhaps. Suyi decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue to draw the relationship between the two closer. And me, am I your type? Pepper flustered for a moment, and her dance steps deviated, stepping on Suyi. Pepper immediately realized the problem and stopped. I'm sorry, I need to calm down, I'm going to the balcony to blow some air. It's okay. Pepper and Suyi came to the balcony first, and it was still a little difficult for Pepper to face Suyi. Suyi didn't continue to ask, do you want something to drink? I'll get it for you. Vodka martini, no water, extra olives? Hold on. Suyi left, and Pepper couldn't help but look at Suyi's face. Oh shit, this is so embarrassing, he's several years younger than me. Pepper, why are you blushing, are you really moved? However, Sue is handsome, mature, and stable, completely different from Tony. Pepper let the wind blow his face, and finally calmed down a little. Suyi also came back with 2 glasses of wine. Pepper, the wine you want. Thanks. Pepper drank it down in one gulp, relieved her breath, and mustered up her courage. Sue, I have something to tell you. Just say it, I'd love to listen. Sue, you are excellent and very attractive to me. However, you are younger than me, so I find it hard to accept. Suyi took the initiative to hug Pepper, and the two became closer. It's not a problem, I like you. Pepper froze, staring at Suyi. The two looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually heated up, and a different kind of affection emerged. Suyi lowered her head and kissed Pepper. Just at this moment, an untimely voice came, oh, Karmas. Sue, are you poaching my corner? Chapter 23. After Tony made the battle armor, he took a test flight. As a result, due to icing problems, it fell and almost had an accident. After solving this problem, Tony noticed the charity gala thing. Obviously I am the host, but I am not there, how can I do it? Tony washed up, changed his clothes, and drove a luxury car to the scene. After several rounds, I found Pepper and Suyi on the balcony. Pepper was interrupted and flustered. I'm going to get a glass of wine. Tony, Pepper is just your assistant, can't she have a relationship and a life of her own? Tony didn't object. Yeah, I definitely support Pepper having her own life, but I feel like you and Pepper are totally incompatible. Thanks for the advice, Tony, but I think Pepper and I are a good fit. Suyi intends to go after Pepper. Tony does not intend to continue to persuade, but is going to show off his armor to Suyi. At this time, Tony was stopped halfway. Tony Stark, I actually met you here. Tony looked at the woman in front of him and seemed to have a little impression, but he couldn't remember the name. After thinking for a while, Tony tried a name, Carly. Christine, newspaper reporter. After a brief chat between the two, Christine took out a few photos. The photos showed that their own weapons were sold again, and they were sold to members of the Ten Rings gang. These gangsters are using these weapons to commit crimes and injure innocent people. Tony was extremely angry. Obviously he had ordered the closure of the arms department and ended the arms trade. However, this batch of weapons was still sold to these inhuman gangsters. This place of suffering is called Kamala. Tony remembered that Ethan was from Kamala, and his family was brutally murdered by gangsters. Now, Ethan lives here and communicates with himself occasionally. If Ethan knew that Kamala was in the midst of war and was being attacked by bandits, Ethan would definitely be very sad. When was this filmed? Yesterday. I do not have permission to transport. Your company approves. I'm not my company. At this moment, Tony realized that what Suyi said might be true. In the company, someone betrayed him, and this person was most likely Obadiah. Originally, he ordered the closure of the weapons department, and now such a thing is still happening. It is not difficult to imagine that someone must have approved these weapons behind his back. Tony took the photo, left without looking back, and went to find Obadiah. Near the bar, Suyi and Pepper were drinking together and saw the picture of Tony being stopped by Christine. I remember her, one of Tony's ex-girlfriends, was a reporter. It seems that Tony's vision is not particularly good. I think you are more beautiful. Pepper was very happy to hear Suyi's compliment. Tony was not very happy, took the photo and left, and found Obadiah who was being interviewed. After chasing away the nearby reporters and no outsiders disturbing him, Tony drove straight in and asked questions. Do you know these pictures? Do you know what happened in the small town of Kamala? Obadiah saw that Tony knew the truth and didn't hide it. Tony, you can't be so naive. Tony was furious, feeling cheated and betrayed. Even though Suyi had told him before, at this moment, he really realized how painful it is to be betrayed. Tony suppressed his anger and said, I used to be naive. They said, we don't cross the line, we just do business. We're two-faced in secret, aren't we? Obadiah's face was stern. Hearing Tony's questioning, he also knew that he had to do something. Or, it's Tony stepping down. Either that, Obadiah leaves Stark Industries, or even goes to jail. Obadiah has already made a decision. If it fails, it will succeed. Looking at the nearby reporters, Obadiah flinched. Tony, let's take a photo together. The two appeared to be brothers and stood in front of the reporter to take pictures. Obadiah also took the opportunity to whisper his thoughts. Tony, who do you think is crowding you out? I filed the restraining order against you. Only in this way can I protect you. After speaking, Obadiah left without looking back, leaving only Tony standing there, looking at Obadiah's figure, as if he had been abandoned. Tony has already determined that the mastermind behind all this is Obadiah. Watching Obadiah's figure leave, Tony also made up his mind. Without staying too long, Tony also left the scene of the charity gala. Pepper was a little anxious when he saw Christine came back, but Tony was nowhere to be seen. Tony appears to be missing. There must be something important to go back. Pepper found that it was getting late. Sue, it's getting late, I think I'm going back. Okay, I'll see you off. Suyi sent Pepper home, and Pepper was about to go back. At this moment, she was still very nervous. Do you want to keep Suyi, or just let Suyi go back? Seeing that Pepper was in trouble, Suyi took the initiative to hug Pepper. Good night, Pepper. Pepper immediately calmed down, and as the two men met their eyes, the situation began to get out of hand. Seeing that the car was about to fail to stop, Pepper came back to his senses. Sue, that's enough. Me, I'm just not ready. Seeing Pepper's flustered and nervous expression, Suyi didn't choose to force it. Suyi knew that if she continued, she might be able to stay overnight. However, Suyi is not in a hurry, sooner or later it will be her own, and she cannot escape. It's okay, you can do it anytime when you're ready. Thank you, Sue. Good night, Pepper. Good night. Watching Pepper go home, Suyi returned to her home. Looking back on tonight's experience, it was really only a little bit close. Hey, what's going on here? It's almost there. Mary Jane asks the death question at the last minute, and Pepper isn't ready. I deserve it for co-authoring, right? Suyi took a cold shower and fell asleep comfortably. Only at this time, Tony was busy in the underground studio. On the computer, the news was playing that the town of Kamala was being attacked by bandits. Tony even saw a familiar face on the news. Full of rage and redemption, Tony did the last job. J.A.R.V.I.S, play the music, assemble the armor. Tony stood there, and J.A.R.V.I.S manipulated the mechanical arm and began to help Tony put on the iron armor. Accompanied by dynamic music, the Mark III armor was finally fully dressed. Finally, the mask is closed. J.A.R.V.I.S. Yes, sir. It's time to strike. Energy was emitted from the soles of the feet and hands, and the steel battle armor took off directly, flew out of the villa, and flew into the distance. Chapter 24. Iron Man strikes out and takes out the bandits of the Ten Rings gang. On the way back, he had a random fight with the plane and damaged one plane. Finally, successfully returned to the villa. Just when he was taking off his armor, Pepper noticed because of the excessive noise. Seeing Tony like this, Pepper was stunned. "Tony, what have you been doing? Are those bullet holes?" Tony didn't explain, and Pepper didn't ask. "Ethan is here to find you." "Pepper, entertain Ethan for me, I'll be right there." Ethan also saw the news about the town of Kumala, and ran over to chat with Tony. After all, it was also Ethan's hometown. He didn't expect Tony to stop this, he just hoped Tony could actually solve the problem of the proliferation of weapons. As long as this problem is solved, at least a lot of people can be saved. "Ethan, I haven't seen you for a few days." Tony. Tony also knew the purpose of Ethan's visit. "Did you see the news about the town of Kumala?" "Yes, I saw it." Tony hurriedly explained, "I didn't sell those weapons." Ethan and Tony have also been together for more than 2 months, so they naturally trust Tony. "I know you didn't do it, and I know you're the only one with the ability to stop this from happening." Tony was dead serious. "I'll do it. I've already been to the small town of Kumala. I cleared out the bandits there and destroyed all Stark Industrial weapons. Next, I will guarantee that there will be no more weapons from Stark Industries sold." Tony had already realized what Obadiah was doing behind his back, so naturally he couldn't tolerate it. The next best way is to announce Obadiah's crimes. Kicking Obadiah out of the company and regaining control of the company himself will prevent the sale of weapons. "I trust you, Tony." The two are in the cave, sharing will and woe, and their relationship is still very good. Tony didn't intend to hide it either, so he took Ethan to the basement and showed Ethan his steel armor. The two drank together and played chess together. Tony has already made a plan for Pepper to help steal Obadiah's secrets from the company. As long as the evidence is obtained, Obadiah can be kicked out of the company. But what he didn't expect was that Obadiah planned to kill him. Last time, if it wasn't for the greed of the Ten Rings gang, who wanted Tony to help make weapons, Tony would have been gone. Now, Obadiah is quietly manufacturing armor. The battle armor is progressing very quickly, and it has basically been completed. However, there is still a big problem, and that is energy. Other scientists from Stark Industries couldn't create a small arc reactor at all. All the development seems to return to the plot. Pepper helped Tony get Obadiah's evidence, so Obadiah had to implement the plan ahead of time. After Pepper got the evidence, he found that Obadiah seemed to have sent someone to follow him. In a panic, Pepper contacted Suyi. Suyi was finishing Get Out of Class. When she saw the phone call, she immediately answered it. "Hello, Pepper." "Sue, what should I do?" "Stanley, he contacted the bandits from the Ten Ring gang and kidnapped Tony. I got the evidence and I'm going to the sheriff. But he seems to have sent someone to chase me, and I don't know what to do." Suyi immediately realized that things had gone awry. Phil Coulson, who was supposed to be waiting for Tony at the company, was gone, and no one could protect Pepper. "I want to go find you now. After you hang up, contact Phil Coulson immediately, and they will send someone to protect you. Sue, hurry up. I'll be there as soon as possible." Suyi also wants to teleport there, but now that Pepper is driving, Suyi can't locate it. In addition, it can only rely on speed. Suyi can now travel 3 times the speed of sound, but cannot fly. If you run on the ground, it is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will become a locomotive. Then I can only change the way, put on the symbiote battlesuit, and then learn how little Spider-Man swings over. Peter, I have to leave for a while. After class, you can tell the teacher. I'm not feeling well. I might come back later. Without saying a word, Suyi left the classroom, found a remote place, and teleported to the Golden Gate Bridge. Then, he turned into a spider bully and set off towards Manhattan. "Obadiah, woman who dares to touch me, you're drenched in shit." Obadiah naturally doesn't have to do it himself, and now Obadiah has more important things to do. Came to District 16 to check the progress of the iron armor, but learned that the arc reactor could not be made. Obadiah had a second thought and turned his attention to Tony. "I can't build a reactor myself, but Tony has one ready-made. Isn't prostitution good?" Making up his mind, Obadiah drove to Stark's villa and started the prostitution plan. Suyi finally arrived at the place and saw the scene in front of her. The three cars directly turned into road killers, rampaging on the road. Pepper's vehicle was constantly being hit, and the shape-shifting had been damaged. What? Pepper panicked, but he could only dodge as much as possible to keep the vehicle from being knocked over. However, another collision came, and the vehicle finally lost control and was about to overturn. With cold eyes, Suyi moved quickly and rushed over. With his own strength, he easily lifted Pepper's vehicle. Seeing this scene, Pepper was immediately relieved. However, one of the cars saw Suyi appearing suddenly, stepped on the accelerator, and rammed towards Suyi. Bump me? What are you thinking? Suyi kicked it over, as if the whole car hit an extremely solid wall. The compression mode was turned on directly. Originally, it was 3 meters long, but the result of this compression is estimated to have shrunk by half. Suyi put down the vehicle and did not rescue Pepper first, but resolved the threat first. There are 2 cars left, so naturally they can't escape. The 2 wind blades slashed across, cutting the 2 cars in half with incomparable precision, without hurting the innocent at all. The people in the car were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this really human? In panic, he could only take out his pistol and empty the magazine directly. Suyi did not dodge or dodge, blocking all the bullets. Even a few missed bullets were caught by Suyi's battlesuit. What kind of monster is this? Don't come here. Help. Naturally, Suyi would not let these 2 people go, stretched out his hand, and the symbiote battlesuit turned into a cobweb, grabbed them directly, and pulled them back easily. Looking at these 2 people, Suyi only hated that she didn't have Ghost Rider's eye of judgment, otherwise she would just say, "Look into my eyes. Who told you to do this?" Both of them were obviously outlaws, and although they were scared, they still didn't say anything. "We don't know anything. Do you think we're afraid of you? You monster." Seeing that there was no result, Suyi didn't bother to ask any more. Obadiah must have found it, and it is always right to settle accounts with Obadiah. "Remember my name, Spider Bully. If I find you doing evil again, I will make you feel fear." Just controlled the 2, and then rescued Pepper. "It's okay, someone will come to deal with it soon, I will withdraw first." Pepper did not reveal Suyi's identity, but watched Suyi suddenly disappear from sight, and Suyi teleported away. Chapter 25. Suyi went back to school, pretending to have a stomachache and came back late. Fortunately, the teacher didn't ask any further questions and let Suyi into the classroom. Pepper waited until the arrival of Phil Coulson, in addition to Phil Coulson, and George Stacy. George Stacy wanted to take people away, but was stopped by Phil Coulson and others. "Spider Bully? What the hell?" Watching Phil Coulson and others leave, I can only deal with the scene. The appearance of the Spider Bully immediately became the focus of discussion. Especially in this era when smartphones have become ubiquitous. Suyi's action has been fully filmed and posted on the internet. God, did you see that? He actually lifted a car. Is this really something a human can do? His clothes can still change, it looks so scary. It's just amazing. Why is it called a Spider Bully? I think he is a total hero, superhero. I just want to ask, how did he leave? He disappeared all of a sudden. Some were amazed, and some were questioned. There are all kinds of people on the internet, and it has never been possible to summarize them all in one type. How could there be such a person in this world? Obviously, the video is fake. Fake news. This is fake news. I suspect it's magic. This must be a special effect. As a 10-year sci-fi movie audience, I can only say that such special effects are very ordinary. I suspect it was produced by a comic company. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and the students in the Get Out of class also saw this video after class and joined the discussion. Suyi didn't care about these things at all, and finally waited until the Get Out of class was over, and immediately contacted Pepper. "Pepper, are you okay now?" "Pepper's condition has improved a lot, I'm fine, Phil Coulson and they got the evidence, we will go to the Stark building soon, and prepare to arrest Obadiah." Suyi is full of question marks. At this time, is he still going to the Stark building to arrest people? No wonder, in the movie, the evidence was clearly obtained in the morning, but it turned out that the 2 could fight at night. For such a long time in between, did Phil Coulson and the others go to drink coffee? Or is the 16th district too far away and always on the road? But Obadiah obviously went to Tony's house and returned to District 16, which is outrageous. You think he's in the Stark building now? We don't know where he is now, so we can only search one by one. First the building, then his home. Suyi understood. I think you should go to District 16 first and dispose of the battle armor he made. I'm afraid he will be cornered, so I will fight to the death. Pepper checked with Phil Coulson and others, and sure enough, Obadiah was no longer in the company. Obadiah is not in the company anymore, we are going to the 16th district now. Suyi suddenly thought of something. Pepper, have you told Tony about Obadiah? Pepper froze for a moment. I was attacked before, and then I was with Phil Carlson and the others. I completely forgot about it. Suyi said hastily, Obadiah can't make the arc reactor, so he will definitely grab Tony's reactor. Pepper likes Suyi now, but she has also been with Tony for so many years. What's more, Tony is still her boss, so she was a little worried when she heard the news. Walter? Then what should I do? Is it too late to remind him now? Should I contact Rhodes and ask him to check on Tony's situation? Forget it, let me go, my speed is faster. Then leave it to you. Pepper, stay safe. I will. Suyi made a calculation. Based on this calculation, Tony is going to be robbed of the arc reactor. Suyi was right, Obadiah had already snatched the arc reactor and left. Tony was temporarily paralyzed and took 10 minutes to recover. After several minutes now, Tony was barely able to move. However, without the protection of the arc reactor, Tony knew that his life was in danger. The reactor must be replaced as soon as possible, otherwise, life is still in danger. Difficult to come to the underground studio to replace the spare reactor. However, as soon as they got to the basement, they saw Suyi teleporting in front of him. Oh great Tony Stark, it looks like you need my help. Seeing Suyi appearing, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. This time you suddenly appeared in my villa, I forgive you. Is it just forgiveness? Shouldn't it be gratitude? While talking, Suyi had already brought the arc reactor and replaced it for Tony. Tony finally felt better, I feel better, thank you, Sue. Obadiah should go to District 16. He also has a suit of armor. Put on your armor and defeat him. This is your battle. Also, protect Pepper and don't let her get hurt. Tony was also extremely confident, J.A.R.V.I.S, help me put on my armor. You're right, this is my fight. Suyi chose to believe in Tony, she had to go back to school after all. It should be fine. Suyi returned to the classroom, and the content of the discussion in the classroom was still the spider bully. Betty was extremely excited, Sue, have you seen the news about the spider bully? I saw a little, what's the matter? Do you think this spider bully is a hero? It's a hero. Betty was also very happy, we have the same idea, but the Daily Bugle actually said that the spider bully is a bad guy, it's simply too hateful. The Daily Bugle. Suyi suddenly became interested, can you let me see? Definitely can. Suyi moved closer and saw the contents of the Daily Bugle. It doesn't matter if you look at it, you can see that person at a glance, the #1 black fan of Spider-Man, the boss of the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah James. In the comics and movies, reports are often used to discredit Spider-Man. Even, he is very stingy and often deducts Peter's fees. So much so that after Peter blackened, he just went to him to get back his original salary. Now, he's reporting on his vest, Spider Bully. Not surprisingly, this Spider Bully himself will also be hacked by him. Suyi watched the video, and sure enough. Spider Bully is not a superhero, his appearance has caused a lot of bad influence. He's not the hero of the city. Suyi felt a little helpless, the boss of the Bugle Daily really could blackmail anything. Forget it, don't bother with him, anyway, I won't always use the Spider Bully vest. Betty was a little sad, I originally planned to apply for a job at the Bugle Daily after graduation, but I didn't expect him to be such a newspaper. Then just change to another newspaper office. I believe you will definitely find a better newspaper office. Betty is very happy to be encouraged by Suyi. Thank you, Sue, you are very kind, you are a good person, you are always an inspiration to me. Here, he was issued a good person card. Suyi also accepted it frankly, and even joked with Betty. Betty, you know how nice you are, you're a nice guy, what do you mean? Is there any other meaning in the East? That's right, when girls reject a boy's confession, they usually say, thank you, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. Betty hurriedly explained, I don't want to reject you. I mean, if it were you, I wouldn't say no to you. Seeing Betty's flustered look, Suyi comforted, it's okay, Betty. I know what you mean, so I accept the good card you sent me. Chapter 26. Suyi teased Betty a bit, and she was in a good mood. Looking at it like this, he can take Betty first. On the other side, Tony attacked in his battle armor and came to District 16 to have a big fight with Obadiah's Iron King. The time of the battle was advanced, from evening to near noon. The battle between the two sides came from the 16th district to the streets outside. Passing vehicles suffered and were forced into combat. Although Tony tried his best to control the situation, Obadiah had gone into a frenzy and didn't care about it at all. The unscrupulous attack caused damage and even casualties. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Tony could only choose to outsmart. After a fierce battle, Tony chose to detonate the giant arc reactor in Area 16 and killed Obadiah's Iron King. It's just that this kind of battle movement is too huge, and it has a greater impact than Suyi's appearance. Phil Coulson watched the scene after the war, and knew something deeply, and probably couldn't hide it. Sure enough, the news media rushed over after hearing the news, wanting to get first-hand news. Outside the 16th district, a large circle of reporters quickly gathered around and started reporting. Hi everyone, I am a reporter from XX Media. Just now, in the industrial park of Stark Industries, a big battle took place here. According to the pedestrians passing by, the battle is between two steel robots. The battle caused huge amounts of damage to nearby streets, as well as the Stark Industrial Park. We have reason to suspect that these two steel robots are products of Stark Industries. Now, the battle is over, but the cause and course of the incident are currently unknown, and we will continue to investigate. Next, we will play a video recorded by a passerby. All media newspapers, in the same situation, began to report on this matter. This incident quickly replaced Spider Bully as the new trending search. After Tony beat Obadiah, he also knew that the word had spread. Next, it is natural to deal with this matter and resolve the rumors from the outside world. Soon, Phil Coulson gave an idea, held a press conference, and made a clarification. In short, it is to let Tony disassociate himself from this incident. Rhodes also came to the scene. As a military member of the Beacon Country, Rhodes also urgently contacted his superiors. Come forward to make a clarification? It seems that's the only way. In the vehicle, Tony glanced briefly at the draft that Phil Coulson and others had temporarily prepared for him. Soon, he arrived outside the 16th district, and under the watchful eyes of a group of reporters, he appeared in the sight of everyone. It's as if Tony didn't know about it at all, and came here to deal with it entirely because something happened. Tony appeared and was immediately surrounded by reporters. As the driver and bodyguard, Harpy immediately stopped the reporters to ensure Tony's safety. Several agents brought by Phil Coulson also acted as bodyguards to maintain order at the scene. Tony Stark, what do you want to say about this incident? Is the steel robot the latest product of Stark Industries? Will Stark Industries compensate for the damage caused by this incident? Question after question was thrown like a bombardment, and Tony couldn't hold it anymore. Everyone, there will be answers you want, please be quiet. Regarding this incident, I can only say that since I came back, due to physical factors, I have been recuperating at home. Attended a charity gala last night and left soon. You don't want to say, I did this, do you? Tony stood in front of the reporters and said a lot. The reporters also kept asking, wanting to know more information. Phil Coulson also seemed to feel that it was almost done, and he was going to let Pepper take Tony away, explaining that it was almost done here. For the next thing, Tony only needs to deal with the compensation, and leave everything else to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Pepper quietly came to Tony's side. It's almost there, just promise to make compensation, and that's it. Tony has also been hesitation, and finally chose to announce. The fact is that there are many potential threats in this world, and it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with. Therefore, this world needs superheroes. I am the hero in the iron armor, I.A. Ironon. Tony Stark, one sentence shocked all journalists and media. The scene suddenly boiled, and all the reporters rushed up, ready to ask for more information. However, Tony left the scene under the cover of the agent and others. The major reporters and newspapers frantically reported on this incident, and immediately suppressed the news of the Spider Bully. Spider Bully? What the hell? You know, in this world, in this city, Tony Stark is the well-deserved top class. Even those top movie stars are not as popular as Tony. Tony announced in public that he was Iron Man, and the news naturally swept the internet immediately. Wang Defa, Tony Stark is Iron Man. I don't believe that a playboy can be a good superhero. I think a person like the Captain can become a real hero. That's right, the superhero in my mind must be someone like the Captain. I have to say, this mecha looks so cool, I also hope to have a mecha. A man's romance is a mecha. At school, everyone is discussing this matter. Suyi and Betty and others, Peter and Ned, and others are also discussing what happened today. Fatty Ned was extremely excited. Peter, did you see that? Tony Stark is going to be a superhero. It's just crazy. That battle armor is simply too handsome. If I had money, I would also like to build a set of such battle armor. The current media reporters must have gone crazy. Peter was also excited, but a little better than Ned. I saw. Ned continued to ask, Peter, you don't seem to be very energetic recently, what's the matter? I saw some relics left by my father. Ned thought Peter was thinking about others, and immediately comforted him, "Are you okay?" Peter also recovered, "It's okay. Wait, next week, after our visit to the Osborne industry, shall we hang out and relax?" Peter just wanted to agree, but when he thought about what he was investigating, he refused again. I might have something to do." "Okay then." Nick Fury closes the video at s.h.i.e.l.d. headquarters. "Tony Stark, do you really think you are the savior of this world? Voluntarily acknowledging that you are Iron Man definitely makes a big difference. It seems that superheroes' affairs and plans can no longer be concealed. Usse refused to join the Avengers because s.h.i.e.l.d. was infiltrated by Hydra. But it is good news that he will choose to help when necessary. Hydra, it's really hard to handle." Thinking of this, Chief Braised Egg felt a little migraine. Chapter 27. In Manhattan, a blind man stopped and listened to Tony Stark's official "I am Iron Man" words. On the side, the friend next to him continued, "Matt, are you also interested in that playboy Tony Stark?" These two are none other than Daredevil Matt Murdock and his friend Virginia Nelson. The two partnered to open a law firm called Murdock and Nielsen LLP. "It's just that I haven't found a suitable apartment as an office space yet, and I'm looking for an apartment now." Matt didn't speak, and Fergie sighed, "If we can be as rich as him, maybe we don't have to run around looking for cheap apartments. However, I believe that our law firm will definitely get better and better." Matt replied absently, "Yeah, it's going to get better." The two had no choice but to continue looking for low-cost apartments, but such apartments are hard to find in this Manhattan area. After a busy day, Matt returned to his rented apartment, recalling Tony Stark's words, he couldn't leave for a long time. Matt was blind and in the dark, and he could live with that. It's just that when he discovered that the entire Manhattan area, the entire city, was shrouded in darkness. Under that darkness, countless evils were bred, and even reached the point of being everywhere. Matt can no longer sit back and watch. As a lawyer, he can try his best to do something. In addition, he felt that his ability might also be brought into play. When night fell, Matt came to the church, prayed and confessed to the priest. When Matt leaves the church, a hero who walks in the dark, Daredevil, is born. At night, Matt heard a cry for help in the distance and chased all the way to the pier. Several gangsters captured some women and planned to sell them as goods. These people are Matt's goals. Matt jumped down from the container and fought several gangsters. Appearing unexpectedly, and then relying on his powerful fighting skills, Matt easily brought down several gangsters. It's just that the gangsters in the city can easily get weapons. Matt, who was unarmed, was obviously at a disadvantage, but fortunately, he was agile and relying on cover. Matt easily killed all the gangsters. Although he didn't kill them, Matt didn't hold back when dealing with these gangsters, and the attack was still very heavy. Looking at the woman in the container, Matt exhorted, "Run away and call the police." When the women saw Matt appearing, they breathed a sigh of relief and were finally saved. "Thank you." The women were about to flee, when Matt heard a slight movement behind him, and some gangsters were about to shoot. For ordinary people, the gun is fast if it is 7 steps away. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. But, Matt is no ordinary person. Within 7 steps, he was faster than the gangster's gun. When the opponent just raised his hand, Matt had already grabbed the opponent's arm. An easy set of combos to defuse the threat of guns. Afterwards, the person was pushed to the ground, and the output was output. One of the women in the container boldly raised her head and saw the gangsters who were knocked down by Matt in front of her. Matt deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Get out of here quickly." Watching these women flee, Matt also chose to leave, disappearing into the darkness. The victims were rescued and several bandits were caught. This was something to be happy about, but George couldn't be happier. What the hell is going on in this world? First a spider bully who can lift a car, then a playboy who turns into Iron Man, and at night there is a masked man in autumn clothes man. These masked people, they can't do this. I must find out their true colors and bring them back. George was sullen and continued to drink his coffee. The next day, King of Hell's Kitchen, Jinping also got the news. If someone sabotages his business, he can still accept it, and send someone to retaliate and it's over. However, it was Daredevil who appeared last night, not an ordinary person. Superhero. No matter who it is, it can't stop my business. These superheroes must be disposed of. With them around, our business will definitely be affected. Jinben was calm on the surface, but in fact he was extremely angry inside. He can feel how much impact the appearance of these superheroes will have. Tony Stark was okay, he was a playboy and a superhero in the public eye, so he probably wouldn't affect him. But this Daredevil, choosing to act at night, fights crime. You must know that in the whole city, the source of all crimes can basically have nothing to do with Jin. Daredevil exists for a day, and it may affect a single business. How can Jinbin tolerate the existence of Daredevil? Strengthen your defenses, and find this person. I want to know, who is he? I want to let him know what will happen if he offends me. James Wesley next to Jinbin said immediately, I will send someone to deal with it. Leave it to you, I am very relieved. The story of Daredevil also appeared in the newspaper. There were too many lively events in the past 2 days, and the netizens couldn't stop eating melons. First there was the sudden appearance of the spider bully, then there was Iron Man, and now there is a man in fall clothes that dazzles the eye. Betty is also a loyal person who eats melons. What's wrong with this world? There are so many strange people appearing one after another. Could something big happen? Who knows? Do you remember what Tony Stark said? He said that there are many potential threats in this world. Are these threats coming? Could it be that the end of the world is coming? How is it possible? You don't really believe the rumors of the end of the world in 2012, do you? More and more people are discussing, definitely, more and more deviate from the original event, and various outrageous claims have also begun to appear. The end of the world is coming. Tony Stark is the savior. In fact, all of this is the conspiracy of those politicians. Betty looked at Suyi who was passing by, and said hello, Sue, have you heard about Kyuyi Man? The man in autumn clothes. This is it. Suyi read the news and knew that the man in autumn clothes was Daredevil. Sue, tell me, the sudden appearance of so many strange people is because something big is about to happen. Suyi froze for a moment. I don't know, maybe, it's the beginning of a new era. A new era? The superhero era. Betty was still a little puzzled, but Suyi didn't explain too much, but just went back to her seat and read the news. Daredevil appears, and Spider-Man is about to be born. I don't know how many people are hiding in the darkness, ready to move. Suyi's conjecture is correct, someone has already started to act. With the appearance of Iron Man, people began to study the technology of armor. Hammer Group and many technology companies are ready to follow suit to create armor. Anton Vank watched the news about Tony Stark and started researching the arc reactor. Norman Osborn contacted Otto to prepare to study nuclear energy, a small and controllable nuclear energy like the arc reactor. In a certain research base, Bruce Banner is going to use gamma rays to complete super serum. Chapter 28. A new era has begun, and Tony is busy again. Obadiah is dead, and Tony is back in charge of Stark Industries. Although other boards of directors have opinions, they cannot stop them. It's just that it was Obadiah who managed the company before, and now it must be Tony who manages the company. This is too much trouble for the playboy Tony. After much deliberation, Tony decided to appoint Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries to manage the entire company. To this end, Tony also found a good excuse to research new products by himself. The clean energy produced by arc reactor is just one of the development directions. However, this project alone is not enough, and other products are needed. For this reason, Pepper had no choice but to take up the post and become the CEO of Stark Industries, starting a busy life. Suyi's life has not changed much. She goes to school as usual, and develops relationships with several beauties. Also, wait for a tour of Osborn Industries. Suyi was going to manipulate and let the spider bite Gwen too. In this way, Gwen can also obtain super abilities. After school, Gwen planned to go to the library to study, and Suyi followed suit. Gwen, shall we go to the library together? Okay, I happen to have some questions I want to ask you. No problem. During this time, Suyi drank coffee with Mary Jane, went to see Betty dance, and studied with Gwen. Gwen also found that Suyi looked lazy and didn't study hard, but she was actually a genius. She has some knowledge that she doesn't understand, but Suyi can easily explain it to her. Suyi is sunny and handsome, with good conduct and knowledge. Gwen has already been tempted. All it takes is one chance, one confession, and Suyi can take down Gwen. The two studied in the library until it was getting dark. It's getting late, I have to go home. Let's go together. The two left the library and school together, preparing to go home separately. Suyi and Gwen parted at the school gate, but vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was spying on him secretly. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. have been evacuated. Who else is spying on me? Could it be Hydra? Suyi was not afraid, and said goodbye to Gwen as usual. Good night, Gwen. See you tomorrow. Suyi watched Gwen leave, only to find that this feeling disappeared. What's the meaning? Suyi didn't think much about it and was ready to go home. Along the way, Suyi was thinking about the feeling brought about by the danger warning, so his pace naturally slowed down a lot. It seems something is wrong, and I can't figure out what's wrong. Hey, with Superman's super hearing and supervision, none of this would be a problem. If someone is spying on you secretly, you can easily find him. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go home. Suyi walked another distance, and suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Suyi suddenly felt bad. Could it be that it's not me that someone is spying on, but Gwen? Suyi hurriedly turned her head, ran all the way back to the school gate, but didn't feel that way. Then, continue chasing Gwen. Suyi didn't dare to run faster, but just kept running at a normal speed. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to contact Gwen. Gwen was walking home, wearing earphones and listening to music, when she suddenly received a call from Suyi. Hey, Sue, what's the matter? Gwen, are you okay now? Gwen was a little puzzled, and didn't understand why Suyi asked such a question. I'm fine, what's the problem? You should be on your way home now. Where have you been? Did you find anyone following you? Gwen couldn't believe it. What? Sue, what do you mean? I suspect you may be being followed, you'd better be careful. Gwen still didn't believe it, but soon, Gwen also discovered something was wrong. As the daughter of Sergeant George, Gwen still has a little understanding of some reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance methods. At this time, looking around, Gwen also found a problem. Sue, I think your guess is right, I may be being followed. Suyi was extremely nervous. Gwen, tell me where you are, and I will rescue you right away. Gwen was a little moved when she heard Suyi's words, but she was also worried that Suyi would get involved and be in danger. In Gwen's view, although Suyi can defeat Flash, it is only limited to fighting. These people came to make trouble for themselves, and they might have weapons, which Suyi could not deal with. No need, Sue, you will be in danger too. I will contact my daddy, he is the sheriff, and he will come to rescue me soon. Gwen, trust me, I'm actually a spider bully. Tell me where you are and I'll be right there. Gwen couldn't believe it, the superhero was actually my classmate. Sue, you're not lying to me, are you? Definitely not, you tell me where you are first, and then delay the time, I will be right there. Okay. Suyi got the approximate location of Gwen, then found a corner, transformed immediately, and wandered in the city. At least, after becoming a spider bully, the speed of this journey can be faster. On the other hand, Gwen has tried her best to delay the time. Gwen's abnormal behavior was discovered by the gangsters. The gangsters immediately decided not to continue to follow, but to attack directly. Gwen could only run away while contacting his father. But, the phone didn't work. At this moment, Gwen didn't panic because the phone didn't get through, but continued to run away. In terms of psychological quality, Gwen is still very good. However, the number of bandits was more than Gwen thought. Blocked back and forth, Gwen had no way to escape, so he could only run to the dark alley, praying that Suyi would come sooner. It's here. She has nowhere to go. Damn it, this guy can really run, it took us so long. Stop talking nonsense, take people away quickly. Gwen stepped back cautiously. Who the hell are you? Why are you arresting me? The gangsters didn't answer, they just approached quickly, ready to take Gwen away by force. Help! Help! Among the gangsters, one gave the order, catch her, don't let her make a sound. Definitely, don't hurt her, she is very important. Yes. Gwen probably guessed that these people must have known their identities before they did this. In other words, these people came for their father, Sergeant George. Gwen called for help just now, hoping that Suyi could hear her. At this moment, seeing the gangsters approaching, Gwen could only continue to stall for time. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you fear the man in autumn clothes or the bully spider? The gangsters chuckled. Spider bully? A spider? How could someone call that name? Just as the gangsters were about to finish their mission and relax, a voice came from the sky. Maybe you don't know, I'm called this name because I specialize in cleaning up your trash. Now, I'm going to put some dust in your eyes. Chapter 29. Suyi's sudden appearance shocked all the gangsters. Even if they don't pay much attention to the news, they have heard the names of Falling Man, Daredevil, and Spider Bully. Now, seeing Suyi appearing and seeing the dark spider in front of him reflecting the cold light, everyone felt a chill. What is this thing? Spider Bully. Whatever he is. Can he still block bullets? Without further ado, he took out his pistol and emptied the magazine. Suyi's symbiote battlesuit formed a shield directly in front of him, blocking himself and Gwen. These gangsters also found that something was wrong. This person could actually block bullets. Monster, he's a monster. We can't defeat the monster. Boss, what should we do? Should we withdraw? These gangsters couldn't deal with Suyi even with guns, so they retreated immediately. They want to run away, but Suyi won't let them do so. There was a movement in the body, and Suyi moved so fast that the few people couldn't react at all. The symbiont battlesuit also began to change, extending many tentacles-like parts to assist in attack. Under the night, Suyi's spider bully turns into a ghost. The evil spirits rushed into the crowd, and soon there were painful wailings. After just 10 seconds, the gangsters had all fallen down. The symbiote is all retracted and turned into a garment. These gangsters are terrified by the battle suit, which looks like a ghost, which makes people feel frightened. Definitely, it was impossible for Suyi to let these gangsters go easily, and he shot cleanly, directly wounding people, making them powerless to resist and unable to escape. "Tell me, who sent you here?" These people just wailed, but no one answered Suyi's question. "You are a devil, you are not human. Don't come here." I don't know anything." Suyi looked at these terrified gangsters, and didn't intend to let them go like this. He came to a person and squatted down. Stretching out his finger, the symbiote battle suit turned into a small bug and crawled towards this person. "Do you know what this is?" "Aliens, symbiotes. They can eat people. When this little bug crawls through your nose and then into your brain, it will eat away at your brain bit by bit. I think very few people have experienced this feeling. Do you want to try it?" The gangster was scared to pee in an instant. "No, I don't want to." "Tell me, who sent you here?" The gangster was extremely hesitation, but he still didn't dare to name the person behind it. Suyi grinned suddenly, and the mask of the symbiote battle suit also smiled directly into the appearance of venom. "I see. Besides me, you have someone more afraid. The underground king of the city, the root of all evil, Jinbin." These gangsters were shocked and terrified. "No, I didn't say anything." Suyi is no longer interested in these people. Knowing who is behind the scenes, Suyi will know what to do. Su stood up and looked at the night sky. It seems that something has to be done. Suyi hadn't planned to do anything to Jin and planned to leave him to Daredevil and Gwen. Unexpectedly, Jinbin dared to do something to Gwen, and Suyi couldn't keep him anymore. Let's put it aside for a while about dealing with Jinbin. Suyi returned to Gwen. "Are you okay?" Gwen was extremely excited, and tentatively asked Suyi's identity. "You really are?" Suyi showed her face, revealing her identity. "Let someone deal with these people first. They are probably coming for your father. Let him be careful." Gwen suppressed the excitement in her heart. "I will. After Suyi has dealt with these matters, it is not suitable to meet Gwen's father for the time being. I will observe nearby first, and I will leave when someone arrives. Good night." Gwen really wanted to hold Suyi, but also knew that now was not the time. "Good night." Suyi watched from a high place, and did not leave at ease until George arrived. After a lot of tossing, Suyi returned home. While eating dinner, Suyi was also thinking about one thing, that is why Jinbing did something to Gwen. Jin's intention to attack Gwen is only because of George. However, George didn't provoke him. Why did he provoke Gwen? From Jinbin's point of view, Suyi began to speculate on Jinbin's purpose. Jinbin has only one purpose, and that is for his own business, to become the underground king. For this reason, Jin not only expanded his influence, portrayed himself as a business person, but also attracted many white people. Intimidation, temptation, all in one. If it doesn't work, then completely destroy it to prevent it from getting in the way. Gwen's father, George, has status, ability, and a sense of justice. With George as a person, it is absolutely impossible to get along with Jin. Perhaps, the purpose of Jinbin's doing this is to control George. Suyi knocked on the table, thinking about how to deal with Jinbing. Jinbing, the boss, is no match for little Spider-Man when it comes to fighting alone, let alone the current Suyi. Jin is not difficult to deal with because of his money ability, because of his connections, and because of the city. Because superhero has concerns and will not kill him, but he is brave and will do everything he can. Because there is no death penalty, even if he is put in prison, Jinbin can still live a good life, so Jinbin dares to do whatever he wants. In the comics, Jinbing is in a prison, and he can rely on his money ability and connections to get along smoothly in the prison, and even manipulate the outside world secretly. In the Daredevil episode, Jinbing was also imprisoned by Daredevil through legal means. However, Jin not only lived well, but even thought of a way to escape from prison. He even borrowed the hands of the FBI to eradicate many opponents. Jinbin, you can't keep it, or there will be endless troubles. However, Suyi also knows one thing, she can't incarnate her ancestors, she can do whatever she wants. It seems that I still have to find the old iron to come forward. If it doesn't work, let the old iron build a prison. Suyi's eyes were cold. Jinbin, I didn't pay attention to you at first. It's good for you, jump out and kill yourself, then don't blame me. You're dead, and Jesus can't keep you, I told you. However, let's wait for Gwen to obtain the super ability first, and let's practice with you first. Suyi finished dinner and went on with her own business. And Gwen also followed George and finished dealing with these gangsters. These gangsters only said that they were resentful and revenged on George, but they didn't dare to explain the real murderer behind the scenes. While eating dinner, Gwen talked to her parents about the spider bully. It's just that George didn't like these masked men very much, and argued with Gwen. Gwen was not in the mood to eat immediately, so she hid in her room on the grounds that she was frightened. Recalling the process of Suyi saving herself, Gwen couldn't help her heart beat wildly. It's really Su, he saved me. Picking up the phone, Gwen was ready to contact Suyi. At this time, Gwen was about to dial the phone number, but she was a little nervous and didn't know how to speak. After practicing for a while, Gwen summoned up the courage to call Suyi. Hello, Su. Gwen, what's wrong? I want to say, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I would have been taken away by them. Suyi heard Gwen's nervousness, and deliberately teased, Gwen, is it just to say thank you? Before Gwen could think of a new reason, Suyi continued, Gwen, I like you, please be my girlfriend. Chapter 30. Gwen was unable to calm down when Suyi suddenly confessed her love. Last time at the coffee shop, facing Suyi's frankness, Gwen was still calm. Because at that time, she only had a slight liking for Suyi, not to the extent that she liked it. At this moment, Gwen has already fallen in love with Suyi. Being suddenly confessed by Suyi, I was a little overwhelmed. Gwen was about to agree, but there was a knock on the door. Gwen, can I come in? When Gwen heard that it was her mother's voice, she panicked like a little girl secretly calling her boyfriend, my mother is here, so I'll hang up first. Suyi smiled wryly, didn't get an answer, and was interrupted by Gwen's mother. After Gwen hung up the phone, she opened the door and invited her mother, Helen, into the room. Gwen, I know you're in shock, I just came to make sure, are you really okay? I'm fine, because the spider bully showed up in time, I wasn't hurt. I was just a little worried about Daddy, these people must be here for Daddy. It's okay, trust George, he has a lot of experience, he will handle it well. Also, you also know his identity, so don't be angry if he doesn't like masked people like spider bullies. I'm not angry, it's just that I believe that the spider bully is a good person. He did it just to help others and to make the city better, just like what my father is doing. However, my father can't accept the spider bully. Helen comforted, maybe, he just needs a little time, he will understand, because he is also a good person. Helen continued, Gwen, you only ate a little food, do you need me to prepare some bread and milk? No, thank you, Mom. Helen didn't force it either, forget it, we, mother and daughter, continue to chat and talk about the phone call just now. Gwen's face became a little more shy. As someone who has experienced it, Helen could see Gwen's thoughts at a glance. Clearly, Gwen is in love. Helen immediately said, I don't want to pry into your privacy, and I don't object to your falling in love. However, it would be even better if you could bring him back, have a meal together, and let your father and I meet him. Gwen didn't refuse, I need to discuss it with him. No problem, you decide the time, and let me know in advance when the time comes, I will prepare the dinner. Thank you, Mom. Then can you talk to me about him? Gwen has also recovered a lot, and is no longer as shy as she was at first. Su is an Oriental man, looks very handsome, and studies very well. It seems that he has also learned martial arts and defeated the school bully Flash. Gwen praised a lot, and Helen couldn't hide her smile when she heard Gwen's words. It sounds like a very good boy. I believe in your vision and look forward to meeting him next time. The mother and daughter communicated for a while, and after watching Gwen recover, Helen left. However, when Helen left, Gwen picked up the phone and started hesitation again. Should I call Su and tell him my decision? Or should I tell him in person? Who has anyone confessed over the phone? It's getting late, Su must have rested, right? Forget it, I'd better go wash up and go to bed early. At this moment, Gwen's mobile phone suddenly received a message from Suyi. Suyi waited and waited for a long time, but did not hear from Gwen. Also in the hesitation whether to contact Gwen, and finally planned to give Gwen a little space to let Gwen think slowly. I love you, good night. Seeing this message, Gwen decided to contact Suyi anyway. Su, are you asleep? Not yet, I've been waiting for your answer, and I'm worried about putting pressure on you. Gwen didn't have the slightest hesitation this time, Su, I love you too. Suyi thumped and sat up, unable to suppress his smile anymore. From the first day she came to this world, from the first time she saw Gwen, Suyi has been looking forward to this moment. Now, it's finally here. Singing with the lines of Master Sing's movie, that is I got what I want. Gwen, I can't wait to see you. Me too. The two chatted for a while, and Gwen was reminded that it was time to rest, so she hung up the phone with Suyi. However, at this moment, Gwen was extremely excited, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. My mind is full of Suyi's appearance, as well as my expectations for tomorrow. Unable to fall asleep, he simply came to the table. Gwen took out her paintbrush and began to paint on the paper. Although it is not a professional level, it can still be seen that there is some foundation. Soon, the painting was completed. The face is that of Suyi, and the body is that of a spider bully wearing a symbiote battlesuit. Looking at the painting, Gwen showed a satisfied smile. It's really good. When I came to the window and looked at the painting in my hand, my thoughts kept flying. That night, Gwen was visibly insomnia. If she hadn't been woken up, I'm afraid Gwen would be late. Looking at Gwen's dark circles, Helen became a little suspicious. Gwen, what's wrong with you? It looks like you haven't slept well. I'm a bit insomnia because of what happened last night. Gwen's mother, Helen, naturally knew that it was definitely not because Gwen was afraid, but probably because she was chatting with her boyfriend and lost track of time. He didn't criticize too much, just reminded, Gwen, when you are in class, it's best not to fall asleep. Gwen also felt that she was still in good spirits now, but it would be difficult to say when the class was over. I will try my best. At school, Gwen came to the classroom full of excitement, only to find that Suyi hadn't arrived yet. Back to his position, he can only wait for Suyi to arrive. Finally, after waiting for a long time, Gwen waited for Suyi. After Suyi approached, Gwen also stood up. Hi, Gwen, it seems that you are not in a good state. Is it because of insomnia? Gwen was still a little nervous. Yes, you know what happened, I was so excited. So, you just greeted me normally, shouldn't you do something else? Gwen has hinted so clearly, Suyi definitely can't be cowardly, and the relationship between the two is confirmed. This is, in the eyes of the whole class, it seems that something is not quite right. Betty fell into shock. Sue and Gwen, are they boyfriend and girlfriend? What about Mary Jane? As a friend of Gwen and Mary Jane, Betty also knew something. She immediately looked at Mary Jane and saw Mary Jane's complicated expression. Mary Jane was extremely envious and jealous when she saw Suyi and Gwen getting close. Little Spider-Man Peter began to doubt life even more. Isn't Sue dating Mary Jane? Why is she so close to Gwen again? In the end, what happened? Could it be that Sue and Mary Jane broke up? Does that mean I have a chance? Peter looked at the two, and also noticed Mary Jane's depressed expression. Mary Jane. Mary Jane pretended not to see, and silently returned to her seat. Seeing that Mary Jane was depressed and angry, Peter was going to ask Suyi to clarify. Chapter 31. Suyi and Gwen have officially announced their identities, but the relationship between Suyi and Mary Jane is somewhat doubtful. Everyone is very curious, how Suyi was in a relationship with Mary Jane before, but suddenly it was Gwen. Especially Peter, the mood is very complicated. Both wishing that Suyi and Mary Jane were really over, and worrying that it would hurt Mary Jane. When Suyi returned to his seat, Peter couldn't wait to ask, Sue, aren't you dating Mary Jane? Did you break up with her? It's a bit complicated. I'll find time to talk it over with Mary Jane and Gwen. Listening to Suyi's answer, Peter felt something was wrong. What is a little complicated? Could it be that Suyi and Mary Jane haven't broken up yet? Suyi is on two boats? Thinking of this, Peter was furious and could no longer calm down. Sue, how could you do this? Why did you do this to Mary Jane? Suyi could only explain, Mary Jane and I will deal with this matter. Mary Jane has no objection, does she? Hearing Suyi's justification, Peter's mentality collapsed a bit. It seems that Mary Jane really saw it, but she was not angry. Peter couldn't figure it out. Could Mary Jane accept this? The more Peter thought about it, the more angry he became, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was just Mary Jane's classmate and neighbor, not even a friend. However, Peter still refused to give up. Sue, I won't watch you hurt Mary Jane. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. How could Suyi have the heart to hurt Mary Jane? It must be loving her. After dismissing Peter, Suyi decided to buy a choice reminder card to remind herself whether to confess to Gwen or not. Came out as a spider bully to save Pepper, then Tony and Gwen last night. Although they didn't get a lottery chance, they got 5,000 fate points in total. Now there are 12,000 destiny points. According to the normal situation, Suyi needs to upgrade spirit or energy. However, now that the situation has changed, Suyi feels that the most important thing is to stabilize the relationship between Gwen and Mary Jane. System, buy a selection reminder card in the discount mall. Successful purchase, consume 8,000 fate points, balance 4,000. The system uses hint cards to remind you how to handle the relationship between Gwen and Mary Jane. Cue card takes effect. The host chose to hide it from Gwen. If Gwen finds out, Gwen will most likely choose to leave. The host chooses to confess to Gwen, and there is a high probability that he will get what he wants. Suyi was a little shocked. Huh? Gwen, are you so easy to talk to? When I confessed to Mary Jane needed to calm down. After my unremitting efforts, the relationship was restored, but Mary Jane still hasn't made a decision. How did it go so smoothly when I got to Gwen? Anyway, Suyi is very happy. At least, don't worry about this problem. After school, we went to the coffee shop to drink coffee together, and then dealt with this matter. As for little Spider-Man, I can only say sorry, this time it is estimated that I have to cut it. If Peter knew that both of them were his girlfriends, his mentality would have collapsed, right? It won't be blackened by then, right? Suyi vaguely remembered that in a parallel universe, Gwen became a Spider-Man, and Peter and Blacken became a lizard. Probably not. While Get Out of Class was over, Suyi invited Gwen and Mary Jane to have coffee together after school, to deal with the complicated relationship in an instant. Neither Gwen nor Mary Jane said no, definitely, and one more lightbulb Betty. Finally after school, Suyi took the three girls to a coffee shop outside the school. Peter followed closely because he was worried about Mary Jane, ready to see the final result. When they came to the coffee shop, the four of them sat at a table, and Peter sat in the far corner. Gwen, you know, when Mary Jane and I pretended to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Gwen nodded, I definitely know, I don't mind. Then what if I tell you that Mary Jane and I have passed the meeting? Gwen suddenly felt a little regretful, it seemed that she was still in favor of Suyi and Mary Jane. Now, even if Suyi and Mary Jane are fake, it always feels like she is the third party. I can accept it too. Suyi didn't intend to continue probing. Actually, Mary Jane and I met once, although it was only for dinner and watching a musical, nothing else happened. However, Mary Jane asked me a question at the time. She asked me which of you I would choose. Gwen was a little nervous, not knowing Suyi's original choice. What's your answer? My answer is, you two. I like you Gwen, and Mary Jane. Gwen and Betty were shocked, how could such an operation be possible? In a short period of time, it is still a bit unacceptable. So, you're a playboy, like Tony Stark. Suyi also had no choice but to take Tony out to clear himself up. Good brother, it's just for cheating. No, I'm not like him. He's a romantic, you can change him once you love him. I want you all by my side. I will love you both. Although it was a bit difficult to accept, it was finally clear. Suyi was also praying silently in his heart, System, I hope the reminder card you gave won't lie to me. If you screw up, don't blame me for turning your back. Gwen drank some coffee to calm down and looked at Mary Jane. Mary Jane has known about Suyi's choice for a long time, and seems to have considered it for a long time. Gwen intends to test Mary Jane's answer. Mary Jane, what do you think? Mary Jane finally plucked up the courage. I was very resistant when I heard the answer. But, I love Sue very much. When I saw you two being intimate, I admit that I was very envious and jealous. I might agree. Gwen also felt hesitation in her heart. I don't want to leave Sue either. Suyi is ecstatic, it seems that his wish is really going to come true. These two won, the others, will it be far behind? And Pepper, and Betty, and Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda, who hasn't even played yet. I have a condition. Suyi was a little puzzled, whatever the condition, I will definitely agree. Gwen quietly leaned into Suyi's ear and stated her condition. Suyi's heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and he soared 120. Mary Jane and Betty were a little curious, and Gwen only quietly told them about the condition. You have to prove your ability before I can promise you. No problem, anytime. How about Saturday afternoon, visit Osborne Industries in the morning, and then you can come over to my house, go for a swim and get some sundae. Gwen and Suyi arranged to meet their parents on Sunday, and went to Suyi's house on Saturday afternoon, which seemed to work. I think so. Mary Jane also replied, I haven't been in the sun for a while, and I'm fine with that. Betty, what about you? Suyi asked Betty suddenly, and Betty was taken aback. And me? This is your business. I just invite you to my house as a guest, to go swimming and bask in the sun. Okay, add me. Chapter 32. Suyi's relationship with Gwen and Mary Jane has already been dealt with. The ending is still good, and Suyi also believes that the final step will be completed soon. After drinking coffee, we made an appointment to go swimming at Suyi's family on Sunday. After chatting for a while, they went home. Peter finally found a chance and stopped Suyi. Suyi saw Peter's appearance, and knew what Peter was thinking. Mary Jane and Gwen will be my girlfriends, and I won't hurt them. Don't worry, Peter. Before Peter started asking, Suyi offered the answer. This caused Peter's young heart to be hit violently, and at this moment, Peter was a little bit broken. How can that be? How is it impossible? I like them, and they all like me. I will treat them well, not hurt them. After Suyi finished speaking, she patted Peter on the shoulder. Goodbye, Peter. Peter returned home devastated, feeling hopeless. Time passed, and finally it was Saturday. Time to visit the Usborne mansion. This is an activity arranged by the school, and the whole class must participate. Everyone gathered at the school gate and took the school bus to Usborne Industry together. Definitely, Suyi drove here by herself, and drove away with 3 girls, which is very enviable. Although the Usborne Industrial Building is not as high profile as the Stark Building, it is still a luxurious building. Suyi and others got off the car one after another, and entered the Usborne Building under the guidance of the staff. Welcome to visit Usborne Industries. Such activities are actually just a means of propaganda. The Usborne Building displayed a lot of scientific research products, and it still looks very good. Not only that, Usborne Industry also invited some technology leaders to give a brief introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Otto, and this is our latest nuclear energy model from Usborne Industries. This model is completely different from Stark Industries' arc reactor. I call this model an artificial Sunday. If successful, this would be a major breakthrough in nuclear energy. Suyi took a look, and it really looked like a little sun. One of the students asked curiously, Dr. Otto, Stark Industries has already produced the arc reactor and controlled nuclear energy. Your current research is meaningless. Otto is still a scientist at the moment, with great ideals, and there is no Blacken yet. Student, you missed what you said. We still know too little about nuclear energy. Arc reactor is just one way to use nuclear energy, not all of it. We need to explore more. After experiencing all this, what Suyi looks forward to most is the mutated spider. Finally, we arrived at the mutated spider area, where Professor Connors was in charge. Connors, wearing the white coat that researchers often wear, stood here and introduced gene therapy technology to everyone. Peter also knew that Connors was his father's colleague because of the research materials of his father Richard Parker. At the moment, I am more interested in gene therapy technology. After Professor Connors' introduction, Peter took the initiative to talk to Connors. Hello, Dr. Connors, I'm Peter Parker. Hello, Parker, do you have any questions? Peter was very excited. He could learn about gene therapy technology, and he could also take the opportunity to get to know his father. My father is Richard Parker. I recently saw some materials left by him, but there are some things I don't understand. Connors became interested as soon as he heard it, Richard Parker's son, and information. Connors immediately realized that perhaps the information left by Richard was the key technology to help him complete the gene therapy technology. You are Richard's son? He was the captain of our research team back then, and he was simply a genius. Unfortunately, an airplane accident. I think, if he is still alive, he must have completed gene therapy technology long ago. Peter heard someone praise his father, and he knew more about his father. After saying these words, Peter was instantly drawn closer by Connors. Unsuspecting, Peter took out some notes from his research from his backpack. Professor Connors, these are the study notes I made based on my father's research materials, but I don't understand this formula. Connors took a closer look. This formula is very critical. Immediately became excited. This formula is very critical, and it should be the key to unlocking gene therapy technology. I have been stuck here for a long time, Peter, you have helped me a lot. Peter was also very excited. I just want to fulfill my father's wish, to realize gene therapy technology and help more people. Connors was about to continue his research, but was called by the staff. Professor Connors, you have to leave, Mr. Usborne is looking for you. Connors suddenly felt extremely regretful. Oh, I'll go right away. Peter, your information is very helpful to me. If you have time, you can visit me at my house tomorrow. We can have a good discussion on this issue, and I can let you join my research work. I will pay your salary, and this research result has your credit. Peter is very happy. Doing research with Connors will make it easier for him to go to university and even find a job in the future. Not only that, but also get wages, which can subsidize the family, so Aunt May will not have to work so hard. Yeah, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Parker. Peter was very happy and in a good mood. Back to the place where the classmates were, Ned asked curiously, Peter, what is so happy? Dr. Connors is going to hire me as his research assistant, and I'll be paid. Oh, that's really cool. Peter looked at these spiders, feeling extremely happy, picked up the camera, and took pictures of the spiders. Unbeknownst to Peter, a spider crawling out of the exhibition was approaching Peter. And Suyi stared at Peter closely, and came to Peter's side. The symbiote was also ready. After the spider finished biting Peter, Suyi took the spider and let it bite Gwen again. The cobweb slowly extended, and the mutated spider landed on Peter's hand that took the photo. As if it was destined, he took a bite. Peter felt the pain and was about to slap the spider to death. With quick eyes and quick hands, Suyi pretended to help Peter shoot off the spider. In fact, he caught the spider with the symbiosis and prepared to use it for Gwen. Next, it is natural to let the tool spider complete its final role. Gwen was still a little puzzled. "Su, it seems that something bit me, it seems to hurt a bit. Maybe it's a mosquito. Are there mosquitoes here?" Gwen didn't show any abnormalities for the time being, and didn't care too much. And this tool spider was resolutely killed by Suyi after the task was completed. Suyi is now full of expectations, patiently waiting for the system's voice. "I don't know how many fate points I can get by helping Gwen become a Spider-Man this time." Finally, the sound of the system appeared. Ding, the host helped Gwen obtain super abilities. Chapter 33. Here we come, I don't know how many fate points we can have. The system's notification sound continued, finally announcing the harvest. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 500,000 fate points. Get an extra set of symbiosis battlesuit. An extra chance to get an ordinary lottery draw. Suyi didn't know what to say, so she could only sigh. The system is awesome. The system's explanation is that Gwen's acquisition of super ability will not only change his fate of falling to death, but also become a superhero, which will affect more major events. From this point of view, 500,000 destiny points is reasonable. The symbiosis battlesuit is specially prepared for Gwen. After all, the battlesuit I made by myself is too troublesome to wear, unlike the symbiosis battlesuit, which is convenient and practical. System, let's draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Hearing Strengthening. Hearing Strengthening, similar to Daredevil's hearing level, but not as good as Superman. This level is enough. After the visit, everyone went back to their respective homes. Suyi drove the three of Gwen home, ready to enjoy the good time in the afternoon. Peter went to the library with Ned, ready to study together. After the two were bitten by the spider, they felt a little uncomfortable, felt a little pain in the wound, and felt a little sleepy. Didn't care much, didn't take it seriously. Gwen, Mary Jane, and Betty had a usse meal together, and then the four went to the swimming pool to bask in the sun. After the three changed into swimsuits, they competed for beauty by the pool. Suyi changed into her swimsuit and appeared. This well-proportioned and muscular body immediately attracted the attention of the three of them. "Oh, Sue's figure is simply amazing. I love the muscles." Suyi brought over a small refrigerator with several bottles of drinks and wine in it. "Drinks I prepared for you." "You're welcome, do you need sunscreen?" Suyi took the initiative to take care of the three of them, but after Gwen lay down, she fell asleep in a daze. There was no way, Suyi had no choice but to use a parasol to help Gwen cover the sun. Betty and Mary basked briefly in the sun and didn't need an umbrella at all. Originally, Gwen planned to test Suyi's ability, but now that she was asleep, she couldn't do it. Suyi was also lying on the chair, soaking up the sun. "Sue, do you need sunscreen?" Looking at Mary Jane, how could Suyi refuse? I can't refuse." Suyi let Mary Jane help, while she lay down and prepared to count the harvest. System, upgrade the level. Intelligence is already at LV5, it's enough, so let's not improve it. Spirit and energy should be raised to LV5 first, so you can't fall behind. Then strength, speed, endurance, and spirit, all raised to LV6. Successful evolution, a total of 420,000 destiny points were consumed, with a balance of 840,000. This feeling is the evolution of life and the sublimation of the soul. Just one word, cool. Unfortunately, the speed is so fast, it can't fly yet. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate points, 840,000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV6, 10,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV6. Spirit, LV6. Energy, LV5. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, windblade, danger warning, hearing strengthening. Special items, symbiosis battlesuit 2, 1 bottle of water of life. Special props, none. With her improved strength and no one to accompany her, Suyi is in a good mood. "Okay, Sue." Mary Jane was about to leave. "Sue, why is Gwen asleep, is she okay?" Suyi was also a little worried, not knowing about Gwen's current situation. Will the integrate gene be dangerous? Shouldn't something happen? How about using a drop of water of life? The Otavi is the purest life force and is naturally harmless. To be on the safe side, I still use it. Anyway, Gwen is her own. After thinking about it, Suyi decided to use a drop of water of life. It should be fine. Suyi took out a bottle out of thin air and came to Gwen, ready to feed Gwen a drop of water of life. This bottle is specially made by the system, and a drop of water of life will drip out every time, neither more nor less. Mary Jane looked at Suyi's actions and was very puzzled. Sue, what are you doing? Don't worry, I won't hurt Gwen. This is the water of life, which can prolong life, delay aging, and keep people young in their 50s and 60s. While speaking, this drop of water of life has been poured out and fell into Gwen's mouth. Just at this moment, the fragrance of the water of life spread. Betty and Mary Jane just smelled a little fragrance, and they both felt indescribably comfortable. Then, of course, it was Mary Jane and Betty's turn. Anyway, Betty was here, Suyi didn't intend to waste any more time, and just settled it together. Mary Jane, Betty, you have a share. Mary Jane didn't refuse and believed Suyi. Mary Jane also felt the changes brought about by the water of life, as if her whole body had become more energetic. The body is getting lighter and the skin is getting better. Betty, it's your turn. Me? This thing should be very expensive, Suyi didn't give Betty any room to argue, so she took the initiative and kissed her. I have always been generous to my women. Betty secretly watched Mary Jane and Gwen, afraid that they would make trouble for her. Sue, can this water of life cure diseases? My mother, because of the pain of illness, the hospital can only temporarily maintain her life. If this thing works, I want to leave it to my mom. Suyi is not too clear about it, but only knows that the water of life prolongs life, delays aging, and enhances vitality. Can recover if injured. But being sick is a different concept. System, can it be treated? Water of life can enhance immunity and is effective for most diseases. Suyi said, it should be useful, but don't worry, this drop is yours, just give your mother another drop when the time comes. Betty was very excited, really? Sue, I don't know how to thank you. Suyi comforted, it's okay, but this water of life is very rare. Let's find a chance to heal your mother. Thank you, Sue. Betty was also very proactive and expressed her gratitude in her own way. Betty liked Suyi in the first place, and now she is even more moved by Suyi, and she has completely fallen in love with Suyi. All three of them took a drop of the water of life, and the effect of the water of life was also very obvious. The two feel incredibly comfortable and see each other become even more beautiful. It's really amazing. Suyi jumped into the pool and swam 2 laps. Watching the two obsessed with their own changes, I felt that swimming alone was too boring. Betty, Mary Jane, don't sigh. Let's go swimming together, or play water volleyball. Betty and Mary Jane accepted the invitation, they didn't intend to bask in the sun, and jumped into the swimming pool one after another. Chapter 34. Gwen regained consciousness, but not quite sober. At this moment, Gwen, with her eyes closed, could perceive the water splashing and falling. Ken perceived to the side, the trail of the leaves being blown by the wind. Gwen woke up with a start and sat up, as if from a bad dream. In front of you, Suyi is playing volleyball with Mary Jane and Betty in the water. It's just that Gwen didn't have the heart to pay attention to these, she could feel the changes in herself. Suyi knew that Gwen had acquired the super ability, and she was getting used to it at the moment, and might still be a little unaccustomed. Gwen has gained a super ability, I'll help her get used to it first. Gwen heard it clearly and was only curious. Gwen, don't be nervous and don't be afraid. Gwen gradually calmed down. Sue, do you know something? Before in Osborne Building, you were bitten by a mutated spider, so you gained a spider-like super ability. Walter. Your strength, speed, reaction, and perception ability are all far superior to ordinary people. In addition, you can climb walls with adsorbent objects like spiders. Gwen just couldn't believe it. Sue, are you kidding me? Definitely not. Under Suyi's guidance, Gwen experienced her super ability. It's really similar to what Suyi said, but it's a bit difficult to control. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay, I'll take care of it. I can really climb the wall, but how do I release it? Shouldn't I keep adsorbent on the wall? Relax, feel it slowly, try to control it, it should be very simple. It took more than half an hour for Gwen to initially grasp his super ability. Great strength, quick reflexes, and superhuman speed. The most important thing is Spider-Man's wall climbing ability, which even made Gwen a little worried. Sue, do you think I will turn into a spider? If I have a child, will it be affected? Suyi hugged Gwen and comforted Gwen, I promise, definitely not. That's good. Gwen finally calmed down and accepted the fact. Sue, why do you know about my super ability? Was it related to you when I was bitten by a spider? Suyi also generously admitted, I did it. That spider bit Peter, making Peter a Spider-Man. However, in some parallel time and space, you will become Spider-Man. So, you're meant to be a hero, Gwen. Gwen was a little surprised, me. Right. Gwen also quickly accepted this fact, after all, Gwen also had the same idea. At this moment, I remembered that Suyi is a spider bully, then can I fight bad guys with you? Definitely yes, Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider? Cool, I love that name. Gwen left a mark on Suyi's face lightly, but Suyi was not satisfied. Oh, this kind of repayment is not enough, I even specially prepared a gift for it. What gift? Suyi came to the side and took out a piece of paper. On this piece of paper is Suyi's painting, which shows the appearance of the battle suit of the ghost spider. Look, how about such a battle suit? Gwen saw the painting of Suyi, saw the appearance of the ghost spider battle suit, and fell in love with it immediately. I like this kind of battle suit, Sue, are you ready? Suyi took out the symbiote battle suit that the system had just rewarded, and it was just a bracelet at the moment. You put this on. What is this? Unconscious symbiote, after you wear it, you can control the battle suit, like me. With Suyi's thought, the symbiote battle suit has already covered the upper body, and can even change its appearance. My battle suit, the same nature as your battle suit? It's just too cool. Betty and Mary Jane looked on, envious too. Envy is envy, but there is no trace of jealousy. None of them wanted to be a superhero, Mary Jane wanted to be an actor, and Betty was influenced by her mother and wanted to be a reporter. Gwen took the bracelet and felt stabbed. Oh, the bracelet seems to have stabbed me. I pricked you and sucked a drop of your blood before you can control it. Now, you can try. Gwen found that she could perceive the existence of the symbiosis battle suit, and with just one thought, the symbiosis battle suit could begin to change. Gwen takes control of the symbiote battle suit, which takes the form of a ghost spider battle suit. Suyi took out her mobile phone and showed Gwen how she looked at the moment. Gwen was extremely excited, it's just perfect. Gwen experienced the symbiont battle suit, which did not affect her normal activities at all, on the contrary, it also enhanced her physical fitness. In the future, we can act together. Gwen flew into Suyi's arms. Sue, I don't even know what to say. Mary Jane and Betty said, not only is it a super ability, Sue also fed you a drop of water of life. The Ostavi that prolong life and preserve youth. You can see if you have become more beautiful. Only then did Gwen notice that both Betty and Mary Jane had become a little more beautiful, probably because they had also taken the Otavi. I can't wait to take out my phone and look at my face, it seems that I have really become more beautiful. Sue, what's that? That's a good thing I got in other universes. This kind of good thing was originally for the people around me. Gwen looked at Betty and Mary Jane. They both use it, don't they? Suyi didn't argue, yes. Gwen already knew that with one more Betty, there might be more in the future, but at this moment, Gwen did not intend to pursue further. Sue, I want to join in and play volleyball together. Definitely can. The four of them played volleyball in the pool together, laughing and laughing with the sound of water waves until dusk. It's getting late, I'm going to prepare dinner for you, and then take you home. By the way, and Betty, I will go to the hospital with you and help you pick up your mother, and then treat her. Thank you, Sue. Suyi prepared dinner and then sent people home. Mary Jane, Gwen, and then Betty. The two went to the hospital together and visited Betty's mother. Betty, do you trust me? Then let's go through the discharge procedures tomorrow, and then take her home. I will treat her with the water of life, and it will definitely cure her. Thank you, Sue. Suyi squeezed Betty's face, you have already thanked me, and, from now on, you are my girlfriend, there is no need to say thank you. Betty's pink cheeks blushed a little, I don't think it's enough. There's still a lot of time tonight, why don't you go back to my house? Betty did not refuse, and followed Suyi back home. After a busy day, Suyi finally got some free time. System, clear up the harvest. With a contented smile on Sue's face, today, he finally succeeded in cutting off the beard. Not just Gwen, but Betty and Mary Jane. Mary Jane is the official partner of Little Spider-Man. In the comics, she has always supported Little Spider-Man behind her back, and is the source of strength that Little Spider-Man insists on. Among the three, Mary Jane should have given more destiny points, right? Ding, the host intercepted Gwen, Mary Jane, and Betty. Chapter 35. Suyi didn't dare to get too excited, so as not to disturb Betty who was beside her. Quietly looking at the system's rewards, Suyi couldn't help but get excited. Fortunately, Betty was tired and slept soundly. Betty's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 10,000 fate points. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 10,000 fate points. Mary Jane's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 300,000 fate points. An extra chance to get an ordinary lucky draw. 300,000 is not a lot. Lottery. Acquire special props, mission card. Task card, after using it, trigger the task, complete the task to get extra rewards. It's better not to use the task card yet. If the task is triggered at this time, it will be embarrassing. System, improve governance and energy. Suyi has developed in all aspects, and now, all 6-dimensional attributes have reached LV6. In addition to the combat ability, it still stays at LV4. The main reason is that what Suyi mastered were close combat skills that ordinary talents use. But now, Suyi can completely crush with strength and destroy everything with energy attacks, so the combat ability basically hasn't been improved much. Hey, this day's promotion is really good. After counting the harvest, Suyi fell asleep comfortably. A new day, and a new task to be busy. Early in the morning, Suyi and Betty went to the hospital and helped Betty's mother go through the discharge procedures. The person was brought home and healed with a drop of the usse. The effect was very good. Bella, who was on the verge of death, began to recover at this moment. There was a little more anger and vitality on his face, and he slowly woke up from the coma. Only half an hour later, the original thin appearance due to illness completely changed, and the whole person returned to normal. Betty wept with joy when her mother's illness improved. Thank you, Sue. Suyi caressed Betty's face. I don't like your tears, I hope you will be happy every day in the future. Bella woke up and saw that she was at home with her daughter Betty beside her. Betty. Mom, are you feeling better? I feel better, just a little hungry. I'm going to prepare the food. Betty went to work, leaving only Suyi and Bella. Bella recovered a bit, but was still weak. Who are you? What is your relationship with Betty? I'm Betty's boyfriend, my name is Suyi, you can call me Sue. You cured me. That's right, using magical oriental medicine. Bella was worried that after she left, Betty would be left alone. Now it seems that it is a good thing that Betty has found her beloved. Thank you. You're welcome, Betty is my girlfriend, I hope she can be happy. Bella replied, me too. Suyi found an opportunity to help Betty, and prepared 100,000 cash for Betty by the way. Betty. Suyi quietly appeared behind Betty and hugged Betty. Sue. Here is 100,000 cash, you take it and use it first. Sue, I can't accept the money. I like you just because of you, not because of money. I know, you can take it as a gift. Gift? Yes, I want a present too. Betty looked at Suyi's eyes, a little flustered. I have to prepare the food first. It's okay, I can wait for you. After working all morning, he finally finished dealing with Betty's affairs. Bella is recovering quickly and is expected to be able to fend for herself soon. Betty was very happy and was with her mother. Suyi still had things to do, so she didn't stay for too long. Tonight, I'm going to Gwen's house as a guest, so Suyi naturally has to make preparations. After making full preparations, Suyi drove to Gwen's house. Even, a little earlier than on time. When he came to the door, Suyi rang the bell. After a while, a middle-aged man with a serious expression opened the door. When Suyi was saving Gwen before, he took a glimpse from afar and found that this was Gwen's father, George. Hi, I'm Suyi, Gwen's boyfriend. Although George didn't discriminate, he didn't have a good impression of this person who gave away his own cabbage. Although I don't like Suyi very much, I still let Suyi in. You came a little early, come in. I don't like being late. My name is George and Gwen's mother is Helen. Suyi also greeted the two of them. Gwen came down from upstairs and was very happy to see Suyi. Daddy, I'm taking Sue to visit my bedroom, we'll be down soon. George originally wanted to keep Suyi and get to know his future son-in-law well. As a result, Suyi was taken away by Gwen, and George couldn't help it. Suyi was taken to the bedroom by Gwen, and Suyi also saw Gwen's room. It looks neat and tidy, probably just tidied up today. Is this your room? It looks fine. Sue, let me show you something. What? Gwen took out a collection of paintings. I drew this, what do you think? Suyi looks at this picture, himself in the symbiote battlesuit. Is this drawn at night? Yes, what do you think of my drawing? I think you do a great job of drawing, and it completely captures my handsomeness. Gwen didn't refute, I think you're handsome too. The two became closer and chatted in the bedroom. After a while, Gwen's father called out. Seeing that Suyi and Gwen didn't do anything excessive, George was relieved. When the two came to the restaurant, Gwen sat next to Suyi. Dinner has begun, and it is inevitable to face the cross-examination of future father-in-law and mother-in-law. I heard from Gwen that you are from the East, which is a magical and ancient country. Yes, that is a very beautiful place. If there is a chance, I will take Gwen to travel to the East. Probably because of his occupation, George asked a more direct question, why did you come here? Even if you want to study abroad, you should come here when you are in college. Suyi didn't hide anything, because my parents had an accident, I had to come here to live with my grandpa. Unfortunately, not long after I came here, my grandpa also passed away due to illness. Helen heard what happened to Suyi. Oh, what a pity, George, your tone should be softer, not like asking a prisoner. Sue is Gwen's boyfriend and our guest. Suyi smiled slightly, it's okay, I like the honest way. Helen's question was obviously more gentle, Sue, how did you fall in love with Gwen? Oh, because Flash doesn't like outsiders like me very much. He thinks I'm thin and easy to bully. Gwen is a very kind and just girl, and she stepped forward to stop Flash. She is a girl, but she dared to face a strong man like Flash. I was deeply attracted by Gwen at that time, and I couldn't extricate myself. Helen was very happy, it's a good start, just like George and I were. The whole family enjoyed themselves, and Suyi also relaxed. It seems that meeting the parents this time is finally half the battle. Chapter 36. After dinner, Suyi chatted with Gwen's family before it was time to leave. At this time, George received a call. After leaving for a short time, I came back in a bad mood. Helen could tell at a glance that something had happened. Honey, what's the matter? That daredevil, he showed up again and caused some riots. Are you going to deal with it? I can entertain Suyi at home. No, it's just some small things, they can take care of it. George was very annoyed by Daredevil, and he appeared every night for just a few days. The spider bully, by contrast, is much more low-key. Sooner or later we'll catch Daredevil. Suyi knew that George was originally a conscientious person, and he didn't like these superheroes very much. In The Extraordinary, Peter and George had an argument about Spider-Man. Suyi has no intention of arguing with George, but Gwen is ready to be a superhero because of her super ability. Finding that her father was so disgusted with Daredevil, Gwen chose to take the initiative to defend. Daddy, I don't understand, I think Daredevil is a good guy, why should he be arrested? After all, Gwen is his daughter, and George's attitude is still relatively mild, he is not a superhero, he is just an anarchist. I admit, he saved a small number of people. He has no law enforcement power, and he has not followed the procedures at all. His actions are bound to bring about bigger problems. Gwen retorted, is there anything wrong with him just helping others? If it weren't for him, many people would suffer. Like the spider bully, he saved me. I can't imagine what would have happened if it wasn't for him. George was speechless. Yeah, maybe he's doing something good, but that's not what he should be doing. Gwen was a little angry, Suyi comforted her, and Gwen calmed down. On this topic, I'm definitely on Gwen's side. I think doing good deeds does not differentiate occupations, anyone can do good deeds. Definitely, consider your ability. With great power comes great responsibility. In my country, we will support these people very much. When someone falls into the water, we have someone to help. When a dangerous situation arises, ordinary people will do their best to help others. Ordinary people can become heroes. People with abilities will become superheroes. I believe that if Mr. George encounters such a thing, even if he is not in this profession, he will help, won't he? Still, George agrees with Suyi, but Daredevil doesn't look like he just happened to be passing by. He had a purpose, and he used violence. His actions have disrupted our plans. His behavior will lead to retaliation and even greater trouble. He was called a hero, we worked so hard and got hurt, and no one cared. Say it like we're all about drinking coffee, eating donuts, and basking in the sun. The two sides argued about this issue for a while, and Gwen left a little annoyed. Oh, I'm going to comfort Gwen. Suyi left, and Helen also took the opportunity to educate George. Suyi followed Gwen to the room. Gwen was still a little angry. Daddy, he wasn't like this before, I can't figure it out. If he knew that I was going to be a superhero, he would definitely not support me, and maybe he would arrest me. Suyi could see that Gwen really wanted to be a superhero to help others. So he comforted, it's okay, we can hide it from him. What's more, you will graduate soon, and after you go to college, you will have your own space and won't be discovered. Right. It's getting late, I'm going to leave, are you sure you want to lock yourself in the room and not come out to see me off? Are you leaving? I wish you could stay. Gwen expresses her feelings with a passionate kiss. Suyi definitely wants to stay, but if the future father-in-law finds out, it will be a serious problem. I want to stay too, but you know, I'm afraid your father will kill me with a knife. Suyi gestured and imitated, Stinky boy, you are the one who abducted my daughter? See if I don't hack you to death. Gwen was amused by Suyi. What? He wouldn't do that. Maybe, he'll arrest you. Oh, that could have been worse. A little joke made Gwen feel much better, and the two went downstairs together. Mr. George, Mrs. Helen, it is a pleasure to have dinner here. But it's getting late, and I think I have to go. Suyi said goodbye to the two, and Gwen took the opportunity to go out to see Suyi off. The two left the house and wandered on the side of the road for a while. Good night, Sue. Good night. It took a long time before the two were ready to separate. Sue, are you sure there are no side effects to super ability? I realize that I can't live without you. Maybe this is not a side effect of your super ability? Because, I don't want to leave you either. There will be a farewell. Suyi saw Gwen back home, and then left in peace. Phew, meeting parents is really hard work. Suyi returned home, alone and sleepless. Suyi thought of a way, teleported, and appeared outside the window of Gwen's room. Gently knocking on the glass of the window, Gwen responded immediately. Looking at Suyi outside the window, Gwen was shocked. Immediately opened the window and let Suyi enter the room. The look of joy and shock is hard to hide. In order to prevent being discovered, Gwen lowered her voice. Sue, why did you appear outside the window? I thought you had already left. I've already returned home, but I miss you very much. So, I teleported over to see you secretly. I miss you too. Chang'e is long, lonely, and sleepless. After the brief tenderness between the two, Gwen regained her sobriety. Immediately realizing the risk of doing so, he quickly broke free from his arms. Come to the door and lock the door. In this way, Gwen felt relieved. Sue, stay here, okay? Are you sure that your room is soundproof and won't be discovered? Sue, you are so amazing, people can't help but want to cheer and scream for you. I will try my best to control the sound, so I shouldn't be found. Suyi's original plan was to take Gwen home so she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. When the time comes, just send Gwen back. Unexpectedly, Gwen is usually a good girl like a goddess. However, there is some rebellion in his bones, some madness and adventurous spirit. Looking at Gwen's gentle and fiery eyes, Suyi has already fallen, and she can't refuse at all. You know, I can never say no to you. Gwen also showed a happy smile, and threw herself on Suyi. Hey, Gwen, you're so excited, maybe you should calm down a little bit. Chapter 37. Suyi left quietly in the morning. After returning home, eat and go to school, and attend classes as usual. This weekend, a lot happened. After coming to the classroom, Suyi was extremely relaxed. By the way, there is another mission card, let's use it now. I don't know what mission will be triggered. Ding, the task card has been used. Get long-term missions and guide Peter Parker to become a Spider-Man. Task period, 1 year. Task rewards, determined according to the speed and quality of task completion. Failure penalty, none. Guiding Peter Parker to become a Spider-Man is still a long-term task, and it doesn't seem to be an easy task. Peter Parker was bitten by a mutant spider, which gave him super ability. The event that really made him Spider-Man was the death of Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben's sentence: the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Let little Spider-Man go further and further on the superhero road. There is no Uncle Ben in this world. It seems that Aunt May is going to be sacrificed. It can't be sacrificed to me, right? Suyi was thinking about how to guide little Spider-Man when Peter Parker appeared. I saw Peter wearing a hooded jacket, with his hands in his pockets, coming to the classroom. Isn't Peter still in control of his super ability? Under his own guidance, Gwen basically controlled the super ability in about half an hour. After self-exploration and practice, when I visited her house yesterday, I was able to use it very well. Peter Parker also has a day to adapt, isn't it still under control? In fact, Peter Parker also initially took control of the ability. He also went to Professor Connors' home yesterday and agreed to work as an assistant for Professor Connors. Peter, are you okay? Yeah, Sue, I'm fine, what's up? It's just that you look distracted. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Because of Mary Jane, Peter has not let go so easily, and he doesn't have a good impression of Suyi at the moment. Suyi didn't pursue it, but just thought about how to complete the task. It feels a bit difficult. Peter has a bad impression of me because of Mary Jane. Forget it, let's take it slowly. Anyway, there is still a year. Just make sure that Peter is not blacken. After being free, Suyi thought of another question. When Gwen comes, can their spider telepathy sense each other? Huh? Why hasn't Gwen come yet? Logically speaking, it should be here soon. Could it be that you are too tired and didn't rest? While Suyi was wondering, Gwen appeared in the classroom. The moment Gwen appeared, Peter's spider telepathy appeared, and the perception reached Gwen. Gwen also sensed Peter, but Gwen knew about it a long time ago, so she seemed very calm. Sure enough, they sensed each other. Peter was very curious. Student Gwen, why do you feel this way to me? Could it be that Gwen is also like me? No, I have to find an opportunity to ask classmate Gwen. Gwen came to the classroom and greeted Suyi immediately. Good morning, Sue. Looks like you're a little later than usual. Maybe it's because I had a good dream and didn't want to wake up too early. Both of them knew it well, and then returned to their respective positions. Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane, who were already super good looking after taking the water of life, became even more beautiful at this moment, which immediately attracted some people's attention. Oh, Betty, you look even prettier. Naturally, Betty would not reveal the truth of the matter. Maybe my mother's condition has improved, and I feel better. Really? That's great. I hope your mother recovers soon. The three of them had their own rhetoric, and no one doubted it. Finally, after class, I have time. Peter couldn't wait to find Gwen. Student Gwen, I have something to tell you. Can I take a moment of your time? Gwen didn't refuse either. Yes. Can we go to the playground outside the school? The two left, but Suyi didn't follow. It's not time for her to show up yet. The two were walking on the playground, and the morning sun was still gentle. Peter and Gwen walked side by side, but Peter was still a little reserved. Student Gwen, have you obtained a super ability? Are you talking about a spider-like ability? There should be one. I was bitten by a spider when I visited the Osborne building that day. Peter finally determined the source of the super abilities. Then you didn't have any accidents? I mean, these abilities don't seem to be so easy to control. It's okay, with Sue's help, it took me about half an hour to master it. Suyi. Peter was a little surprised, but Gwen didn't reveal more about Suyi's identity. Yes, he told me to calm down and try slowly. Peter finally confirmed these, and asked Gwen for some tips. There is also a bigger mystery in my heart, and that is about Suyi. One more thing, about you and Suyi, and about Mary Jane. Mary Jane and I both like him. Peter was a little shocked, but even more sad. Because Peter knew that he would never have another chance. The two obtained super abilities and knew that each other had super abilities, but they didn't have much influence. The only change is that Peter became Professor Connor's assistant and began to help Professor Connors conduct research. Their research on gene therapy technology has gone a step further. It's just that Norman Osborn was pressed very hard, and the two had to work overtime frequently. Regarding overtime, Aunt May has no objection either. Not only can Peter make money to support his family, but it is also good for his future life. But, the night still came. After school, Peter went to Professor Connor's laboratory to do research as usual. The difference is that today, Aunt May sent a message to Peter. Before Peter came to the laboratory, he saw the news. Go home as early as possible at night, and when you come back, remember to buy some medicine for me. Peter saw the message and immediately replied, I see. However, when he entered the laboratory and started the experiment with Dr. Connors, Peter forgot about it. The two continued to simulate, and finally the simulation was successful. The next step is to make the potion and conduct experiments with experimental mice. Peter carefully injected the medicine into the experimental mice and observed the changes in the experimental mice. Seeing Peter's nervous appearance, Connors was actually extremely nervous too. If the potion is successful, his severed arm can be regenerated. It's just that Connors has been here after all, so he still behaved relatively calmly. Peter, don't be too nervous. It may take some time for it to take effect. I'll check back tomorrow. Peter was about to leave, and then he remembered that he had promised Aunt May to go back early, and to help Aunt May buy medicine. Oh, sorry, Dr. Connors, I have to go home. You go back. Peter couldn't wait to get home, hoping everything would be in time. Chapter 38. It was another unremarkable night, and the crime slowly continued in the night. After Peter got off the subway, he couldn't wait to rush home. Just because of doing experiments in the laboratory, Peter wasted a lot of time. Running all the way, Peter was not far from home, a block or two away. Suddenly, Peter stopped in his tracks. It turned out that he had just passed a pharmacy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to buy medicine for Aunt May. Peter could only go backwards, going to the pharmacy he missed just now to buy medicine. Peter was about to buy medicines, but he noticed that in the small shop next to him, some gangsters seemed to be buying for 0 yuan. Such scenes are not uncommon in the city. The hesitation of Peter's footsteps is uncertain. When encountering such a situation, normally, he would definitely stop it. However, because she ignored the time, Aunt May was still waiting for herself and the medicine. It's not uncommon for things like this to happen, and it's impossible for me to prevent everything from happening. Perhaps the shopkeeper can handle it. While Peter was in a daze, the gangster had already completed the 0 yuan purchase and rushed out of the store. Peter stood here, staring blankly at the scene. The owner rushed out, "Hey, stop him." When Peter was in a daze, the gangster had already turned around, ran across the road, and went to the opposite side of the road. "Hey, what the hell? Why didn't you stop him?" The shopkeeper questioned Peter loudly, but Peter didn't bother to pay attention, and turned around to go to the pharmacy to buy medicine. The shopkeeper had no choice but to continue to chase. The bandit came to the opposite side, ready to escape. When the gangster fled in a hurry, he didn't notice Aunt May, and rushed towards her. Aunt May was knocked to the ground, and the gangster fell, dropping money and belongings, even a pistol. Aunt May has already guessed what happened. This person should have made a 0 yuan purchase. "You can't do that." The gangster got up, tidied up, and said cursingly, "Damn it, you're blocking my way, do you know that?" The shopkeeper came after him, but when he saw the gangster picked up the pistol, he panicked. Can this still be chased? Is life more important than money? The shopkeeper could only admit his weakness and retreat. But Aunt May didn't plan to back down. "If you're stuck, there are other ways, it's not right to do that." The gangster was stopped by Aunt May, and immediately became angry, and pointed his gun at Aunt May. Aunt May wanted to continue persuading, but the gangster was impatient and chose to shoot. A gunshot pierced the quiet night sky. The shopkeeper couldn't help but look back, but he was even more afraid that the bandits would make trouble for him. The others didn't dare to run around when they heard the movement. Just as Peter walked into the pharmacy and was about to buy medicine, he heard a gunshot not far away. Peter looked out the door, followed the direction of the gunshots, and looked over. Peter's heart began to waver. No way. Could it be the person who bought it for 0 yuan just now? Because I didn't stop him, he hurt someone else. Peter had already started to regret it. He didn't stop at the door of the pharmacy, and immediately rushed over to save someone. When Peter came here, he saw a familiar figure lying on the ground. Peter was very familiar with the clothes. Peter couldn't believe it. No, no, no. Aunt May, it can't be true. Peter rushed to Aunt May's side like crazy. Seeing Aunt May's injury, the emotion of self-blame rushed into his mind. If I go home earlier, Aunt May won't have to go out to buy medicine by herself. If I could have stopped that gangster earlier, Aunt May would not have been shot. Peter immediately contacted the ambulance in a panic, but it would take some time for the ambulance to arrive. Peter could only yell heart-piercingly, begging for help from the people around him. "Help! Help! It's just that the empty streets are quieter because of the gunfire." Seeing that it was Peter, Aunt May said with her last breath, "Peter, don't blame yourself. Remember, be a good person. As your Uncle Ben used to say, with great ability comes great responsibility." Peter cried bitterly, but no one could help him. Suyi teleported outside of Mary Jane's house, and then followed the gunshots and Peter's crying, and then flew over quickly. "Damn, this system, the branch line selection is too outrageous, right? I teleported here, it's still too late." Suyi couldn't take care of so much anymore, and fell in front of Peter. With a glance, he saw Aunt May's injury. Fortunately, it's just the belly, not the head or the heart. Peter reacted immediately, looked at the spider bully in front of him. "What are you going to do? I can save her." Peter has no choice but to choose to trust Suyi. Suyi took out the bottle of water of life, and dropped a drop of water of life into his mouth. Is this really Aunt May? This is too young, too beautiful, isn't it? Compared to Aunt May in the movie universe, it's on a higher level. I'm not a CAO thief. What's more, Peter and I are classmates and friends. Several movies suddenly came to Suyi's mind, Classmates XX and Friends XX. It's even more exciting. I can't continue thinking about it. Save people first. Saving people is the most important thing. After feeding the water of life, Suyi controlled the symbiote battle suit to turn into filaments at the fingertips, drilled into the wound, and took out the bullet. She will be fine and the wound will heal quickly. However, it's best not to reveal that her injury has recovered, otherwise it will be very troublesome. In Peter's shock, the wound on Aunt May's body had stopped bleeding and even started to heal. This is too amazing, isn't it? Tonight, I will come to you. Suyi didn't leave, and planned to take advantage of tonight to advance the progress. Hey, the system just asked me to guide Peter to become Spider-Man. How do I feel like I am the godfather of Spider-Man? Suyi came to Mary Jane's house and came out of Mary Jane's window. On the other hand, Peter took Aunt May home before the ambulance arrived. Peter cancelled the ambulance and concentrated on waiting for Aunt May to wake up. After a while, he woke up. Aunt May, are you okay? What happened? I seem to hear you talking to someone, and then I just feel very comfortable. Why am I at home? Peter explained, someone saved you. Your wound has scabbed over, and you recovered so quickly. I'm sorry, Aunt May. I should have come back earlier, and the gangster, I had a chance to stop him, but I didn't. Aunt May heard Peter's self-blame, and hurriedly persuaded, it's good that you realized your mistake. You can correct it in the future, don't live in self-blame. If you're living with self-blame all the time, it's going to ruin your life. Peter is very grateful for the sudden appearance of the spider bully. If it is not for him, Aunt May must be dead. At that time, he will have no relatives, and he can only live in regret forever. Little did he know, the spider bully he was grateful for was Suyi. And Suyi sneaked into Mary Jane's room and secretly talked about her lovesickness. Chapter 39. In the middle of the night, after Suyi comforted Mary Jane, she was ready to continue the task. Coming to the next door, Peter instantly sensed the existence of Suyi with spider telepathy. Immediately, he climbed out of the window and followed Suyi's trail. It's just that Peter hasn't produced a battle suit yet, and he can't run far at all. Therefore, Suyi didn't take him very far, but just brought him to a remote factory building. Wait, who are you? What's your purpose in bringing me here? Suyi didn't intend to hide it anymore. Peter Parker, long time no see. Peter felt that the voice was different from before, maybe this was the original voice. It's just that the voice seems a little familiar. Suyi's symbiote battlesuit faded to reveal his face, and Peter Parker was shocked. Sue. Why are you? Are you a spider bully? Suyi shrugged, obvious answer. Peter calmed down quickly, and the matter didn't seem too difficult to accept. Reminiscing that after Gwen also obtained the super ability, Suyi helped Gwen master the super ability, which is also understandable. It turns out that Suyi is also a super ability user. What is your purpose in finding me? To help you, to guide you, to be Spider-Man. Peter didn't understand. Suyi continued, in many parallel universes, Peter Parker was bitten by a mutant spider and gained a super ability. Because of Uncle Ben's death, because of anger and self-blame, I put on my homemade spider battlesuit and started to fight criminals. Afterwards, in one incident after another, I began to understand the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and gradually became a real Spider-Man. If something like this happened to Aunt May tonight, it is very likely that you, with remorse, anger and self-blame, will go down this road too. Definitely, because of the loss of all your loved ones, you also risk going down a more dangerous and evil path. So, I came forward and rescued Aunt May. The purpose is very simple. I hope that you can wish to become a superhero from the bottom of your heart. I hope that you become a Spider-Man out of your own will, not because of regret and self-blame. Do you understand? Peter is a little confused, parallel universe, and even a little bit of the feeling of predicting the future. To be honest, I'm a little confused. Don't be nervous, you still have time, you can think slowly. Think about whether to use your ability to save others, and think about whether to become a Spider-Man. Peter looked at his hands, lost in thought. I have a super ability, can I really do nothing? Uncle Ben said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I have obtained this ability, so what about my responsibility? Watching the gangsters buy for 0 UN in front of my eyes, and even run away, causing Aunt May to be injured? Thinking of this, Peter made a decision. I'll be Spider-Man. No, no, no. Suyi rejected Peter, you are too anxious to give an answer, you have not considered everything at all. You don't know what you will face when you walk this path. Peter really didn't think that much. Facing what? You will face a large number of gangsters. These gangsters cannot be completely eliminated in your lifetime. After all, evil will never die. You will face evil and powerful supervillains with superhuman intelligence, advanced technology, or super ability. Even, you have to be prepared to get hurt, not only yourself, but also the people around you. You have a super ability, so what about Aunt May? She's just an ordinary person, can you make sure those gangsters, those supervillains won't hurt her? I'm not either. I can save her every time. Peter fell into shock. That's right, he has obtained a super ability, so he can deal with gangsters. Even if he really meets a villain with super ability, he can also deal with it. But what about Aunt May? She's just a normal person. It would be extremely dangerous to be involved. Suyi was lucky to save Aunt May this time. But if it is the future, Suyi has no responsibility to save Aunt May, and she is the one who must protect Aunt May. Not only that, but you also overlooked one thing. Peter hurriedly asked, what's the matter? It's a tough job, and it's not paid. You have to be prepared, because being a superhero can make your life, your job, a mess. The gangsters won't wait until you get off work to show up and do evil. Supervillains won't wait until you're done dating before destroying the world. After saying this, Peter was completely hesitation. It turns out that it is not easy to be a good superhero. Peter suddenly thought of Suyi. Suyi is a superhero, and it seems that there is no problem. Su, how did you handle it? I see you seem to have handled it very well, can you teach me? Suyi didn't expect Peter to ask himself this question. Do you think I'm busy? Actually, no, I've only appeared 3 times. The first time I showed up, that is, to stop the gangsters, was photographed on the internet. That's because the person who appeared in danger was called Pepper, and she was my girlfriend. The second time I showed up, I saved Gwen from the gangsters. This time, the third time, to guide you to become Spider-Man. Spider-Man in other parallel universes, most of the time, want to protect the entire city with their own strength, so they are so busy. If you choose to only attack the evil you see, it should be a lot easier. In fact, you can also try to do this, because in this world, you are not the only superhero. You can also trust those law enforcement officers in uniform, who are also guarding the city. Peter has not been able to make a decision. After all, this decision is related to the future life. Sue, why do you know so much about parallel universes? Could it be that you are a person from another universe who has obtained super abilities similar to spiders? One key question, I'm from another universe. But, I'm not Spider-Man. The Spider Bull is just my nickname, because of a Peter Parker from Blacken. Peter, think about it when you go back. By the way, this is a gift for you. What gift? Peter received this piece of paper, on which was a painting. The content in the painting is naturally the appearance of the Spider-Man battlesuit. So, is this Spider-Man? It's time for me to go back to Mary Jane. By the way, Peter, don't use your super ability to peek. Walter? I wouldn't do that kind of thing. However, without waiting for Peter to explain, Suyi had already returned to Mary Jane's room. I am back. Your mission completed. Suyi hugged Mary Jane lightly and said, almost, I taught him the first lesson and told him a lot about the difficulties he will face in becoming a Spider-Man. Knowing that there are so many difficulties, would he still choose to become a Spider-Man? Yes, just like I like you, no matter how difficult it is, I will come to you. Chapter 40. Peter returned to his bedroom, thinking about Suyi's words, and fell into a tangle. To become a Spider-Man, you will face so many problems. However, deep in Peter's heart, he wants to become Spider-Man more and more. I also forgot to ask a question, if I become Spider-Man, will I save many people? Peter looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. Maybe I don't need to ask, I can know the answer. Yes, if I become Spider-Man, I will definitely save many people. But Aunt May and the people around me may be in danger. Although Peter is still in hesitation, the balance has inadvertently tilted towards one side. Peter lost sleep thinking about it. Early in the morning, I was woken up by my new alarm clock. Peter washed up quickly and went downstairs, and found Aunt May in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Morning, Aunt May. Good morning, Peter. When Peter said hello, he was surprised to find that Aunt May looked much younger. Originally, Aunt May was only 35 years old, and because she was tired, she would appear a little listless. But today, Aunt May's face was radiant and she looked 10 years younger. Where is Aunt May here? This is clearly Sister May. Aunt May, you look great today, you seem to be much younger. Aunt May also smiled and said, I feel the same way, I feel comfortable all over, and my skin is much better, just like returning to my 20s. Peter immediately thought of that drop of eau-de-vie, but couldn't think of any reason other than that. Aunt May, I think you might as well ask for 2 days off. You have changed so much that it will definitely cause shock. Aunt May disagreed. Peter, I don't think it's a good idea to ask for leave. No way, the burden on the family is too great. Peter couldn't persuade Aunt May either, so he could only go to school after breakfast. When he came to school, Peter asked Suyi a few more questions. Sue, do you know? The thing you gave Aunt May to drink made Aunt May look 10 years younger. Do you know how much shock this will cause? Aunt May's appearance appeared in Suyi's mind. Aunt May became Sister May, definitely more beautiful. I wouldn't use eau-de-vie if I had any other means. It prolongs life, slows down aging, and makes people look younger. You should know what this means. If it is put up for auction, rich people all over the world will rush to buy it. Peter calmed down. I didn't mean that, I just said that Aunt May has changed too much, and others may find out. It's very simple, just say that I went for a beauty treatment, or put on makeup. Peter. Still have a question. What is the problem? It should be said that I in other parallel universes, choose to be Spider-Man, they encounter these problems, will they regret being Spider-Man? Suyi froze for a moment. It's hard to say, so let's take two of them as examples. There is a Spider-Man whose life, love, and work have been affected, and even his girlfriend chose to leave. He was hit hard because of this, lost his super ability, and became an ordinary person. However, when the crisis came, he still became the Spider-Man to protect everyone without hesitation. There is also a universe that lost his girlfriend. Peter caught her with a cobweb because she fell from a height. Because of inertia, the neck broke. After that, Spider-Man was depressed. However, when a new supervillain emerges, he also chooses to fight. Peter was shocked when he heard it. I see. Think slowly, you still have time, but not much. What's the meaning? Because this is the era of superheroes, supervillains will appear one after another, and it shouldn't be long before. Peter felt the pressure. I see. On the other hand, in the laboratory of the Osborn building, Professor Connors was very happy. The gene therapy agent has achieved simulated success and has been injected into experimental mice. However, the final result has not yet been observed. Only after this level 1 section is completed, can the human body test of the next level 1 section be carried out. However, the Osborn people have run out of patience. A man in a suit and tie found Professor Connors, who was none other than Norman Osborn's assistant Niles. Professor Connors, Mr. Osborn is very pleased to hear that your research has progressed. Now, human experiments can be carried out. Professor Connors was a little worried. What? Do human experiments now? We only succeeded in the simulation. Although we injected the experimental mice with the drug, we are not sure if there are any side effects. Also, primates, not human experiments, should be the next step. Niles reminded, Professor Connors, Mr. Osborn can't wait anymore, he doesn't have much time. Professor Connors still can't accept it. After all, this is a semi-finished product. Once the human experiment is carried out, if unknown changes occur, it is said that there will be no dire consequences. Even if you want to conduct human experiments, where do you find people who volunteer to conduct human experiments? Niles looked at it with a calm face. So what? They won't know what it is. To them, it's just a common cold medicine. I know a place, a veterans hospital. Professor Connors was angry. Are you joking? Before the results of the experimental mice came out, human experiments were carried out, and the people who were tested were kept from it. Connors picked up the materials and was about to leave, but Niles grabbed Connors' broken arm. I don't think so, because all pharmaceutical companies do this. Niles went on to persuade, what a righteous statement, if it was 15 years ago, it would have been more convincing. Richard Parker had all the glory back then, and you've been in rags until now. Connors panicked, this has nothing to do with me. Did you tell his son that too? I do not know what you're talking about. You don't know, or do you mean you don't want to know? Let me remind you that it was Richard Parker who chose to say no, not you. Professor Connors has already lost in momentum. Niles continued to add, time is running out, Professor Connors. Connors hesitated, saw his broken arm, and finally made up his mind, I won't do this. Niles didn't have the slightest hesitation. Very well, then I will officially notify you. Your laboratory is closed. All experimental results belong to Osborn Corporation. You can take nothing with you. Also, your broken arm may not be able to be reborn like this experimental mouse. Niles left arrogantly, leaving only Connors in the laboratory. Connors sat quietly in a daze in his laboratory, looking at his research, looking at his broken arm, and fell into some kind of madness. Finally made up his mind, Connors started to make gene therapy medicine. Before night fell, Connors injected himself with the potion he had just made, waiting for the potion to take effect. At the moment when the injection was completed, Professor Lizard was born. Chapter 41. In Suyi's opinion, today is another ordinary day. Calculate the time. Pepper is on a business trip and should be back today. Go find her today, and it's time to complete the last step. Suyi teleports outside Pepper's apartment and wants to surprise Pepper. However, there was no response after pressing the doorbell for a long time. The strengthening hearing did not hear any movement in the house. Maybe he's still working. Suyi probably guessed Pepper's location. Go to Tony's house. Suyi teleported again, only this time, instead of appearing in the underground studio, she appeared outside the villa. Through the gate, Suyi communicated with Tony. Hey, Tony, I'm here, let me in. Tony was very happy when he saw Suyi outside the door. Oh, Suyi, long time no see, come in by yourself. Suyi teleported to the living room again, and then walked to the basement. So troublesome. Tony looked very happy. Suyi, I'm glad you learned to inform the owner of the villa. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not here to find you. Pepper looked helpless. Suyi, You came at a very bad time. I am reporting to him. Your appearance will delay at least 10 minutes. Suyi was also very helpless, and came to Pepper and hugged Pepper. I just miss you a little bit. Me too, but I still have work to do. I'm waiting for you. Because of Suyi's sudden appearance, the report work was interrupted, and Pepper could only continue the report from where it was interrupted. It took 4 or 5 minutes to complete the report. It can be seen that nuclear energy has indeed achieved certain results, but it is not enough to support the Stark industry. Right now, Stark Industries' business is completely tilted towards energy. However, it's not enough to go back to the old days. Tony is also very helpless. I'm already researching a new type of drone, which will be mass-produced soon. Drones, just what these drones are for, then went completely off track. A mysterious guest drone with a fish tank on its head creates an illusion of many elements. Most of the drones have been confiscated by certain departments and used for reconnaissance and even as weapons. Sue, what do you think of the drone idea? All I can say is, it's a good idea. It can only be said that the idea is a good idea, but the usefulness of the finished product cannot be determined by Tony. Pepper, the report is finished. Is there anything else to do next? Pepper looked at the work at hand. There may be some more. You are the CEO of the company now, shouldn't you hire an assistant? Tony, you can't be so stingy, can you? Tony immediately explained, hey, it's not my fault, I've hired her an assistant. Pepper also explained, it's just that the company's situation is a bit bad, so I will be a bit busy as the CEO. I have to go home and then I have to look at a few documents. I'll drive you back. Pepper was also in a better mood. Thank you, Sue. Tony, I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. Suyi took Pepper home. It could be seen that Pepper was really busy recently and looked haggard. Seeing Pepper's appearance, Suyi felt a little distressed. Fortunately, I have the water of life. Suyi drove Pepper home, but Pepper was a little tired, not in the mood to talk, and even fell asleep. Suyi was very witty and didn't bother Pepper. When they arrived downstairs in the apartment, when Suyi was about to take Pepper home, Pepper woke up. Oh, I'm so sorry, I fell asleep. It's okay, we're home now. Pepper opened the door and let Suyi also enter the room. Thank you for taking me home, Sue, but I'm just too busy. It's okay, I just need a few minutes. Pepper sighed, okay, what do you want to say? Suyi approached Pepper and hugged Pepper. I don't want to say anything, I just want to give you a shoulder and let you relax. Thank you, Sue. The two had a brief moment of tenderness. I have to work. Wait, I have another gift for you. Although Pepper was very happy and excited, his physical fatigue made Pepper unable to show it at all. Thank you, Sue. Suyi took out the water of life. This is the water of life, which can prolong life, delay aging, make you look younger, and relieve your fatigue. Pepper was a little surprised. Are you sure this is a good thing, not those poisonous things? This is something I got from other universes, not something that makes people hallucinate. Persuaded by Suyi, Pepper took a drop of eau-de-vie. Immediately, I felt refreshed, as if my body had been nourished, and my fatigue was swept away. Instead, it was an extremely comfortable feeling. Sue, this feeling is so comfortable. In the future, you can experience a more comfortable feeling. The two had a brief intimacy for a while, and Pepper regained his energy and thought about work again. Sue, it's time for me to work. I'll stay with you for a while. Pepper couldn't hold back Suyi, so he could only let Suyi stay. On the other hand, Gwen was home, as usual. Although he obtained the super ability and the symbiote battle suit, he never had the opportunity to use it. Tonight, my father George is also at home. As a result, George received another call. Water? A tall green monster appeared on the bridge, like a lizard man. George's house is not far from the bridge, so at this moment, it is natural to rush there immediately. Helen, I have to get out. Be safe. When Gwen heard the news, she was extremely excited. She knew that her chance had come. So, I immediately said hello, Mom, I'm going back to my room, I might go to bed early. Okay. Gwen quietly returned to her room and locked the door. Immediately called Suyi first. Sue, a lizard man monster was found on the bridge. My father has passed, and I have to act now. After hanging up the phone, the symbiote battle suit was instantly covered, and then climbed out of the window. The whole person shuttled between the tall buildings at a speed no slower than George, who was driving. Suyi was at Pepper's house, and the moment she received the call, she was stunned. Professor Lizard showed up. It seemed a bit early. Peter is probably still doing battle suits now. Forget it, no matter so much, go and have a look first. If possible, just let Gwen catch Professor Lizard. Pepper, I may have something to do, I have to leave first. Pepper didn't ask much, just bid farewell to Suyi with a kiss. Be safe. I'll be back tonight. Before Pepper finished speaking, Suyi had already left. I was not ready before, but now I am ready, but because of busy work, I have to give up this idea temporarily. Suyi disappeared in a blink of an eye, and appeared on the bridge in a teleportation. Professor Lizard has completely turned into a human-shaped lizard at this moment. In order to find Nels, he started to destroy the bridge unscrupulously. Professor Lizard, it's also good to use it for Gwen to practice. Chapter 42. When Suyi appeared, the lizard Professor Connors had already begun to wreak havoc. Vehicles were blocked on the bridge, and people could only abandon their vehicles and run away. Some vehicles were overturned, others were destroyed. Most of the vehicles are empty. Fortunately, Professor Lizard's goal is not these ordinary people, but Assistant Niles. Niles is sitting in the car at the moment, ready for the next step. Let the genetic medicine be put into the human experiment link. The purpose of Professor Lizard is very simple, which is to prevent Niles from taking everything in the laboratory. Gradually, Professor Lizard began to lose control. Even, started throwing the vehicle into the river. Suyi knew that he couldn't wait for Gwen to come, so he had to rescue first. Suyi cast his symbiote cobweb to catch the vehicles about to be thrown into the river. Professor Lizard also discovered the existence of Suyi, but at this moment, Professor Lizard was already close to madness. He didn't care about it at all, and continued to chase the target Niles unscrupulously. Suyi saved a few people who almost fell, and Gwen finally appeared on the scene swinging cobweb. I'm here, what am I going to do? Save them and stop that lizard monster. Gwen was a little eager to try, and Suyi also told Gwen some things that a superhero should do. Definitely, Suyi also believed in Gwen. Gwen not only has this character, but also this ability to become an excellent superhero. Suyi rescued passersby, while Gwen took the initiative to stop Professor Lizard. Hey lizard monster, I can't let you keep doing this damage. Professor Lizard already has a beastly personality at this moment. When Gwen appeared, Professor Lizard seemed to be provoked, and immediately counterattacked the sudden appearance of Gwen. Gwen's reaction speed was not slow, and he blocked it immediately. However, this nearly 3-meter tall lizard professor is bigger and stronger. This is Professor Lizard's first transformation. His physical fitness and strength have not yet reached the strongest level, but they are still stronger than Gwen's. Gwen still felt the huge amounts of strength, and comparing strength head-on, it definitely couldn't be compared. Fortunately, Gwen is still very smart, and immediately realized this, and began to hone herself. Suyi watched from afar and stepped forward to help clear the crowd. After a while, George appeared with a group of law enforcers. I saw the scene on the bridge, and also saw Suyi and others. What the hell is this? Are you sure you're not filming a sci-fi movie? I knew that the lizard people were real. This must be an alien conspiracy. George looked at his subordinates, all a little speechless. Hands up, you're surrounded. George's target is not Professor Lizard, but Suyi, because Suyi blocks their way past. Sheriff George, this monster is not something you can handle. George still has a good impression of Suyi, the spider bully. After all, Suyi saved Gwen. However, he didn't believe Suyi's words at all. This is our responsibility and should be handled by us. I repeat, raise your hands and surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will also be our target. Suyi was unmoved. Sheriff George, there are always some things that are beyond your understanding, and there are always some things that are beyond the scope of your ability. Therefore, you should hand over this matter to someone with a higher ability people to deal with. George's attitude was also very firm. I haven't received any news from above, and you haven't received any authorization. I say it one last time, hands up, now. Otherwise, I'll fire. Suyi was very helpless. You can try it, you should have interrogated those gangsters, and you should know that bullets are useless to me. Not only for me, but also for them. Sergeant George still didn't believe it, so he took out his pistol and emptied the magazine. However, no matter where it hits, it has no effect. At such a close distance, he does not dodge or avoid, and blocks bullets hard. George also finally believed in Suyi's ability, which is not something they can solve. The two sides were at war with each other, and they almost started fighting directly. Just then, Gwen's voice came from behind. Help! Suyi turned around suddenly and saw the situation at the moment. Professor Lizard realized that the situation was wrong, and he didn't want to continue entanglement. Several cars were thrown out immediately and thrown into the river. You know, there are still people in these cars. Afterwards, Professor Lizard fled away immediately. Faced with such a situation, Gwen also knew that she had to save people first. However, there were too many vehicles thrown by Professor Lizard. Gwen took half a second to make a judgment, and immediately chose to ask Suyi for help. Suyi looked at the 5 cars that were about to fall in the air, and Gwen had already set out to rescue them. But the speed is limited after all, and it is definitely impossible to save 5 cars in time. Suyi teleported and appeared beside the bridge in a flash. The symbiote battlesuit immediately turned into tentacles and grabbed the farthest 3 cars, while Gwen grabbed 2 cars with 1 in each hand. It's troublesome if you can't fly, otherwise, just fly over and catch them all. Suyi and Gwen worked together to rescue the vehicle and everyone in it. Passers-by thanked one after another, but Gwen was not very happy. George led people to surround him, and Professor Lizard had already run away, so Suyi and Gwen could only be dealt with. However, Suyi brought Gwen, and a teleportation appeared in Gwen's room. The symbiote battlesuit has been turned into a bracelet, and Gwen has returned to normal. It's just that the first action failed. Gwen was in a bad mood, hugged Suyi and began to apologize. Sorry, I missed him and let him run. And I didn't expect that the symbiote battlesuit can catch multiple targets. In fact, I won't bother you to save them. If I didn't ask you to help, you should be able to catch him too. You said I was destined to be a superhero, but I screwed up this operation. Suyi patted Gwen on the back. It's okay, you have done a good job. I believe you will do better in the future. Even if you have experienced a lot of superheroes, you can't solve things all at once. They will encounter new enemies, encounter unpredictable emergencies, and encounter situations beyond the scope of their abilities. You have to judge correctly. When you were sure that you couldn't save everyone, you called me for help. Also, defeating monsters is not the only task. We have to save people and find the root of the problem. Only then did Gwen feel better. Thank you for comforting me, Sue. The two were chatting in the house, and Gwen's mother Helen passed by and heard some voices. Gwen, is there anyone in your room? I think I heard someone you were talking to. Gwen was a little flustered, and immediately thought of an explanation. Sue and I are on the phone. I'm really sorry to bother you, you continue to chat. Gwen lied to her mother and felt much better. Sue, can you stay? I can stay with you for a while. Your father will come back soon. I don't want him to find out. A little while is enough, thank you, Sue. Chapter 43. Suyi left early to find Pepper. When he returned to Pepper's apartment again, Pepper had fallen asleep on the table. It can only be said that since taking over as CEO, Pepper's attributes of a strong woman have been fully activated, and she is working every day. Suyi will not stop Pepper from living the life she wants, but will also make her pay attention to rest. Stay here tonight. When Pepper woke up, she was shocked to find Suyi by her side. Sue, why are you here? I told you, I'll be back, but I didn't expect you to fall asleep on the table. Pepper could also imagine what Suyi did, just set herself up and rest beside her. Thank you, Sue. Maybe you can say thank you in a different way. We should probably only have a little over half an hour, if you think that's enough time. I can't wait to lock Tony up now and give you a vacation. Pepper smiled and said, don't do it, I will only be busier if you take him away. After lying down for a while, the two of them were about to get busy on their own. Pepper still has to work, and Suyi has to wash up and go to school. In addition to this task today, there is another big task, which is to get rid of Professor Lizard. When I came to school, Peter was in the classroom early. Peter has already learned about the appearance of Professor Lizard last night. Sue, I have something I want to talk to you about. Suyi didn't refuse either. The two found a remote place in the school and started talking. The lizard man last night, you and Gwen were dealing with it. It's me and Gwen. I heard he ran away. Is there anything I can do to help? I haven't made the battle suit yet, but there's always something I can do. Seeing Peter's tense look, Suyi knew that Peter was inclined to become a superhero. There really are. What is it? Go to the Osborn building, Professor Connor's laboratory, and report to Professor Connors. Peter was smart and immediately understood what Suyi meant. You mean, that Lizardman is Professor Connors? Professor Connors has been researching gene medicine. The most important direction is to use lizard gene to treat amputated limbs. Simulations for the study have been successful and, moreover, have been tested on a laboratory mouse. According to the steps, at least wait for the results of the experimental mice before proceeding to the next test. At least, according to the current situation, it is impossible to conduct human testing. I'll take time off and go to Osborn Mansions. If it is really Professor Connors, I will persuade him and stop him from making mistakes. Peter was ready, and then he skipped class and went to the Osborn building. When I came to the Osborn building, Professor Connors' laboratory, there was no one in the laboratory. Peter was waiting for Professor Connors in the laboratory, but he didn't wait for Professor Connors. However, Peter also found out. There are production records. It was produced last night, and earlier today, more genetic medicines were produced. Peter fell silent, not knowing why Professor Connors did this. Is it really a side effect of genetic medicine? Why did Professor Connors inject himself with medicine? Could it be because of a broken arm? But, why not wait for the results of the experimental mice? Why not follow the normal process? Experimental rats, yes, experimental rats. Peter came to the lab rat, ready to watch the lab rat. It was unexpectedly discovered that the container containing the experimental mice was destroyed, and the 2 experimental mice disappeared. Suddenly, Peter heard a small voice. Peter followed the sound and saw that in the corner, the experimental mouse injected with the genetic drug had mutated. And the other ordinary experimental mouse has become a ration. Peter knew something was wrong. That lizardman last night must be Professor Connors. Without hesitation, Peter hurriedly dealt with the mutant mouse to avoid escaping. The other side hurriedly chose to report. I want to report, I found a clue about the lizardman last night. Peter didn't know how things turned out like this, but what he had to do now was to stop Professor Connors. George received the report and immediately rushed to the Osborne building with people. Osborne's staff were still wondering what was going on, and were surrounded. Niles hurriedly stopped. You have no right to conduct searches. Actually, we have the right. We have been informed that the lizardman who appeared last night has something to do with your company. Impossible. Who reported it? Peter stood up. I reported it. I'm Professor Connors' assistant. We're working together on gene therapy agents. Simply put, we use lizard genes to treat human limbs. We've done preliminary tests with lab mice. What happened last night made me very uneasy. I planned to ask Professor Connors this morning, lizardman. However, before I waited for Professor Connors, I discovered that the experimental mouse injected with the genetic drug had mutated and had lizard genes. George also understood. You mean, he injected himself with the unfinished genetic medicine, so he became a lizardman. This should be. George immediately ordered, seal the laboratory. Niles couldn't stop it, but fortunately, Professor Connors' research still had a backup. Peter immediately reminded, Professor Connors made several genetic medicines earlier today, maybe he will continue to inject. It might make him stronger, and at the same time, it might make him lose his mind. George was confident. I know what to do, kid. Maybe, I can make an antidote and help him return to normal. I believe that his nature is kind. George was a little impatient. Son, do you know what he did last night? He caused major economic losses and almost caused many casualties. He is no longer the professor you are familiar with, maybe more like a lizard. George led people to block the laboratory, and also led people to search Professor Connors' villa. Niles even drove Peter out of the building directly, and then hurriedly reported what happened to Norman Osborne. Peter was not idle either. So, you guessed right, that lizard monster should be Professor Connors. However, he made a few genetic medicines, which are now missing. I plan to make an antidote to treat Professor Connors. However, I can't enter the laboratory now. Suyi also knows that this is Spider-Man, who always wants to save everyone, even if the opponent is a villain. So he persuaded, don't worry, there is still some time, we can discuss countermeasures together. In the underground of the city, Connors was holding the prepared genetic medicine, ready to continue the injection. But soon, Connors received the news that he had been notified. Stupid human beings, I am smarter and stronger, I am the direction of evolution, I am the future. That's right, I can help humans complete evolution. No one can stop me, not anyone. Chapter 44. Connors fell into madness, ready to turn the entire city into lizardmen. To this end, Connors thought of a way. In the Osborne building, there is a machine. Through this machine, the potion can be spread throughout the city, turning everyone into lizardmen. Thinking of this, Connors immediately started to act. Continue to make genetic medicine, and prepare to inject yourself to make yourself stronger. On the other side, Suyi, Gwen, and Peter drank coffee at the coffee shop and briefly discussed how to deal with it. In fact, Suyi already knew the direction of the plot and made a plan. Professor Lizard Connors will plan to make potions next, and use the machines in the Osborne building to launch the genetic potions and spread them throughout the city. At that time, the people in the whole city will become lizard people. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, that day isn't too far away. So, these few nights, we have to be ready to fight. Peter froze. Water? Sue, how do you know? My super ability can occasionally predict some future events. Gwen didn't ask about ability, but about the next battle plan. So, what should we do? Peter hasn't made the battle suit yet, so it's not convenient to come out to fight at the moment. Gwen looked for an opportunity to enter the Osborne mansion and make an antidote. As for the battle, leave it to me. This time, I will catch him directly and use the antidote to help him detoxify. Peter said, oh, there should be a production method in the computer, in the XX folder. After receiving the message, Gwen immediately said, I understand. Now Peter only hates that he hasn't made the battle suit yet, so he can't participate in the battle. Otherwise, he can help more. However, he still believes in Suyi's ability. When the night came, Peter listened to the radio at home, waiting for the news wholeheartedly. Gwen was at home, ready to act. Suyi found an opportunity and contacted Gwen's father, George. Hi, I'm George. Hello, Sheriff George, I'm Spider Bully. George suddenly became nervous. What's the matter with you? I found some clues about Professor Lizard. He will plan to make more potions to turn normal people into lizard monsters. And in this plan, there is a very critical prop, a machine in the Osborn building. This machine can launch genetic agents into the air and scatter them across the city. George didn't act immediately. How are you going to prove what you said? Are you going to wait for your family to turn into lizards? I'm not sure when he's going to attack the Osborn mansion, but you should at least have someone step up your patrol. Also, it's best to equip your people with gas masks to avoid inhaling potions and turning into lizard monsters. Hearing Suyi's reminder, George knew it was time to act. If you turn into a lizard monster, can you change back? If we can make an antidote, it can be transformed back in theory. However, I don't think anyone would want to have the experience of turning into a lizard, right? I will arrange personnel to patrol and strengthen the guard. George can only trust Suyi and arrange for patrols. If Professor Lizard really appeared, and he had someone nearby, he would be able to evacuate the crowd immediately. George's men wondered why they were stepping up patrols in the neighborhood near the Osborn mansion. But this is an order after all, they can only obey. George's men patrolled the neighborhoods, keeping an eye out for Professor Lizard. In a certain block, several of George's men had just finished patrolling the neighborhood. Pull over the vehicle and get ready for a cup of coffee. Several people were drinking coffee and chatting. I really don't know what the boss thinks. How could Professor Lizard appear here? If he's not here, where is he? Maybe it's a garbage dump. Lizards should also like to eat garbage, right? I don't know, maybe. Suddenly, Professor Lizard emerges from a nearby sewer. Then start running down the street, ready to rush to the Osborn mansion. Little did they know that the vicinity of the Osborn building was under surveillance by George. As soon as Professor Lizard appeared, it caused panic among passers-by nearby. A few people who were still drinking coffee realized that something was wrong and hurried over to check. This is Group C. There was an abnormality near Group C. Some passers-by were frightened and ran away. We are going to check the situation. Received. George received the information, checked the map immediately, and then mobilized personnel to pursue and intercept him further. The target is in Area C, heading towards the Osborn building. Evacuate people, surround him. Song Chuan heard the sound nearby and acted immediately. First bring Gwen over and let Gwen make the potion. Next, it was natural that Suyi stepped forward to deal with Professor Lizard. George's men tried their best to stop Professor Lizard, but now Professor Lizard has become a full body. Unless an antidote is used, it will remain in lizard form forever. Professor Lizard in full body form is not afraid of bullets, and allows the bullets to attack. It definitely hurts a little bit, but it doesn't hurt. Professor Lizard looked at the heavily armed law enforcement officers and knew that the potion could not infect them, so he had to choose another target and prepare to infect passers-by. Or find a way to destroy the breathing masks of these law enforcement officers before using the potion. Fake death and wait for the enforcers to approach. Professor Lizard suddenly exploded, destroying the breathing mask. The medicine is broken, and the gas medicine spreads rapidly. People who breathed these medicines immediately felt unwell and began to mutate. Suyi fell from the sky at this time, blocking Professor Lizard's way. Professor Lizard looked at Suyi who appeared, but he didn't pay attention to Suyi at all. Last time, he defeated Gwen with strength. In his opinion, Suyi is similar to Gwen, and his strength should be similar. You can't stop me, I'm stronger and smarter than last time. I represent evolution, and I represent the future of mankind. Suyi dismissed it, turning into a lizard. You tell me this is evolution? Stronger, smarter, longer life, that's evolution. Suyi sneered, so, let me see your power after evolution. Professor Lizard was completely enraged, and immediately rushed towards Suyi. George saw Suyi motionless from a distance, and Professor Lizard swooped over, and suddenly fell into a panic. Shouldn't he also become a lizard monster? George couldn't imagine, if Suyi also turned into a lizard monster, how strong would it be? However, the picture in George's imagination did not appear. Professor Lizard's arm was easily grabbed by Suyi, and then he fell to the ground, as if the ground trembled. Finally, one foot stepped on Professor Lizard. Is this what you call evolution? Vulnerable. Chapter 45. Suyi easily subdued Professor Lizard. In the face of Suyi's 10,000 ton strength, Professor Lizard seemed a bit inadequate. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. Not only that, Song Chuan also bound Professor Lizard's hands with the symbiosis. Next, just wait quietly for Gwen to make the antidote. George approached cautiously. You caught him? Obviously, yes. George looked at the monster. What should I do next? I don't think ordinary prison cars can hold him. Don't worry, my friend is going to make the antidote. It will take some time. When the antidote is used, he and your subordinates can be treated and become ordinary people. George finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he dealt with a monster like Professor Lizard. Suyi was right, such monsters were not something they could handle. Now, he can only trust Suyi. After a while, Gwen took the antidote and swung over with Cobweb. But he noticed that George was nearby, and he was a little nervous. Coming to Suyi, deliberately disguised his voice. I have completed the antidote. Heal them. Okay. Suyi and Gwen split up, and soon, both the lizard professor and the infected were cured. Professor Lizard returned to normal, and Suyi finally had a few words with Professor Connors. Professor Connors, do you really think that using this potion and turning into a lizard is evolution? Humans will eventually evolve, but this requires a process. If you do this, you will only lead humans astray. Professor Connors couldn't believe it. He was already extremely powerful. But in front of Suyi, he was vulnerable. Suyi's power is unfathomable. It's like a god. Are you really human? How could you be so strong? I am definitely a human being, but I stepped on the road of evolution first. Humans need thousands of years of evolution, and I only need a few years. Professor Connors couldn't imagine that such a person actually appeared in the world. However, this has nothing to do with him. He had been taken by George's men. However, with George's ability, he definitely couldn't keep Professor Connors. It is estimated that S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely come forward and take Connors away. Even if it's not S.H.I.E.L.D., there will be other forces. In this country, there is no shortage of such people. For example, General Ross researched serum and created the Green Titan. For example, Wilhelm Stryker, who specializes in catching mutant for research. It is still unknown who Connors will fall into in the end and what the final outcome will be. Maybe, there will be another day in the future. Taking advantage of George and others not paying attention, Suyi teleported away with Gwen and left the scene. Gwen was very excited. So, our mission is completed. It's finished, but no one knows what will happen next. Professor Connors will definitely not be put in prison. Maybe he will be taken away by a certain force and let him continue his research. Gwen couldn't believe it. Impossible. You still underestimate the greed and ambition of these people. I can tell you that since the birth of the captain, there are still many forces that are preparing to copy the captain's super serum. Gwen knew what that meant, that there would be more and more superhumans. Once these superpowers lose control, it will be a catastrophe. Oh, that's really bad. This is just a part of it, and there are some more dangerous ones. In this world, there is a kind of people called mutants. They have acquired super abilities due to genetic mutations. And in the official organization, there are people who will hunt down these mutants and use them for experiments. Gwen could imagine that these experiments would definitely not be ordinary experiments, but experiments aimed at mutant genes and super abilities. This process will not be very gentle. So, Gwen, you have to pay attention to safety in the future, not only these supervillains, but also the relevant departments. Gwen nodded. I will. Sue, if I'm really caught, will you come to rescue me? Definitely, I won't let you get hurt. Gwen was very moved and chatted with Suyi in the room. Not long after, George came home. After being busy for so long, Connors was taken away. The most important thing is that he can't stop it at all. The forces behind the opponent are too powerful. It is definitely impossible to say not to be angry. However, it is a happy thing to finally get rid of Professor Lizard. Oh, it seems that I have to go back first. Good night. Suyi returned to her home. System, take an inventory of the achievements of the Lizard Professor incident. Ding, the host defeated Lizard Professor Connors. The fate of Lizard Professor Connors has been changed, and he has obtained 4,000 fate points. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 1,000 fate points. Peter's fate has been changed and he has obtained 150,000 fate points. Extra gain the intelligence of Professor Connors. Professor Connors' intelligence. Not bad. This intelligence includes the knowledge and research of Professor Connors. With this knowledge, Suyi can make lizard genetic medicine. Definitely, an antidote can also be made. If Suyi continues to study, it is possible to completely solve this problem and perfect the genetic medicine. My intelligence has reached level LV6. I wonder if I can go further after integrating Connor's intelligence. There are 224W fate points, I feel very good. Suyi took an early break, while Peter is still working on web shooters. Peter has always felt that he should take more responsibility for the lizard Professor Connors incident. Because of his appearance, Professor Connors completed the semi-finished medicine. It was this half-finished potion that turned Professor Connors into Professor Lizard. I should have stopped Professor Connors. I should also become a Spider-Man, and use my ability to help more people. Instead of holding back because of the problems and dangers that are coming. As long as I'm careful enough and I'm good enough, I can handle this. Peter's web shooters has finally succeeded, and the battle suit has also been initially completed. It's just that Peter is not very satisfied with the materials of the battle suit. Soon, Peter found the right material. On a new day, Peter came to school and met Suyi. Peter thought about this matter for several days, and finally had an answer. Sue, I have the answer, I want to be Spider-Man. Suyi smiled, I've anticipated your choice, Spider-Man. I want you to train me, guide me, and make me a better Spider-Man. Seeing that Peter has such confidence, Suyi is also very relieved. That's right, I'll do it. After you make the battle suit, next, we have to deal with the supervillain hiding in the dark. Peter was vaguely excited, I'm going to deal with the bad guys now, shouldn't I train first? Bad guys don't wait for you to get ready, and for every day you delay, more people are hurting. Then why don't you deal with him directly? Because he is not a villain who can be easily solved by force. At the same time, this is a test for you and Gwen. Peter is very confident, I will do my best to deal with this matter well. Chapter 46. The opponent Suyi prepared for Peter and Gwen was naturally Jin Bing. Gwen and Peter could beat him easily if it was just fighting. But the key issue is the follow-up processing. After Jin was arrested. With Jin Bing's ability, you can still be at ease. Unless, the gold is directly hammered with evidence. Then cut off his outer wings. Only in this way can Jin Bing and the darkness behind him be uprooted. After school in the afternoon, Suyi drove Gwen and Peter away from the school. The purpose is very clear, it is Daredevil Matt's law firm. Suyi had gone one step ahead and contacted Fergie, and made an appointment with Fergie and Matt on the grounds of discussing business. Inside Nelson Murdoch's law firm, Foggy and Matt drank coffee, waiting for Suyi and others to come to their door. Finally, the big case came, which made Fergie very excited. Once successful, not only can you earn a lot of legal fees, but you can also spread the name of the law firm. Matt, today is a big customer, we must take the case forward. Matt stared intently, no problem. Although it was already off-duty time, the two were both the boss and employees of the firm. It is normal to work overtime for yourself when you encounter a big case at this moment. While the two were waiting patiently, they were waiting for Suyi, a big customer, to come to their door. Finally, Suyi showed up with Gwen and Peter. Fergie didn't expect that Suyi and others were today's customers, and they seemed too young. Hello, you should be Attorney Fergie and Attorney Matt. Fergie was a little surprised, yes, we are you going to entrust us? Suyi smiled, that's right, I was the one who contacted you. The commission is not a problem, the important thing is that this case may be a bit difficult. Fuji immediately reassured and said, although our law firm has just been established, we are all professionals. No matter what the problem is, we can help you solve it. Matt is blind but has sharper hearing. At close range, breathing pulses can even be heard. At this moment, he could hear the breathing and heartbeat of the three of Suyi, and felt that the three of them were unusual. Of course we trust you, so we choose your law firm. Fergie was very happy, I don't know, what do you want to entrust? Suyi took out a photo, and the person in the photo was Jin Bing. We want to prosecute this person. Fergie looked at the photo and said the man's name, Wilson Faith G. Matt froze for a moment when he heard the name. Matt turns into Daredevil at night, fighting for justice and fighting bandits. Recently, I got some clues. In the darkness of the city, with an underground emperor, this man is Jin Bing. Jin Bing's original name was Wilson Faith. Matt was a little worried. As soon as he found out about Jin Bing, someone came to his door. Has your identity been exposed? If it's really Jin Bing's person, I'm afraid Foggy will be in danger. Matt is full of doubts about Suyi and others, worrying about the real purpose of Suyi and others. But Fergie didn't know this, he was just a little curious. He is a well-known capitalist and philanthropist here, what's the problem? Suyi lowered his voice, in fact, he is the king of the city's underground forces. Many crimes in the city are rooted in this person. It's just a pity that at present, we have not obtained specific evidence. So, we want to ask for your help. Fergie has some hesitation and is preparing to take on this task. Matt stopped Fergie. Who are you? Suyi knew, Matt suspected. With an idea, the symbiote battlesuit covers itself. Seeing this, Gwen also chose to confess her identity. Only Peter, watching the transformation of the two, was a little embarrassed. I didn't bring a battlesuit with me, and even if I did, I couldn't change it in person. Hey, Sue, you didn't say you were going to transform into a battle. Suyi explained, it's not about fighting, it's about showing your identity. Fergie was shocked. Suyi and Gwen in front of him were the superheroes who solved Professor Lizard. At this moment, it actually appeared in front of him. Suyi continued, Attorney Matt, Daredevil, and Attorney Fergie, we need your help. Gwen froze. Sue, is Lawyer Matt the Daredevil? Fergie couldn't believe that his best friend, Matt, was actually Daredevil. You know, they are studying law. As a result, Matt actually turned into Daredevil to fight criminals. Matt, you are Daredevil? I don't even know. We are lawyers, and I think we should use the law to uphold justice. Matt explained, by the time justice comes, those victims may have died. I didn't judge them, I just caught them. Only then did Fergie breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that his good brother would make a mistake and become an outlaw. Matt looked at Suyi. How did you know my identity? It's just my super ability. As Tony Stark said, the world is at stake and needs a lot of superheroes. Heroes like you are also indispensable. So, we've come to ask for your help. I hope you will help us collect evidence together so that Kim can stand trial. Matt asked, do you know how complicated it is? During this time, more people will be hurt because of him. Suyi said with a smile, I know. So here we are. We can help you and help as many people as possible. Matt was already a little extreme at the moment. I think the best way is to send him to hell. Fergie hurriedly stopped. Walter? Matt, I don't think you are this kind of person. We can judge him through formal procedures. We are not God, and we don't have the ability to judge him. Suyi continued, if you want to kill Jinbin, it's easy. I can rush right now and send him to hell with one punch. However, I don't want to do that. Because at this moment, we still have a choice. I hope you will use your professional abilities to send him in. We will also help you and collect evidence. Fergie looked at this photo, extremely determined. I'm next. He almost turned my good friend into an outlaw. He must be a heinous man. I will use my method to arrest him. I will not let my best friend become a criminal in the future. Fergie was extremely determined and chose to leave. Matt called out immediately, Fergie, Fergie. Matt knew, too, that Fergie was angry. Not because he concealed Daredevil's identity, but because he was ready to break the law and become an outlaw. Matt finally made a decision. I say yes. You're right. We still have options, and we don't have to use such extreme measures. Chapter 47. After uniting with Daredevil, it is much easier to deal with Jinbin. It's just that Peter and Gwen may be busy in the coming days. After all, Daredevil does most of his action at night, and they presumably will be at night as well. The three joined hands to crack down on criminals, making Jin miserable. One Daredevil has had enough for him, and it turns out a Spider-Man and a ghost spider. Jinbin was also extremely angry and wanted to eradicate the three of them. It's just that I don't know how to retaliate because I don't have any clues about the three people. If Daredevil is still an ordinary person with relatively strong combat power, then Spider-Man is even more outrageous. Ghost Spider Gwen is not even afraid of bullets. For this reason, Jinbing was also very distressed. Suyi was very happy. Gwen and Peter made rapid progress, and gradually became able to be independent. The collection of evidence for Jinbin is also slowly advancing. When all this was going smoothly, Suyi got good news that the newspaper office was closed. That's right, Suyi opened a newspaper. In the world of comics, many superheroes are related to newspaper offices. Superman and Louise work for Global Daily. Peter, Betty, and Eddie Venom also work on the Daily Bugle. The Flash's girlfriend Iris also founded the Midtown Daily. Peggy, who has a close relationship with Matt and Fergie, also worked as a reporter. Therefore, Suyi also plans to open a newspaper. After the last time, Betty's mother, Bella, was fully recovered and invited Suyi to visit. When Suyi was a guest, she told Bella about it. Bella was originally a reporter, but lost her job because of illness. Now that I am in good health, I naturally have to look for a job again. Suyi told Bella about her idea of starting a newspaper, invited Bella to join, and asked Bella to be responsible for these things. Bella was very grateful to Suyi for saving her life, and because of the relationship between Suyi and Betty, Bella agreed immediately. Now that Suyi has given her another job, Bella naturally cherishes it very much. After busy work, I finally got the newspaper office down. Qualification permits, as well as office apartments are rented out. Next, recruit a few more reporters and start working. Bella specifically told Suyi the good news and invited Suyi to have dinner at home. Suyi went to the appointment as scheduled, and Betty welcomed Suyi warmly. Bella, you look better. After taking the water of life, Bella not only regained her health, but even became younger. Bella took the initiative to give Suyi a brief hug. Thank you, Su, I don't even know how to thank you. You are welcome. Bella quickly prepared the food, and the three gathered around the table to eat together. Now that the newspaper office has been settled, the only thing left is to recruit staff. As long as journalists are recruited, we can officially start working. I'll leave it to you to interview and recruit employees. I'm not very familiar with this aspect. I trust you, Bella. Betty also said, I'm about to graduate soon, and I can also join a newspaper and become a reporter. Bella was a little unhappy when she heard Betty's thoughts. Betty, I think you should go on to college, not start working after high school. Betty suddenly became a little unhappy. Reading is not my forte, nor is it my favorite career. I want to be like you and become a reporter. Bella hesitated for a while, and finally chose to agree. Okay, but you have to pass the interview. If you can't, you can only do an internship first. Betty got Bella's permission and was very happy. That's great, Mom. Suyi also encouraged, I believe in Betty, she will definitely become an excellent reporter. Betty threw herself directly on Suyi, holding Suyi's arm. Su, you are so kind. I was just telling the truth. Bella continued, my preliminary plan is to recruit 4 to 5 more reporters, and then recruit a handyman. What do you think? Just listen to you. If you want to continue to expand, it's not impossible. Anyway, I have money. On this point, Suyi was right. Since Obadiah's downfall, the shares have been recovered by Tony. Now, Tony is the largest shareholder and Suyi is the second largest shareholder. It can be said that Suyi is now laying down to make money, waiting for the dividends from Stark Industries. This feeling is definitely cool. He is not a well-known rich man, but he can still achieve a small goal. It is not suitable to continue to expand the scale now. It will be easier to expand the scale after the newspaper becomes famous. Also, Su, our newspaper office, which aspect of business should we focus on next? The newspaper office is a small startup, so it must be able to choose only one direction for development. The name of our newspaper is Hero Daily, and the focus is definitely between heroes and gangsters. I know that this may be dangerous, and I will find a way to strengthen security. Bella also knew that if she offended some gangsters, she would be retaliated against. However, Bella is not afraid. As a reporter, courage is really necessary. And the newspaper's biggest news, Suyi also has an idea, that is Jin Bin. When the time comes to join forces to eradicate Jin Bin, the newspaper can take advantage of reporting the news and gain a lot of popularity. The problem is, if you report to Jin Bin's men will definitely start revenge. Even Jin Bing's contacts will not sit idly by. Regarding security, Suyi plans to ask Lao Tai for help. Find some excellent talents to be security guards, and equip them with some high-tech products developed by Tony for protection. After the meal, Suyi and Bella also discussed something about the newspaper office. Overall, Suyi is satisfied with Bella's ability. Finally, after talking about work, Betty was free and alone with Suyi. Taking Suyi to his room, he hugged Suyi impatiently. Su, I want you to guide me in singing. Looking at Betty's affectionate eyes, how could Suyi not understand? How is the sound insulation in this room? Don't worry about it, I will pay attention to it. Suyi couldn't take care of so much anymore, and began to teach Betty how to sing. From bass to treble, after all, the sound insulation of the room still failed to prevent Betty's singing from spreading. After Bella finished packing, she was ready to go back to her room to work. Passing Betty's room, I heard Betty singing. From Bella's point of view, all this is normal. Suyi looks young and handsome, and also has a lot of wealth. And, unlike Tony Stark, breaking up in a day. Bella is very satisfied with Suyi, and also believes that Suyi and Betty can have a good relationship. Bella didn't bother the two of them, went back to her room and continued to work. After working for about 2 hours, Bella finally finished her work. When he was about to go to the kitchen to get water to drink, he heard Betty still singing, and couldn't help but look a little weird. When I came to the kitchen, I took out ice water from the refrigerator and took a few sips. It's clearly ice water, but I feel a little hotter in my heart. It's been more than 2 hours, can Betty's throat take it? Comment. Chapter 48. Suyi left after having breakfast at Betty's house. She can only say that Betty's voice is in good condition and has not become hoarse. It's finally the weekend, time to rest. Suyi has a new task today. I went to Tony's villa first, and asked Tony, a tool man, to help develop security equipment. Afterwards, after a brief exchange with Pepper, she was driven away by the strong woman Pepper. Suyi just lamented that he never found a chance. Su, I have to go, and I have to fly abroad. Suyi felt a little helpless, going on a business trip again. As you know, Stark Industries' business is spread all over the world. It is a bit false to say that it is spread all over the world, but it does have a lot of cooperation with Europe. Suyi suddenly had an idea. You should be more relaxed on the plane, right? Pepper froze for a moment. Water. Suyi could only whisper her plan into Pepper's ear, but Pepper immediately vetoed it. Su, I still have a lot of information to read. Pepper offered a kiss and apologized. After all, both of them have confirmed their relationship for so long, and they haven't been able to complete the last step, which is simply amazing. In a week or so, I should be free. Suyi finally became a little happier. That's great, otherwise, I should plan to kidnap the current CEO of Stark Industries. Pepper knew that Suyi was just joking. Su, it's better not to be like this. Definitely, though, I really think having a romantic dinner on a plane would be a pretty magical experience. I want to try too, but I really should go. Pepper has to go to work again. Suyi can only find something to do by herself. In fact, Suyi really has something to do, and for this, Suyi also started to prepare. In the evening, Suyi started planning. Driving a low-key luxury car, came to the Manhattan area. Suyi stopped in front of a gallery. Vanessa Gallery. It was only recently that Suyi learned that Jinbin was still alone. So, Suyi found Vanessa's information from the internet. Just looking at the photos and information introduction, Vanessa is still a very temperamental beauty. Suyi came to the gallery today, ready to contact Vanessa, and even started her own beard-cutting plan. Jinbin, oh Jinbin, it seems that your bald head is about to turn green. Thinking of this, Suyi walked into the gallery with a confident smile. There are many paintings in the gallery. Suyi looked at one by one. The level is really good. Suyi himself certainly doesn't have much appreciation for ability, but integrating his grandfather's template can be regarded as a slight improvement in the field of art. Suyi stopped in front of a picture, looking at it, extremely surprised. This painting is still here? Hasn't Jinbin been to this gallery yet? Suyi remembers that in the episode, Jinbin and Vanessa formed a relationship because of this painting. The art exhibition in this gallery started in the last few days, and Jinbin seems to be a little busy in the past few days. So, I let Peter and Gwen fight the gangsters, which indirectly created an opportunity for me to steal the house. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Suyi was meditating in front of this picture, and was spotted by Vanessa passing by. Vanessa noticed that this young man from the east was very handsome. He is obviously not a melancholy character, but he seems to have a soft spot for this painting. This painting is the true portrayal of her heart, loneliness. What do you see in this painting? Suyi came back to his senses, turned his head slightly and saw a beautiful woman. Suyi had seen Vanessa's photos before, but she was still amazed when she saw the real person. Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane are all pretty, but a little more youthful. Pepper is also very beautiful, wearing work clothes, very temperament. Wear an evening gown for a stunning look. Vanessa in front of her has short hair, wearing a white blouse, and a white skirt that doesn't reach her knees. Originally it was just an ordinary dress, but under Vanessa's own temperament, she was also very charming. Suyi couldn't help sighing after just one glance. Sure enough, she is quite beautiful, even more beautiful than the actors in the drama. Suyi turned around, looked at the painting, and gave her own answer, lonely. Vanessa continued to ask, you look very young and attractive. In my opinion, you don't seem to be someone who would like this painting. You guessed it right, I really don't like this painting. However, I have looked all the way, and only this painting allows me to see a person's heart. I can't help but want to know more and want to do something. What Suyi said hit Vanessa's heart, and it also changed Vanessa's attitude towards Suyi. According to Vanessa, there is something about Suyi that is attracting her. What do you want to do? I want to warm this lonely heart of yours with mine, Ms. Vanessa. Faced with Suyi's proactive attack, Vanessa did not panic, but remained calm. As a painter, Vanessa has outstanding looks and has many suitors. The Suyi in front of her made her more interested. So, specifically, what are you going to do? It's simple and cliched. I thought, maybe a date, maybe a dinner together. It is indeed a bit cliched, but it is also a very useful method. Suyi didn't expect that Vanessa agreed. But it's normal, this is the West. If you see it right, one day is enough to do a lot of things. It is estimated that Vanessa is interested in herself, otherwise, she would definitely not agree to herself so easily. After chatting for so long, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Suyi, and you can also call me Su. Su. Ms. Vanessa, do you have time now? You mean, let me leave the gallery now and go on a date with you? Why not? The gallery is here, and you're not going to be happy here. Instead, do something meaningful. Vanessa slightly hesitated. Suyi also made sense. Anyway, most people are just ordinary people to Vanessa. They came to see and buy paintings. These people, the staff can handle. And finding someone who is interested is something you can't meet. Then let's go. Wait, I want to buy this painting. You want to buy this painting? I had an idea, I thought, of what to add to the painting when Lady Vanessa is no longer alone. Vanessa also looked at the painting carefully, and after a while, she said blankly, I can't think of it. So, I plan to buy it and think about it slowly. Vanessa didn't refuse, and greeted the staff on the side. Take this painting down, put it up, and I will give it to Mr. Su. Suyi was a little surprised. Give it to me. I'm also looking forward to what kind of good advice Mr. Su will give. Then I have to think about it. Suyi took the painting and invited the beauties, and she was in a good mood. However, Jin didn't know that his bald head was about to be dyed green. Chapter 49. Suyi invited Vanessa out for dinner. As for the place to eat, she also prepared in advance. This restaurant has a nice environment and a romantic atmosphere. The two chatted while eating. When Suyi was watching a drama, Jinbing chatted with Vanessa, mainly about two things. The first thing is Jinbing's tragic childhood experience. The second thing is that Kim expressed his desire to change the city and make it a better place. Suyi felt outrageous. Jinbing's tragic experience certainly deserves sympathy. However, Jinbing's method was brutal. Moreover, since then, Jinbing's thoughts have gone astray. As for Jinbing's desire to make the city a better place, that's even more outrageous. Become the king of the underground, let the crime run rampant, let the gangsters do whatever they want, is this called becoming better? Fortunately, I showed up early, so I should be able to end Vanessa's relationship early. Otherwise, Vanessa is deeply involved, and it is really hopeless. Suyi seized the opportunity and took advantage of this opportunity to start capturing Vanessa's heart. In fact, everyone has a period of loneliness, and I am no exception. Vanessa is clearly interested in this passage, really. You should be able to tell that I'm not a native. I'm from the East, and I've lived a pretty happy life. In an accident, my parents passed away. So, I came here to live with my grandpa. However, not long after, my grandfather also passed away. During that time, I felt that there was no point in doing anything. Vanessa was really moved by the story. I'm sorry to hear this, but fortunately, you came out. I was bored for a long time, reading books and traveling. I finally understood one thing, life is meaningless. So, I started to try to change. I no longer look for meaning, I just want to find happiness. Let my life happiness is the only meaning. Vanessa's beautiful eyes flowed, and she listened patiently. It seems that you found it, happiness. A part was found, but a part was missing. I will do good deeds to make others happy, and in this way, make myself feel happy. However, I feel that there is still a lack of a woman who can accompany me, let me get out of loneliness forever, and make me feel happy. I think, today, I found it. Vanessa is also a lonely person, and she is looking forward to it in her heart. Some people can feel their own loneliness, and some people can take themselves out of loneliness. At this moment, Vanessa is even more convinced that Suyi is that person. Su, you are originally from the East, why don't you go back to the East? Suyi thought for a while and replied, I have a feeling that the person I'm looking for is here, so I didn't leave. Definitely, there is another reason, I am studying here. Vanessa has no doubts, she only thinks that Suyi is an international student. International students have also reached the legal age, so there is nothing to worry about. So, Vanessa, what about you? Vanessa summoned up the courage to share her experience. My experience is similar to yours. I grew up in an orphanage. Because I like to draw and have the ability to draw, I was adopted. It's just that the new family is not perfect. I was financially independent and separated from the family before I went to university. Vanessa ignores what happened in her new home, but Suyi can feel that the experience during this period may be worse than Vanessa's description. It was also that experience that made Vanessa still lonely until now, and it took Vanessa a lifetime to heal. Saying these things really ruined the romantic atmosphere, but it also made Vanessa open her heart. Suyi said softly, I know, your new family may be worse than what you described. If you don't want to go into details, I won't force you either. I just want to give you a hug right now and tell you that it's over. Perhaps, you will still recall that experience. However, in the future, you will feel the warmth now. Suyi took the initiative to get up, came to Vanessa's side, and stretched out her hand. Vanessa watched Gentleman Suyi's actions, put one hand on Suyi's hand, and stood up. The two were very close, and Vanessa naturally threw herself into Suyi's arms. I feel it, it's warm. Suyi said with a smile, in the future, you can feel more. After a while, Vanessa chose to leave, showing a beautiful smile, I feel much better. Perhaps it would be better this way. Suyi chose to take the initiative to attack. Although Vanessa was stunned for a moment, she quickly immersed herself in it. After a while, the two separated. Vanessa's winking eyes are like silk, and her expression is a little more charming. Vanessa is not a twitchy little girl either. When I met Suyi, I didn't want to miss it. At this moment, it feels like it's on the verge of breaking out. Vanessa does not intend to temporarily abandon rationality and make decisions based on her own feelings. Su, I think it's time for us to go home, can you take me back? Suyi gently put her arms around Vanessa's waist, definitely yes. The two went to the restaurant immediately, and Suyi drove Vanessa home. Suyi sent Vanessa into the apartment, originally planning to test it out slowly. Unexpectedly, Vanessa took the initiative, which surprised Suyi a little. As soon as the door was closed, Vanessa took the initiative to invite Suyi to the studio to paint. It took several hours, and the two worked together to complete the painting. Suyi looked at the surrounding environment, with Vanessa leaning beside her. So, this is your bedroom, basically a bed in the studio. Vanessa whispered softly, it doesn't matter where you rest. Suyi gently hugged the beauty in her arms, and couldn't help sighing. When Vanessa was in the gallery, she looked very elegant, a perfect woman. But at home, it is minimalist. It can even be said that there is no feeling of home, more like a studio. The empty room is full of easels and half-finished paintings. This bed looked very abrupt, as if it was temporarily used for rest. Don't you like the mess? No, I just want to give you a real home. Vanessa was very moved, she didn't speak, she just quietly enjoyed the peace at this moment. Although she hasn't completely got rid of the feeling of loneliness, Vanessa feels very good at the moment. It's really different to have someone by your side. Suyi felt a little pity, but also love. Vanessa. What's wrong? I have an idea about that painting, and I know what to add. When Vanessa heard what Suyi said, she suddenly became interested, and she stood up, what do you think? I want to draw hearts on it. Vanessa felt a little unbelievable, Walter. Do you think the painting style is completely wrong, and, moreover, a little too childish? Vanessa didn't hide her feelings, I feel this way, but you must have your own ideas when you say that, and I want to hear more. Suyi continued, in the future, we will draw together, and every time we draw a picture, we will draw a love heart on that picture. When the whole picture is filled with hearts, I think you can only to feel loved, not alone. You may think that the approach is naive, just like a child. But the happiness of childhood is as simple as that. What do you think? Vanessa was slightly taken aback, as if it was the same reason. Su, I want to draw a few more hearts. Suyi gasped, but Vanessa is so brave, can she persuade her? Come as soon as you come, I'm afraid of you. Is my LV6 physical fitness a joke? Chapter 50. When Suyi woke up early in the morning, she wanted to prepare a love breakfast. It turned out that Vanessa's house was empty, basically nothing. I can only go out and buy something by myself. When Suyi returned to Vanessa's house, she saw Vanessa wearing a tulle-like shirt, anxiously looking for Suyi's trace. Seeing Suyi appear, he threw himself into Suyi's arms. Suyi had no choice but to put down the things in her hands and hugged Vanessa. It is estimated that Vanessa lacks a sense of security and has no relationship experience, so she is a little worried about gains and losses. Worried that Suyi is a ruthless person, who would leave after a one-night affair. Su. Don't worry, I won't leave you. Vanessa got better, stood on tiptoe, and offered a kiss. Well, that's pretty good. But I think we should eat something to replenish our strength first. Only then did Vanessa let go of Suyi and let Suyi be busy in the kitchen. Vanessa looked at Suyi's back from the side and felt a deep love. I feel that my heart is being filled with love. This feeling made Vanessa smile involuntarily. This kind of smile is called happiness. Suyi looked back and saw Vanessa looking at her like that. Stretching out a hand, Vanessa also understood Suyi's meaning, and took the initiative to lean into Suyi's arms. Suyi happened to be holding the beauty in one hand and preparing breakfast with the other. It can only be said that Western food is relatively simple, and Suyi can handle it with one hand. Vanessa enjoyed the intimacy, which she hadn't felt before. The two had breakfast together, and Vanessa didn't want to go anywhere, she just wanted to cuddle up with Suyi. Anyway, today is the day off, so Suyi might as well stay another day. Accompany Vanessa to the gallery and bring that painting home. In the evening, it is natural to have the part of drawing love together. While Suyi is busy, Peter, Gwen and Daredevil Matt have big moves tonight. According to Daredevil's clues, he is going to destroy a den of Jinbin tonight. The three of them acted together and entered an empty and abandoned building. The culprit was indeed found, but it was completely different from the clues. Daredevil's hearing was the first to hear that something was wrong. Be careful. Something is wrong. The three discussed carefully, waiting for more clues from Daredevil Matt. The personnel here have been transferred, but there are other discoveries. So found out. It seems that some gangsters have captured a person, and this person may be very critical. Under Matt's command, the three soldiers divided into 3 groups and continued to move forward. Finally, I saw what happened here. A group of bandits captures an enforcer. The 3 of them already had some tacit understanding, and immediately cooperated to attack from multiple directions. Get ready to catch these gangsters and rescue the hostages. Just as the 3 of them were acting, sirens sounded from outside. It is a good thing for them to have law enforcers. The 3 decided to act quickly, and then prepared to leave. However, the gangsters were also very thoughtful, and actually took hostages and threatened the 3 of them. Don't come here, otherwise, I will kill him. Seeing this, the 3 of them could not act rashly and must protect the safety of the hostages. Gwen knew that this was the time for her to play. The symbiote turned into a thin thread, traveling across the ground. The bandit didn't even notice the slender symbiote until it crawled up his arm. All of a sudden, the culprit's hand was bound, so that the culprit's hand couldn't move at all. What is this? Just when the gangster was surprised, the 3 of Gwen quickly attacked and took down the gangster. All the gangsters were caught, and a small team of law enforcement outside rushed in. The law enforcers are here, and our mission has been completed, retreat. Boom. A gunshot pierced the night sky, and the 3 immediately became vigilant. He thought that the law enforcement officers had opened fire on him, but he didn't expect that the one who fell was the previous hostage. The 3 of them looked confused. Didn't you come to rescue him? He is safe now. How did you kill it with 1 shot? Just when the 3 of them were wondering, they only heard the leader shout. They killed the hostages, they are fleeing. Ask for help, ask for support. Gwen and the others immediately realized that something was wrong. Stop, you 3 masked gangsters. Gwen looked innocent. Walter. Because Daredevil is blind, he can see people's hearts better. These people may have been corrupted. They may already be Jinbing's people. This is a trap, they are also Jinbing's people. Before Matt finished speaking, the firepower had already covered him. Da-da-da-da. The 3 retreated in a hurry, with Gwen in the rear. There is a symbiont battlesuit, which can withstand bullets. Daredevil Matt is just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger strength, and Peter is also afraid of bullets. The 3 of them fled in a hurry and left the abandoned factory building. However, the people outside don't know what happened inside, they only know that the 3 daredevils are now wanted. The 3 fled the scene quickly, but the other party did not chase after them, but let the 3 leave relatively easily. The 3 of them stopped on a roof, ready to take a rest. Neither Peter nor Gwen had such an experience, and they thought it was enough to save people. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Fortunately, Matt is relatively calm. This is the other party's plan, obviously to frame us. I'm afraid, tomorrow's newspaper headlines will be the news that the 3 of us have become criminals. Peter was also a little depressed. How could this be? They are law enforcement officers, and they were annexed by Jin. Daredevil Matt was relatively calm. We have angered Jin Ben, and this is his last resort. As for this matter, it really exceeded my expectations. Then what should we do next, Lawyer Ma? Are we going to continue to act under the arrest of the law enforcement officers? Gwen thought of Suyi. Fortunately, Su was prepared. We have a way to prove our innocence. Gwen summoned 3 drones while speaking, and these drones were the product of Tony. Suyi specifically asked Tony for a customized model. It is to record the heroic career of the 3. The drone recorded the situation at that time, and we only need to publish the contents to prove our innocence. The question is, how do we defuse the evidence? Gwen said with a smile, I have a solution. My father will definitely not be bribed. We can send him a copy. Also, Daily Heroes. Gwen knew that this was a newspaper run by Suyi, and the person in charge was Betty's mother Bella. While the drone records the careers of the 3, it will also provide some pictures to the Hero newspaper for reporting. And Matt knows this daily because Tony Stark is a partner of this newspaper, and this newspaper specializes in reporting superheroes' deeds against gangsters. As long as you send this information to the Hero Daily, it will definitely be reported. With George here, and Hero Daily, the rumors can definitely be broken. I'll contact Su to deal with the content of the video. Then I'll take a copy home and ask Su to bring a copy to Hero Daily. Gwen contacted Suyi. but Suyi was still busy. Chapter 51. Suyi picks up the phone and knows what happened. Gwen has something to do, so she has to help. After appeasing Vanessa, Suyi chose to reveal her identity. Vanessa, I have to tell you a secret. What secret? I told you I was helping people. I remember you saying that. Actually, I'm a superhero, you may have heard of me, Spider Bully. Vanessa was shocked to see Suyi put on the symbiote battlesuit. You. Suyi explained, I have to leave temporarily, something happened to my friend when he was dealing with some gangsters at night. At that time, Vanessa only thought that Suyi was a bit special, but she didn't expect that Suyi was also a superhero. Now, Suyi revealed her identity, and Vanessa didn't mind much. I see, you go to work. I'm going to teleport away, don't be surprised. Then will you come back? I'll wait for you. What else can Suyi say, wait for me. Suyi disappeared in place in an instant. Vanessa was wrapped in a blanket, watching Suyi disappear. She was extremely shocked. Because it's getting late, otherwise, Suyi would have gone to find Tony, a tool man. After many twists and turns, Suyi, Gwen and others met at Matt's house. Now, Peter is working on the file. Fortunately, the three of them didn't mention their names, and the drone's camera clearly recorded everything. This is a professional camera that can take pictures very clearly. Sue, are you here? I am coming. Gwen sniffed Suyi lightly, and the smell seemed a bit wrong. Doesn't seem like Betty and Mary Jane. However, there are three of them, and there are others, which are also possible. Gwen didn't ask much, we've already checked the documents to make sure that no identity or other information has been revealed. Also, the picture of that person shooting is very clear. The three angles are all recorded. I'm going to give one to my daddy, he will definitely clarify. There is also a USB flash drive, which needs to be handed over to the hero daily, so that they can come forward and clarify. Suyi held one of the USB flash drives. I see, you guys handled it well. Gwen relaxed a lot. Fortunately, you have the drone you prepared to take pictures and record all this. Otherwise, the three of us will become villains. Suyi could only smile and said, it seems that Tony's toys are still useful. Although today's mission failed, the facts have proved that we are not far from Jin Bing. I believe it will not be long before we can get the exact evidence of Jin Bing. Matt was a little worried. Jin Bing's connections are very strong, and he has already corrupted many white people. I am a little worried. Even if we find evidence, it may not be able to restrain him. Matt's worry is not unreasonable, but Suyi also has a plan. These can be considered later, our task now is to arrest him. Those contacts can protect him, or they can harm him. These people are very greedy and selfish. They can protect Jin Bing for profit, definitely, or they can choose to get rid of Jin Bing for their own benefit. After a brief discussion, we will leave separately. Suyi took Peter and Gwen back to the balcony of Gwen's apartment, and Peter naturally had to go home by himself. Suyi and Gwen knocked on the door and found George. You guys, dare to appear here. Suyi took out the USB flash drive, it contains the truth of tonight. We didn't do this. It was done by your insiders. They planted it on us. They have been corrupted by money. In his heart, George still has a little trust in Suyi. Because he couldn't figure out why Suyi and others did this. Now, the evidence appeared, and George believed Suyi's words even more. You mean that there are people in us who want to plant it on you? Suyi explained, we are now chasing down the evidence and preparing to deal with a huge amounts of criminal organization. As long as the evidence is complete, he can be arrested through the so-called procedure. Obviously, it was his counterattack, he wanted to turn us into bad guys. George was a little unbelievable. You mean, you collected evidence and arrested him through formal channels? Otherwise, do you want me to rush over and smash his head with a punch? Although his crime is enough to die 10 times, or even more. But I don't want to be pestered by you, I still want to accompany my girlfriend. George chose to believe in Suyi, and gripped the USB flash drive tightly. I will use the evidence of the USB flash drive to clarify for you. Suyi said with a smile, I believe Sergeant George is a good man, but you'd better be careful. The corrosion and infiltration of gold is far more serious than you can imagine. The last time your daughter was in danger, it was very likely that it was Jin who planned to win over you. George didn't say much. I will be careful, if he dares to hurt my family, I will catch them myself. Excuse me, then, Sheriff George. Goodbye. Suyi took Gwen back to the room, and after the two said goodnight to each other, Suyi left. Still had to find Bella. Suyi teleported to Betty's house and knocked on Bella's bedroom. Bella hasn't rested yet, but she has already changed into her pajamas. Hearing the knock on the door, he thought it was Betty, but he didn't expect it to be Suyi. Sue, how did you get in? I have the ability to teleport. It's so late, what's the matter? Suyi took out the USB flash drive and handed it to Bella. Tonight, Daredevil and Spider-Man were caught in a trap. They were framed for killing hostages and turned into villains and villains. This USB flash drive is the video at that time. I need you to write a report and clarify this matter. Bella took the USB drive. Do you know it's late now? Is this considered overtime? I know, I'd be happy to give you a raise. Bella yawned and straightened her waist, but ignored the man Suyi in front of her. It was only then that Suyi noticed that Bella in front of her was a bit attractive. Hiss, I'm not CAO thief. Suyi said hastily, if it's okay, I'll leave first. Bella seemed to notice something too. Good night. Seeing Suyi run away, Bella smiled. It seems that I have indeed become younger and more attractive. Suyi resolutely went back to find Vanessa, and Vanessa was really painting at the moment, waiting for Suyi to return. One night passed, and early the next morning, shocking news came. Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider-Man, who were originally regarded as superheroes, including the Spider Bully who did not show up, have all become villains. In newspapers, Spider Bullies and others fight against evil, in fact to eradicate dissidents. And the Spider Bully and others are a criminal organization gang. In an instant, the Spider Bully and others changed from a superhero to a villain that everyone shouted and beat. How could the Daily Bugle miss such a thing? John Jonah Jameson, the boss of the Daily Bugle, immediately came forward, blaming Spider-Man and Daredevil, among others. They're not heroes, they're villains. All of a sudden, the crowd was excited. Chapter 52. It has been circulated on the internet. Spider Bully, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider and Daredevil, became villains. Especially after the Bugle Daily Report, the keyboard warriors entered the land and began to output. I've known for a long time that these people are not good people. Spider Bully. Who would be a good guy with that name? It is recommended to arrest directly. Go to hell, you monsters. These monsters must be captured and wiped out. Monster, take off the hood and surrender yourself. Faced with such remarks, Peter and Gwen will inevitably be affected. The two just want to do good and help others. When encountering such a thing, it will indeed feel a little bit lost. Although some people defended them, such voices were quickly drowned out. On the internet, there are more and more remarks against several people. In the office apartment of Heroes Daily, Bella has already prepared articles and evidence. However, Bella was not in a hurry and did not release these things immediately. Instead, prepare to wait. When the popularity is high, and when the other party has the chance to win, the news can be released. Suyi doesn't know Bella's plan, but Suyi trusts Bella very much. Just wait for Bella to make a move, and the situation will be reversed. The discussion on the internet never stops. George has already taken the evidence and found his boss Tom. Boss, this is a piece of information given to me by Spider-Man and others last night. I took a look, and the hostage was not made by them, but by someone inside us. Some of us have been corrupted by money. As soon as Tom heard this, he immediately closed the door. This problem is very serious. George still believed in his boss, and handed the USB flash drive to Tom. Tom looked serious. Get out your computer and check its contents. Seeing the contents, it really wasn't made by Spider-Man and the others. Seeing this person, he immediately fell into deep thought. Is this real? Now it seems that they are. They don't like to use guns, and they believe in their own super abilities. Then, does anyone else have this information? George spread his hands. It should be, they will definitely have a backup. Tom fell silent. It seemed that this matter could not be concealed. George, is it possible that a super ability user pretended to do it? You should know that a super ability user has all kinds of magical abilities. In the video, the Spider Bully wasn't there, maybe he was in disguise. George had a bad feeling in his heart. According to last night's records, it was indeed the person himself who went to the scene. As for the Spider Bully disguise, he hadn't seen this ability before. Even if the Spider Bully has this ability, why would he do it? His boss, Tom, was so anxious to blame Spider-Man and others. Is there any problem behind this? Could it be that Tom has also been corrupted? George, you have been on vacation recently. George couldn't believe that he had been suspended. George is also a smart person, but he is just worried. How many people around him are honest people, or are they all corrupted? George could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll rest. Wait, George, leave the gun and the USB drive behind. George thought about it, knowing that Spider-Man and others still had a backup, and he had a copy himself, so he didn't worry about the video being completely destroyed. Give you. George left the workplace in a huff. Outside the door, looking at his uniform and the place where he worked, George felt a little uncomfortable. George could only wait patiently, waiting for the day when he would come back again. Time passed until noon. Everyone basically agreed that Spider-Man and others are the sinners. This Is You, Hero Daily has finally released the news. An article, and several video recordings. Because of Tony Stark and everyone's attention to superhero, although Hero Daily has just started, it has a lot of followers. Before, many people left messages in Hero Daily, thinking that it was unreasonable for Hero Daily to identify Spider-Man and others as superheroes. At this moment, I finally waited for a response. Incomparably clear video can be seen clearly. When the enforcers arrived, Spider-Man and the others were ready to leave. At this time, a gunshot caught the attention of the three of them. 3 angles of view, clear and clear. It is not Spider-Man and others who do all this, but the insiders. Water? They didn't do it? I just want to know, what happened? I'm a little confused. Is this person really an insider? Why did he shoot? Oh maga, it turns out that we wrongly blamed Spider-Man and others. This is too outrageous. So this insider has been corrupted by money. I don't trust them to protect us anymore. Many netizens fell silent after seeing the ironclad evidence. The Landkey ferry back then can only turn around and find other people. George is also paying attention to this matter at home all the time. He just wants to know how his boss Tom will deal with it. Facing the swarm of reporters and media, Tom chose to respond. About this matter, I just want to say that it was not done by our people. Super ability users can do whatever they want in the city. What you see must be true. Perhaps, someone with a super ability disguised his identity. Perhaps, it is the super ability that controls him. Super ability is the root of all this anxiety. We should resist these super abilities, so that our city can be safe. Tom's words point the finger at Spider-Man and others. And the reporters were also asking questions frantically, but they didn't answer them. Bella was among them, feeling extremely angry. This kind of answer clearly wanted to protect his own people. No inquiries at all, no one answer. If the person who appeared at the scene was not one of us, where was that person then? If it was him who appeared, then he was under control. None of these crucial questions have been answered. Because, they didn't ask at all. However, there are still people on the internet who were deceived by Tom's answer. They also chose to believe that Spider-Man and other talents are the root of everything. Moreover, Suyi and others could not prove their innocence. Unless, take off the mask completely and show people your true colors. And such a result would be very dangerous. Back at the newspaper, Bella continued to work. In response to Tom's speech, Bella chose to post a question again. Some rational netizens began to think seriously and made judgments. And some people who don't have their own opinions are already preparing to boycott superhero. Suyi noticed this and felt a little worried. The Avengers Alliance has not yet been established. Is the Superhero Registration Act coming? Forget it, I'm too lazy to think so much. At least, the Hero Daily is very well known now. I am afraid that Jinbing will also notice this newspaper, so I should pay more attention to it. Chapter 53. Once there is such a doubt, it will never disappear. All Suyi can do is to stabilize the situation as much as possible, and then deal with Jinbin as soon as possible. Fortunately, Peter and Gwen were not affected too much. Can also face it positively. Fortunately, the evidence is accumulating. Matt's buddy, attorney Fergie, and Peggy, are working hard on the investigation. Their investigation was not slow, and many key clues were found. Next, it is only necessary to capture these witnesses to complete this final step. For this, Suyi found someone. Hi, Tony, I'm looking for you again. Tony has been very leisurely recently, occasionally wandering around wearing a steel armor. When he is free, he develops a new armor at home. And Ethan is friend. Pepper is responsible for work matters, so he doesn't have to worry about it at all. What are you doing here? Suyi said with a smile, I want to ask you for help. Tony became indifferent instantly. Oh, Eon. Sue, I'm not your employee. Suyi was also very helpless, who made Tony such a tool easy to use. Definitely, so, I'm here to ask you for help. If you'd like to do me this favor, I'll give you a gift. Tony was also interested. Gift? What gift? Are you sure you want to know now, before you check your gift after it's over? Tony drank the wine. Sue, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that you are too cunning. Cunning? Me? Tony nodded. Suyi was also helpless. Okay, since that's the case, let me show you, I'm going to give you a gift. The gift Suyi gave Tony was naturally the Batmobile. Before Tony built his armor, he loved cars. Collect luxury cars and modify vehicles. This Batmobile is indeed a modified car, and it looks very domineering. After clearing a clearing, Tony was dumbfounded when he saw the Batmobile appear out of nowhere. "Sue, is this also one of your super abilities?" "That's right." "How many super abilities do you have?" "I don't know myself. In short, there will be more and more, and I will become stronger and stronger." Tony took his eyes away from Suyi and put all his attention on the car. "This car? The ones I got from other worlds were modified by a man named Batman. Tony has a passion for vehicles and is an expert at modifying them. After looking around this car, I found that this car is very unusual. The Batmobile is huge, with 4 wide wheels. If this is on the road, then a proper road killer can directly run over the front of some luxury cars." Tony could imagine that this kind of car was domineering and unstoppable on the road. This kind of car is also allowed to drive on the road. Under normal circumstances, it is definitely not allowed. However, the owner of this car is similar to you, a playboy, a rich young man. He is a hero at night, and this is his tool. Tony nodded. This car is indeed not something ordinary people can afford, and it's normal for a rich man. It's just that his transformation technique is still worse than mine. Also, black is not high profile enough. Suyi laughed. His nickname is Batman, he moves in the dark, and he definitely uses black to hide himself. Tony became more interested in the car. "Can I go in and try it out?" "Definitely yes, but there are weapon systems inside, so if you don't want to destroy your home, you'd better be careful." "I'm a genius. I can definitely handle this car with ease." Tony got into the Batmobile, and with the help of Kiev's, he must have quickly understood the structure and ability of the Batmobile. "It looks good, and there is a motorcycle hidden. This wild style doesn't suit me." Suyi continued, "That's right, you are more suitable for being cool. You still understand me, but this car is very good, I like it very much." Tony got out of the Batmobile. "Is this thing really from another world?" "I do know how to transform, but I don't have the time and interest. I'd rather accompany the beauty to bask in the sun." Tony was happy. "Sue, what are you going to ask me for?" Suyi took out the information. "We have been investigating a criminal organization recently, and the leader of this organization is called Jin Bin. His personal strength is still there, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. The key question is that he is very rich. You know what it means to be rich in the city." Tony, as someone who enjoys it all, definitely knows. Being rich basically means doing whatever you want. Tony has a wide network of contacts, even people like Rhodes and Ross. Tony can talk to each other. Even members of parliament and other figures, Tony can easily make friends. "I definitely know, you go on." Suyi continued, "We now have certain evidence in our hands, and when the time comes, we will seize key witnesses. However, you also know that the interior has been infiltrated. So, I need you to come forward and increase your influence." With Tony coming forward, plus Hero Daily, it will definitely become popular all over the internet in an instant. Moreover, Tony was the only superhero who showed up. It would be great to have him as the spokesperson of superhero. Except for the superhero bill, everything else can get Tony to come forward. Tony understood Suyi's thoughts. "I understand. Since Tony became a superhero, he has been actively doing good deeds and helping more people. He never expected that under his nose, in this civilized city, there were so many crimes hidden under the night. This gold tie is a big cancer, and he will never let it go." He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. "I will help." "When?" "I'm not sure. I'm only in charge of supervising this matter and let them handle it. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider are too young. I want to train them." Tony looked at Suyi. "It seems that you are also very young." "Because I am very confident in my ability." Tony suddenly thought of Tom's response. "So, Sue, will you really pretend to be someone else, or control someone else's ability?" "I don't currently have any of these abilities, nor do I need these 2 abilities. Why do I need to pretend to be someone else? Are they as handsome as me? Control these people? It's a waste of time. I can destroy a building with 1 punch." Tony became more interested. "Sue, I think you need a comprehensive examination to test the limit of your ability. I can help you with that." Tony really wanted to help Suyi, so that he could take the opportunity to collect Suyi's data. Only when the data is complete can a model be built for analysis. Then, create a warframe for Suyi. Suyi guessed Tony's mind. "I know what you want to do, collect my data, and then make a battle armor to target me. Unfortunately, it's useless." Tony quickly denied. "How is it possible? I am not such a person, we are friends." Chapter 54. With Tony on board, things went a lot smoother. There are enough clues and evidence on Matt's side, and then, the net can be collected. Simply make a plan and start taking action. No way, Tony wasn't one to follow a plan. If Suyi hadn't stopped him, Tony would have put on his armor and attacked directly. "Daredevil, Spider-Man, Daredevil and Ghost Spider act together. Suyi sits at the back to prevent accidents. Iron Man Tony came forward, and the person he had to deal with was the most critical one. This person is Jinbing's right-hand man, Li Lan, who is in charge of the ledger. As long as these evidences are in hand, Jinbing and his connections can be easily wiped out. Daredevil and others are also key characters. These people all hold important evidence. For example, Jin and real estate in order to control the property market. As for the big boss Jinbin, Suyi left it to Spider-Man Peter. Matt should be able to play with King as well, but is prone to injuries. Peter's ability is very strong in all aspects, and it is suitable for him to win gold and practice. The action begins and the drone is ready. Tony even had new plans. Since we want to make the action bigger, then start the live broadcast directly. J.A.R.V.I.S, start the live broadcast. I want everyone to see me. J.A.R.V.I.S went into action, spreading Tony's stream. Some people who haven't slept yet, who are still surfing the internet, notice this. Hey, what's this? Iron Man live. Walter? Tony Stark. What is this doing? I don't know, but it must be very exciting. Suyi wore headphones and heard Tony's voice. Start the live broadcast? Brother, isn't this what the Young Avengers do? In the comics, the Young Avengers go live to fight the bad guys. Unexpectedly, the nitrifier exposed himself, causing serious casualties. With me here, such a thing should not happen. The plan has already started to move, and Tony is very high profile. The other three are relatively low-key. With Tony's technical support, and Daredevil's hearing, the four quickly killed in. Hey, put your hands up. The gangsters were stunned when they saw that it was Iron Man. Iron Man Tony Stark, they knew it. Not only the iron armor, but also the ability. Hands went up one by one, and Tony grabbed Leland too. I heard that you are Jinbin's accountant. You have an account book that records Jinbin's evidence. I need him. Leland fell into fear, this is a great god and cannot be offended. But if Jinbin is offended, the end will be miserable. Tony knew how to deal with this kind of person. You are a businessman, and I am also a businessman, so let's negotiate. If you hand over the ledger, Jinbin will definitely kill you. But don't worry, he and his minions, I will clean them up. If you don't agree, then he will also know that you have a ledger. You can only trust us now. Leland hid the account book privately, and if Jinbing knew about it, the end would definitely be miserable. I am willing to hand over the account book, and I am willing to explain. Leland has already taken it, so the other witnesses are much simpler. The most important thing is the battle between Spider-Man and Jinbin. Peter finally met Jinbin. Jinbin was also extremely angry. The organization created by himself, the Kingdom of Sin, just failed. Spider-Man, you will regret showing up in front of me. Peter was a little agitated, but he held his own. I remember you once publicly stated that you want to make this area a better place. So, this is what you call beauty. Your gangsters are everywhere, and there are traces of crime everywhere. Those ordinary people, those innocent people, what's wrong with them? They just want to live here safely, they were hurt by you, even killed. Do you think that hiding in the dark can prevent you from being discovered? Do you think you can get away with it by relying on your connections? Who do you think you are? The king of the underground. You are nothing more than a blind mouse. You only shoot at ordinary people, you only shoot at the weak. Now, here I am. Come on, beat me. Jin was not extremely angry, grabbed the table and threw it directly at Spider-Man. Naturally, Peter could catch it, but Jinbin had already rushed over. He punched it hard. This powerful fist was easily grasped by Peter. In terms of strength alone, Jin is naturally unable to compete with Peter. In the comic story of Back to Darkness, Peter's identity was exposed because of the Superhero Registration Act, which attracted Gold Coin's revenge. Kim also hurt Aunt May, drawing Peter rage. Peter, who broke out with all his strength, easily completed the gold and gold tie. Before, it was Peter who controlled his strength for fear of crushing Jinbin. This is normal, after all, Peter's strength is really much stronger than ordinary people. Peter grabbed Jinbin's fist and started to fight back. Continuously launch cobweb, used to bind control gold and Kim wasn't even beginning to be able to cope. But soon, it was wrapped by cobweb. Only one head was exposed, and Jin was still able to speak. You can't hold me. The fact is indeed the case, ordinary prisons will definitely not be able to hold Jinbing. The best way, of course, is to go to a special prison. In the special prison, Jin was isolated from the outside world, so there was no danger. Jin was arrested, and Leland also took out the ledger. Not only that, some bandits were all knocked down. For Fergie and Peggy, the investigation on the surface also found a lot of clues and evidence. The combination of the two aspects can naturally hammer the gold to death. Tony completed his task, and then, it was time to hand over the gold to the professionals. Tom came with someone, and Tony was face to face. Tony Stark, you shouldn't meddle in this matter, you are not qualified to enforce the law. Tony doesn't care about that at all, I don't. It's just that there is such a criminal in the place you are in charge of, and you didn't notice it at all. Even, your internal personnel are controlled by corruption. You guys have lost everyone's trust. That's why we chose to take action, catch them, and find out your problems. Only in this way can you protect the city. When the two sides confronted each other, Phil Coulson showed up with someone. Jinping's ability is beyond ordinary people, so he is not suitable for being held in ordinary prisons. We will lock Jinping in special prisons. There are also these materials, we will also record and back them up, and even make them public. Tom fell silent. He couldn't stop the S.H.I.E.L.D. men. Definitely, he can't beat Iron Man Tony Stark either. As the information is exposed, it is natural that a large number of people will be tried and laid off, including Tom. The bald-headed brat looked at all this from a distance. The Avengers' plan, it seems, is indeed very good. But, we still need more superheroes. Chapter 55. Jin was arrested, and the main figures in the gang also went in. Next, the evidence was released, and some connections fell down one after another. This incident can be said to have caused an uproar. The Heroes Daily has been tracking and reporting, only to discover that Jinping has committed many crimes, reaching an unimaginable level. Tom was taken away, of course. Then, George returned, successfully took over, and became the director in one step. These are all things for later, and have nothing to do with Suyi. Suyi led the crowd to do this vote, and the harvest was extremely rich. It can only be said that the smile can hardly be hidden. Tony just finds it boring. I thought it was a big deal. In the end, it was so easy, all won. Today is really a good day. Would you like to come to my house for a drink or two? Go to your house for a drink. What's so good about wine? Isn't it nice to be with your girlfriend? No. It's boring to drink too much, I'd rather be with my girlfriend. Tony looked at Gwen, and whispered in Suyi's ear, I can find a lot of hot girls. Suyi gave an international friendly gesture without any hesitation. I'm not like you, you're just having fun. I'm serious about my girlfriends, and I want to be with them for the rest of my life. Tony suddenly realized something was wrong. Good night, Tony. Looking at Suyi's disappearing back, Tony couldn't help complaining, damn, it takes longer than me to play. Is it because he is handsome? After dealing with the gold tie, the next ones are all miscellaneous fish, which is not a climate change. Everyone can take a little rest and relax. Suyi took Gwen back to her villa. Su, can I stay? Suyi definitely wanted to. However, it's not the weekend. And it's getting late, I have to go to school tomorrow. Don't worry, you'll be graduating soon. We'll have a lot of time then. And, I plan to prepare a gift for you. Gwen was a little happy. What gift? Suyi showed embarrassment. This is a secret, and you will know what the surprise is when the time comes. What Suyi prepared was naturally a good gift. I like it very much, but it's hard to say whether Gwen will like it. Gwen didn't press, just expressed her feelings. Suyi still sent Gwen back home. I'm about to graduate, and there is a long period of vacation to be chic. After going to college, the two of them can also live together outside the campus openly and above board. Suyi also plans to buy a villa in the Manhattan area, it will be much more convenient then. Imperial College was in Manhattan, and now it's all in Queens. From here to Manhattan, you have to pass the Golden Gate Bridge. Even if there is no traffic jam, it is estimated that it will take half an hour. If there is a traffic jam, it will be even more troublesome. It is also impossible for Gwen to let her father send herself to school every day. Therefore, according to the normal situation, Gwen would rent a house off campus. On weekends, you can go home. Finally, we're going to get out of the sea of suffering. Suyi relaxes. The next big thing is to look at what he has gained. Originally, balance was 224W destiny points, and it cost 07W to buy a Batmobile for Tony. Cut Vanessa, who got 25W and got some extra money. Now there are 242W fate points left. System, liquidation reward. Ding, the host organization was involved in the incident and was arrested. Jinping's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 400,000 fate points. Daredevil Matt's fate is changed, get 10W fate points. Spider-Man Peter's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 150,000 fate points. Ghost Spider Gwen's fate has been changed, get 100,000 fate points. Iron Man Tony Stark's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 30,000 fate points. Extra 2 ordinary lucky draws. Ding, the task of guiding Peter Parker to become a Spider-Man is completed. Huh? Is this done? The task period is 1 year, and I only have about 10 days. Could it be that the task reward is very ordinary? Task record. Rescue Aunt May and help Peter escape the loss of a loved one. Point out Peter, let Peter understand the difficulties that he will face when he becomes a superhero, and help Peter to prepare mentally. He taught by example and encouraged Peter with his own actions when he captured Professor Lizard. Actual combat training, find suitable targets for Peter, train Peter, and let Peter grow. Comprehensive evaluation, A. Mission reward, 500,000 destiny points, additional special props LV7 helicopter card. Seeing the 2 big rewards, Suyi was overjoyed. With so many fate points, she was simply amazing. 128W fate points, plus special props LV7 helicopter card, the harvest is amazing. To increase the 6-dimensional attribute from LV6 to LV7, it needs 100W fate points. In other words, this item card is worth 100W. Draw the lottery first, the system, 2 draws together. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, 1 box of elastic pants. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, flight. When Suyi saw the first reward, he was dumbfounded. Elastic pants, a must for Green Titan. But for me, it's useless at all. Suyi was not satisfied until seeing the second reward. Flight, will finally fly. My own speed of Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, has never been used. After all, if you are not careful, you will become a locomotive. In most cases, there is also teleportation. This super fast speed seems a bit tasteless. Now, knowing flight, speed is useful. System, is my flight speed according to my speed? Yes. However, flight requires energy consumption. Just consume it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Suyi looked at the night sky outside, flight, seemed to have a try. Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, this system improved symbiont battle suit should be able to withstand it. It won't rub against the air at that time, and it will directly catch fire, right? The host can rest assured that when all the 6-dimensional attributes of the quality are raised by 1 level, one's own biological stance will also be raised accordingly. There is also a biological standpoint, that's okay. Suyi took off without saying a word. It's just that Suyi is a little entangled with the flight posture. Westerners like to fly sideways, but for Easterners, it must be Yujian flight. The symbiont battle suit condenses into a sword at the foot, which really feels like Yujian flight. It feels really good. Suyi flew freely in the air, and also tried the Western flight posture, which seemed to be acceptable. No, I can fly, why don't I show off to Tony? Tony's armor is only Mach 2 to 4, and his own Mach 10 is simply abusing Tony's armor. Without further ado, Suyi flew directly to Tony's villa, and even called Tony. Tony returned to the villa and was about to rest when he received a call from Suyi. Su, it's so late, do you have something to do? Don't tell me, you want to come to the party, today's party has been cancelled. No, I just want to inform you that I will fly to your house soon. Walter. Just when Tony was shocked, J.A.R.V.I.S reported, Sir, there is an unknown flight object approaching the villa at a speed of about Mach 10. Chapter 56. Suyi appeared on the balcony of the villa, Tony just couldn't believe it. So, you can fly now. Well, it feels pretty good. Tony was very speechless, I dare you to fly here at night just to show off. How did you do it? Suyi also directly chose to lie, after going back tonight, I tried it, and sure enough, I was able to fly. It's that simple. Shrimp pork heart. Tony's eyelids twitched at 10 times the speed of sound. My own Mark armor can't reach this speed. Tony, do you want to put on the armor and test your speed? Tony was furious, I just drank alcohol. After drinking alcohol, it's not suitable for high-speed sports, and it's prone to danger. Now, you can go back. Suyi sighed, hey, it's so boring to fly alone. Good night then, Tony. Tony Stark was too angry to sleep. J.A.R.V.I.S, I want to build an armor, and create an armor that is faster than him. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately analyzed, Sir, in the atmosphere, it is difficult to achieve such a fast flight. Tony calmed down, Suyi's flight speed had reached an incredible level. In such a high-speed flight in the atmosphere, the airflow resistance is extremely huge. His armor of steel cannot be impenetrable. In this way, he cannot fly at such a high speed. After all, at 10 times the speed of sound, this will fly out of the earth. Tony recognized the reality, so, if I want to surpass him, I can't build armor, I have to build rockets and space shuttles. Damn it, is he really human? Suyi didn't know that his showing off made Tony almost lose sleep. Back home, Suyi faced a choice. The six-dimensional attribute can only improve two of them. Then strength and stamina. Intelligence, speed, spirit, and energy are basically enough. It is easy to understand how to improve attack and defense first. View personal information. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate points, 5.24 million. Intelligence, LV6. Power, LV7, 100,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV7. Spirit, LV6. Energy, LV6. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, flight, windblade, danger warning, hearing strengthening. Special items, symbiosis battle suit 1, elastic pants 1 box, 3 drops of water of life. Special props, none. Suyi is very satisfied with her abilities. With an endurance of LV7, Suyi can barely be considered a man of steel. No longer afraid of bullets, unless weapons of mass destruction. It also has a super reply ability. As long as you don't die, you can quickly recover in a short time. Sleep contentedly. A new day, or business as usual. As graduation approaches, everyone is thinking about what's next. Which school to go to, what job to do. Suyi doesn't need to think about it at all, it's better to continue studying in college and goof around. With the level of knowledge of my grandfather, I can mix up my education casually. On an ordinary day, Suyi came home. I made a deal with Mary Jane today to climb her window tonight. Before entering the house, Suyi heard a slight movement. A little helpless, but went in anyway. Sure enough, the bald braised egg came. Although it was the first time they met, Suyi knew that it must not be a good thing. Beside the bald braised egg, there is also the big beauty Natasha Romanoff. Recently, I haven't seen you for a while. Natasha Romanoff is probably busy looking for Melina, looking for traces of the Red House. If the two came together today, something big must have happened. You know, with this kind of behavior, I can already empty the magazine. If it's a beautiful woman like Natasha Romanoff, I can still accept it. Suyi is not welcome, it is her own room after all. Nick Fury is no surprise. We're here to ask for your help. My help. Suyi also pointed out to Natasha Romanoff before that to solve Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D must also be destroyed. Only by reselecting people can this kind of thing not happen again. After consideration, I think your suggestion is very correct. So, I decided to take down the helicarrier of the Red House and absorb the Black Widows into the new S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Suyi has question marks all over his face, there is something wrong with this operation of Braised Egg Man. Doves directly occupy the magpie's nest. Moreover, the Black Widows are all cultivated by the Red House, and they can't be Hydra's people. If these people choose to retire, let them leave. If you choose to continue to be an agent, it is ready-made. You don't need to spend more time, you can use it directly. So, if I help you, what can I get? Nick Fury has a play as soon as he hears it, what do you want? Suyi fell into thinking, what she wants must be fate. To do this, you must find those core characters, that is, superhero and supervillain. Braised Eggman possesses these intelligence information, which can help him. In this way, we can make a deal with Braised Eggman. Suyi has already thought about it, the next list of goals. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver brothers and sisters are definitely not to be missed. In addition, there are several targets that can be intercepted. Wasp Hope, Doctor Strange's ex-girlfriend Christine. In addition, there is a large group of people, and that is mutant. First, I need your help finding two people, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. This is a pair of twin brothers and sisters from Sokovia. When they were young, their family suffered from war. A bomb made by Stark Industry fell on their house, but it did not explode. These two hated Tony Stark because of it. As an old fritter, Nick Fury immediately realized that there was a problem between the two. They also have super abilities. Maybe, it still needs to wait for development. What else do you want? Second, I need to know your information about mutant. Mutants do exist in this world, it's just that S.H.I.E.L.D can't recruit them at all. Moreover, these mutants are now divided into three major genres. The most high profile is Brotherhood, ready to make trouble everywhere. Then there's X Academy, which has been at war with Brotherhood. The last group of people is to hide their identities and try not to be discovered by others. Yes, we can give you the relevant information. Suyi thought for a while, and then there seemed to be nothing more needed. You can do most things by yourself. Since that's the case, it's a happy cooperation. I will help you and completely solve the trouble of the Red House. Pleasant cooperation. Natasha Romanoff twisted her waist and came to Suyi's side, extremely alluring. If you help me rescue Yelena, I will thank you very much. Just the look in the eyes and the tone of voice are unmatched by ordinary women. Suyi frowned, and took the initiative to embrace Natasha Romanoff's waist, narrowing the distance between them. I am looking forward. Chapter 57. Suyi agreed to the cooperation request of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L.D will not send too much manpower. Just Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint. The rest are Suyi's current small group. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider and Iron Man Tony Stark. Make an appointment and leave on the weekend. In order to avoid Hydra's detection, Suyi and others naturally cannot set off with Natasha Romanoff. Fortunately, everything is arranged properly. On the plane, Peter was extremely excited. Oh, wow, I'm going abroad, still with Mr. Tony Stark. Sue, after all, we are going abroad, and doing a big business abroad, will it cause disputes? Once discovered, this is an international dispute. Moreover, our actions may not be permitted by law. Suyi was very calm. This Red House controls Black Widows and performs various tasks. Do you think such tasks should exist? Peter can still tell right from wrong, definitely shouldn't exist. They assassinate and destroy, harm innocent people, and destroy peace and stability. Suyi nodded, so, we should stop him. Even if we want to become outlaws. Suyi said with a sigh, Peter, you are still too young. If they are willing, as long as you have a super ability, even if you don't use it, you are already an outlaw. This is the real world of this world. Because the power of interpretation is not yours at all. As a beneficiary, Tony is naturally very aware of this. I agree with Sue very much. Why do you think they want a hearing? Because I'm Tony Stark. If it was someone else, they would have already confiscated my steel armor. These conversations brought huge amounts of psychological shock to the young Peter. Suyi continued to persuade, so, when faced with choices in the future, you should think carefully about what kind of person you want to be and which side you want to stand on. Peter was puzzled, what do you mean? Suyi is idle and bored, ready to give a spoiler and tell a short story. Tony, you should have recently received an invitation to join the Avengers. Tony drank the wine, very leisurely, yes, but I'm not interested, I just agreed to be their consultant. Suyi didn't expose it, and started a spoiler. Then let me tell you a little story, from a certain parallel time and space. In that time and space, Avengers became the core force to protect the world. Essentially nobody can destroy Avengers. Until one day, the Avengers split. The small spoiler class started, and several people were very interested. Even Tony Stark listened very carefully. Speaking of the cause of the split, it must be said that it is a key event. In that world, there are more people with super abilities. With the Avengers Alliance as a role model, many people want to become superheroes. A group of teenagers with super abilities formed the team of the new battle group, preparing to capture a nest of super criminals on live broadcast. Everything was going well until the last supervillain Nitro, who was about to be arrested, chose to expose himself. The blast engulfed several neighborhoods and nearly 1,000 people died. The new battle group has become the target of criticism. Gradually, this wind direction spread. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Avengers Alliance did not play a regulatory and guiding role, which caused this disaster. From the new warband, to the Avengers Alliance, to all the superheroes. The image of superhero has plummeted, and even superhero has become a witch in the new era, hated by most people. It was around this time that a bill called the Superhero Registration Act was born. That is to say, if you want to become a superhero, you must register, record your super ability, and then pass the assessment to become a superhero. Otherwise, you will be classified as a criminal and you will be arrested. Peter was shocked. Water, there is such a bill? Is this too outrageous? The superhero of Avengers, because of this bill, had a conflict. People, led by Iron Man, chose to support the bill. There are still some people who worry that superhero will become a tool of politicians, but they do not support the bill. A central figure in the Avengers Alliance, a symbol of the free spirit. The captain has even more arduous tasks. If these superheroes don't sign the bill, it's up to the captain to catch them. In the end, the captain did not choose to agree. His refusal made him an anti-registration member. Peter is also very hesitation now, and he doesn't know how to make a choice in such a situation. He really wanted to know what choice the Spider-Man would make in that world. Iron Man is wooing Superman's spirit hero Spider-Man. When Spider-Man took off his mask and announced his identity, The registration group got a lot of support. As the act was enacted, Captain took a group of people into hiding and became the Secret Avengers. Then, all this is not over yet, because anti-registration is an outlaw. As Superman's angry superhero, Spider-Man chose to take off his mask and support the bill. So, Iron Man led people to capture the Secret Avenger, and launched a thrilling capture. Suyi continued to tell the story, trying to make it vivid. The three of them listened very carefully. Peter even ignored that he was a Superman and a superhero. He wasn't excited about it, he just hoped that he could find a correct answer. The story continues. Tony fabricated a fake incident and drew the captain and others out. A civil war is about to break out. The battle was extremely fierce, and both sides were able to hold back at first. Until finally, the artificial bionic robot Thor created by Iron Man and others killed an anti-registration superhero, and the civil war came to an end temporarily. Because of this battle, both sides began to doubt their own decisions. The Secret Avenger was defeated and badly injured. Although the registration faction won, it was alienated from morality. Definitely, this is far from over. No way, Iron Man even recruited supervillains to help him hunt down the Secret Avengers. The battle between the two sides broke out from the number 42 prison in the negative space to the city. The two sides could no longer give up, and they were red-eyed. It wasn't until the end, when Cap nearly killed Iron Man, that he realized what he had done wrong. Looking at the devastated city, the captain voluntarily surrendered. Iron Man was still shocked after listening to it. Peter also asked the answer in his heart, "Sue, what choice should I make?" "Tony, what about you?" Tony Stark has no hesitation, "I definitely support the registration bill, superhero needs to be regulated. If you can get security, it is normal to sacrifice freedom." Suyi also gave her own answer, "They all choose, there is no right or wrong. I agree, superheroes need regulation. But that registration bill is outrageous, and I don't trust your MPs." Chapter 58. This little story made both Peter and Tony fall into thinking. After all, such a thing is likely to happen in the future. For example, what my group of people are going to do next. If it is discovered, or causes huge amounts of damage, it will definitely make superhero a target of public criticism. However, Chen Chuan was very confident. After all, the Black Widows are only at the agent level, not particularly powerful. As long as the leader of the Black Widow, Dreykov, is solved, all problems will be solved. Finally arrived at the destination, Natasha Romanoff has already acted. Alone, he came to Iron Lady Melina's research farm. At this moment, Dreykov's mind control potion has initially succeeded, and is able to influence and even control Black Widow. However, none of these worked for Suyi. It doesn't even need to be too much trouble, Suyi just needs to go over, give Dreykov a fist, and then ask someone to make an antidote, and everything will be done. Natasha Romanoff faced Melina alone, and Melina didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff could still come to find her. The two talked in the room, and Natasha Romanoff also showed her determination. "Natasha Romanoff, you have fled and should not have come back." Natasha Romanoff was extremely determined. She just didn't expect that she would get involved with a girl, but she couldn't kill Dreykov and completely eradicate the Red House. "I thought I killed Dreykov, I thought I freed all the Black Widows. Nope, I killed innocent people and he's still alive. I came back today to correct all this." Iron Maiden Melina has some emotion, Natasha Romanoff has been so strong since she was a child. "You alone can't do it? He has trained hundreds or even more Black Widows, how do you fight?" Natasha Romanoff didn't care because she wasn't alone either. Moreover, the people who came were quite unusual. "I didn't come alone." "So what? You are going to face an army of Black Widows. Can you fight an army?" Natasha Romanoff was absolutely convinced that the person she brought would do. It's just that her target is Dreykov, not everyone. Otherwise, Chen Chuan would have been able to perform a tear-off space carrier. "I don't need to deal with everyone, I just need you to take me in and get rid of Dreykov, and I can save everyone." Dreykov, he is just an ordinary person, and he can't stop a bullet. Melina couldn't persuade Natasha Romanoff, "Do you think you can enter the base of the Red House with a weapon?" "I don't need a weapon, I just need someone to go in." Natasha Romanoff doesn't really care about this, as long as she can enter the base, everything can be solved. Suyi can move people instantly. When the time comes, 4 superheroes will suddenly appear, who can stand up to this? Dreykov, no problem at all. Melina is extremely hesitation, but in fact, she has already notified the people in the Red House. Dreykov has a love/hate relationship with Natasha Romanoff. After all, Natasha Romanoff ability is very strong, very good. How could Dreykov not love such an excellent agent? However, Natasha Romanoff chose to defect and wanted to kill herself. Dreykov has always wanted to find a chance to take revenge, capture Natasha Romanoff, and let Natasha Romanoff become his own obedient agent again. Finally, the opportunity came. Dreykov was overjoyed to hear from Melina. Send someone immediately and prepare to capture Natasha Romanoff alive. Natasha Romanoff was immediately alert, but didn't intend to fight. Until, when Natasha Romanoff saw Yelena and other Black Widows appearing, Natasha Romanoff was a little excited. Yelena. This must have been specially arranged by Dreykov to let Yelena arrest him. However, Natasha Romanoff's call did not get much response from Yelena. Natasha Romanoff was extremely puzzled. It was impossible for Yelena not to know herself. Melina, what happened to Yelena? Melina explained, mind control drugs are more mature than before. They are like machines, remembering everything, but unable to respond. You will be like this too. Natasha Romanoff became more determined to save Yelena and save all Black Widows. She can't do it alone, she can only trust Suyi and others. Natasha Romanoff gave up resistance, letting Yelena grab her and drop all weapons. Afterwards, Natasha Romanoff was caught on a fighter plane and flew towards the sky. This space carrier is indeed extremely secretive. S.H.I.E.L.D. took a lot of time to find this space carrier, but they did not dare to act rashly. Because if you are not careful, it will turn into a war. The best way, that must be to deal with Dreykov, and then take over the helicarrier. Escorted by Yelena and Melina, Natasha Romanoff was sent to Dreykov's office. Goodbye Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff has become his own prisoner. Dreykov is also very happy. My Natasha Romanoff, you're back again. Natasha Romanoff was very calm. I'm back to complete the task that I didn't complete last time. Dreykov looked at Yelena beside him, as well as his daughter Antonia, who was also a master imitator, feeling overwhelmed with security. So what if Natasha Romanoff is from S.H.I.E.L.D? Can S.H.I.E.L.D still control its own territory? Task. Speaking of this, Dreykov was also filled with anger. Come up to the master impersonator and say softly, say hi to Natasha Romanoff. The master of imitation opened his armor and revealed his face. That face was obviously traumatized. Natasha Romanoff recognized Dreykov's daughter immediately. Because of his own plan, he was affected by the explosion. Although he didn't die, he looked very bad. The eyes are dull, like a machine, just like Yelena. That face showed that the explosion had a great impact on her. Natasha Romanoff suddenly fell into deep self-blame. If there is a better way, she will not do it. When it exploded, it nearly killed Antonia and I had to put a chip in the back of her neck. Look at her. Does it hurt to see her? I do not feel good. Natasha Romanoff was really sad, but she wasn't affected. She knew that this was her own fault and she had to bear it. However, in order to avoid more incidents, he must be strong and get rid of Dreykov. Can she hear me? What? Do you want to apologize to her? Then make you feel more comfortable. You should have thought of this before you did it. Natasha Romanoff did think about it, and she was really entangled and regretful. However, now is not the time to regret. Watching Natasha Romanoff hang her head, in agony, Dreykov felt accomplished. And her, Yelena. She is also excellent. I am looking forward to what will happen between you two. Natasha Romanoff collected her emotions and suddenly calmed down. Dreykov, a friend of mine wants to ask you a question, can you stop a bullet? Walter. Natasha Romanoff knew the answer, I don't think you can stop it either. Then it's a pity, it's even more impossible for you to block his fist. What fist? When Dreykov was in a daze, several people suddenly appeared in front of him. A fist as big as a sandbag landed on Dreykov's face. The Iron Fist of Justice. Chapter 59. Suyi suddenly appeared, punching Dreykov directly. In fact, if Suyi uses 001 strength, he can blow Dreykov's head off. However, Suyi held back. Too much power is not a good thing either. Fortunately, my mental strength is strong enough, and my control over myself is extremely precise. Otherwise, Gwen and the others would have been overwhelmed. After Suyi's fist, it didn't end. Instead, the symbiote battlesuit was transformed into a cobweb to restrain Dreykov, and by the way, snatched Dreykov's ring. This thing is the password that Dreykov uses to control the computer. Saying that, Suyi threw the ring to Natasha Romanoff, go and control the computer and let the Black Widows come back. Then, use potions to help them release the control. Peter and Gwen controlled the imitation master and Yelena, making them unable to do anything. Tony looked at the situation in front of him, so, it's nothing to do with me. Dreykov came back to his senses, and only then did he notice who these people in front of him were. Iron Man Tony Stark, and Spider-Man, Spider Bully, Ghost Spider. Recently, these few people eradicated the leader Jin Bing. What he didn't expect was that these people actually killed them. Moreover, it appeared suddenly. He was naturally dissatisfied with losing to supernatural ability. But what if you don't accept it? Everyone was taken down. Black Widow and others couldn't get in, let alone save themselves. Even, his ring was taken away, and everything about him was about to end. Under the operation of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow who was out was recalled. Next, it is natural to rescue these Black Widows. Melina helped research the potion for controlling Black Widows. At this moment, naturally, potions for treating Black Widows can also be produced. While Natasha Romanoff was dealing with these, Melina brought the healing potion. Yelena and Antonia regained their senses. Although they remembered what happened, the two couldn't control themselves. At this moment, he regained his sanity and was extremely surprised. This feeling made Yelena very unhappy. Yelena recovered, looked at Melina in front of her, and immediately couldn't help it. Oh. Melina couldn't bear it, but she still didn't choose to agree. I'm not your mother. Suyi watched the scene with great interest, not knowing what would happen next. However, Yelena is not the crying little girl she used to be. After experiencing so much, Yelena has grown a lot and become a lot stronger. Definitely, the most critical point, is also very beautiful. It is not as strong as in the movie, but it is very in line with normal aesthetics. Youthful beauty is just appearance, but the real Yelena is an excellent agent and an excellent Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was busy and was very happy to see Yelena. I really want to catch up with you, but it's not the time yet. You and Melina can save more Black Widows first. Yelena also recovered a little, okay. As for Antonia in front of her, she also recovered her sanity, and she also knew that it was all because of Natasha Romanoff that she became like this. The anger and pain in her heart made Antonia couldn't help but want to take revenge on Natasha Romanoff. However, because he was restrained, he couldn't do anything. Natasha Romanoff also noticed the hatred in Antonia's eyes and stopped what she was doing. Tony, I leave this to you, I have some things to attend to. Natasha Romanoff came to Antonia, full of guilt. Although what happened at the beginning was not Natasha Romanoff's goal, but Natasha Romanoff did. Now, she has to face all this. I know, it's useless to say anything. Because, all of this was my plan, and I did it. I want to kill Dreykov and use you to make sure he's there. This is my fault. I remember that moment countless times and regret it. Now, I think I can do something for you. Natasha Romanoff came to Suyi with tears in her eyes. Su, I know, you have a way. Please help me. Suyi was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that Natasha Romanoff had her own idea. The water of life can indeed heal Antonia, but Suyi is a bit reluctant. This thing is very expensive. Gwen, Mary Jane, Betty, Bella, May, Pepper, and Vanessa, Suyi used 7 drops and now only has 3 drops left. As an agent, Natasha Romanoff is good at intelligence and can grasp the details. It is natural to infer that Suyi played a role in this. Especially May and Bella, who were both close to death. What method did Suyi use to save them and even make them younger and more beautiful? According to these intelligence and clues, Natasha Romanoff is very sure that Suyi must have a way to treat Antonia. You know, this stuff is expensive. Natasha Romanoff approached step by step, and was about to stick to Suyi, as long as you can help me. While speaking, Natasha Romanoff had already hooked Suyi's neck, and the two were very close. Suyi already thought about it, not to mention, Natasha Romanoff is too good at it. A look, a small movement, are enough to make Suyi's heart flutter. Suyi was about to agree, but was gagged. After a while, Natasha Romanoff looked at Suyi bewitchingly. This is a deposit. Although I don't like it being a transaction, beautiful women are always privileged. Natasha Romanoff left Suyi's side, only to find that Gwen's face was ugly. Oops, I ignored Gwen. Natasha Romanoff also saw Suyi's predicament, and whispered in Suyi's ear, I can help you deal with her. How to deal with it? You'll know, but not now. Suyi has nothing more to say, so give it. Just after giving this drop of water of life, he was really almost drained. There are too many beauties, I can't tell them apart. Suyi gave Antonia a drop of water of life. Then, naturally, the water of life began to repair Antonia's body, including the burnt face and nerves. After the repair is complete, Antonia will no longer need the chip, and her face will return to normal. It will take some time. It is estimated to be a few hours. At most, it will be fully restored after awakening. Thank you, Sue. Natasha Romanoff was extremely determined, and came to Antonia, I know, this can't make up for the pain you have endured over the years. If you want revenge on me, just come. Finally, everything is done. The Black Widows here are all rescued. The Black Widows in other places will be called back, and the information about the Black Widows will also be destroyed. These Black Widows are all orphans and homeless. As for the future, what they want to do depends on their own choices. In fact, Suyi can take the Black Widows as his own and turn them into his own forces. However, Suyi has no such idea at all. Isn't it nice to be honest and happy with girls? Whoever cares about these troublesome matters, Suyi doesn't intend to care about them anyway. Dreykov felt extremely heartbroken seeing his years of hard work destroyed. It's over for me. Natasha Romanoff, I underestimated you, you ruined everything for me. It's just, do you think you can afford this space carrier and so many Black Widows? Natasha Romanoff was extremely calm, S.H.I.E.L.D is fine. Chapter 60. Melina and Yelena also came back with a dozen or so Black Widows. These are all at the captain level. Natasha Romanoff, what do we do next? Let's deal with him first. Natasha Romanoff shot dead without hesitation, and Dreykov died tragically on the spot. These Black Widows have all suffered inhuman treatment here, so naturally they hate Dreykov extremely. At this moment, the great revenge is avenged, and they are all extremely happy. Natasha Romanoff, are you here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D, or yourself? Natasha Romanoff said firmly, both. Now, I want to give you two tasks. The first task, next, we will set up the Heavenly Sword Bureau to protect the world. If you are willing to continue to be agents, we welcome you to stay. If you are tired of this life, then next, you are free. Most of these Black Widows have good looks and have learned a lot of skills. Even if you leave here, you can still rely on your own ability to survive. Can we really leave? Yes, we will arrange the identity. However, after you leave, don't disclose the information here. There was one person who wanted to quit. After all, this kind of life was not what she wanted. A Black Widow named Anna made her choice. I quit. What about you? We are all orphans and homeless. Although this is not our home, at least it is a place we are familiar with, and there are people we are familiar with. I would also like to stay. Natasha Romanoff didn't force the Black Widow who wanted to leave. Anna, you are free, I hope you can have a good life. Thank you, Natasha Romanoff. Next, go and count the other Black Widows. If you plan to leave, make preparations with Anna. When the time comes, Melina will send you off together. Thanks. Melina continued to get busy, while Yelena stayed behind. Natasha Romanoff looked at Yelena and was extremely happy. Yelena, you've grown up. Yelena also pretended to be indifferent and said, yeah, I'm not that little girl anymore. Then what is your choice, stay or leave here? Where can I go? My family is fake. Mom, Dad, and sister are all fake. Yelena's smile was extremely bitter, which made Natasha Romanoff very distressed. Elena, I'm sorry. I thought I killed Dreykov. I thought you were free. But you didn't come to me. I thought I was living my own life. Until recently, I didn't know that Dreykov was still alive. I know, we are fake sisters. I miss the life back then, but we have grown up. Yelena already had the answer in her heart. I know, I choose to stay. Natasha Romanoff hugged Yelena and comforted Yelena. The two sisters continue their relationship, and they are more likely to fight side by side in the future. Melina and Anna are back, counting done. Of the Black Widows currently on the helicarrier, only 5 are willing to leave with Anna, and most of them chose to stay. Natasha Romanoff chose to send someone to send Anna and the others away, and then, there were the remaining Black Widows. Natasha Romanoff called all the Black Widows and started speaking. From today, you are no longer Black Widow, but members of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The goal of the Tianjian Bureau is to protect world peace. We're not going to assassinate, sabotage. Our task is only to obtain intelligence and then deal with those enemies who destroy social stability. The Heavenly Sword Bureau does not belong to any national organization, definitely, nor does it belong to SHIELD. Now, Melina will temporarily act as the director, and Melina will serve as the deputy director. In the future, Nick Fury will be the new director. I believe in Nick Fury, and I will work under him. I promise, he won't let you die in vain. Melina was a little worried. Natasha Romanoff, you let me be the deputy director, and Nick Fury is the director, what about you? I'm not suitable for management, I'm just an agent. I will select a few excellent agents from you to form a Black Widow team, led by me, to complete the task. Yelena immediately stated, I want to join. Several Black Widows wanted to join, but Natasha Romanoff refused. This matter is not in a hurry, I will choose carefully. Because the enemy we are going to face next is very dangerous. Yelena was extremely confident, I'm not afraid. Everything is falling into place and Melina notices Antonia. What about her? Natasha Romanoff looked at Antonia. At this moment, Antonia had begun to recover, but not fully recovered. At the beginning, she was just an innocent little girl who was hurt by me. Now that I've treated her, it's a compensation. If she wants to stay, then stay. If she wants to leave, then let her go. Yelena was a little worried, she might take revenge on you. I know, but after all, it was my fault first. Melina, let someone take her down first, and take off the armor first. Give her time to recover, and give her time to decide. Antonia has recovered quite a bit, I can't thank you enough. I don't need your thanks either. Antonia was also taken away, and the only uneasy factor was taken care of. Peter, Gwen, and Tony are all a little bored. Especially Tony Stark, who thought it was a fierce battle, but in the end, there was no chance to make a move. When Suyi appeared, he knocked Dreykov down with one fist. I said, can we go back now? Peter echoed, I also feel like I've done nothing to help, except to keep the girl in the armor under control. Suyi said with a smile, we'll go back now, but Tony, you still have the plane. Tony realized right away, no, I don't want to fly back for hours, use your teleport to take me back. All right. Natasha Romanoff, then we'll leave first. Natasha Romanoff said, by the way, that girl and I have something to say. Gwen was a little surprised, me? Definitely. Suyi was a little worried, not knowing what Natasha Romanoff would say to Gwen. I said, I will help you get rid of her. Natasha Romanoff took Gwen away, and was going to whisper something, so Suyi could naturally hear it too. Only Tony suddenly thought of one thing, a little dissatisfied, hey, Sue, I remember when you saved me for the first time, you said that you can't take people to teleport. That was at the time. Now, my ability has become stronger. Maybe in the future, I can take the entire planet and teleport together. Walter? Is that okay too? Suyi is not too sure, after all, the ability of teleportation is related to strength, spirit, and energy. When one's own strength can drag this planet, the spiritual power can cover the whole world, and the energy is enough to destroy this planet, it should be possible. Maybe, but not now. After half a year, I should be able to teleport with this space carrier. Peter and Tony were in shock, they didn't know how to evaluate, they could only sigh in their hearts, Suyi is really too powerful, so powerful that he is not human at all. Chapter 61. Suyi waited until Gwen and Natasha Romanoff came back. Suyi could hear everything the two of them were talking about clearly. It can only be said that Natasha Romanoff easily handled Gwen psychologically. I don't know what Natasha Romanoff said, but Gwen really didn't mind. Honest helper. With Natasha Romanoff, there's no backyard fire to worry about anymore. Natasha Romanoff immediately announced, Melina, Yelena, I need to go back, and I won't be back until tomorrow. During this time, the affairs here will be handled by Melina. After we come back tomorrow, we have a lot of time and can talk slowly. This time, after Natasha Romanoff takes down the Red House, Natasha Romanoff will stay here. That's Nick Fury's plan, too. When Clint comes back to report, Natasha Romanoff died in the Red House. Dead Natasha Romanoff, hidden from Hydra's sight. And Natasha Romanoff in the dark, with the help of the Black Widows, can do more. Natasha Romanoff is here to stay until S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra die. Melina also has no objection, I will manage this place well. I can rest assured that. Yelena was looking forward to sitting down with Natasha Romanoff and talking slowly, and gave Natasha Romanoff a hug, be careful and come back early. I will. In the end, Suyi naturally took people back to Stark's villa, and then took people back to her own home. No way, I can't go back to my home, let Tony fly away from my home, right? That's just too loud. Back at the villa, Suyi felt relaxed. Sitting on the sofa, drinking happy water, enjoying a good time. Now the strength is too strong, and it is too easy to fight monsters, and there is no challenge at all. It's better to play volleyball with my sister. After Natasha Romanoff came back, she went to find a room to change clothes. Gwen didn't go home either, anyway, it was still early and it wasn't evening yet. Even at night, Gwen has plans. Gwen. Suyi took the initiative to pull Gwen to her side, and Gwen sat beside Suyi. I've already called O, and I said I'm going to have dinner at your house before going back. Dinner, that's just right, I can cook a usse meal. Gwen was extremely anxious, and seemed not very interested in dinner. Suyi has seen this look before. Sure enough, Gwen took the initiative. Suyi was a little nervous, I'm afraid it's not very good here, and, besides, Natasha Romanoff will be coming out soon. Gwen suddenly laughed, isn't that what you expected? Hiss. Suyi couldn't help but admire, Natasha Romanoff's ability is a bit strong. A few words, just a few minutes, made Gwen change so much. I think I should go back to the bedroom. Do you remember that I prepared a gift for you? Only then did Gwen remember that Suyi seemed to have mentioned this before. What gift? You'll find out later. Natasha Romanoff has changed into a casual outfit, just like in the movie, t-shirt and jeans. He even took the initiative to go to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Binquillo, as if he was at his own home. Natasha Romanoff sat aside, her legs crossed and placed on the coffee table in front of her. This pair of long legs is enviable. Go on, don't worry about me at all. Besides, I promised you that as long as you want, I can fulfill your wish at any time. Suyi was a little curious. Natasha Romanoff, aren't you going to report to the bald Braised Egg? It needs to be reported to work. I have already sent him a message. He will find someone to connect with me tomorrow. You know, I'm going to disappear from the side of s.h.i.e.l.d and Hydra now, so I have to keep a low profile. Suyi was a little speechless. The so-called low-key behavior, is that all? Appeared here swaggeringly, treating this place as his own home. Gwen couldn't care less. I don't mind. It's getting late, Sue, let's hurry up. Suyi looked at Natasha Romanoff's half-smile, but Suyi didn't care. How can you back down at a time like this? Elbow, follow me into the house. Natasha Romanoff smiled more clearly. Did you tell me? If not, I won't miss the beauty delivered to my door. Besides, this is the reward for helping you rescue Yelena. That drop of water of life is another price. Then take your time. Suyi didn't say anything, and returned to the room with the two beauties. However, don't worry, Suyi still has new preparations. Suyi opened the closet and took out 2 sets of black spider pajamas from the closet. This is definitely not a symbiote battlesuit, nor is it Peter's kind of battlesuit. This set of pajamas is a casual suit made by an outside merchant. Gwen, look, this is my new gift for you. Gwen looked at the suit. This. Now you can sell it online. I think it's very suitable for you. Natasha Romanoff also looked at the dress. I think it looks good. Natasha Romanoff, and yours? Natasha Romanoff didn't mind. Me too. It's a pity, I don't have a ladies' suit, otherwise, Natasha Romanoff, you will definitely look good in it. Suyi imagined that Natasha Romanoff would definitely be a beautiful female secretary in a close-fitting work attire. Natasha Romanoff is even more attractive in the spider suit prepared by Suyi. So, today, I'm going to be Spider-Man too. Black Widow is also a kind of spider. I wear a spider battlesuit, which seems to be quite suitable. Gwen is a ghost spider? Then I am a black spider. Suyi is also quite satisfied with the name. It's a good name. Natasha Romanoff quizzed, is it just good? Suyi didn't know what to say, her heartbeat said it all. Every frown and smile, every move, is breathtaking. Soon, Gwen and Natasha Romanoff changed into new battlesuits. Suyi was very satisfied, as expected, her vision was very good. Both sets of spider battlesuits are good looking, definitely better looking. Suyi went to prepare dinner, let the two of them take a bath and rest for a while. After half an hour, Suyi prepared a table of oriental dishes. Although the two of them are not used to using chopsticks, the taste is indeed very delicious. Sue, is this an oriental dish? It tastes really good. Natasha Romanoff retorted, I ate something more delicious today, and these foods can only be ranked second. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's expression, Suyi felt that there was something in Natasha Romanoff's words. After eliminating the food, the three rested for a while, and Suyi was about to send Gwen back. Suyi reckoned that he would never send Gwen home again. His future father-in-law, Director George, is about to pick up Gwen himself. Good night, Sue. Good night. The two are reluctant to part, but they still separate. When Suyi returned home, she noticed that Natasha Romanoff actually appeared in her bedroom. Chapter 62. A new day, the sun is shining. When Suyi woke up, she felt that life was wonderful. By the way, it's time to take stock of the rewards for occupying the Red House and cutting off Natasha Romanoff. Ding, the host participated in the Red House incident. Ding, the host intercepts Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 300,000 fate points. Yelena's fate has been changed, and she has gained 150,000 fate points. Antonia's fate has been changed, get 100,000 fate points. The fate of the Red House and S.H.I.E.L.D has been changed, and 500,000 fate points have been obtained. Additionally, get the formula of perfect mind control potion, and 3 chances of ordinary lucky draw. So generous. The potion formula seems to be useless, and I don't intend to control anyone. 3 ordinary lottery draws, start the draw directly. Ding, get a special item, Horse Talisman. Ding, get a special item, 1 kryptonite. Ding, get a special ability, Energy Devour. The horse charm has the ability to heal, not bad. The most important thing is that special items can not only be used by oneself, but also given to others. Suyi gave Gwen the symbiosis battle suit before, so Suyi should think carefully about who should use this horse charm. Ordinary people don't need super abilities for the time being, and only Gwen and Natasha Romanoff have to face super strength. Gwen has a symbiote battle suit and is not easily injured. I am also by my side, and can purchase healing items from the System Mall at any time. Therefore, this horse charm is most suitable for Natasha Romanoff. Give it to Natasha Romanoff then, it would be even better if you can get all 12 spells. Natasha Romanoff is an agent, very versatile. If you gather 12 spells and have 12 abilities, you will definitely become the most unsolvable agent. Speaking of which, Natasha Romanoff and Talisman might be a good fit. Suyi looked at Natasha Romanoff beside her and smiled. Natasha Romanoff seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. Su, what are you doing? It's nothing, I just think that your special training results are good, and you should be rewarded. Natasha Romanoff was still a little sleepy, I just want to sleep for a while. Okay, then I'll give you a gift after you wake up. Natasha Romanoff continued to sleep, and Suyi didn't want to disturb her either. I still have things to deal with. Focus on the newly acquired ability. Energy Devouring, it can devour other energies and enhance its own energy, it seems very powerful. However, my current LV6 energy seems to be a bit difficult to improve. Suyi also gave up the idea of enhancing the attribute of devouring energy, after all, it is too difficult. Unless, it is devouring those powerful energies. For example, the power of the sun, the Phoenix Force, the Origin Magic Power, or the power of the gods and the Dimension Mephisto. The power to swallow the sun is estimated to be closer, at least on the ground, it is of little significance. If you want to swallow nuclear energy to increase your level, it can only be said that it is difficult. Tony estimated that he would have to build several large arc reactors for Suyi to devour, in order to help Suyi upgrade to a level. After that, more energy is required. Even if Tony is poor, it is estimated that he will not be able to improve to LV8. It can be upgraded again, so let's improve the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the control over strength, speed, and energy. Suyi is too strong now, he has to maximize his control power. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Suyi. Age, 19. Fate points, 9.74 million. Intelligence, LV6. Power, LV7, 100,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV7. Spirit, LV7. Energy, LV6. Battle skill, LV4. Special abilities, teleportation, flight, windblade, danger warning, hearing strengthening, energy devouring. Special items, 1 kryptonite, horse charm, 2 drops of water of life. Special props, none. Suyi rested for a while, then got up to wash and prepare breakfast. Before Natasha Romanoff woke up, Suyi couldn't help but kiss Natasha Romanoff on the forehead. Natasha Romanoff, it's time to wake up. Natasha Romanoff had a happy smile on her face, okay. After breakfast, Natasha Romanoff recovered. Natasha Romanoff, now, would you like to see what I have for you? Natasha Romanoff is not sure about Suyi's gift, whether he is serious or not. I think it's better to wait until night to watch. I still have a task this morning. Suyi laughed as soon as she heard it, Natasha Romanoff must have misunderstood. So, out of thin air, he took out the horse charm from the system backpack. It was naturally placed in the hands of Natasha Romanoff, it's this gift. Natasha Romanoff looked at the spell, it looked like a stone with a pattern on it, it looked like a horse. There are only a few traces, but it feels lifelike. What is this, a stone? No, this is a powerful stone called a charm. There are 12 talismans in total, and the 12 zodiac signs are depicted on them. This talisman depicts the appearance of a horse, so it is a horse talisman. And the ability of the horse charm is healing, which can heal injuries and eliminate all abnormal external forces in the body. Simply put, it should be able to treat all injuries and diseases. Your body should also be able to recover. Natasha Romanoff was a little shocked, you know? Can this really be recovered? It's definitely possible. Then what should I do? Suyi grabbed Natasha Romanoff's hand, and a small wind blade cut through his fingertips. A drop of blood fell on the horse charm, and the horse charm instantly lit up. Then float up and merge into Natasha Romanoff. It disappeared. It's integrated into your body, I think you should have the healing ability. Your body will also be self-healing soon. Although Natasha Romanoff still didn't believe it, she felt the changes in her body. Natasha Romanoff has the healing ability, and this ability allows Natasha Romanoff to perceive her own situation. It's really healing me. Natasha Romanoff wept with joy and hugged Suyi. Thank you, Su, for making me whole. Suyi patted Natasha Romanoff on the back. You don't need to thank me, you are my woman. Although I don't want a child yet, I'm very happy to be able to heal your body. Natasha Romanoff blushed. I don't think I can really settle down right now. It's okay, there will always be time in the future, and I still need you to help me stabilize the backyard. Natasha Romanoff didn't quite understand. Suyi explained, I just want you to help me persuade other people to live in harmony as a family and not to quarrel. Family? Natasha Romanoff was a little moved. So am I also your family? Definitely. Okay, I'll help you. Just when Natasha Romanoff was excited, she received the message. After reading the message, Natasha Romanoff said, Sue, you have to take me to Tony's house. Walter. Nick sent someone to meet me, and the meeting place was at Tony's house. Nick would send an agent, and that person was going to find Tony on the surface, but in fact, he was meeting with me. Suyi was speechless. Will Tony be willing if you do this? Natasha Romanoff made a thoughtful expression, definitely not. Chapter 63. Natasha Romanoff was going to Tony's house, and Suyi didn't refuse. I made a phone call with Tony, discussed it, and then went with someone. Tony is still in the basement research room, researching the new battlesuit. Suyi saw Tony's research, and now Tony is making a portable armor. It is the battle armor worn when fighting the whip. It looks pretty good, but it's still inconvenient. You should study the nano armor. Tony threw the tools aside. Do you really think that research is easy? If you want to make a nano armor, you have to be at least 20 years ahead of the world. There is no such technical foundation to support it. Suyi said with a smile, your father's inventions are also far ahead of the times. You are better than him. I believe you will definitely have a way. Tony wasn't angry. You're right, Tony, am no worse than anyone else. J.A.R.V.I.S, search for me, Helen Zhao, Han descendant. He may be in school now, or he may have become a doctor. Yes, sir. Tony was a little curious. So, what's so strange about this man? She is a very smart woman who can help you research nanotechnology. The search is complete, and the target is confirmed. Helen Zhao's information appeared on the screen, and Tony saw the photo at a glance. Hey Sue, are you sure she can help me with nanotechnology and not because you think she's pretty? I'm not sure either. After all, people in that country have too much makeup and plastic surgery. You still have to meet yourself to know if you're pretty. Tony looked at Zhao Helen's resume and found that it was really good. He is already a PhD at a young age, and he is about to graduate with a Ph.D. Looks good, but not as smart as me. Then definitely, the great Tony Stark, who is cursed with knowledge. I think you can take advantage of her studying here, sign her up, set up a studio, and work on nanotechnology. Tony is also very yearning for nanotechnology. I think what you said is right. J.A.R.V.I.S, send her an offer, just say that I am willing to build a laboratory for her alone, and invite her to the Stark building for an interview tomorrow. Yes, sir. Tony was extremely excited, and continued to study the armor with Suyi in the basement research room. Natasha Romanoff is connected with the agent. This agent is also a female agent, a pure rookie, but with an unusual background. Sharon Carter is Peggy Carter's niece. It was this identity that made Nick Fury choose her. Although he is only a rookie, his potential and ability are still very good. The two successfully completed the handover. Natasha Romanoff passed the information about the Tianjian Bureau to Sharon, and Sharon also explained the order from Nick Fury. After the mission of the two was completed, Sharon suddenly said, I still have a mission, I need to talk to Sue. Natasha Romanoff didn't mind. Okay, I'll call him. Suyi followed Natasha Romanoff to the living room and saw Sharon Carter. Hello, Sharon. The director asked me to tell you that we have found the two people you were looking for. Can you send people to my villa? If it's not convenient, tell me where they are, and I'll take them away. Sharon said, actually, they're out there. Suyi was taken aback. This is to make trouble. If Wanda and Pietro see Tony, it is estimated that they will die directly. However, it doesn't seem like a bad thing for them to meet Tony. Could you please bring them in? No problem. After a while, Sharon brought in two people. Wanda and Pietro. Pietro looks like a punk, very vicious. What are you going to do? Let go of Wanda. As for Wanda, her hair is disheveled and her face cannot be seen clearly. Suyi walked up to Wanda and helped Wanda brush her hair. However, Wanda is not a gentle girl, she just turned her head and shook her hair. Suyi smiled, as expected of my wife, she just has character. Definitely, Apart from her personality, her looks are amazing. And this figure, Suyi found that the appearance and figure were a bit abnormal. Judging by their clothes, the two of them didn't get along very well. How old are you now? Pietro stepped forward. Why should I tell you? Let us go. Suyi felt a little helpless. You make it difficult for me. Don't you want to seek revenge from Tony Stark? I can help you. Pietro has long been consumed by hatred. What can you help us? Why should I trust you? For example, I can help you call Tony Stark in front of you. But the problem is, you can't beat him now. Wanda is smarter and more rational. Why are you helping us? Definitely because of you, Wanda. You have unparalleled potential. Pietro has a bad feeling, maybe because he is also a man. Pietro feels that Suyi's purpose is impure. You don't want to get Wanda's idea. Wanda is also very assertive. Can you help us gain power and defeat Tony Stark? In fact, it is to guide and develop the power hidden in your body. If you can master this power, you can even destroy this world. Natasha Romanoff and Sharon couldn't help but be a little more wary of Wanda. Destroying the world, this is no joke. Wanda also has some hesitation. I don't want to destroy the world, I just want revenge, and I want Tony Stark to pay the price he deserves. Suyi was quite satisfied with the answer. It seems that you haven't been swallowed by hatred yet. About revenge, you hate Tony Stark because he made the missile, so do you know who fired the missile? Wanda understood what Suyi meant. Are you trying to persuade us to give up our hatred for Tony Stark? No, I just let you analyze and judge for yourself. I know that when you were young, that missile brought you indelible pain. However, now that you have grown up, you have enough intelligence to analyze, judge, and make decisions. Wanda calmed down quite a bit, and said viciously, even if he didn't launch it, he still has an unshirkable responsibility. Suyi looked at Wanda's ferocious expression. It was really pretty. I absolutely agree. Tony, you have guests. Tony Stark was a little speechless, and walked out of the underground research room. I've tolerated your agent activities here, but this is my home. Seeing the enemy, Pietro and Wanda were extremely jealous. Tony Stark, I'm going to kill you. Pietro had already rushed over, and Tony was taken aback. What's the situation? You better stop, or I have the right to shoot you. This is my home. Suyi also temporarily controlled Pietro with the symbiote battlesuit. Tony looked at the two in front of him. What's going on? They are Sokovia people. They lost their loved ones in a war many years ago. It happened that a Stark industrial missile fell in front of them. Although the bomb did not explode, it had an indelible impact on them when they were young. Pain. They came to seek revenge on you. Chapter 64. After listening to Suyi's narration, Tony immediately paid attention to the main point. Su, are you sure our Stark Industries made the bomb? How could the bomb I made be a dud? You're questioning my ability. Suyi couldn't laugh or cry. Tony, you seem to be focusing on the wrong point. The point is that the missile you made was used elsewhere. Now you have to give them an explanation. Tony has indeed changed a lot after experiencing the 10 Ring Gang incident. Have the idea of changing the world and taking responsibility. Okay, I'll look it up. It should have been Stan Management about 10 years ago. Tony looked at Wanda and Pietro. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, it's just that I really didn't expect the weapons I made to be misused. Wanda directly mocked and replied, then the great Tony Stark, what do you think the weapon will be used for? Do you make a fire to keep warm? Tony was stunned speechless. Suyi hurriedly made a rescue. Wanda, Pietro, I know you hate Tony Stark. I think you can give him a chance to find out the truth. Pete Logan didn't care about this at all. I don't trust him, and I don't trust you. You brought us here just to get rid of us. We will not compromise, we will take revenge even if we die. Suyi spread his arms and could only focus on Wanda. Wanda still looks relatively normal now, not completely blackened yet. After all, Big Brother Pietro hasn't been shot to death yet. I haven't fallen in love with robots yet. And no children. Wanda, what do you think? I'll give him a chance to prove himself. So, shall we go? It seems that Wanda still doesn't believe in herself, Suyi has to use other methods. How do you take revenge after you leave? He is a rich man and enjoys privileges in the city. He also has a steel armor. How do you take revenge? The two fell into silence, and Suyi continued, I can help you develop the strength in your body, and then you can easily beat Tony Stark. Tony panicked a bit. Hey Sue, are you kidding me? Can she beat me? Your technology is indeed very powerful, but this is not a world with only technology. Just like you can't beat me, when her power is discovered, you can't beat her either. Impossible, I don't believe it. Suyi continued to introduce, the power she possesses is called Origin Magic Power, which is extremely powerful. I guess, It may be the power in her body that allows her to modify the probability of the missile and make the missile become a dud. An origin magic power exerted to the extreme can affect the world, alter reality. If she wants, she can modify the world to look like she wants. Tony didn't understand, but was shocked. Water, that's not scientific at all. So it's called magic. Tony suddenly felt that Alexander, it seemed, not only had to study technology, but also magic. Anti-magic armor seems to be very necessary. The problem is, I have never been exposed to magic, and I don't even understand the principles of magic. How can I make an anti-magic armor? Wanda was very interested. Can you help me obtain such power? The power has always been in you, it's just because the power is too strong, it hasn't been shown. I will help you hire a teacher to teach you how to control this power. The person Suyi is talking about is naturally the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Although the Ancient One magician practiced white magic, he also absorbed the power of darkness. Origin magic power, as a type of power, Ancient One magician is definitely the way to deal with it. Ancient One magician, can you hear it? It's fine if you can't hear it. I'll take someone there later. All of a sudden, some sparks appeared out of nowhere. It's as if someone cut the space. Tony and the others looked at all this in shock. This crazy world. Tony, why don't you learn magic too? In a parallel universe, you were a Sorcerer Supreme. Me? I don't learn magic, technology is the truth. When Suyi saw the Ancient One magician, he respected him immensely. Ancient One magician. Ancient One sighed, you have completely lost time. Those who play with time will eventually be played by time. I don't think I'm playing with time. I just want to change my destiny and take the future into my own hands. The future is never static. One decision, one idea, can change the future. Then, I can change the future too. The Ancient One magician was speechless. You can do whatever you want. Suyi could tell that Ancient One magician was going to mess it up. Probably ready to retire. These issues are left to my apprentices, the next Sorcerer Supreme King, to worry about. Are you going to let me teach her? Definitely, you are Sorcerer Supreme. Besides you, who else is more suitable to be her teacher? The Ancient One magician knew of the existence of Wanda, and also of the origin magic power. The power contained in Wanda's body is the magic power of chaos, which cannot be manipulated easily. I can only teach her the method of meditation, strengthen her own mind and will, and enhance her control over power. Then, teach her magic knowledge and let her know how to use this power. Wanda in the movie universe has never used her own power, and she has to explore it all by herself. This also led to the fact that in the early and mid-term, they clearly possessed strong power, but they could not fully control it. Until later, I met Hagatha in Xijing Town and got the Book of Darkness. Only then did I have a certain understanding of magic. If Wanda can learn magic knowledge in advance and train herself, she will definitely be stronger. When Thanos comes over, he probably has to be torn apart by Wanda. Suyi nodded, I think this is enough, but she still has to be willing. Wanda has seen with her own eyes how powerful the Ancient One magician is, and she can use the portal to go back and forth at will. Moreover, it seems that Suyi also respects this magician. Wanda, would you like to learn magic knowledge from Ancient One magician? Pietro immediately refused. What magician? I think it's a magic stick. Although the Ancient One magician won't be angry, it is necessary to let him know how powerful the Sorcerer Supreme is. Just one palm, Pietro's soul astral, floating in the air. Pietro looked at his soul astral and couldn't believe it. What happened? What did you do to me? Ancient One magician smiled kindly, teaching you to respect others. Wanda can only sense but not see Pietro. What did you do to him? Soul astral, it's just a simple spell. Immediately afterwards, under the operation of Ancient One magician, Pietro's soul returned. Pietro woke up, panting heavily. The experience just now was really amazing and unbelievable. When he looked at the Ancient One magician again, Pietro had already been persuaded a lot, and he didn't dare to provoke this so-called magician anymore. I would like to learn magic from the magician, it's just Pietro. Suyi said, leave it to me, and I will arrange for him to rent a house near my house. Pietro sensed Suyi's motives, knew that Suyi coveted Wanda, and immediately vetoed it. I won't agree. Actually, you have nowhere to go. You stay with me, and Wanda can find you easily when she comes back. Pietro hesitated again and again, so he could only agree. But Pietro was still not at ease, and warned Suyi, don't try to get Wanda's idea, I will keep an eye on you. Chapter 65. Wanda decided to learn magic from Ancient One magician, but she was still worried about the unreliable big brother Pietro. Wanda came to Suyi and expressed her sincere thanks, thank you for your help. You're welcome, my goal is you. Because you are beautiful and can attract me, Because your potential is very strong, the world needs you. Tony Stark was a little unhappy. Sue, you're such a liar. Suyi also once said to Tony, you are the smartest person in the world, and the world needs you. Tony should have realized by now that Suyi was sycophanting on the surface, but in fact he was using him as a tool. You are definitely needed, but the premise is that you are not so extreme. In the comics, Tony and the Captain represent two extremes. Take the Registration Act as an example. Tony is willing to sacrifice the so-called freedom for the sake of safety. It is also shown in the movie that Tony had the idea of protecting the world with steel armor. But the Captain firmly believes in human nature and pursues freedom. Neither is wrong, but at the same time, both are a bit extreme. I'm extreme, how is it possible? Suyi didn't explain. Wanda still didn't like Tony. Tony Stark, I'll give you a chance. Let you find evidence and information, and I'll come to you. Tony was very helpless. I didn't mess with any of you, why did you have to target me? Suyi patted Tony on the shoulder, take the blame for it? No, find out the evidence and information carefully, otherwise, she can make you sleep badly in the future with a single spell. Walter. Tony looked at Suyi with a bit of resentment, as if saying, it's not interesting for you to sell your friends for glory. After Wanda warned Tony Stark, she decided to leave. Now, it is definitely impossible to fight. And after calming down, Wanda also found some problems. So, promised to give Tony a chance, but did not give up the idea of revenge. Wanda finally came to Suyi, Pietro, don't cause trouble, wait for me to come back. Pietro was a little unhappy, I was born before you, I am the big brother. That's what he said, but Pietro agreed. Be careful of that Oriental man, his purpose is not pure. Wanda is not stupid, she can sense some of it. I know. Suyi didn't mind. Natasha Romanoff, why don't you take Pietro away? Train him. Natasha Romanoff looked at Pietro, I'm not interested in this kind of kid. Even if I train now, I guess I can only deal with a punk. Pietro was immediately upset when Natasha Romanoff belittled him. I just agreed to stay, but I never said I would follow your arrangement. I don't think she can train me anything. Natasha Romanoff originally wanted to take a break, but now it seems that she must show her hands. Walking up to Pietro, go ahead, kid. Pete Logan didn't take Natasha Romanoff seriously, and Natasha Romanoff also looked down on Pietro. Suddenly shot, Pietro has not reacted. He was directly knocked down by a series of actions, and then knocked down to the ground. It's not fair, you sneak attack. If I'm going to sneak attack, you can't see me at all, you're already a dead man. Natasha Romanoff stood up and returned to Suyi handsomely, this kid is nothing special at all, not worth cultivating. He actually has the potential to acquire super abilities, but his personality doesn't seem suitable. Suyi smiled and said to Pietro, Pietro, you don't want to be Wanda's weakness either. Following her, you can learn a lot of skills, at least have the ability to protect yourself, and change your character by the way. She is the top agent in the world, she only has one chance. If you can get her approval, in the future, you can also get super abilities. Tony Stark was sour. Why did a person suddenly appear with super abilities? The point is, I can only rely on armor and technology. It's normal that he can't beat Suyi, a pervert. Hearing what Suyi said, he might not even be able to beat any of them. This is a bit outrageous. Tony's damn desire to win has been fully stimulated, and he decided to continue improving the armor. Pietro thought for a moment. He is a big brother, unable to protect his sister Wanda, and even dragging his feet, Pietro couldn't accept it. What's more, he can also obtain super abilities. This made Pietro extremely envious. I promised to come down. Wanda and Pietro have places to go. Wanda asked, I wonder, how long do we need to be apart? I don't know, you can often meet. As long as you master the portal proficiently, you can come back at any time. Definitely, you can also visit Pietro in training. As for Pietro, how long does it take for him to be recognized? Natasha Romanoff, what do you think? Natasha Romanoff unceremoniously gave her own answer, if he doesn't have super ability, it will take at least 10 years to barely reach the passing level. I don't need 10 years. Suyi nodded, Tony should be able to get the information you want in a few months. Wanda and Pietro have arrangements, so it seems that everyone should leave. Ancient One Magician said, Mr. Su, I want to ask Mr. Su to talk about something. No problem, I have something to do here, I'll find you later. Although I don't know what the Ancient One Magician wanted for me, but it is not easy to get involved with this great god. Regarding Suyi's matter, it must be used as a tool to send back brother-in-law Pietro and Natasha Romanoff. Although it won't take much time, there are still some trivial matters to deal with. The Ancient One Magician took Wanda. Wanda followed the Ancient One magician to Kamartaj and was shocked. Where is this place? Kamartaj, a small village in the Himalayas. Wanda couldn't believe it. She came to the other side of the planet in just a short moment. You can do it later. Wanda noticed that there is not only Ancient One magician alone, it seems to be a group of magicians. Ancient One magician saw through Wanda's mind. They are also magicians, and they usually study spells here. Monitor multiple dimensions, and when disasters occur in the real world, we will also appear to protect the world. But there is nothing we can do about the disputes in the world. This is an internal dispute, and we have no right to blame a certain party. Wanda also understands that this kind of thing cannot be stopped by one person. Ancient One magician, why did that person call you just now, and you suddenly appeared? Could it be that you are here, and you can also know what happened over there? The Ancient One magician smiled. He is a person with a powerful ability. I'm not sure whether his appearance is good or bad for this world. So, I have been observing him. At present, his appearance should be a good thing for the world. Wanda's first impression of Suyi was mediocre. She only thought Suyi was very powerful and mysterious. So does the Ancient One magician know about Tony Stark? What kind of guy is he? The Ancient One magician just smiled and didn't answer. People are complex, whether they are good or bad, according to different standards, there will be different answers. It's useless for me to say more, you will have your own judgment. Wanda didn't ask any more. I see, Ancient One magician. After chatting for a while, Suyi suddenly appeared teleported. There was no portal, and it just appeared in front of the two of them suddenly. Wanda was not mentally prepared at all, and Wanda was so frightened that her heart surged and her mood fluctuated. Chapter 66. Hi Wanda. Hi, Ancient One magician, long time no see, I don't know what's important to find me this time. Wanda and Suyi are unfamiliar, and they didn't even say hello. The Ancient One magician still had a kind face. This morning, I perceived a magical power. This force does not seem to belong to this universe. But, miraculously, it fits into this universe again. Suyi immediately understood that it was caused by the horse charm. If she hadn't brought Natasha Romanoff to find Tony, she probably would have shown up and taken Suyi and Natasha Romanoff away. In the end, he was also perceived by Suyi, and he was summoned directly. Ancient One magician also hesitated a bit. Appearing in front of the world like this is not necessarily a good thing. But in the end, Ancient One magician stood up. Anyway, Doctor Strange will appear in front of the public in the future, and if I appear earlier, nothing will happen. Ancient One magician is talking about the horse charm. This thing does come from another world. The purpose of the Ancient One magician is just that, special powers from other worlds. This power can strengthen Natasha Romanoff, and it can strengthen others. If the Avengers Alliance can be stronger, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it can easily deal with it. The power you get from other worlds is given to those around you. Suyi nodded. You know, Natasha Romanoff is my girlfriend, and she also faces danger. This power can not only protect her, but also protect the world. You should trust Natasha Romanoff, she will not endanger the world. The Ancient One magician naturally believed Suyi's defense. I didn't mean to stop you. This time it was Suyi's turn to be shocked. The Ancient One magician didn't want to stop himself. This is no small problem. It can be said that the fate of many superheroes has been messed up by Suyi. I thought it would take a while to convince the Ancient One magician. It seems that the Ancient One magician has already acquiesced in changing the destiny by himself and changing the world magically. You helped Gwen gain super ability and become a ghost spider. Guide Peter and become a real Spider-Man. Now arrange for Wanda to learn magic. All of this is enhancing the power of this world. It seems to be moving in a good direction, why should I stop it? Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the Ancient One magician would say that this would lead to a more powerful and unpredictable disaster. It will indeed lead to greater disasters, but I believe in you and in them. They were going to be superheroes, and now they're going to be even better. I trust them. Worthy of being a sorcerer supreme, it just makes sense. No wonder, when the time comes, he will be able to die calmly. Okay, so, Ancient One magician, is it for this that you called me here? The Ancient One magician nodded. Almost, to be precise, I hope you can improve them. Not only ability, but also Xingxing, and the ability to deal with all aspects. Including Strange. Strange, the future Sorcerer Supreme, is, now, a doctor. Suyi also thought about intercepting Christine before, but didn't find the opportunity. Next, after I graduate, I can contact you. He's an arrogant man. Ancient One magician agrees. Yeah, he's too vain and complacent, and that limits his possibilities. So, I hope you can hone him. Suyi understood. Ancient One magician is planning to use himself as a sharpening stone for Doctor Strange. This idea seems to be good. I don't know much about magic, and I think Wanda might be a better match for him. Wanda needs to fight to improve his control of power. Just in time, Doctor Strange also needs a genius to blow his pride. Wanda didn't understand what the two were talking about. It seems to be discussing another person, and then pulling it on himself. They all have faults, and it may be most appropriate for you to come forward. Suyi didn't refuse either. Anyway, she would help Wanda. As for Doctor Strange, it would be a big deal to take away Christine's compensation. In order to compensate him, train him well? Ancient One Magician looked at Suyi strangely. Only then did Suyi realize that the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One can spy on people's psychology. His thoughts are clearly seen. His mental power is obviously not enough to resist the prying eyes of the Ancient One Magician. Ancient One Magician, this is disrespectful. Sorry, your thinking is too obvious. If you want to learn, I can teach you the method of meditation, which can enhance your spiritual power. Seemingly aware of something, Ancient One Magician added, it can resist the perception of me, Professor X, and Jean Grey. Then, let me try to learn it. However, I haven't fought a magician yet, and I don't know the magician's tricks. How about, let's compete for a while, I also want to test how strong I am now. After all, the magician has thousands of tricks, so you can't figure it out. Titan Star Wars, Doctor Strange looks so weak. Is it true that one force breaks all laws? Ancient One Magician is also very curious about Suyi's strength. He can only feel that Suyi's strength is very strong. And, in a short period of time, it became even stronger again. From Ancient One Magician's point of view, Suyi seems to have no limit and develop in all aspects. If it continues to grow, Thor and Scarlet Witch are no match for Suyi. Ken. The space collapsed suddenly, and Wanda was involved before she could adapt. Ancient One Magician is extremely skilled in controlling the mirror space. In just a few seconds, everything turned upside down. Wanda didn't have any influence, just stood and looked at everything in front of her. Suyi was floating in the air, looking at the chaotic world in front of him. He was extremely shocked. Mirror space, it's amazing. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Let's talk about learning magic later, I just want to try my own strength now. Suyi felt that the shackles on his body seemed to be unlocked, and power surged up. Facing the building in front of him, he punched it. The speed of this punch seemed to produce a sonic boom. Then, I saw the building in front of me collapsed. Suyi was still not satisfied, and immediately exploded with energy. There is no special way to use it, just like the explosion in Dragon Ball, to vent the power. The whole person rushed into the building, and was instantly raised to the ground with a radius of hundreds of meters. Fortunately, Ancient One Magician controlled the mirror space in time and sent himself and Wanda to a location far away from Suyi. Wanda looked at Suyi in disbelief. This power is even more exaggerated than missiles. Is he really human? Ancient One Magician nodded. He is indeed a human being, with human genes, flesh, and blood. It's just that he has evolved a lot, not a mutant, but a real evolution. In the distance, Suyi used his strength recklessly. A wind blade seemed to cut through the sky. This feeling of not having to control power is really cool. I can do whatever I want. Wanda looked at Suyi with some doubts. Ancient One Magician, are you sure? He is a good person. The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched. His power is too strong, and he has always been careful to restrain and suppress his own power. This is the first time he has used his full strength, so it is understandable that he is a little excited. Suyi was completely immersed in it, releasing her own power. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The mirror image space is really a magical skill, and this skill can be learned. After learning this skill, you can directly lock the enemy into a small black room and beat them up. Here, don't care about the impact on the real world at all. Thinking of this, Suyi suddenly became proud. Thanos? As long as he dares to come, he will never come back. Chapter 67. Suyi briefly tried his own ability, very strong. Generally, people would only use two words to describe it: dirt, monster. The Ancient One Magician finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although it doesn't affect the real world here, Suyi's ability is a bit beyond expectations. Suyi wreaking havoc here will increase the consumption of Ancient One Magician to maintain the image space. While it's bearable for the Ancient One Magician, there's no need to delay. Mr. Su, your growth rate is really fast. But if you want to deal with Thanos, it may not be enough. Is Thanos very strong? You know something about him. Not much, it seems. Suyi thought back on Thanos' performance. It was hard to make people think he was strong. In the comics, Thanos himself seems to belong to level sub-godfather, and Ancient One Magician and Odin belong to level godfather. However, Thanos in the comics mostly relies on treasures, infinite gems, the heart of the universe, and so on. In the movie, it looks even weaker. It may be that the way of presentation is wrong. When Thanos hit the Green Titan, there was no sense of violence of force collision at all, nor the feeling of force crushing, and it became a military punch. Definitely, he was even punched by the 50-50 captain. Ancient One Magician continued, as a Titan, he is also a special existence. The current him is the strength of the sub-celestial father. His physical fitness is not weaker than yours at all, and he may even be stronger than you. Real or fake? In the movie, is it weakened so much? Does Thanos really have a strength of 100,000 tons, or even stronger? I knew you wouldn't believe it, you punched me. Suyi was stunned. Ancient One Magician, don't you want to play like this? Do you really think that you are the Fire Cloud Thulhu? I will use spells to resist. Suyi hesitated for a while, but still chose to believe in the Ancient One Magician. Then you are ready, my punch has a power of 100,000 tons. This is an exaggeration for Suyi, it doesn't mean that he has a strength of 100,000 tons, and this punch is that powerful. Suyi also controlled the strength, it's better to try it out first. Seeing that the Ancient One Magician has cast spells with both hands, he is ready. Suyi punched him fiercely, the speed of his fists surpassing the speed of sound. This punch produced a sonic boom, which was extremely terrifying. Ancient One Magician also cast a spell in time, and a ring blocked Suyi's punch. This punch hit the spell shield fiercely, and the entire mirror space trembled. However, this punch did not shatter the spell shield. The Ancient One Magician only flew back about 10 meters before stopping his figure. Is it that powerful? Continue. Suyi flew towards the Ancient One Magician at an extremely fast speed, punch after punch. Ola ola. The violent fists were actually blocked. Suyi also stopped, Sorcerer Supreme, well-deserved name. This defense is a bit powerful. If you use super high speed, is it possible to sneak attack? Ancient One Magician still knows how terrifying Suyi's speed is, although in battle, it can't reach 10 times the speed of sound. But in close combat, Suyi's reaction speed can definitely prevent the magicians from casting spells in time. I just let you learn about spells, but you want to sneak attack me, an old man who is hundreds of years old. Suyi, who was discovered, was not embarrassed at all, it's normal to want to be the sixth child. After all, who doesn't want to be the sixth child? Just a thought, if you are the enemy, I have to find a way to defeat you. The Ancient One Magician smiled, your idea is indeed good. In terms of melee combat, I am definitely not your opponent. If it is in a formal battle, I will not give you such a chance. Suyi couldn't help complaining in her heart, obviously I was stabbed in the back by my apprentice Caecilius. However, Suyi dare not speak out. Looking at Ancient One Magician's expression again, his face remained unchanged, as if he didn't hear his complaints. Suyi hastily changed the topic. Ancient One Magician, can this mirrored space be used as a small dark room, or a place of exile? Ancient One Magician also answered seriously, maintaining the mirror space also requires power consumption. If you want to exile the enemy, exile to another dimension is more suitable than being locked in the mirror space. Suyi immediately became interested, by the way, was Hela exiled to a certain dimension? The Ancient One Magician saw through Suyi's mind at a glance, that's true, but I can't open that dimension, and that dimension was blocked by Odin himself. It's a pity, I still want to challenge Hela. After all, she is the goddess of death, so she shouldn't be weak. Ancient One Magician doesn't even want to expose Suyi, you want to challenge your weakness, right? If you want to go, you can learn the magic of the Dimension Gate. Let's talk about it later, let's continue to discuss. The discussion was still going on, and Suyi also saw various spells of the Ancient One Magician. Low EQ, bells, and whistles. High emotional intelligence, extremely cool spells. That is, the lethality is not very good. There are not many attack methods, no wonder Ancient One Magician likes to play melee. Among them, Suyi was impressed by two spells. Sidorak's Crimson Chains. The confinement ability of this spell is really not weak, Suyi almost broke free. It is estimated that the Ancient One Magician put some water in, otherwise, I might have to spend a little more effort. There is another spell, Bosset's Thunder. When the Ancient One Magician is released, it's not like Doctor Strange in the movie, there are only two. Two thick thunderbolts in Ancient One Magician's hand twisted violently, destroying everything. However, on the way, it will actually split. The split thunderbolt is not weak at all. Soon, it turned into countless snake-like power of the thunder and lightning. Really thunderous, destroying everything. The destructive power of this move is a bit strong. The speed is a little weaker, it can't reach the speed of light at all, but it is also an extremely terrifying speed. Unless you use teleportation, you can't escape the power of the thunder and lightning if you fly at 10 times the speed of sound. What's more, This power of the thunder and lightning is quite a lot, like a silver dragon dancing wildly. It is still a bit scary. Damn, the movie misled me. In order to save special effects, it is forcibly weakened. But, fortunately, Suyi's physical stamina is pretty good. Direct physical resistance, and then swallowed part of the energy with the energy devouring skill. Suyi suffered a slight injury, but within a minute, Suyi fully recovered. Swallowing energy can really increase one's own energy attributes, but unfortunately, it's not enough. If only Dormammu could be devoured. Dormammu, master of the dark dimension. Ancient One magician steals dark powers to stay alive. In the movie, Doctor Strange is unable to defeat Dormammu, only using the time gem to trap Dormammu in a loop. Eventually, Dormammu got tired of the repetition and chose to leave. Dormammu is a pure energy body. If I devour him, the energy can definitely exceed LV10. However, with his current strength, Suyi doesn't think he can beat Dormammu. After all, Dormammu is a strong man who has devoured countless planets and pulled countless worlds into the dark dimension. The Ancient One magician sensed Suyi's thoughts. Your strength is already very strong. In terms of physical fitness, although you can't reach the level of Hela. But according to your growth rate, it may not be long before you can be as strong as her. Suyi knew that the current self was not the opponent of Ancient One magician and Hela. However, in the future, it's hard to say. Equally strong? That's not enough. What I want is to conquer her. However, it is not so easy to conquer a queen. Chapter 68. The battle was over, and Wanda watched the battle between the two, only to feel that the three views collapsed. Is this the magician? The portal, the mirror space, and the lightning made Wanda feel small. As for Suyi, it is unbelievable that he is really a human being. The battle is over, the mirror space is closed, and everything returns to normal. Wanda stared blankly at everything in front of her. It seems that I am not strong enough. Ancient One magician knows Suyi's definition of being strong, invincible. According to the standard, Suyi is indeed not strong enough. But by normal standards, Suyi is already too strong. So, would you like to help Wanda and Doctor Strange? Definitely no problem, I will help them and make them even better. Especially Strange, today I will help him hone his character. Suyi has always had this idea before, and today is a good opportunity. Are you going to help Strange hone his mind? You are greedy, Christine. The Ancient One magician sees through everything and does not puncture it. Anyway, Strange and Christine are still together in the end, and they will not achieve a positive result in the future. This little change has changed, and it doesn't seem like a big deal. You'd better control yourself. Yeah, I'm good at this. Ancient One magician is still worried about the future. After all, he is not dead yet. Since you are not dead, you have to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Solve the world crisis and train new people. Ancient One magician, can I leave? Anytime. Suyi was not in a hurry. Wanda, bye. Wanda didn't respond because she still doesn't know what Suyi's full name is. Ancient One magician, is the purpose of you teaching me just to protect this world? I hope you can control this power so that it will not harm the world, and even protect it. As for his purpose, because he is a playboy. Ancient One magician exposed Suyi's true face without any hesitation. After Wanda knew the answer, she felt a little more disgusted immediately. No wonder they have a good relationship with Tony Stark. It turns out that they are the same kind of people. Walter? I don't like this kind of dude. The Ancient One magician didn't answer. For a little girl like Wanda, it is estimated that it will be difficult to escape. What's more, Suyi also has an epic wingman, Natasha Romanoff. This matter is not important. I will take you to your bedroom first. Next, you will live here and learn spells. Wanda remembered her hatred and agreed. Yes, Ancient One magician. Suyi returned home, Natasha Romanoff left, and the house was quiet again. Today, go to Christine. No, it's to help Doctor Strange sharpen his mind. There is also today's harvest, which changed the fate of Wanda and Pietro, and should also harvest a little fate point. Suyi asked the system to make a quick count and gave the result. It's not bad, I made another 110,000. A helmet was also drawn in the lottery. Suyi looked at the helmet in his hand. It was used to isolate telepathy. Unfortunately, Suyi doesn't have the habit of being a Magneto. It's still the most important thing to improve your mental power. As long as your mental power is high enough, you won't be afraid of being noticed. It's not strong enough. System, increase energy. Except for intelligence, all have reached LV7. Suyi is a bit regretful, his intelligence is still at LV6. Before integrating the knowledge of the lizard professor, but failed to make the intelligence reach LV7. To be precise, I have more than half of the experience of LV6. To improve intelligence with fate points, 1 million fate points must be spent. I feel bad. Could it be that I am self-taught? Then teach yourself. Suyi also has her own ideas, and the aspect of intelligence is not limited to one discipline. I can learn multidisciplinary knowledge, which can improve this attribute. In this world, there are so many geniuses like Dr. Pym, the original Ant-Man, Dr. Otto, Dr. Octopus, Eric Savage, teacher of Jane Foster, Helen Zhao, and Dr. Banner. You can learn slowly by yourself. Kristen should not be off work yet, I'll wait until the afternoon. During this time, let's study hard first. Suyi turned on the study mode, looked for the papers published by these people, and began to study hard. After studying hard for several hours, Suyi found that it was really effective. In terms of intelligence, it is indeed improving, but it is a bit slow. A month or two is acceptable. It's time to go and find Christine. Suyi took a shower, changed into a suit of clothes, and set off in the luxury car. After investigation, Suyi found out that Dr. Strange is in the city. Perhaps because this is the center of the universe, these people are all nearby. Helen Zhao is studying here, and Dr. Strange is also working here. Suyi showed up outside the hospital by car. The place was busy, but Suyi easily found the surgery department and found Christine. Unfortunately, Kristen was undergoing surgery. Suyi was also waiting outside the operating room. Christine is still an intern at the moment, and she is only a helper in the operating room, not a real surgeon. Suyi was very patient and read a book outside. Wait until the surgery is over, wait until Kristen rests. Hello, Dr. Christine. Christine was a little surprised because she didn't know Suyi at all. Hello, you are. My name is Suyi, and I'm just a passerby. I met you by chance, so I want to meet you and invite you to dinner. Christine realized that Suyi was interested in her. It's just that Suyi came a little suddenly, so he was a little nervous. Especially Suyi looks so handsome. Although there are some differences in aesthetics, in Christine's view, this appearance and figure are definitely handsome. On the side, Christine's colleagues also began to encourage. Oh Christine, your lucky day. Although it is an oriental, it is quite aesthetically pleasing. Christine, if you don't agree, let me do it. Christine was a little excited, definitely can. However, I may still have some work to deal with, and you need to wait for me for a while. Definitely yes, you are the doctor and treating patients is the most important thing. Christine was elated, never expecting to have such an opportunity. Continue to stick to the post and wait to get off work. Finally, it's time to get off work. Hey, did I keep you waiting? Suyi said with a smile, no, I also found something to do. Suyi lit up the book in his hand. Is there a restaurant you particularly want to go to? If not, how about we go to Madison's? Would that be too expensive? If you have a suggestion, I can cancel the appointment. Just as Christine was about to answer, a discordant voice appeared. Kristen, let's go eat together. There is a bit of domineering in the tone, full of arrogance, and there is no room for refutation. Suyi looked around and saw Strange. He looks like a humble gentleman, but the pride in his heart can't be hidden at all. Strange went straight to Christine, not paying attention to Suyi at all. Chapter 69. Strange popped up halfway, ready to take Christine away. Naturally, Suyi is not a simple person, so he must stop Strange. Christine's face was not very good looking either. Strange is her classmate and colleague. Therefore, she knows the character of the other party. Because Strange is very smart and a genius, he will be somewhat conceited and self-satisfied in terms of character. Christine also admires Strange, because Strange's ability is difficult for her to achieve. However, if you want to say love, it is impossible to talk about it now. Maybe the two will be together for a short time, but it is estimated that it will not last long. Hello, Dr. Strange. Only then did Strange turn his head and gave Suyi a positive face, which indeed looked a bit like Wanfu. Sorry, are you here for medical treatment too? Suyi sighed in his heart, this guy is more annoying than Tony. No, I'm here to treat Christine to dinner. She has an appointment today, you can go back. Naturally, Suyi would not let the other party take Christine away just like that. Dr. Strange, you're too self-indulgent, aren't you? I invite Ms. Christine to dinner, what does it have to do with you? Her decision was yes, it was her decision. You should respect her decision, not make it for her. You're not Kristen, not even Kristen's boyfriend. Christine was also encouraged by Suyi's words and decided to stand up and make her own decision. He's right, Strange. We're friends, but that doesn't mean you can make decisions for me. I've already promised him. Westerners attach great importance to their right to make decisions, and Strange's behavior of helping others make decisions is very demeritful. Only Christine knew about Strange, otherwise, it would be possible to get mad on the spot. Kristen was determined. Sorry, I didn't know this was going to happen. It's okay, good things are never afraid of being late, and it doesn't matter if you delay for a while. Let's go. It is good. Christine still said goodbye to Strange before leaving with Suyi. When the two got into the car, Christine could tell that Suyi was worth a lot. What should I call you? Suyi, if you are more polite, you can call me Mr. Su, but people in the East are not used to addressing me like Mr. You can call me Su, it's easy and convenient. Su. Strange is just a little socially awkward. Suyi took the initiative to help Christine out of the siege. I know that geniuses always have some character flaws. Like Tony Stark, he's a narcissist. Let's forget about it. Tonight is our night. I don't want to disturb the atmosphere because of other things. Christine also breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately Suyi didn't care about it. Exactly. Looking at Suyi and Christine behind him, Strange suddenly felt jealous. Now Strange likes Christine. In the movie, because Strange went to learn magic, the two gradually parted ways. They were separated for 5 years because of Thanos snapping of fingers. In fact, the personalities of the two are destined not to go together. Strange was still unwilling to give up at this moment. After thinking about it, he walked towards his luxury car. Suyi and Christine came to the restaurant. Led by Suyi, they came to the restaurant. The two entered the restaurant and came to the front desk to inquire. The reception staff did not dare to take it lightly, even if Suyi is an Oriental. Hello, do you have an appointment? Yes. Suyi reported the appointment information and quickly confirmed the location. This way please. The two were about to leave, but Strange also came to the front desk. Strange, wearing a suit and long legs, looked extremely confident. Christine instantly understood that Strange followed her here. Christine was a little angry about Strange's behavior. Strange, are you following us? You can't do that. No, I just happened to come over for dinner, and I will never disturb you. That's what they said, but Christine didn't believe it. Christine has mixed feelings and has lost interest in dating. As soon as she took her seat, Christine retreated. I think, Sue, that tonight may not be the time. I'm sorry this happened, why don't we have another day? Another day? There is no need to be so troublesome. Now that Strange has followed, it's time to talk about it. In this way, Strange's thoughts can also be cut off. I don't think it's necessary to be so troublesome. He followed, maybe because he likes you. However, his conceit and complacency are unacceptable to you. I think you can take this opportunity to make it clear to him. Christine couldn't believe it. He likes me? Impossible. As you said, he is a genius, very good, so he is full of himself. How can you like me? Suyi said with a smile, he is indeed very good, but Christine, you are also very beautiful and good, otherwise, why would I come here to invite you? A person like him doesn't have many female friends around him. Perhaps, because of this, he has a good impression of you. Christine shook her head with complicated emotions. I need to calm down. Waiter, I need a glass of iced lemonade. Sure enough, Strange was heading in this direction. As Strange, it is completely possible to make an appointment on the spot. Christine is thinking about this question. Do you want to have a showdown with Strange? Strange is a genius, a top neurosurgeon. However, as Suyi said, Strange and himself are not suitable. Especially what Strange did today, stepping on mines directly and precisely, and even stepping on them twice in a row. Sue, I think you are right. It is necessary to cut off Strange's thoughts. It's best to hint him and let him know that we are impossible. Sue, can you help me? Suyi probably guessed what Christine was thinking, that is, to use herself as a shield to secretly reject Strange. What do you mean? Right. Well, I've always been willing to help others, and I especially like helping beautiful women. The two chatted briefly, and then, of course, it was Christine who came out. Strange, I need your help. Strange was a little strange, help. I think Sue is a good person, and I want to get to know him and communicate with him. You are my friend, maybe you can help me refer. This trick can only be called shrimp and pig heart. But only in this way can Strange completely give up. Suyi is also looking forward to dismissing this love rival. Without Strange as his rival in love, won't it be much easier to win Christine next? Strange is so uncomfortable. You let me help you refer? It is good. I will hit him hard to make him realize his gap. Strange is extremely confident and believes that he is definitely better than Suyi. Chapter 70. Like a proud peacock, Strange sat down in front of Suyi. Even before the dinner started, there was already a tense atmosphere. Looking at your appearance, You should be from the East, right? Yes, I am from the ancient country of the East. What's the problem? May I ask, why did you come to the city? Because my parents passed away. My only relative is my grandpa. He didn't worry about me, so he took me here. Now, I study here. Strange said indifferently, I'm sorry to hear the news. It seems that you don't plan to go back. Christine frowned, very unhappy with Strange's tone. Strange. I'm sorry, Sue, I didn't know you went through these painful things. Suyi smiled, it's okay, things are over. I often miss them, but I don't feel very painful about it anymore. Christine has a better impression of Suyi, an optimistic, cheerful, and positive man. You are still in school, what major do you study? Computer engineering. Suyi integrated the template of Batman Bruce Wayne, and knows more than this. Biology, physics, mathematics, chemistry, engineering. There is even medicine, forensic science, and so on. But in front of Strange, Suyi doesn't need to talk about medicine. So, just say a major. Nice professional. It's easy to find a job now, and the salary will not be low. Using normal calculations, it should be able to earn about 1 week's salary of me in a year. Strange is a top neurosurgery professional in the industry, and those who seek him for surgery are either rich or expensive. A surgery is expensive. Let alone a week, it's just an operation, and it might be equivalent to someone else's annual income. Oh, make money. I'm not interested in making money. I own shares of Stark Industries 20, just wait for dividends. Learning computers is entirely because I am interested in this field. Strange, as a top doctor, earns a lot of money. There is also a drawer for luxury cars and luxury watches. However, in terms of net worth, it should add up to about 1 billion. But if what Suyi said is true, it will definitely easily exceed tens of billions of assets. How can an Oriental man own 20 shares of Stark Industries? Strange would never believe it. You must know that ordinary large companies will not give too many shares to foreigners. What's more, the predecessor of Stark Industry was a weapon manufacturer. Therefore, Strange immediately turned on the dormitory mode. Shares in Stark Industries 20. Your lies are too low level. Even if Stark Industry has shrunk a lot now, its market value is still around 1 trillion yuan. Generally speaking, the stocks of large companies are rarely sold to foreigners. Suyi didn't want to prove anything. Unfortunately, I know Tony Stark very well, so I bought some shares. Whether it's a lie or the truth, I don't want to argue too much. Suyi can definitely make a phone call to Tony Stark and prove herself. But it is not necessary. Kristen, I think he's a liar. Christine was a little skeptical, but Suyi looked very sincere, not a liar at all. However, Strange had a point. Christine had some hesitation. Sue, I have a good impression of you. It's just that if you really want to know me, I hope to know the real you too. Christine's attitude is also understandable. Many women take lying very seriously. If Suyi and Christine already know each other, it's fine to find a chance to talk about it again. But if you lied at the first meeting and were exposed, then there would be a big problem. Suyi felt a little helpless. It seemed that he still had to ask Tony Stark, a tool man, to help. If you want me to prove it, I can contact Tony Stark right now. Strange was extremely serious. I will expose your lies. Suyi can only call Tony Stark, and start a video call directly. Oh dear Sue, after you brought a bunch of inexplicable people to my house and messed up my house, have you finally thought about calling me to apologize? Actually, it's not an apology. Tony Stark immediately realized that Suyi's arrival was not kind. Generally speaking, Suyi will not look for herself. As long as you look for yourself, there must be something. Don't tell me you want to ask me for help again, Sue, I'm not your employee. Definitely not looking for your help, am I that kind of person? I'm chatting with Dr. Strange. Oh, Sue, are you sick? That's so good, I thought you wouldn't be sick. Do you think the disease can bring me down? Tony, get real. Tony Stark was eating pizza while talking on the phone. Conveniently let J.A.R.V.I.S call up Strange's information, and simply glanced at it. Suyi is indeed strong, but he is not invulnerable to all poisons. Maybe, we can use toxins and diseases to defeat Suyi. This is a whole new direction. Although it is not my field of expertise, but you can give it a try. I think I can try it. Tell me, why are you calling me? Is it just to tell me that you had dinner with a doctor? Do you think I will have dinner alone with an unfamiliar male doctor? I was having dinner with one of his female colleagues, and I happened to meet him. He suspected that I was a liar, so I wanted to prove it to you. Tony immediately replied, yes, he was right to suspect that you are definitely a liar. If you can, let him call the police and arrest you. Seeing Tony Stark still eating pizza, Suyi suddenly had a plan. Tony, would you be interested in making an appearance? If you're willing to come, wait, and find a time, and I'll cook Oriental food for you myself. Tony Stark had no interest in going out to eat, but it seemed interesting to let Suyi cook for himself. In order not to make you lose face, I'll come here. Where are you? Madison Restaurant. Tony commented casually, nice restaurant. Also, let me state in advance that I am very picky about food. Suyi also nodded and said, no problem. Suyi hung up the phone and returned to reality. Strange couldn't believe that Suyi was so familiar with Tony Stark. From this point of view, Suyi is not lying. Christine didn't throw herself into Suyi's arms immediately because of Suyi's status. Just apologize immediately. It's just a little hard to believe, I shouldn't doubt you. It's okay. After all, I'm still studying and never showed up. It's normal to have doubts. For the first time in his life, Strange felt frustrated. However, Strange did not give up targeting Suyi. Even if you are richer than yourself, so what? Money is external and does not represent the original ability. Chapter 71. Tony Stark won't be there anytime soon. The three of Suyi had no choice but to start eating first. The three are still communicating. Strange still behaved extremely conceited and self-centered, and continued to target Suyi. Suyi is neither humble nor overbearing, and has a lot to deal with. Christine's affection for Suyi continues to grow. All I can say is, thanks to Strange. Without his comparison, it is estimated that it would not have progressed so smoothly. Christine also intentionally or unintentionally expresses her affection for Suyi and dispels Strange's idea. Finally, after more than half an hour, dinner was finished. And Tony Stark also showed up in the restaurant and came nearby. Tony saw Christine at a glance, and she was indeed a very good-looking woman. If Suyi hadn't been there first, maybe we could get to know each other. Su, I came here specially to cook for you. How? Are you moved by this? Suyi smiled and said, no. You are so heartbreaking. After a simple greeting, Tony asked Suyi to leave the private chat. Sorry, I have a personal matter with Su, and I need to delay him for a few minutes. Fine. Suyi didn't know what was going on with Tony, but she still chose to have a private chat with Tony. Suyi also said to Christine apologetically, excuse me. Suyi and Tony came to the side, and Tony immediately put away his playboy appearance and became serious. Su, I remember you and Pepper were dating, right? So, what are you doing now? I think you should be single-minded. Suyi hooked Tony's shoulders, brother, you are a playboy, tell me to be single-minded. You know, Pepper is my secretary. In fact, she is the closest person to me besides Stan. She takes care of me like a sister. I can't look at you like this and pretend not to see it. I understand what you mean, don't worry, I have no intention of disappointing Pepper. Tony was a little confused, what do you mean? I'm not like you. You just want to explore the origin of life, never think about the future. I like them, and I want to spend the rest of my life with them. Tony couldn't handle this passage completely, does Pepper know? I don't know yet, you know, she's been very busy recently. I'll find a time to confess to her. Tony was also very helpless, you'd better not hurt her, she is one of the few people close to me. She is also my lover, and I will try not to hurt her. That's best. Suyi said seriously, Pepper is right, Tony Stark has a warm heart. Being teased by Suyi, Tony lost face a bit. But she doesn't know that you are more fickle than me. Tony is not a fussy person either, he just came to remind Suyi. By the way, are you interested in racing? Pepper is going to, there is a task. Well, you can relax together. You can completely pretend that I don't exist. I plan to experience racing. In the movie, because Tony is about to die, he indulges himself and goes crazy. Now, he has already researched new elements, and he is not troubled by palladium poisoning. Racing? You still like this? Experience new things. If I wear armor and compare with them, I will definitely be faster than them. Suyi hesitated for a while, and it was also a good choice to accompany Pepper to go on vacation for a day or two to relax. When? It's still about half a month. Suyi thought about it, half a month later, it was indeed a holiday. At that time, it's okay to travel by yourself. However, the people around you have to make arrangements first. No problem, I'll make arrangements in advance and give Pepper a surprise then. I have to go eat something, and you owe me a usse meal. I will prepare well and make sure you are satisfied. Only then did Tony find a seat with satisfaction, and sat down to order food. Suyi was chatting with Tony, and Christine was talking with Strange. Christine has a good impression of Suyi. Strange, I think Su is a pretty good person, What do you think? I, I don't think he's very good. Christine retorted, strange, finding a partner is not only based on ability, but also on many other aspects, such as personality. Sue is a gentle, considerate, low-key, and sincere person. He will not focus on himself, but will pay attention to the people around him. With him, I'm relaxed and at ease. I like this feeling very much. Strange felt a little uncomfortable. This could be regarded as the first failure in his life. Not losing to Suyi, but losing to feelings. For so many years, Strange has always been very proud and basically has no friends. It's normal to have a beautiful woman like Christine with good looks, personality, and ability by her side. Now, what Kristen meant was obvious. Strange was not a fool either, and he understood what it meant. He is the one who is self-centered and Suyi is gentle and caring. With no choice, Strange could only keep his feelings deep in his heart. I support your decision. Christine also relaxed a lot, knowing that her decline had been successful. Thank you, Strange. During the chat between Suyi and Tony, she also listened to Christine all the time. Hearing Christine's evaluation of herself, Suyi couldn't help but smile again. It seems that this first step has been very successful. In the future, as long as you follow the normal steps, you will be able to succeed in a short time. After returning, Suyi pretended not to know. I'm done chatting with Tony, how about you? Christine is also very satisfied with today's results. After getting to know Suyi, she can continue to develop in the future. We're almost done talking. Do you want to go back now? I can send you off. Thanks. Christine packed up her things and prepared to leave with Suyi. Before Suyi left, he said goodbye to Tony. Sending Christine back to the apartment downstairs in person, Christine was quite reserved. Unlike Vanessa, Suyi was invited to paint that night. Suyi is very patient with the girls and can take their time. After exchanging contact information with Christine, they said goodnight and parted ways. Suyi returned to the car and was also thinking about a problem. Whose window should I climb tonight? After thinking for a while, Suyi made a decision. Or find Vanessa. The main reason is that Vanessa is relatively lonely and does not know the existence of other people. In order to avoid future showdowns going awry, we must seize the time now to completely conquer Vanessa from the physical and mental level. It seems that I have to study the subject of time management in the future. With my LV6 intelligence, I can definitely do better than Teacher Luo. After deciding on the goal, Suyi drove outside Vanessa's apartment. When Vanessa saw Suyi, she smiled and jumped on her. Chapter 72. In a blink of an eye, it was time for graduation. Before graduation, everyone has already decided on the way to go. Peter, Suyi, and Gwen all chose to stay in the city and chose Imperial University. Betty chooses to join Hero News as a trainee reporter. Mary Jane is determined to become a musical theater actress and has already passed her examination. Suyi wanted to make it bad at first. Later, I found out that if I don't study and stay at home all day, I seem to have nothing to do. Why don't you go to school for a while? After all, there are quite a lot of young girls in the school. Maybe even expand your backyard. On the day of the graduation ceremony, the school was very lively. After all, for Westerners, this day is also an extremely important day. The parents of the students will try to accompany the students through the day as much as possible. Peter's Aunt May, Gwen's parents, and Betty's mother all came. Only Suyi is alone. Suyi has already met Gwen's parents. At this moment, she definitely wants to say hello and communicate. Mr. Stacy, Mrs. Stacy, hello. It turned out to be Sue. Which school did you choose? Same as Gwen, Imperial University. Gwen's mother was very happy. It seems that you have discussed it? Yes. Imperial University is also a very good university, not far away. You can rent a house on weekdays, and you can go home on weekends. It's really good. Gwen said, me and Suyi do have this plan, not only us, but also Mary Jane and Betty. They also happen to work in Manhattan, and we plan to rent a house together. Nice idea. It is said that it is renting a house, but in fact, Suyi has already bought a villa. Suyi chatted with him for a while, but George didn't accompany him all the way, but he answered a phone call and left again. No way, George was even busier after his promotion. In this city, although the Jinbin has been cleared, there are also many petty thefts. Even with the help of Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spiders, it is still impossible to eradicate evil completely. Gwen, I'm sorry, I have something else to do. Gwen understood George very well. It's okay, Daddy, it's good that you can come. Suyi said with a smile, let me take a group photo for you, it won't be long. Oh, no problem. After the photo was taken, George left. Gwen and Mother and Suyi wandered around and met Peter, Betty, and others. Several parents chatted, and they were all women, so there were naturally many topics. The young and beautiful may became the focus. A few young people can only chat by themselves. Graduation is coming soon, Peter, what are your plans? Peter shook his head, I don't know, maybe I will go to work. I go to school to rent a house, and there are tuition fees. I don't want to burden everything on Aunt May. Nice idea, I have an idea. What idea? Gourmet food truck, are you interested? Actually, my cooking skills are average. It's okay, just make some snacks. I can also teach you some oriental delicacies, such as egg burgers and finger pancakes. Thinking of this, some images came to Suyi's mind. Superhero laid off and re-employment. The Flash who delivers the courier, Iron Man the electric welder, Magneto who collects scrap iron, the Green Titan who is the demolition master, and Thunderbolt barbecue. Little Spider-Man's ability, it's a good choice to clean the exterior of the building. Really? Definitely can. Soon, Peter lost his mind again, I think, I'd better deliver food. To drive a food truck, you need to buy a food truck. I don't have so much change now. It's okay, we cooperate. I pay for the car, and you pay for the food. We will share 82% of the money we earn, and you will get 80%. This, I have taken too much. Suyi patted Peter on the shoulder, how come? The food truck is not only used this time, maybe there will be a chance to use it again in the future. If it doesn't work, I can also sell it at a low price, and I will definitely not lose money of. Peter was persuaded by Suyi, okay, let's work together and open a food truck. At this moment, a muscular man in a black suit and sunglasses appeared in Suyi's sight. Suyi was a little surprised. This person is none other than Tony's driver, Happy. Finally I find you. Did Tony send you here? Happy explained, Mr. Stark, and Pepper. It appears that both Tony and Pepper knew they were graduating today. Fortunately, the two of them didn't show up in person, otherwise, this place would be lively. This is the flower for you, I wish you a happy graduation. This is a present from Mr. Stark. Suyi opened it and saw a pair of glasses. Suyi doesn't need to wear glasses, and the pair of glasses that Tony gave must not be ordinary glasses. It should be artificial intelligence. Suyi didn't put on the glasses and was going to try again at home. Suyi looked at Pepper's gift again. It was a men's watch, which also looked expensive. Thank you, Happy. You are welcome. Suyi continued, I also thank Tony and Pepper for me, I like their gifts very much. Let them not forget to come to my house for a party tonight. Happy also smiled and said, I will. Goodbye, Happy. Goodbye. Happy came and went in a hurry, while Peter was curious about the gift Suyi received. Why is the gift Mr. Stark gave you a pair of glasses? Your eyesight doesn't need glasses at all. These are not ordinary glasses. If I'm not mistaken, they should be artificial intelligence. Peter was envious, artificial intelligence, it's so cool, why don't you try it on? There are too many people here, it is not suitable for display. Exactly. Finally, the most important part is the issue of certificates. As an outstanding student representative, Gwen was also selected and delivered a speech. No way, Gwen's father position is there. Moreover, Gwen originally is indeed an excellent student, and it is normal to have this opportunity to speak on stage. It was a lively day, and Suyi also enjoyed it. Although I have no relatives, I have several girlfriends by my side, so I definitely won't be idle. Liz plans to hold a party at home in a few days and invite her classmates to the party. Although Suyi came to the class not long ago, she was also among the invitees. Su, I plan to hold a party in the evening of 3 days, will you come to attend? Thank you for the invitation, I am very happy to be a part of this party. You are welcome. Liz turned and left. Suyi also thought about Liz's background and how to treat Liz. Liz, in the comics, her full name is Liz Allen. Spice Liz was Peter's little crush who later became the wife of Little Green Goblin Harry Osborn. In the movie, Liz turns black and goes by the name Liz Toombs, becoming the daughter of Vulture. The Liz in front of her is definitely a white and tender hot girl, the captain of the cheerleading team. However, the name is Lizzie Toombs, which is probably Vulture's daughter. Vulture, I don't know what the situation is now. Wait for this gathering, you can find out the bottom line, and then decide how to deal with Vulture. If it's just Blacken in the late stage, I should be able to stop it. Chapter 73. Tony and Pepper are coming to our house tonight. Suyi also wants to fulfill her promise to cook for Tony by herself. It coincides with my graduation, which is also a good day. Tony's car came first. Suyi went out to greet her in person. Tony, you're early. I can't wait to see you cook, I'm going to record it. Great Sue, cook for Tony Stark himself. You're thinking too much, I made this meal for Pepper, you're just here to eat and drink. Water? I can't accept it. You have to cook a meal for me alone, so that's okay. I remember the previous conditions, it's just that I cook myself, I didn't say, alone. The relationship between the two is already very good, and it is common for them to fight each other every day. It can only be said that apart from being narcissistic, Tony's character is still somewhat childish. The two entered the living room, and Suyi continued to be busy. If Pepper comes, Tony, you help me bring people in. No problem. Tony had nothing to do, wandering around. Your villa is not bad, but it's not as good as mine. Yes, your seaside villa is the best. Sue, do you have any more of your water? It's the one you used for Pepper, and the one for that disfigured woman in the red house. There are only 2 drops of this water of life left, which is extremely precious. You want to buy? Tony was busy making battle armor yesterday, and felt that his body was a little bit overwhelmed. Today, after being reminded by J.A.R.V.I.S, I just remembered that Suyi graduated today. He also noticed the changes in Pepper, and came up with the idea of the water of life. Pepper looked younger and more energetic since using the usse. Definitely want to buy as long as there are no side effects. Don't worry, there are no side effects. A drop of water of life can prolong life by about 20 years, making people young and full of vitality. Looking at you like this, you must be too tired. If you want to buy it, 100 million drops. Tony naturally believes in Suyi's introduction to prolong life and make people younger. This is only 100 million? Earn blood. How many do you have? I bought them all. Suyi couldn't help asking, do you think this thing is very common? Or, you think I'm stupid, and I'll sell it to you for all 100 million? If it goes to auction, it will definitely be more expensive than this. Only then did Tony realize, hey, I'm used to it. Such a good thing, but it's so cheap, you must not miss it. Now there are only 2 drops left. If you want to buy it, I will give you 1 drop first. Why don't you sell it all to me? I will use the remaining drop for research, maybe I can reproduce more. Suyi said with a smile, I absolutely believe in your intelligence, Tony. But, you are not a biologist, an expert in chemistry, this is not your field of expertise. If you want to study something magical, I have a plant here. What plant? This bean is called Immortal Bean, and its main effect is to heal trauma. It is said that no matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. However, it is difficult to grow it in the original world. In this world, it will be even more difficult to grow it. Oh, this is a good thing. Give me a batch. I want to study it carefully. Even if I can't, I can recruit some botanists. Suyi suddenly thought of the entanglement between Tony and Maya Hansen. It's a good idea, for example, the beautiful botanist who had a relationship with you, Maya Hansen. Tony had no memory at all. Who? Let J.A.R.V.I.S search for you yourself. You may have a little impression after seeing her face. It's just a pity that Tony is still not impressed. Just looking at his resume, he seems to be a pretty good botanist. Sue, do you know something? Maya Hansen was working on a drug called Extremis, which was not stable at the time. At the time, you had no interest in paying attention to it, and even a scientist named Killian was pigeonholed. They should be working on Extremis together now. Definitely, they should hate you very much, especially since you have been in such a big limelight recently. Tony realized something, didn't you mean they might turn out to be bad guys? If they start experimenting with this kind of Extremis, they won't be good people. They conducted human experiments. Tony realized that he had to do something. I think you should plan, and you must plan. I have a plan. Suyi seriously reminded, Tony, if you act rashly like this, it will cause huge amounts of damage. You are just a human being, and you are not a god even if you put on a battle armor. Even I will not act rashly, why do you think you can handle everything? Don't you really want to see countless casualties? You know, if you plan well, you can avoid this from happening. If you didn't think carefully and this happened, it's your responsibility. Even if you mean it well. Tony drank a glass of Lafite and calmed down, you're right, I need a plan. Try to persuade Maya Hansen first, and then collect information. You can also ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for help. When it's time to do something, I can also do it to minimize the damage. While the two were chatting, Pepper arrived. Tony went to bring the man into the house. Today's Pepper wore a backless purple evening dress, it can be seen that she attaches great importance to tonight's party. Suyi was dumbfounded, and just said, evening dress, forever. The original Pepper's skin was not very good, but now that Pepper's skin has become delicate, she is absolutely radiant in this evening dress. Oh, Am I overdressed? Suyi hugged Pepper gently, and said with a smile, there are some, but I like it. This suit is absolutely perfect for you. You look beautiful. Sit down, dinner will be ready soon. Happy, sit down and eat together. Happy was taken aback for a moment, me. We are all guests, let's taste my cooking together. However, you may not be able to drink, because you have to send this person back. No problem. Suyi prepared a sumptuous dinner. Although the three of them hadn't had much usse food and were a little unaccustomed to it, the taste was really good. Su, you should be a chef. I will definitely hire you with a high salary. Cooking food is just part of everyday life, you can come and eat often if you have the opportunity. That's what you said. Full of wine and food, Tony didn't drink much, but he definitely couldn't drive. I can only let Happy send Tony back. As for Pepper, he was mentally prepared. There is definitely no need to go back tonight. Pepper, want to dance together? Can. Pepper put his hand in Suyi's, and the two danced quietly to the music. Pepper, do you also have super abilities? Otherwise, how would you know that I want you to wear this dress? You are so beautiful in this dress. Pepper was also looking forward to it, really? Definitely. Suyi showed her love with actions. Chapter 74. On a new day, Suyi prepared breakfast. When I returned to the bedroom, I found that Pepper was worrying. Su, I think the dress is broken. Suyi felt a little sorry, oh, maybe I didn't control my strength well. The problem now is, I can't stay wrapped in a towel all the time. I have two ideas. The first idea is that I will teleport you home and you can change your clothes. There is another way, you put on my clothes first. Pepper hesitated for a moment and chose the second option. Soon, the two sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Pepper, Tony invited me to go to the car race, and I've accepted. Walter? Are you going to go crazy with Tony? Definitely not, I'm not interested in racing, I just want to go on a romantic vacation with you. But I may not have much time. There's always time to spare. Pepper hesitated, but agreed. After all, talking about business is only a matter of the day, and there is still some spare time at night. Can have a romantic dinner and enjoy the view. Okay. Pepper, do you have any other evening dresses? If not, we can go buy a few more together, and I can check it out for you. I still have a few dresses, but Sue, you have to make sure you treat them gently. I've always been gentle. After breakfast, Suyi drove Pepper home, and then sent Pepper to the company. Downstairs in the Stark building, Suyi had already figured out what to do. Already graduated, nothing to worry about. Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane were also free, so they made plans. The three originally formed a band, but because of their studies, they haven't performed for a while. No, at the graduation ceremony yesterday, the three hit it off and were going to perform at the bar again. Suyi will definitely not miss it, and will go to the scene to support the three of them. During the day, the three rehearse. Suyi decided to go to Peter first, and settle the food truck beforehand. Came outside Peter's house and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with a somewhat mature temperament appeared in front of her eyes. Aunt May. It's just that the other party's current image, called Sister May, is not too much. Not only does she look very young, but her figure is just like the Aunt May in the CU movie version, which is prominent enough. Unfortunately, in the movie, Aunt May was sacrificed by the screenwriter. In this world, May almost had an accident. He still used the water of life to save people. Hi, I'm Peter's classmate Suyi, are you Peter's sister? I'm Peter's aunt, May. Suyi pretended to be enlightened, I forgot, Peter said that there are only him and Aunt May at home, I just didn't expect that you are so young. Sue, please come in, I have often heard Peter mention you. Suyi entered the room, and Aunt May had been observing Suyi. I can't help but sigh in my heart, no wonder Mary Jane likes Suyi. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed very handsome. And, very good at talking. Peter also said that Suyi is a good person. Looking at it comprehensively, it can only be said that Peter deserved to lose. Peter hasn't woken up yet, I can go and wake him up. Oh, actually, I can wait for him for a while. Aunt May has already poured a glass of water for Suyi to entertain Suyi. You're looking for Peter, why? We agreed yesterday that we are going to open a food truck during the holidays. I plan to buy a food truck with Peter today. It's just that I didn't plan the time yesterday. I should discuss these in advance next time. You want a food truck? But Peter can't cook food, he's a terrible cook. We just make some snacks and I can teach him. Peter is very smart and I'm sure he'll pick it up quickly. Aunt May is also very supportive of their approach. By doing this, Peter can make money for himself and reduce the burden on the family. At the same time, it can be regarded as an activity to pass the time of vacation. Maybe, I can be your first customer. Definitely can. At that time, you have to put forward some opinions to ensure that the food we make is delicious enough. I will help you improve. Suyi brought the topic back to May again. In addition to her work, May is now doing community service, which means helping others. Suyi and May talked about these things, which also made May very happy. The two chatted happily, and May had gradually forgotten Suyi's age. Finally, Peter woke up, as if he heard something. It seems that there are guests at home. After getting dressed, she came downstairs with sleepy eyes, and saw Suyi, who was talking happily with May. Peter, you finally woke up. Su has been waiting for you for nearly half an hour. Peter's expression at the moment was a little surprised, and at the same time, there was some inexplicable worry in his heart. Especially seeing May and Suyi chatting happily. Aunt May, why didn't you wake me up? I originally planned to chat with Su for a while, but I didn't expect it to take so long. May also got up from the sofa. Peter, I'll go prepare breakfast for you, you can chat with Su for a while. Although it seemed normal, Peter felt it was necessary to remind Suyi. Seeing May leave, Peter immediately said seriously, Su, she is my Aunt May. I know. You have a huge age difference, and, you've got Mary Jane, and even Gwen, and you should know what I mean. Suyi smiled and asked back, so, you think I'm with her? It would be best if not. Suyi continued to ask, then if I really fell in love with her, what would you do? No, absolutely not, I will definitely stop you. You can't do this to Aunt May. Peter reacted so violently that he almost grabbed Suyi and warned Suyi. Then have you ever considered that she worked so hard to take care of you growing up? Now that you are in college and you will have your own life in the future, what will she do? Let her continue to be alone. She also has her own life and her own future. Besides, she looks so young and beautiful now, there must be many people who pursue her. Are you sure you can stop it? Peter was firm, I have no objection to Aunt May's pursuit of happiness, but you already have a girlfriend, and there are differences between you. I treat you as a friend, but you, have an idea for Aunt May. Suyi patted Peter on the shoulder, don't worry, Aunt May not like me. If she really likes me, do you want to stop her? Peter is extremely conflicted, if Aunt May really likes Suyi, if he tries to stop it, it will be to prevent Aunt May from getting happiness. Don't think so much, hurry up and wash up. After dinner, let's go buy a food truck together. Peter dispelled his worries for the time being, but he also decided to be on guard against Suyi in secret, to avoid too many opportunities for Suyi and May to contact alone. This is the only way to stop this from happening. Chapter 75. Before the breakfast was over, May left first. Suyi also took Peter to buy a food truck. Gourmet food trucks are still relatively common here, more formal, rather than converted from tricycles. Inexpensive value, but not cheap either. Suyi paid the money and bought the dining car decisively. Then, of course, came the kitchen utensils. It mainly sells egg burgers, as well as finger pies, definitely, and grilled sausages can also be sold separately. The two bought some more ingredients, returned to Peter's house, and started studying. Suyi made it himself first, and within a few minutes an egg burger was ready. Peter took a sip and was instantly attracted. Su, this tastes really good. I think our business will be very good. Let Peter read it, and then learn on your own. Peter's first experiment was a little rusty, but the second time it was a perfect success. The taste is not bad, and it is ready to serve. After all, it's just a snack, and the requirements are not that high. Hand pie is not troublesome, and Peter learned it quickly. You're a quick learner, Peter. One more day of preparation tomorrow, and we'll be officially open the day after tomorrow. Peter is also very excited, with this gourmet food truck, he will be able to make money by then. I think so too. Then let's go to the Osborne building, or set up a stall in front of the Stark building, what do you think? I think so. After the two discussed the matter of the food truck, Suyi left first. It was getting late, Suyi decided to visit the three girls. They are going to perform at the bar tonight. The bar is very chaotic. As a flower protector, Suyi must not be absent. Suyi has already contacted Gwen. They have been in contact for a while today, and they are in good condition. Tonight's performance must be fine. When Suyi arrived, he brought pizza and other food for the three of them. The three of them had stopped practicing and began to rest. After all, there is going to be a performance at night, and too much practice will affect the performance. Girls, here I come. The three of them were extremely excited when they saw Suyi appearing, and all of them hugged Suyi to express their love. How are you getting ready? Very good, we will perform for you alone, do you want to watch it? Forget it. I know that you are very tired from practicing, and it is almost time for the performance. You need to maintain your state to meet the performance tonight. The three of them didn't insist on it either. Suyi was right, they really needed to maintain their form. Suyi gave the food to the three and enjoyed the food with the three. Su, what did you do today? I went to buy a food truck with Peter today. Peter has learned how to do it. We will officially open the day after tomorrow. We plan to open near the Stark building or Osborne building, and it is estimated that there will be good profits. Gwen became interested as soon as she heard it. Oh, Su, you must come to Osborne Mansion. Gwen was not idle during the summer vacation, and she got the opportunity to intern at Osborne Company. Although it is an internship, the salary is not low. Mary Jane was a little jealous. Oh, unfortunately, we can't make a detour to buy food. Suyi smiled and said, don't be jealous, it's just because there are a lot of people here, and it may be more profitable. Besides, I may not be there every day. In a few days, I will go out with Tony. Suyi chatted with Gwen and the others. The three were originally friends, and now they get along very harmoniously. After eating the food, it's almost time. Suyi set off with the three of them and went to the bar together. As night fell, there were already fewer pedestrians on the roadside. The bar is extremely lively, with all kinds of people. Suyi protected the three beauties and entered the bar all the way. It can only be said that the bar is really noisy, definitely, it is also really messy. The appearance of the three beauties immediately attracted the attention of many idiots. However, with Suyi's protection, they still entered the interior smoothly. The three immediately went to get ready for the performance, while Suyi waited for the three to show up and start performing. Suyi glanced at it, and the bar looked pretty good, not too chaotic. However, there are already people gnawing at each other in the corner. There are also some people who are already too high to get carried away. Forget it, let's leave after their performance, I hope no one will be ungrateful. After a while, the three of them appeared on the stage, looking even hotter and more attractive. Suyi looked at the men beside him shouting and carnivaling, and knew that he had underestimated the charm of the three of them. Tonight, maybe there will be people who are not open-eyed, and they will jump out and be beaten. No way, the three girls are too attractive. The three noticed Suyi, and Suyi naturally cheered towards them and shouted for them. They have all shouted for Suyi so many times, and it is normal for Suyi to pay them back once. The three got ready and started the performance. Gwen was on drums, Mary Jane was on vocals, and Betty was on bass. The three cooperated quite tacitly, and the atmosphere of the scene was ignited just at the beginning. Although Suyi doesn't like this style of songs, Mary Jane's singing voice is really nice. What's more, who can refuse the song performance of these three beauties? Looking at the almost crazy men around him, you will know how exaggerated it is. After a song was sung, the atmosphere of the scene was completely mobilized. Many people started tipping and tipping. The performance of the three of them is not over yet, for tonight, the three of them have prepared 5 songs. Because after today, everyone will be busy with their own business again, and there will be fewer and fewer opportunities to get together to perform. So, the trio is ready to put on a show and put an end to the band for now. Fortunately, the owner of the hotel is also very face-saving and gave the three of them a chance. One song after another, 5 songs ended, and the atmosphere at the scene was at an all-time high. Suyi looked at the three with a smile, happy for them. Thank you all. After this performance, our Mary Jane's band may leave for a while again. Although we are not sure when the next performance will be, we will miss this place and this stage. Goodbye. The male audience is already crazy, and they can't wait to rush up. Fortunately, the three of them ran fast and left from the background. Suyi waited for the three to finish their performance. You guys are amazing and I'm so proud of you. The three of them gave Suyi a hug one after another, making the men nearby envious. A group of hooligans surrounded Suyi and others. This bar is already chaotic, and it's normal for things like this to happen. Beauties, do you want to have a few drinks together? My treat. The three deliberately pretended to be weak and hid behind Suyi. Especially Gwen, immediately said softly, Su, you have to protect us. Suyi is also very helpless, there are too many people who don't open their eyes. You'd better get out of the way, I have practiced martial arts, 10 people are not my opponent. Unexpectedly, Suyi's answer elicited wild laughter. That being the case, Suyi didn't intend to waste any more time, just punched him one by one. Within half a minute, the group of punks all began to howl in pain. I said earlier that I can hit 10, but unfortunately you don't believe it. Chapter 76. Suyi took the 3 girls and left, but because it was too late, they had to go back to their respective homes. As for the idea of basking in the sun and playing volleyball together, it can only be realized in another day. Gwen and Betty both start work tomorrow and need a good rest. So, the three of them have decided that tonight, Suyi belongs to Mary Jane. Suyi just felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, Mary Jane doesn't have a dress. So Suyi took Mary Jane to buy clothes on a new day. After sending Mary Jane home, Suyi has nothing else to do and is going to find Tony. Surprisingly, Tony was not in the villa, but in the research room. After Tony signed Zhao Halen, he immediately set up a laboratory and began to study nanotechnology. Research has only just begun, and it may take a long time to get usable nanotechnology. When Suyi came outside the laboratory, he found that the laboratory had already taken shape. It seems that a lot of money should have been spent to set up the laboratory in such a short period of time. It's just that there seem to be a little less people. No way, there are too few experts in this field. Suyi was about to enter the core area to find Tony, but was stopped by someone. Suyi looked back and saw an oriental face. Zhao Helen of at the moment is wearing the white coat that researchers often wear, and she doesn't know her figure. But this face is indeed very good. It doesn't look very heavy makeup, partial makeup. However, it is surprisingly good looking. Suyi recognized it at a glance. This is Zhao Helen. Unexpectedly, it is even more beautiful than in the photo. Could it be that the knife was used? It doesn't look like it. It is probably a rare pure natural beauty. Helen Zhao noticed that Suyi was not wearing a white coat, so she stopped Suyi. At this moment, when Suyi turned his head, Zhao Helen immediately confirmed that Suyi was not from the laboratory. Although he is handsome, it is in line with his own aesthetics. However, there are still issues of principle. Who are you? This is the area of the laboratory, non-lab members are not allowed to enter. I'm a friend of Tony Stark's, and I'm here to see him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Halen didn't give in at all. It's his friends who can't enter the laboratory without authorization. You can call him out. Are you sure? He is your boss. Zhao Halen was extremely stubborn. I have the final say on this laboratory. Suyi was a little surprised that Zhao Halen was so confident. It seems that Tony Stark should promise a lot of conditions, including handing over the authority of the laboratory to Zhao Halen. Suyi nodded. I see, I will call him out. Only then was Zhao Halen satisfied. You are also from the East. Which country are you from? From the ancient country. My name is Suyi. I'm from Bangzhe, and my name is Zhao Halen. Seeing that you are from the East, I thought you and I were from the same village. Zhao Halen was a little disappointed. She thought she was from her hometown, but it turned out not to be. Although we are not from the same hometown, at least we met here, which is also a kind of fate. You're right. The two of them shook hands politely, and they got to know each other for a while. Zhao Halen turned around and left, feeling a little excited in her heart. He is indeed a handsome oriental guy, in line with my aesthetics, maybe we can get to know him. Just about to enter the laboratory, Zhao Halen suddenly thought of something. Do you need me to help pass this on to Tony? Facing Zhao Halen's sudden change of attitude, Suyi was a little surprised. Thank you very much. All right, please wait. Helen Zhao turned around and entered the laboratory. Tony, there is a man named Suyi looking for you outside the door. Tony stopped busy. Why didn't he come in? I stopped him at the door. Tony was shocked. You stopped him? He's my friend. I remember you also said that I have the final say on this laboratory. He is not from the laboratory, and there is no need to enter the laboratory. Tony is very helpless and can only reveal Suyi's identity. Do you know? He recommended you, and I invited you to set up this laboratory. Although he is not from the laboratory, he will never disclose any information about the laboratory. Helen Zhao was a little surprised. He recommended me? How did he know me? I don't know, but he recommended you. Okay, let him in. Zhao Halen also let go, and agreed to let Suyi in. Suyi was at the door and heard Tony's voice. Come in, Su. After Suyi came in, he saw Helen Zhao and Tony. Tony, Dr. Helen Zhao. Helen Zhao looked at Suyi. I heard from Tony that you recommended me. How did you know me? Definitely because of your talent, I noticed you. After getting to know you, I realized that you are still so young and have unlimited potential. Definitely, you are also very beautiful. Helen Zhao was very happy to be praised by Suyi Tong. You have great vision. Suyi continued to praise. I have never made a mistake when it comes to beauties. Dr. Helen Zhao is indeed knowledgeable, capable, and beautiful. Zhao Halen has already fallen a little bit. In terms of appearance, Suyi is completely in line with her aesthetics. Unexpectedly, Suyi still discovered the bowl of her knowledge and ability. For this, Zhao Halen's favorability towards Suyi doubled. Tony saw that the two of them continued to chat, and they might be dating. So, he hastily interrupted the conversation between the two. Su, why are you here? It's nothing, Just take advantage of the time today to come over to see the situation of your laboratory. It looks pretty good now. Research on nanotechnology has just begun, and there has been little progress. However, Tony has seen the possibility. In other words, nanotechnology is indeed achievable. If he is allowed to study slowly alone, it is estimated that it will take 7 or 8 years, or even 10 years. With the addition of Zhao Hailan, the start was much faster. Tony was a little excited. Nanotechnology is indeed feasible, but it may take some time to obtain mature nanotechnology. If it goes well, it can be completed in a year. It's been a pretty good year. Zhao Hailan interjected, without me, he alone may not be able to complete nanotechnology in 10 years. Tony was still stubborn, I don't need 10 years, 5 years at most, well, maybe 7 years. What a narcissistic person Tony is, he also admitted Zhao Hailan's excellence in disguise. So, Tony, you have to thank me for recommending Helen Zhao to you. Yes, I thank you. I would have thanked you even more if you hadn't shown up, tried to exchange feelings with her, and wasted our work. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Work is not the whole of life. Only when you feel happy can you make your work more efficient. Do you think I'm right? Dr. Helen Zhao. I think it makes sense. Let's have a drink together after get off work. Definitely can. Tony was speechless. As expected, Suyi must have had other ideas when he recommended Zhao Hailan. Chapter 77. Suyi and Tony chatted privately for a while, and Tony had already gone to Maya Hansen, but the result was not satisfactory. Maya Hansen is full of hatred for Tony, and she is determined to continue developing extremis with Killian. Tony didn't know how to continue for the time being. I don't know what happened to extremis, and I don't know where the other party did the experiment. To solve this problem, there is still a little trouble. However, under Suyi's persuasion, Tony decided to shelve this matter for a long time. After the two of them finished chatting about this matter, Zhao Hailan got off work and took a rest. After all, the laboratory is hers, and no one else can control her if she wants to get off work. Zhao Hailan is indeed very interested in Suyi, that's why she took the initiative to get to know Suyi. The three of them took a short break and drank coffee together. During the period, Hailan Zhao took the initiative to talk to Suyi, wanting to know more about Suyi. Suyi is already a master at love affairs now, facing such problems, she can easily deal with them. In just half an hour, Suyi had already made preliminary progress with Zhao Hailan. At least, Suyi could tell that Zhao Hailan had a good first impression of herself. One more goal. Suyi is not in a hurry for success, and next time she will spend a little more time on Zhao Hailan. Finally came the day to go out. Peter was so excited that he made a series of calls early in the morning, waking up Suyi. The pair got ready at the Osborne mansion. Passers-by saw the gourmet food truck and saw the two foods that had never been eaten before, such as finger pancakes and egg burgers, and many of them stopped to buy. Suyi and Peter are two, one is in charge of finger cakes, and the other is in charge of egg burgers. The efficiency is still very good. Customers buy food, passers-by buy food one by one, and then leave satisfied. When Gwen came to work in the Osborne building, she noticed the food truck at a glance. To her surprise, business seemed to be going well. I originally planned to help promote it, but now it seems that there is basically no need for it. After queuing for a while, Gwen came to the two of them. Hi Gwen. Gwen smiled, I know your food truck is going to open, and I didn't eat anything, just to taste the food you made. Suyi is very confident, I won't let you down. The two immediately began to divide the work and made a breakfast for Gwen. Now, how much do I have to pay? Suyi replied immediately, you know how to pay. Gwen looked at the food truck, I think you have to come out first. When Suyi came out, Gwen had already put the food aside first, and then paid for it with a special kiss. Gwen looked at Suyi who was right in front of her eyes, and said tenderly, good morning. Suyi looked at the enthusiastic Gwen and really wanted to find something to do. But he could only calm down temporarily, and replied affectionately, good morning, my love. Gwen let go of Suyi, I have to go to the company. Good luck. I also wish your business better and better. Gwen was about to leave with the food, Peter hurriedly reminded, Gwen, remember to help us promote it. Definitely. Gwen entered the company, and the customers behind Gwen watched Suyi and Gwen distribute dog food, and instantly felt that the egg burger in front of them was not delicious. Fortunately, whether to buy or not, Suyi and Peter continued to be busy. In this way, some customers were attracted here and there. This morning was relatively relaxed, there were not many customers, but it was much better than expected. After waiting for 2 days, after gaining popularity, the income may be even more. The income this morning is mediocre. According to the situation, we may not be able to make any money during the entire holiday. Don't worry, it will get better and better next time. By the way, Sue, are you going to the party at Liz's house tonight? Definitely, I promised, I will definitely go. Peter looked a little agitated, a little overexcited even. Sue looked at Peter with a premonition. Could it be that Peter likes Liz? Sue, you are better at dating matters, can you give me some advice on how should I pursue Liz? Peter likes Liz, but it is also a plot in CU, which is reasonable. What's more, Betty, Gwen and Mary Jane were all taken away by Sue, so there are not many beautiful girls left. It was reasonable for Peter to like Liz. You like Liz? Peter was a little shy. I found Liz to be pretty good, so I want to try. But then you're going to be separated. Do you know where she's going to go to college? I've inquired. She's also here, but at New York University. Oh, that's not very far. Peter was very excited. Sue, would you help me? Seeing Peter's excited and happy expression, Sue was also thinking about her own thoughts. Liz is also quite beautiful. As Vulture's daughter, if she becomes Peter's girlfriend. If she changes her fate, she should also get some fate points. However, Peter is almost bald by me, let him have one. Peter looked at Sue lost in thought. Sue, do you have a plan? I don't actually have any good plans. I'm very sincere to Gwen and the others. You just need to show your kind and true side, and then be a little bolder and take the initiative to dance with her. I think you should get her favor. Peter looked at Sue and said so, but Mary Jane was snatched by you in this way. It may also be because of his timidity that Sue took the lead. This time, if he took the initiative to attack, he should have a chance. Sue, you are right, I should be bolder and take the initiative to ask her to dance. Come on and do it. The two chatted for a while, and after confirming that there were no customers, the two decided to close the stall and go home. After all, it is more appropriate to sell finger pies and egg burgers in the morning and afternoon tea. The two closed the booth early to prepare for the evening party. For the party, Peter was extremely nervous. Aunt May took the initiative to make suggestions and prepare suits for Peter. Aunt May, how do I look? Aunt May was also very pleased to see Peter's handsome appearance. You look great, you just need to show your sincerity and take the initiative to approach her, it will definitely impress Liz. Sue said the same thing, but he's better than me, so I'm a little worried. There's no need to worry about this. When you like someone, it's not just about whether he's perfect. Your uncle isn't perfect, but he's a good guy. That part is my favorite. After hearing Aunt May's short story, Peter couldn't help asking, Aunt May, have you considered finding another one? Now that I'm older, I can try to take care of myself. I think you can enjoy your own life instead of continuing to pay for me. Speaking of this topic, the figure of Sue appeared in May's mind. Immediately panicked, I'm already old, let's just let this matter go. You look great, time to go and enjoy the party. Chapter 78. In the evening, Sue arrived at Liz's house as scheduled. Still outside the house, Sue felt something was wrong. Liz's house is somewhat luxurious, compared to Peter's and Gwen's. If it is said that Liz's parents are just ordinary laborers, this house seems a bit beyond the affordability. Sue looked at the house in a daze. Hey Sue, what are you looking at? Sue turned her head and saw Hannah. It was the petite beauty with black hair in Koofan. Sue doesn't have much interaction with her, because this girl is very quiet and doesn't talk much. I am usually very serious, take classes seriously, and paint seriously. When Sue went to chat with her, she would get angry and shy easily. When it comes to grooming, Hannah tends to dress more tightly. Today was a bit of a surprise, it seemed that he had dressed up seriously. Wearing a dress, her figure is still a bit petite. Still wearing glasses, blocking the delicate and beautiful face, adding a bit of confusion. I actually underestimated her a little bit. Hannah noticed Sue's gaze and was suddenly a little angry. Sue, you are too ungentlemanly. Sue was not embarrassed at all, it's not my fault, Hannah, you must not have noticed how beautiful you are tonight. I believe that tonight, there must be many boys who will be attracted by you like me. Hannah's anger disappeared, and there was a trace of joy and expectation in her eyes, but her face was full of shyness. Real. Definitely, I don't need to lie to you. I told you a long time ago that if you dress up carefully, you will definitely be no worse than Gwen and the others. Hannah also asked playfully at this time, really, aren't you afraid of being heard by Gwen? Not afraid. With Sue's hearing ability, he can naturally hear no one nearby. If you say such things boldly, you are not afraid of being caught on the spot. Let's go in. Sue stretched out his hand to invite Hannah to go in together. Hannah hesitated for a while, and actually took the initiative to hold Sue's hand and came outside the house. The gate to the yard was open, and Liz was at the gate to greet her classmates. Seeing Sue appearing with Hannah, I felt a little surprised. Sue, you and Hannah. We met at the door, so we walked in together. Liz also noticed Hannah today. Hannah, you are so beautiful today. Thanks, Liz, you're beautiful too. Hannah is the petite and cute type, while Liz is the cheerleader and the absolute hottie. It's just that hot girls are more popular here. A beauty like Hannah is not particularly popular. However, Suyi is open to anyone, as long as she is beautiful. Therefore, Suyi is also thinking about whether to take down Hannah, the little beauty. If you wear white, or Lolita, it will probably make you feel better. Definitely, if you hug it, it will be very easy. Suyi took the opportunity to praise, you are all beautiful, if I want to praise you at the door, I can praise you for half an hour. Liz was also very happy, really? Gwen is already inside. I'd say the same thing if Gwen was around, it's the truth. Both of them couldn't believe it. Suyi immediately said half-jokingly, I have to go in, I'm going to praise Gwen now. The two were amused by Suyi's joke, you go quickly. Suyi entered Liz's house, and there were classmates chatting in the kitchen, living room, and dining room. Gwen had already heard Suyi's voice, so when Suyi came in, Gwen took the initiative to greet Suyi. Gwen also dressed up tonight, showing off her shoulders and her long legs. Gwen, you look so pretty tonight. Gwen took the initiative to approach Suyi, I heard what you said just now at the door. Suyi threw out an earthy love line directly, you know, I can praise you every day until the end of my life. Gwen smiled and said, that's about it? The two kissed without caring about the eyes of outsiders. Most of the students in the class turned a blind eye, and definitely, a small number of them started booing. Oh, Sue, Gwen, you can't do this. Damn it, Sue actually managed to catch Gwen. Tonight, Sue must have a few more drinks. I agree. Suyi readily agreed, no problem. After Suyi's 6-dimensional attributes are all upgraded by 1 level, all aspects will be greatly improved. Including the internal organs, it seems that they will all get strengthening. For example, Suyi can hold her breath for more than half an hour with one breath. Also, the totally worthwhile ability is the benefit after body strengthening. Suyi can imagine that after all his attributes reach LV10, he will be absolutely invincible. Even though there are many enemies, Suyi is not afraid at all. From day to night, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, absolutely no problem. As for not getting drunk after 1,000 cups, it is just a normal ability. Suyi doesn't have much time to chat with these rough guys, just order a bottle with them and it's over. Gwen was still a little worried, Sue, you can't drink like this. Suyi whispered in Gwen's ear, it's okay, I drink like water. During this time, the students came to Liz's house one after another, and Mary Jane and Betty also came to the house one after another. Mary Jane is now a cast member of the musical, and she looked like a star in a simple but star-studded look today. That silly boy Peter also came, and he looked a bit grown up in a suit. Just when facing Liz, I was a little nervous. Seeing Peter's appearance, Suyi couldn't help shaking her head secretly. Hey, this kid is still not brave enough. Suyi didn't pay much attention to Peter, he wanted to pursue Liz, so let him do it himself. Suyi's mission must be to accompany the 3 beauties. There is also an additional target, that is Hannah, the little beauty. Suyi pays attention to Hannah occasionally, and Hannah can't let go in this environment. Also, very bad at drinking. Even if I drink a low-alcohol drink, I feel a little flushed and dazed. So, after a while, Hannah went to the yard to get some fresh air. Suyi knew that her chance had come. After greeting Gwen and the others, he left the house by himself and came to the yard. In the yard, Hannah was sitting on a chair under the tree, looking at the night, dazed. Suyi quietly came to Hannah and sat down, what are you looking at? Hannah was taken aback, Sue, why did you come out? I found that you seemed to be drinking a little too much, so I was a little worried, so I followed you out to see the situation. Hannah explained, I'm not good at drinking, but I didn't drink much. You're just a little uncomfortable with the lively environment, aren't you? Hannah seemed to be enjoying the quiet feeling outside. Suyi suddenly had an idea and came up with an idea. The 2 of us are going to play truth or dare. Hannah had some hesitation, but still agreed, okay. Chapter 79. Suyi didn't know if it was an illusion, as if Hannah wasn't as shy as before. Maybe it's because he drank a little wine and became more courageous. Suyi suggested, it's just the 2 of us, so let's change the rules too. This time Hannah has no hesitation, yes. That's how it is, we take turns to come, the truth or the big adventure also takes turns. It is good. Then Hannah, you should start asking questions first. Hannah paused and asked a question. Gwen is your girlfriend, but I see that you seem to be very close to Mary Jane. Suyi didn't hide it either, they and Betty are my confidant. Hannah couldn't believe that the 3 beauties were all Suyi's girlfriends. How can you deceive them like this? Suyi didn't answer. Hana, that's another question. Hana reacted, okay, I'll ask later, now it's your turn. Suyi looked at Hana's appearance, since you have asked me such a private question, I will also choose a more private question. Hana started to get nervous, not knowing what question Suyi would ask. Do you think I fit your aesthetics? Hana relaxed a little. This question is not very private. Okay. Suyi got this answer and was very satisfied. It seems that he is one step closer to success. Now it's your turn, but this round is a big adventure. Hana started hesitation, a big adventure, not too much, but not too simple. You beat Flash, and you said you learned martial arts. So, can you do push UPS with one hand? Hana's big adventure is still very simple. Suyi was very relaxed, is that so? I can even carry you behind my back and do push UPS with one hand. Don't try to fool around like this. Okay, then I'll start acting. Suyi directly left, performing with one hand. For Suyi, one-handed push UPS are not stressful at all. You can do it with your own strength. In addition, Suyi can also use ability. In short, this is completely stress-free for Suyi. Hana was extremely surprised that Suyi could do so easily, doing several one-handed push UPS in succession. Then it's my turn. I said that even if you sit on me, it's fine. Would you like to try? Hana had some hesitation. If this is your big adventure, I choose to accept it. Hana sat easily on Suyi, and Suyi didn't feel any pressure. Not only because Suyi is too strong, but also because Hana is already petite. Mary Jane, Gwen, and others are all about 170 tall, while Hana is only in her early 160s. I fixed it. Suyi did too push UPS but had other plans in mind. At the moment, sit on my back, another day, you'll be down there. Suyi deliberately pretended to be unbalanced, so that Hana could not sit still and was about to fall. Suyi simply asked the ground to protect Hana. Hana panicked, but fortunately Suyi protected her. Sorry, I threw you off balance. Hana recovered and found herself leaning against Suyi's arms. I didn't sit still. The two returned to their seats and continued the conversation. Hana, now it's your turn to ask questions. Hana asked, Gwen and the others, did you deceive them? Suyi shook her head and said sincerely, no, they all know, I didn't hide them, and I didn't deceive them. I am sincere to them, I really like them, and I want to spend the rest of my life with them. They also had hesitation, and finally chose to ignore it and stay with me. Hana found it incredible, but now the opportunity to ask questions is over. Suyi is also ready to attack. If I pursue you instead of Gwen and the others, will you agree to me? What? Hana froze for a moment, but still hadn't reacted. Suyi continued talking, as if confessing. Hana, do you know? You are also very beautiful. Although you are not that hot and beautiful, you are very beautiful in terms of appearance and figure. I don't want to lie, actually, I like you a little too. Hana seemed flustered and nervous. She never expected that Suyi would take advantage of this moment to confess his love. Subconsciously wanted to dodge, but was stopped by Suyi. Hana, you forgot that truth or dare isn't over yet. I just answered your question, and you have to answer it. Hana forced herself to calm down, recalling Suyi's question. In the end, I followed my heart and gave the answer. Maybe. Just when Hana gave the answer, Suyi was already close. Gently lifting Hana's chin, the two looked at each other. Hana saw a lot in Suyi's eyes. Suyi also found that Hana still had some expectations amidst her nervousness. Hana looked at Suyi, who was close in front of her eyes, not knowing what Suyi would do next. Suyi did not disappoint Hana either, and took the initiative to attack. Facing such reserved girls, one must take the initiative. If it continues like this, I'm afraid I will really miss it. Hana is a bit unfamiliar, but under the guidance of Suyi, she slowly realized the beauty of it. After a long kiss, Hana's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Adjusting his glasses, he looked at Suyi right in front of him. You can't do this. There is still a party in the house, and you will be found. Besides, Gwen and the others are here. Suyi showed a smirk. Then, without these people, can it be all right? Only then did Hana realize that Suyi took advantage of her own words. I didn't mean that. Suyi went further. Hana, be my girlfriend. Don't worry, Gwen and the others won't mind. I'll treat you like I treated Gwen. Seeing Suyi getting closer and closer, Hana felt extremely complicated and did not give an answer. Suyi decided to be more domineering. Hana, if you don't refuse, then I will take it as if you agreed. Hana is hesitation, no answer. And Suyi didn't give Hana a chance to refuse, blocking Hana. Hana has completely fallen. Hannah, you didn't refuse. Hannah recovered a bit, you don't give me a chance to refuse at all. Then you will refuse. Seeing Suyi approaching again, Hannah finally gave in. We can't be here. It's alright, I won't be found out. My hearing is very good. If someone comes, I will hear it. And we can find a more secluded corner. Hannah's cheeks flushed even more after she finally recovered after hearing these words. This time it was not because of alcohol, but because of shyness. Suyi took Hannah to find a more hidden place. It was a good night and everyone found their own fun. The party inside the house was very lively, but outside the house was not peaceful. Chapter 80. Inside, the party continued. Mary Jane discovered that Suyi had disappeared. Wanting to find Suyi's figure, but met Gwen. Gwen, have you seen Sue? Gwen noticed that Suyi had gone to the backyard before and seemed to have not come back. I'll go to the backyard and have a look. Okay then, I'll look elsewhere. Gwen pushed open the door and came to the backyard. The hustle and bustle in the house was still there, but it didn't bother Gwen much. With the senses beyond ordinary people, Gwen heard some subtle movements. You are simply crazy. After making complaints in a low voice, Gwen returned to the house. Facing Mary Jane, I don't seem to see Sue, don't worry, he will be fine. Or, are you planning to do something with Sue secretly? Mary Jane immediately denies, I'm not crazy enough to be at a party. Gwen didn't answer, just because you can't, doesn't mean Suyi can't. Let's continue, don't worry about him, maybe after a while, he will appear. Indeed, only a few 100 million minutes later, the two returned to the bench to rest for a while. Not long after the two sat down, Gwen opened the back door and appeared inside of the two. Hannah was extremely nervous, as if she had been caught stealing food. Suyi was very calm and got up to meet Gwen. Gwen lowered her voice, you must be too courageous, this is someone else's house, and there is still a party in the house. It's not that I'm brave, it's that Hannah misunderstood. You go in first, Mary Jane and Betty are still looking for you, I'll talk to Hannah. Suyi was very relieved of Gwen, not worried that Hannah would be bullied at all. Okay, I say goodbye to Hannah. Suyen returned to Hannah, and Hannah was very nervous at the moment, after all, Suyi was Gwen's boyfriend on the surface. Suyi could see Hannah's thoughts, and gently held Hannah's little hand. Don't worry, Gwen is very nice and won't bully you. Seeing that Hannah was still nervous, Suyi decided to speak with action. So gently kneaded Hannah's cheek, and then kissed him goodbye. You are also my confidant, you know. This operation really made Hannah feel a lot easier. I'm going back, you guys talk slowly. Suyi turned and left, Gwen also sat on the bench, and the two started chatting. Suyi didn't even think about inquiring, so she left it to Gwen. Suyi believes that Gwen will not do anything excessive, and believes that the two can live in harmony. Back in the house, loud music and loud conversations immediately came to my ears. Suyi easily found Mary Jane and Betty, who were dancing together. Suyi feasted his eyes on the two of them. Two beauties, are you dancing? Can you add me? Mary Jane saw Suyi. Sue, where did you go just now? Just wandering around. Suyi dances with Mary Jane while Betty prepares to take a break. Sue, in a few days, the opera I participated in will be staged, will you come to see it? Definitely, this is an important day, we will definitely not miss it. Not only me, but Gwen and Betty will also try their best to spare time. Mary Jane said bitterly, you know, the person I care about most is you. Don't worry, I will definitely come. Nobody can stop me from going to your show. Neither can Jesus, I said. I'm looking forward to your performance, and I also believe that you can definitely gain the audience's recognition with your own strength. Mary Jane was overwhelmed by Suyi. Thank you, Sue. In Bully Maguire's version of the movie, Peter has a conflict because he has repeatedly failed to go to Mary Jane's performance. Suyi will definitely not make such a low-level mistake, and will arrange everything well. If something happens, as long as it is not a major event, it will be handed over to law enforcement officers like George to deal with it. If it doesn't work, there are two tool people, Peter and Tony. Suyi and Mary Jane continued dancing and chatting. During this process, Suyi also noticed something was wrong. My good brother Peter doesn't seem to be with Liz. Liz was entertaining her classmates at the moment, but she didn't see Peter. Mary Jane, have you seen Peter? Oh, he might be sad. What happened? He asked Liz to dance, but Liz refused. Suyi was taken aback. Is there something wrong? It shouldn't be. How could Liz refuse Peter's invitation? What's more, it's just a dance, and it's not a confession, so there's no reason to refuse it directly. Did Liz agree to the invitation of other boys? Mary Jane pondered for a moment. I don't seem to have seen Liz dancing, she seems to have been busy entertaining her classmates. Maybe Liz is very busy, Peter doesn't need to be sad. I don't know, I haven't seen Peter since then anyway. Suyi didn't know what happened. Well, I'll go and see him later, I hope he won't be hit. Suyi didn't leave immediately, after all, she still had a girlfriend to accompany her. Girlfriend and brother, is there a choice? Suyi decisively chose a girlfriend. Dancing with Mary Jane and chatting with Betty. Betty, did you know that Liz rejected Peter just now? Betty and Liz have a very good relationship and can be regarded as best friends. Sure enough, Betty knew something too. I saw it, I was there at the time. What the hell happened? If Liz just turned down Peter's invitation to dance, it shouldn't have disappeared. Liz rejected Peter and told Peter that she has someone she likes, so Peter was very disappointed. It turned out that Peter was cut off 3 times by Suyi. This time, I mustered up the courage to pursue Liz, but unexpectedly, I was cut off again. It's normal to be hit. Suyi also started gossip, not only for Peter, but also to satisfy her own curiosity. Suyi is also a little curious, besides herself, who else can intercept Peter? Flash, that brainless burly guy? Fat little Ned? Or someone else? There is no one in the class who can compare to Peter. Peter was handsome, kind, and good at studying. After obtaining the super ability, I became more confident and optimistic. Not to mention perfect, but it is definitely the type that is popular with girls. Why was it cut off by a little guy again? Isn't it someone from the class? It's possible. Liz has someone she likes. Betty, do you know who it is? Betty shook her head. I don't know either. Betty, you are Liz's best friend and a reporter. You have to believe in your abilities. You can definitely get a few words of information and guess the answer. For example, has she ever said what type of boys she likes? Or, who is the boy she discusses most often? After Betty became one of Suyi's confidant, the relationship with Liz remained the same as before. After thinking about it carefully, he turned to look at Suyi. Suyi looked at Betty's eyes and had a premonition in her heart. Does Liz like me? Is there something wrong? Just when Suyi was wondering, Liz came to Suyi. Su, may I ask you to dance? Chapter 81. Suyi heard the voice. Before she looked up, she saw Liz's long legs appearing in front of her eyes. As the captain of the cheerleading team, Liz's figure and appearance are worth mentioning. Because of dancing for a long time, it also has a sense of strength and beauty. Invite me to dance. With Betty and Mary Jane by her side, Suyi also noticed that Gwen and Hannah were back. At this time, invite yourself to dance, isn't it terrible? But it seems inappropriate to reject Liz. After all, Liz is the host of the party. As a guest, it's really inappropriate to sweep the host's face like this. Without too much hesitation, Suyi chose to agree. After it's over, explain to Gwen and the others slowly. It's my honor. Suyi still doesn't know what's going on with Liz, so she can't be affectionate. However, the answer that Betty gave just now, and Liz's sudden invitation to herself, always felt a bit wrong. Although Suyi is not a narcissistic person, she still has some confidence in her own charm. Suyi and Liz danced, which attracted the attention of many people. Liz is also very popular as the hot girl in the class and the cheerleader. You know, not long ago Liz turned down Peter's invitation to dance. Unexpectedly, he turned around and invited Suyi to dance. If Peter knew, he should have passed out crying in the toilet. Suyi took Liz's hand, and the two began to dance, both of which were relatively basic and normal dance steps. While dancing, Liz also took the initiative to talk to Suyi. Su, the relationship between you and Betty seems to be pretty good. It's okay, she and Gwen have a good relationship, we often drink coffee together. Liz continued to ask, you know, I'm not talking about drinking coffee, but a more intimate relationship. Seeing that Liz is so sure, it seems that she has discovered something, and Suyi no longer hides it. Indeed, what are you asking for? Liz did not answer directly, but continued to ask, your relationship with Gwen and Mary Jane. Suyi is not worried about the exposure of the relationship, and Liz doesn't seem to want to make a big fuss about this information. So, Suyi decided to try it out. Yes, they all are. When Suyi was answering, the hand on Liz's waist accidentally slipped aside. Liz noticed Suyi's movements and didn't stop her, but just glanced at Suyi. They're all around, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Find what? Suyi pretended not to know, and then asked rhetorically, then Liz, why do you ask these questions? Liz raised her head slightly and met Suyi's gaze. Suyi unexpectedly found that Liz's eyes were full of temptation, which was a little hot, as if she wanted to eat Suyi on the spot. Suyi has seen this kind of look a lot. Hiss. Could it be that Betty's guess is true? My charm is so powerful. Suyi was a little puzzled, because Suyi was sure that she never flirted with Liz. At school, Suyi's main targets were the trio of Gwen, Mary Jane, and Betty. Occasionally tease Hannah, a shy little beauty. As for Liz, Suyi really didn't have much contact with her, and they didn't speak a few times. However, looking at Liz's appearance, it is completely free. Peter, I really can't blame me for cutting off the beard. She just gave it for nothing. Facing the beauties delivered to her door, Suyi has no reason to reject them. Liz finally gave an answer, could it be that I am much worse than Gwen and the others? Suyi doesn't need to look at Liz at all at this moment, because she has already observed Liz many times. Fair skin and beautiful appearance, high quality appearance. He should be a little taller than Gwen, and his legs should be longer than Gwen. It may also be because of his slightly taller height that his figure is not as perfect as Gwen. However, this problem is nothing at all, and it does not prevent Liz from becoming a hot girl recognized by the whole school. Hearing Liz's question, Suyi felt a little puzzled. Could it be because of that damn desire to win? Are you doing this just to prove that you are beautiful? You are definitely beautiful and hot. This is recognized by all boys in the school. Liz replied, definitely not, because you're good and I'm attracted to you. The other party is so proactive, what else can Suyi say? Oh shit, how could I miss such a hot beauty? Liz didn't answer and just continued dancing with Suyi, ending the dance. Thank you, Sue, for dancing this dance with me. It's an honor to dance with a beauty like you. Suyi was just about to take a break, but was pulled aside by Gwen. I've seen it all, your hands are unruly. Maybe it's just a slip of the hand. And what about your conversation? It seems that Gwen knows it all. It seems that there are disadvantages to having a girlfriend with super abilities. Then you should have heard it too, I didn't take the initiative. But you didn't refuse. Suyi asked rhetorically, Gwen, if you were a man, could you refuse Liz? Gwen didn't intend to continue arguing. She thought that there would be one more Hannah and one sister, but she didn't expect that there would be one more Liz. Now it seems that all the beauties in the class are in the bag. Explain to Mary Jane and Betty yourself, Hannah, and Liz. Gwen looked a little angry, and Mary Jane knew it, and probably wouldn't accept it so calmly. Suyi had no choice but to think hard and talk, and finally got Gwen to Mary Jane. It was not too early, and people chose to leave one after another. Suyi rested for a while, and then noticed that little Spider-Man Peter was among those who left. Suyi rushed over to stop Peter. Hey, Peter, are you okay? Peter was a little reluctant. I'm fine, I have to go back first, Aunt May is still waiting for me at home. Seeing Peter's appearance, Suyi knew that Peter should have noticed something. At least, he knew that Liz took the initiative to invite him to dance. With Peter's wisdom, he probably guessed it. Liz refused, most likely because of Suyi. Suyi hurriedly stopped Peter. I think we can have a chat. Peter showed a forced smile, pretending to be very calm. I'm fine, it's not the first time anyway. It's normal for Liz to like you. You are better than me, more attractive than me, and better at communicating with girls than me. I swear, I don't have much communication with her, and I have absolutely no idea what Liz is thinking. If I knew, I wouldn't support you in pursuing her. I believe you, maybe, I should be in college. Oh shit, we're in the same school. Don't worry, Peter, you will meet your true love. Thank you, Sue, I have to go back first. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sue. Peter fell out of love again, this time because of Suyi. The difference is that Suyi is Mary Jane who took the initiative to cut off her beard, while Liz took the initiative to deliver it to her door. Suyi also returned to the house, ready to find a chance to have a private chat with Liz. Chapter 82. Suyi went back to the house, because the classmates left one after another, and it was not as lively as it was at first. However, it was precisely because of this that Liz was a little more relaxed. Suyi found Liz. Liz, I think we should talk alone for a while. Seeing that it was Suyi, Liz immediately smiled. Definitely yes, you can go upstairs with me. Ro. As soon as the two came upstairs, Liz opened a room and directly pulled Suyi in. Suyi also took advantage of the trend and went in. Suyi could tell at a glance that this should be a girl's bedroom. Don't think too much, it must be Liz's bedroom. Actually, Suyi didn't have time to think too much. Liz threw herself on Suyi decisively and put her arms around Suyi's neck. With Suyi's reaction, he can definitely dodge. However, there is no need for this, there is no need to hide at all. And Liz is also on the road of free, going further and further. Take the initiative to attack directly, use practical actions, and give it at the speed of light. Suyi gently hugged Liz, waiting for Liz to calm down. Liz was indeed calm, but not completely calm. Looking at those fiery eyes, Suyi could completely predict what would happen next. Liz, The time is not right now. The party is coming to an end, and everyone will leave one after another. You are needed at this time. However, Liz felt like she had no choice but to send it. It's okay, we'll leave for 10 minutes, nothing will happen. Suyi became serious. 10 minutes? Liz, you seem to look down on me. Liz seemed to have succeeded in her plan. Then, show it to me. Suyi couldn't help but gasped. Seeing this posture, Liz was planning to carry by to the end. Now that this is the case, Suyi can still withdraw. Who do you look down on? Before Suyi had time to agree, Liz had already continued to give it for free. I think Betty should help take care of the classmates, so that no one will disturb us. Liz didn't stop. Then you should contact Betty. Before Suyi made a call, Liz had already started to act. The phone rang for a while, but Gwen noticed it and reminded Betty. Seeing that it was actually Suyi's call, Betty was a little curious. Obviously Suyi is still here. If there is anything you need, you can talk to her face to face. There is no need to make a phone call. Su, what's the matter? Suyi looked at Liz, who was already in action, and Suyi found a reason that was completely unreasonable. Liz is a little drunk and I'm taking care of her. However, during this period of time, students may need to take care of them. If there are students who want to leave, you should take responsibility. As Liz's best friend, Betty was a little puzzled. Is Liz drinking too much? Before Betty could finish her sentence, she was stopped by Gwen. Let me tell him. Betty was still a little confused, but still believed Gwen. Gwen took the phone and said lightly, we know, you'd better keep quiet. Suyi looked at Liz, who was gradually going crazy. I may not be able to decide this. Gwen hung up the phone resolutely, and the following content was somewhat inappropriate. Although Gwen has accepted this fact, she is inevitably a little emotional. Only then did Betty realize, Gwen, could it be Sue and Liz? Otherwise, Liz drank too much and needs someone to take care of her. It should be your best friend, not him. Betty didn't care about that. For Betty, she was just a witness at first. At the coffee shop, witness Suyi's relationship entanglement with Gwen and Mary Jane. She always felt that Suyi's target was Gwen or Mary Jane. For herself, Betty only considers herself very lucky. Because I promised to go to Suyi's swimming pool to bask in the sun that day, I also had the following things, and was forced to get involved in the water volleyball competition. Later, Suyi also helped save her mother. From then on, Betty also devoted herself to Suyi. As for the entanglement between Suyi and other confidant, Betty doesn't care about it. As long as I still have a place, I am content. Besides, Liz is also my best friend. It's better to get Suyi cheaper than others. Betty also became serious and responsible, helping Liz take care of her classmates. As time went by, another group of classmates left. The party is also drawing to a close. Almost all the classmates have left, only a few of Suyi's confidant have not left. Almost an hour has passed, and the party is over. In less than half an hour, Liz's parents will be back. However, Suyi has not gone downstairs yet. Finally, Gwen didn't have the patience to wait any longer. Let's go first. Anyway, the classmates are gone, and we have nothing to do. Betty was still a little curious. Don't you wait for Sue? What are you waiting for him to do? I'm going back first, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Gwen was leaving, and Mary Jane had no intention of staying. Hannah hesitated for a while, and decided to go back. Only Betty, I'll wait for Liz. The three left, and Betty was the only one left in the whole house except Suyi and Liz. Betty looked at the stairs with some hesitation. In the end, he chose to go up the stairs and came outside Liz's room. It seemed that there was no strange sound coming out. The door was opened, and Suyi's smug smile was seen. Sue. Suyi naturally heard Betty's voice, and was not surprised to see Betty at all. Betty, we should go. Betty was going to see the situation inside the house through the crack of the door. Liz, are you feeling better? It should be much better, just rest for a while. Betty also knew that it might not be convenient for her to go in, so she said goodbye to Liz at the door. Liz, I'm Betty. The other students have left, and I'm leaving now too. Liz's feeble voice came from the room. Good night, Betty. Good night, Liz. Betty naturally knew what was going on. Sue, are you too crazy? It's not me, it's Liz who is too crazy. I originally wanted to do it another day, but I didn't stop her from doing it to the end. After Suyi explained, she also said to Liz in the room, Liz, I have to go too. Liz showed up at the door and kissed Suyi goodbye. Good night, Sue. Looking at the scene in front of her, Betty was not jealous, but felt a little regretful. I came too late. If I came earlier, maybe I could hear some interesting content. Suyi put her arms around Betty's waist and left Liz's house together. Betty, let me take you home. Suyi sent Betty back home, but didn't stay for long. Although Gwen is not jealous, she must be a little emotional. Therefore, Suyi has to coax Gwen. Go, Sue. Betty, it's very kind of you. I'm very lucky to have shared with you from Gwen and the others. Besides, I know you like me too, and that's enough. Suyi was very happy. I will reward you another day. After saying goodbye to Betty, Suyi chose to teleport and appear outside the window of Gwen's bedroom, acting as a window thief again.